Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 135 to Chapter 156. As soon as Suyu came out, he felt a strong sense of resentment. "Lad, are you hungry?" Suyu raised his head to look at the two old men. He was dumbfounded. So polite, previously, they had asked someone to bring food in, and now, they were asking if he was hungry. Had the academy's teachers become so understanding? "I'm fine." Suyu grinned. "Thank you for your concern, teacher." He was very polite. It wasn't easy to meet two teachers who cared about his hunger. Look at Bai Feng, he never asked if he was hungry. Huang Lao's lips twitched. "Concern, we can't wait to hammer you to death, too lazy to say anything else," Huang Lao coughed lightly. "I can see that your origin energy is leaking badly. Let me help you seal it up. I did a good job previously, didn't I?" As he spoke, his willpower was about to attack. Suyu hurriedly said, "Teacher, there's no need for that. I'll just restrain myself." He had broken through too quickly. He was afraid of being discovered. Of course, it was already very abnormal, who would stay in there for dozens of hours, he rejected. Huang Lao coughed dryly and smiled. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man likes to help his students. Look at your body, your origin energy is leaking badly. I can smell your blood essence from hundreds of meters away. Also, the academy isn't safe either. Wanzhou's spies are everywhere." He was just short of saying that if you went out like this, you would be killed immediately. The old man didn't mind slandering the academy. So be it. Who could do anything about it? "Suyu, I'll help you seal it up. There's really no need to stand on ceremony. Wanzhou's spies are everywhere in the academy. You have to be careful. Xianxia's faction can't wait to deal with you. You have to keep a trump card. Don't let anyone see it. Do you see it? The guards at the entrance are from Xianxia's faction. They are here to keep an eye on you." Suyu was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man really dared to slander him just to check his strength. "If Xianxia's faction heard what you said, they would definitely come after you. You even said that there were spies everywhere in the academy, and that even Wan Tianxing would probably find trouble with you. You can't slander your own academy like that." But then again, it did make some sense. After all, Suyu had just broken through, so his vital energy was leaking out like a leaky basket. Now that people saw him, they would probably look at him subconsciously. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher." "Ha ha ha, you're welcome." Huang Lao was overjoyed. "Brat, you still can't escape from this old man's clutches." His willpower swept over in an instant. After carefully examining Suyu from head to toe, Huang Lao's expression gradually stiffened. He scanned it once, but it wasn't enough. He scanned it again. Nye Lao suddenly said, "Brother Huang, your strength isn't sufficient. Let me seal it. I'm stronger than you." As soon as he said that, his willpower gushed out, Suyu wanted to roll his eyes. At this moment, he was like a naked beauty. These two old men kept scanning him. He was speechless. If one was not enough, two more came. The two old men scanned Suyu from top to bottom for a long time. After a long time, the two helped to seal the leakage of his vital energy. Then, they did not say a word. Suyu waited for a moment and said carefully, "Teachers, can I leave now?" "Yes," Huang Lao waved his hand, dispirited. Suyu left with some apprehension. After he left, the two old men looked at each other. After a long time, Huang Lao said dryly, "Did you see wrongly?" "No." Nye Lao's face was cold. "I didn't see wrongly. He has opened 108 apertures, and there seems to be an additional aperture. It might be another aperture, 108 apertures, ninefold," Huang Lao muttered and suddenly said, "Tell me, what the hell is wrong with this kid? I've taken a look, and there are too many types of blood essence he's devoured. It doesn't seem like it's just the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. My previous guess about his bloodline might not be accurate. Could it be that Lu Wenyan really modified him?" Nye Lao muttered, "If it's not the bloodline, then it's Shenwen. Maybe. This kid is already at the 9th layer of 15,000 caddies." The two of them looked at each other again. After a while, both of them did not want to say anything. Calm down, we've seen all kinds of storms and waves, and we've even seen a lot of them in the mountains and seas. Why would we care about Qianjun? What was 1,000 caddies? It had only been a day since they last met, and he had already advanced from the 5th layer to the 9th layer. What was this? That was nothing. Are we people who have no knowledge? Huang Lao was silent for a long time, and suddenly said disdainfully, martial arts definitely won't do. I see that his vitality is mixed up. This 9th layer of 15,000 caddies might only be able to unleash the strength of an 8th layer, or even worse. These youngsters, in order to attract attention, they really don't care about anything and do anything. Nielao nodded in agreement and said lightly, if it was my grandson, I definitely wouldn't let him do this. I'll beat him to death. Huang Lao also said, that's right, if my grandson can advance from the 5th layer to the 9th layer one day, I'll beat him to death too. The two of them looked at each other again and nodded again. As long as everyone agreed, anyway, it's impossible for our grandson to do it in a day. Since he can't do it, then there's no need to beat him to death. Although he said that, the next moment, Huang Lao became dispirited and slumped on the chair, murmuring, how did he do it? This martial arts talent is too strong. Even if he consumed blood essence and did not lack vitality, this shouldn't be the case. That was the 9th layer of 15,000 caddies. He watched helplessly as this kid went from origin opening to 15 caddies in an instant, and then to the 9 layers of 15 caddies. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, when was the first time he came? The first. Nielao remembered clearly and said calmly, it was on the 1st of this month, when the monthly test ended. Now it's the 24th, 24 days, 96 awakened apertures. For a day? Yes. Huang Lao was completely speechless. After a while, he said with a smile, are we going to witness the birth of a miracle? Maybe. Do you want to celebrate? How about we celebrate? Let's go out for a meal, your treat, how about that? Why me? Aren't you hungry? Okay. The next moment, the two old men tidied up and closed the door. The arcane realm was not open, it was not open today. What? I won't open it, what can you do? The two of them walked out in a daze. After a day's rest, they calmed down. They felt that there were too many things they wanted to say today, such as F***ck, Suyu was also very low-key along the way, quietly escaping back to the research center as if he had made a fortune. After hearing what the two old men said, he was worried that he might really run into Wanzhu's spies. What if a genius like him was targeted by Wanzhu, the 9th level of 15 kilograms, back at the research center? Suyu was relieved. Without delay, he quickly dialed a number. Suyu, Xiaohuyu was in a daze. The sky was not even bright. Do you have the blood essence of the bright bird? It's in the Xianxia realm. Yes. Xiaohuyu instantly woke up and became spirited. Damn, business came again. This guy disappeared for 2 days, and he was going to start spending again? What about the blood essence of the soul-devouring insects? Yes, but most of them are in the 15 kilograms realm. The soul-devouring insects move in groups, so it's not easy to get rid of them. They kill a lot of people without extracting their blood essence, so the value is not too high. If you want the Xianxia realm, I'm afraid there won't be many. How much? The bright bird is not a big threat, but humans will not deliberately hunt them. There is not much blood essence. How much do you want? Tell me the price first. The bright bird, the blood essence of the Xianxia realm. You want the early stage? Yes. 8 merit points. It is really not much, and it is rare on the battlefield. Sometimes, the blood essence does not depend on the strength of the race, but on its rarity. Also, the blood essence of the broken mountain ox. I have almost plundered the entire Dixia province in the Xianxia realm. If you want more, you will have to wait a little longer. 8 merit points for a drop. Suyu calculated for a moment. Because he had devoured too much blood essence, his essence chi was a little mixed. Right now, he felt uncomfortable in his acupoints. After some thought, he said, give me 50 drops. Forget it, 100 drops. He felt that it might cost a drop of blood essence to purify each acupoint. 100 drops first. There was no harm in using this thing. It could purify vitality. The purer the vitality, the better. Xiaohuyu was completely spirited. He hurriedly said, okay, 100 drops, 800 merit points. Do you still want the soul-devouring insect blood essence? Yes. This is not cheap either. Of course, the 1000 June realm blood essence is not too expensive either. 3 merit points for a drop. So you thought about it. Let's have 10 drops first. Xiaohuyu was a bit disappointed. It was great doing business with Suyu. He felt a bit depressed that he suddenly had to spend 30 merit points. Okay, anything else? Suyu pondered for a moment and said, there is also the blood essence of the broken mountain ox. Xianxia realm, I will take as much as you have. This? I will help you look. It is hard to say if there are too many, but 100 drops should not be a problem. Suyu had asked for too much during this time. Xiaohuyu calculated and quickly said, 100 drops, a total of 1,830 merit points. What do you think? Okay. Suyu also agreed happily. The price was not bad. He had spent 100 of the 11,800 merit points to enter the secret realm, so he still had 11,700 left. Apart from the 1830 he had now, he still had 9,870 left. Spending money was too fast. This was because he had only bought 20 copies of the textable that he had wanted before. After I get the heaven tier martial skill, I will probably have to open many apertures and spend money. Thinking of this, Suyu said again, buy as much of the broken mountain ox blood essence as you can. It is not limited to the early Xianxia realm, but the middle is fine too. Right now, Suyu was at the 9th layer of the 1000 June realm, and his body was strong. Middle Xianxia realm was not a big problem. Middle Xianxia realm, then the price will increase. At least 15 merit points. Xiaohuyu said hurriedly, at the Xianxia realm, the price will increase quickly. 15 is already too little for you. Go to the academy and ask. If it is less than 20 merit points, I will give it to you for free. Okay, I got it. Let's put it this way. Help me collect it as soon as possible. Okay. Xiaohuyu was overjoyed. Another big deal. This time, Suyu did not say how much he wanted. Clearly, he wanted a lot. Middle Xianxia realm, 15 merit points per drop. How about 500 drops, 500 points? Xiaohuyu did some calculations. So you should be able to take out 7,500 points. If he wanted more, this guy might not have it. That's almost 20,000 merit points. Xiaohuyu was speechless. He was really willing to spend money, 20,000 merit points. With this amount of money, there were people who dared to hunt mountain seas. Do you believe it? Of course, that was referring to those crazy people who did not care about their lives. Normally, it was not enough to hunt mountain seas with merit points. Killing an early Lingyan realm was usually worth 1,000 merit points. This fellow Su. You could really spend money. In the room, Xiaohuyu guessed what Suyu wanted to do with the blood essence. Increase strength? Is there a need for so much blood essence? The Shenwen devoured? The first Shenwen had the word blood in it. Could it be that it sucked blood to strengthen the Shenwen? Is that why his Shenwen has reached the 2nd level? But wasn't this sucking too much? If Suyu wanted to collect different types of blood essence, could it be that his Shenwen was a picky eater? Was the blood essence of the mountain-breaking ox the most fragrant? Xiaohuyu shook his head. Forget it, there was no point in guessing. When Suyu ran out of money, he might even sell his own information. Suyu, Xiaohuyu silently muttered. He hoped that this person was not a spy. Everything else could be discussed. As a member of the Xianxia clan, the son of Xiao Longwu, he was magnanimous enough to tolerate everything. The people of Dixia province were, in fact, the people of the Xianxia clan. The experts of Dixia province were, in fact, the experts of the Xianxia clan. The geniuses of Dixia province were, in fact, the geniuses of the Xianxia clan. The things he sold to Suyu weren't expensive. This was because Xianxia was actually very willing to nurture geniuses. When the geniuses became stronger, it was also the Dixia province that became stronger. Sometimes, he really subsidized it a little. Merit points were also awarded by Xianxia, if he really wanted it, Xianxia could give it to him. Of course, if he really did that, the entire system would collapse. That would be a disaster. Moreover, the war god temple and the seeker state were still in control. Suyu, Qingyun Fai. I've seen their strength. How about Wan Mingzi? How about Zhao Shiqi? Xia Huyu did some calculations. The people of the Wan clan and the Zhao clan were all Xia Jia's people. He just didn't know how the descendants of this generation were doing. When his father was in the academy, he got to know many future experts. Every prefecture master in Xia province would cultivate their own foundation from a young age. For example, the current deputy general of the Longwu army was cultivated by his father himself. For example, the current general of the demon-subduing army was also his father's friend, so he could help his father control the demon-subduing army. The general of the prefectural army was also a genius that his father had roped in back then. Xia Huyu smiled. He hoped that he could discover more geniuses and experts at the Great Xia Civilization University this time. Of course, he had to have a good temperament. But I also have to become stronger. There were no weak prefecture masters in Xia province. When his father took over the position of prefecture master, he was already at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. There were 3 prefecture masters in Xia province. The first generation, Xia of Goguryeo, had already reached the peak of invincibility. The second generation, his grandfather, was also an elite of the Sun-Moon tier. Unfortunately, he died in battle on the battlefield of the heavens. When it came to his father's generation, Xianxia might have a second invincible tier elite. It wouldn't do for him, the 4th prefecture master, to be too weak. Sigh. Xia Huyu suddenly sighed. Once his father reached the peak of invincibility, he wouldn't stay in Xia province for long. He might not have much time left. If his strength didn't increase, he might not be the 4th prefecture master. Although he was a direct descendant, Xianxia was very big, not just the direct descendant, but also his second grandfather. Second grandfather didn't care. Second grandfather still had descendants. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but think of someone. Xianxia, he was older than his father. Years ago, after his grandfather died in battle, Xia of Goguryeo didn't actually want Xia Longwu, but Xianxia to inherit the position of prefecture master. In the end, that person and Lu Wenyan's generation were all crippled. Xianxia wasn't a direct descendant of Xia of Goguryeo, but the son of Xia of Goguryeo's younger brother. However, Xia of Goguryeo's younger brother had already reached the end of his life and died. Xianxia was Xia of Goguryeo's nephew, and Xia Hoye's cousin. Speaking of which, Xia Longwu also had to call him uncle. If he hadn't been crippled, the current prefecture master wouldn't be Xia Longwu. And Uncle Chongqing, Xia Huyu muttered. Xia Jia's strongest now was Xia of Goguryeo, followed by his father, and then Xia Chongqing, the deputy principal of the Great Xia Civilization University, a civilization master at the peak stage of the Mountain Sea tier. This was Xianxia's older brother. Xia Huyu wasn't worried about him, but his bloodline also had descendants, and someone was also eyeing the position of prefecture master. The great Xianxia was actually a bit declining now. Apart from his father, there seemed to be no one else in the Sun-Moon tier. Second grandpa, thinking of his second grandpa, who had lived with him for many years, Xia Huyu smiled. Maybe. Xianxia also had a sun and a moon, one other than his father. He shook his head, and stopped thinking about it. The position of prefecture master would wait and see. If he really couldn't get it, then he'd think about it. In any case, he would be fine. His father became invincible, and so did his great-grandpa. At worst, he'd just become a spoiled brat. On the other hand, that silly sister Xia Chan seems to want to fight for it. Xia Huyu couldn't help but laugh. As for their current difficulty, it was none other than the famous genius of the academy, Xia Yuan, Xia Chongqing's descendant. Xia Yuan was a genius who could suppress Wu Qi, Bai Feng, and the others. Many people in the outside world were now staring at Xia Yuan. Once Xiao Lanwu abdicated, the most popular candidate for the position of the 4th prefecture master would not be Xia Huyo, but Xia Yuan. Xia province needed a powerful prefecture master. This was the case no matter what era it was. Xia Yuan had already stepped into Ling Yunjing on the All Heavens battlefield. Cousin Yuan, Xia Huyu mumbled. He was a genius, and his father also praised him a lot. However, his second grandpa didn't think much of him. He felt that compared to Xia Longwu and Xia Yunqi, he was still lacking. Forget it, let's focus on business first. Xia Huyu yawned and continued to sleep. Business was his priority. Some things would have to wait for the future. So you didn't care so much. After talking with Xia Huyu, he wanted to look for Baifeng to discuss some matters. In the end, his teacher disappeared again. He felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, he had someone he could ask now. When the sky was bright, Suyu called another number. Uncle Master. Suyu, what's the matter? In the library, Qinyong was in a good mood. This made Wu Jia, who was beside him, reveal a curious expression. That junior brother of his, she hadn't met him yet. Wu Jia's face was still sickly pale, but she no longer coughed. These days, her master had bought many expensive recuperation products for her. She heard that it was sponsored by this junior brother who had just entered the school. Qinyong and Suyu chatted for a while. Then come to the library. I'll have a good talk with you. Your senior sister happens to be there too. I'll teach together. Okay. On the other side, Suyu agreed happily and quickly hung up. Wu Jia waited for her master to hang up and asked curiously, Master, is junior brother Suyu coming over? Yes. Qinyong smiled faintly and said, that martial uncle of yours disappeared again. He's probably doing experiments in the middle of an experiment, causing Suyu to suffer. Whenever you encounter a problem, no one will help you. You're just like your grandmaster. He shook his head helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Your grandmaster was like this back then. He didn't teach your uncle master for more than a few days after taking him in. Wu Jia was a little depressed. Master, I heard that. Uncle Master Bai was actually a student you were going to take in, right? If that was the case, he should call him senior brother. Qinyong could not help but laugh. You could say that, but your grandmaster said that I didn't know how to teach him and took him away. In the end, he threw him to me. Qinyong did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Jia was speechless too. Grandmaster is really that. Master, you said that junior brother is already at 15 kilograms? Yes, he's very talented. With that, he looked at Wu Jia. You don't have to rush. When your injuries are healed, you'll enter Wanshi. By then, you'll be at the peak of nurturing. Wu Jia bit her lip. She was a little angry. Huang Qifeng, that bastard. I'll get revenge on him sooner or later. You, don't be so angry. Qinyong comforted. He's already entered Wanshi, the peak of nurturing. I've actually seen him before. He's very strong, much stronger than you. I'm afraid his true combat ability is comparable to Wanshi's at 5 or 5 kilograms. Although he did not want to hurt his disciple, he said, when your injuries are healed, I'm afraid he'll have Wanshi's combat ability at 6 kilograms. Wu Jia was unhappy. Wanshi's 6 kilograms, with her current combat ability at 15 kilograms, coupled with nurturing, she could put up a fight against ordinary Wanshi's at 2 or 3 kilograms. If she encountered Wanshi's 6 kilograms, she would not be able to fight at all. If junior brother Suyu is ready to enter the top 100, what if Huang Qifeng comes after him? He then said, Master, does junior brother Suyu have a chance to enter the top 100 in 3 months? Yes. Qinyong nodded. He definitely had a chance. When Suyu fought with Qingyun Fai, his combat ability had already stepped into Wanshi's. Wanshi was the standard to measure the top 100. Of course, the higher you went, the stronger you would be. The top 10 would all be able to spar with Ting Kong. Zhang Hai, who was in first place, fought with Soar before and was evenly matched. Now, it was hard to say. He might be able to win against some source level 1 kilograms. Thinking of this, Qinyong said, if Huang Qifeng really comes after him, then admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll be injured for nothing. If you're not as strong as him, then bear with it. There's no rush. Wu Jia did not say anything, feeling a little sullen. I don't want to bear with it, but Master was right. If you're not as strong as him, what can you do? Do you want junior brother to be injured by that bastard like me? the master and disciple chatted for a while. Suyu had already gone upstairs. This time, no one stopped him. After the previous incident, Xianxia had already informed everyone. These days, Zhou Pingxing was not in the library, so no one dared to provoke Xianxia. When Suyu walked to the top floor and appeared in front of Xianxia's expression changed. Ling Yun was a level 9 kilograms expert, he was only one step away from the Mountain Sea realm. How sharp his eyes were, although he did not probe Suyu and could not see his specific realm, when he saw Suyu's state, he immediately found that it was different from before. At this moment, Xianxia lost his composure. He stood up and looked at Suyu with a strange look in his eyes. He carefully looked at Suyu, then turned to look at his disciple. His expression changed. His disciple was also a proud and arrogant person. If this, would his injuries worsen? Xianxia instantly thought of this. In the next moment, he hurriedly said, Suyu, you're here. Come into the room with me first. I have something to say to you. Suyu was a little confused, but he nodded. Looking at the girl beside him, Bare One's teeth grinned and said honestly, hello, senior sister. Wu Jia saw that he was smiling brightly and was in a good mood. She smiled and said, junior brother looks so handsome when you smile. Go in with master first. We'll talk later. Okay. Suyu nodded with a silly smile like an obedient child. Scratching his head, he followed Xianxia into the room. Xianxia had his back to them, feeling a little helpless. This kid, what was he pretending? How dare he lie to your senior sister? Forget it, he even lied to me. If I hadn't seen him being dishonest last time, who would know that my martial nephew was so daring and cheated tens of thousands of merit points in one go? My junior brother is also an honest person. Why did he accept this kid as his disciple? The first thing Xianxia did after entering the room was to seal the surroundings. He said in a low voice, you broke through? Yes, it was a fluke. Suyu smiled brightly and said with some embarrassment, I devoured a lot of blood essence. It's all because Master Shinwen is strong. The Shinwen that you sketched for me is too useful. In addition, I took a lot of merit points previously, so I went to exchange for some blood essence. I didn't expect to break through. Now, Suyu could push anything to his blood underling. No one could tell anyway. The blood essence and the blood Shinwen matched very well, so he could hide something. Shinwen, Xianxia was speechless. Even Bai Feng didn't have such a strong Shinwen. But a casual Kaiyuan art actually made Suyu sketch an extremely special Shinwen. If he was Bai Feng, he would probably vomit blood in jealousy. 6th layer of 15 caddies? He didn't check, but he felt that Suyu must have broken through. Suyu smiled foolishly again, that, a little stronger, 7th layer, so fast. Xianxia sighed. Late stage, it was really too fast. This disciple of his had entered the sect for more than 2 years, and now he was only at 9th layer of 15 caddies. Suyu was about to catch up. It was really scary. Suyu smiled foolishly again. He had to smile. He was afraid that his senior uncle would hit him. He whispered, Senior uncle, I need to be a little stronger, and? That, probably. I reached 9th layer, bang. Xianxia kicked the big vase next to him, and his willpower instantly erupted, shrouding Suyu. The next moment, Xianxia pointed at Suyu, and his mouth opened, for a long time. I haven't seen you for a few days, what did you do? Does your master know? I don't know, I didn't see him. Xianxia suppressed his surging emotions, thought for a moment, and said, when you tell your master, don't put any valuables around him. Stay away from him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he'll kill you if he's not careful. Xianxia coughed and said, your master has just entered 8th layer of Soar. He may not be able to control his strength. Be careful. If it doesn't work, you can call me to protect you. Suyu was stunned. Is it that serious, senior uncle? Do I still dare to say it after you said that? I'm afraid of death. Thinking of how his master almost smashed his head when he was 5th layer, Suyu was a little embarrassed. Maybe I won't say it. When I reach Soar, I'll tell him. He won't kill me then, right? Xianxia's emotions were a little complicated. 9th layer, this guy, what kind of freak is this guy? He's actually in the same realm as Wu Jia. Wu Jia has been in the house for more than 2 years. If his disciple knew about this, he would be ashamed to jump off a building. 10 floors is not low, he will die. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, don't tell your senior sister later. Give her some time to adapt. After all, your senior sister is still injured. Be considerate. It's too hard for me. Xianxia was helpless. Fortunately, this was not his disciple. Otherwise, he would be in contact with him every day and be hit every day. It's good to be his junior brother's disciple. That guy is simple-minded. He will be surprised for a while and then recover. Xianxia suddenly laughed, feeling some sympathy for his junior brother. Xianxia really couldn't accept it. 15 kilograms, although he was emotional, Xianxia quickly frowned, too much essence blood was swallowed, and there are too many types. Vitality is mixed, and there is a lot of essence blood power. Acupoints are mixed. It doesn't affect me much at 15 kilograms, but it will be troublesome at Xianxia. Suyu nodded and said honestly, Uncle Master, I will slowly purify it later. It will take a lot of time. I'm afraid it will delay the time you enter Xianxia. Suyu nodded. Of course, he was too embarrassed to say that he could use the essence blood of the radiant bird to purify the vitality. Go out, I will teach you later. Thank you, Uncle Master. The two of them chatted for a while and walked out of the room together. Outside, Wu Jia saw them come out. She brushed away the hair that covered her face and looked at the two of them. She said coquettishly, Master, you are still talking to junior brother in private. Is there something you can't tell me? Xianxia scoffed. Of course I can't tell you. If I tell you, you will explode too. Cut the crap. Pack up and sit down to listen. I will talk to your junior brother about Xianxia. It's too early for him. I have heard it all. Wu Jiao looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Junior brother, my master is very naggy. You will cry later. Suyu maintained his smile and looked simple. This senior sister felt quite close to him. However, her face was a little pale and she looked a little uncomfortable. Suyu thought about it and asked, Uncle Master, does senior sister's injuries need to rest for so long? Xianxia looked at Wu Jia. Wu Jia didn't care too much. She was just a little annoyed at Huang Qifeng. She snorted and said, that bastard shattered a few of my Shenwen. The Sea of Will was injured. The Shenwen also needs to recuperate, so it will take a long time. Suyu was enlightened, the Shenwen was shattered. Senior sister, can Shenwen be restored if it's destroyed? Yes. Wu Jia's angry expression disappeared. Then, he smiled and said, of course you can. It will be similar to when you were sketching it. The foundation is still there, but you will have to spend a lot of effort to nurture it. Even without materializing, the divine rune can still be broken? Sure. Wu Jia continued, for example, your Shenwen is attached to Wenbing. Although no one can see it, Shenwen is indeed within it. If Wenbing is destroyed, it may cause damage to Shenwen. However, as long as it is not completely destroyed, it can be nurtured back. It takes time. After saying that, he added, it's fine if one or two of the Shenwens are shattered, but if more are shattered, the Sea of Will become turbulent and cause me to become like this. It's a little troublesome. These days, teacher has been helping me sort out the chaotic Sea of Will. The meaning of those words was clear. She had more than one or two Shenwens that had been destroyed. Seeing the change in Suyu's gaze, Xianxia coughed lightly and said, your senior sister is too headstrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so badly injured. She will stop when she admits defeat on stage. There are judges in public sparring. She refuses to admit defeat. This girl. Wu Jia pouted. Teacher. How can I admit defeat? He provoked me the moment he came up, saying that no one from our Shenwen's lineage can enter the top 100 ranking. The top 100 ranking isn't something that can be entered by a crippled faculty like us. I'm about to die from anger. He's just an outsider. Why are you so calculative? Xianxia said, cultivation is your own business, teacher. Wu Jia looked unhappy. She mumbled a few words, but her voice was very soft. Xianxia's face suddenly darkened as he glared at her in annoyance. So you could vaguely hear it. I haven't cultivated into a little tortoise yet. We'll talk about it when I do, Suyu held back his laughter and maintained his composure. He mustn't laugh. Qianyong walked the path of defense. Wu Jia should be the same. Of course, it could be a combination of offense and defense. He didn't ask about the specifics. Wu Jia's words were very obvious. She hadn't mastered the Shenwen's combat techniques yet. Of course, she could expand a little further. For example, Qianyong was an old tortoise while she hadn't become a little tortoise yet. Qianyong saw that Suyu's body was tense. He knew that Suyu had hurt her and was a little speechless. Don't talk so much. Come here and prepare for class. Wu Jia didn't mind. She walked over with a smile. It could be seen that she was on good terms with Qianyong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to speak so carelessly. Suyu and Wu Jia sat down side by side. Qianyong said, Suyu asked me what is the Wanshi realm, how to cultivate in the Wanshi realm, what's the difference between it and Qianjun realm, and whether one needs to enlighten their apertures. Teacher, doesn't Uncle Master teach us all these? Wu Jia asked in surprise. Suyu maintained a polite and not awkward smile. He resisted the urge to laugh out loud. Teacher, you seem to have been attacked. Qianyong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Uncle Master has been working on the talent blood essence recently. He probably doesn't have the time or has forgotten about it. He has always been like this. Don't interrupt. Oh. Wu Jia obediently retracted her body. She looked at Suyu with some sympathy. Poor junior brother, Uncle Master is very unreliable. You're really pitiful. Qianyong couldn't be bothered to say more. He continued, Wanshi, Qianjun, the outside world usually treats it as one body. It's a process of strengthening the body. Qianjun is about enlightening the apertures. Wanshi is about closing the apertures. Closing the apertures? Suyu looked puzzled. Qianyong said, didn't Baifeng tell you that the stronger you cultivate, the fewer weaknesses you have? Suyu nodded. That's right. Qianyong said, Wanshi, closing the apertures, combining 9 apertures. Let me give you a simple example. You, Suyu, have 108 opened apertures. Each level has 12 apertures. 108 apertures are spread all over your body. Is that considered a weakness? Suyu pondered and nodded, saying, yes. Although the apertures are filled with primordial qi, it's also because of this that it's too targeted. Once the apertures are opened, it'll be very troublesome. The third style of heaven-piercing kill is to break the primordial qi and break the apertures. Qianyong said, yes, that's it. So when it comes to Wanshi, we don't focus on enlightening the apertures, but on closing the apertures. You have 12 apertures in each level, forming a system. We'll combine these 12 apertures into one. Combine an aperture. When that time comes, each aperture will contain the power of 12 apertures. The apertures will be incomparably strong, the primordial qi will be dense, and it'll be easier to mobilize the power. After combining, you'll be stronger and have fewer weaknesses. That's Wanshi. Suyu was a little surprised. Wanshi was like that, closing the apertures? Uncle Master, doesn't that mean that those who cultivate low-grade yellow class techniques with only 9 apertures don't need to close the apertures at all? They'll directly reach Wanshi's 9th level? In theory, that's the case. In reality, these people are pretty much cut off from the path. So they have to at least cultivate mid-grade yellow class techniques to have any hope of entering Wanshi. Because the standard to enter Wanshi is to close the apertures. Mid-grade yellow class techniques, Qianjun opens 18 apertures. When 2 apertures are combined, they'll be considered to have stepped into the realm of Wanshi. Qianyong continued, after that, every time the apertures are combined, they'll be considered to have advanced by 1 level. When all the apertures are successfully combined, they'll form 9 apertures. At that time, Wanshi will be considered to have reached the peak. Suyu asked doubtfully, then how much will the increase in power be? A lot. Qianyong nodded, combining the apertures. First, it'll be faster to mobilize the power. Second, the weakness will be reduced. Third, if an aperture is filled with primordial qi that's several times that of Qianjun, the power unleashed won't just be a few times, it'll be even stronger. For example, if you have 108 apertures combined into 9 apertures, the power unleashed will definitely not be comparable to what you've unleashed now. Xianxia continued, in reality, the difference between Wanshi and Wanshi is very, very big. Sometimes it's frightening. Do you know why? Suyu nodded, because the number of apertures opened in Qianjun is different, that's not all. Xianxia said, even if they're both at the peak of Earth-class techniques, the difference will still be frightening. Do you know? Suyu was puzzled. Why, both of them had combined 9 apertures, why would there be such a big difference? Xianxia continued, it's not just frightening. Let me put it this way, the strongest Wanshi 9th layer will definitely have a chance to kill Soar. As for the weaker Wanshi 9th layer, it's not worth mentioning. This has little to do with techniques and techniques. Beside him, Wu Jia saw that his master was nagging and said directly, Junior brother, this is simple. For example, if you have 12 apertures in Qianjun, you just have to combine them. In fact, it's just combining 2 out of the 12 apertures to advance to Qianjun. But the powerful Wanshi chose to combine all 12 apertures. Don't you think the difference is big? Suyu was stunned and looked at Xianxia, Uncle Master, can I not combine all 12 apertures? Xianxia didn't blame Wu Jia. He nodded and said, you can. As long as you combine 2 apertures, you'll have the foundation to advance. Then you can enter the second aperture, fusing. That's why some people might not necessarily be able to combine 9 apertures when they reach the Wanshi 9th realm. They might even be able to combine more than 9 apertures, but the other apertures might not be complete. For example, Shunwen is divided into levels, Qianjun 1, Qianjun 2. Apertures are also divided. If 2 apertures are combined to advance, we usually call it the 2-stone realm. 3 is the 3-stone realm. 9 is the 9-stone realm. 10 or more is the real Wanshi realm. Xianxia said, this is a joke used by some powerhouses. It's not universal. The outside world calls it the Wanshi realm. But in fact, the difference is still very big. When a real Wanshi 9th layer meets a 2-stone 9th layer, it's almost an instant kill. Only cultivators who practice Earth-level and above techniques have a chance of becoming a real Wanshi powerhouse. Suyu looked surprised. Wanshi had so many tricks up his sleeve. Uncle Master, can anyone who practices Earth-level techniques become Wanshi? That's not it. Xianxia explained, for some people, there's really no other way. For example, your 12 apertures are combined, but it gets harder as you advance. There's no way to combine all 12 apertures. You can only combine all 8 apertures. If you can't wait, you might advance by combining all 8 apertures. Can't wait, so you thought about it. It was understandable. He felt that combining the apertures was probably very difficult. If they couldn't combine all of them for a few years, it was possible that some people would give up on combining all of them. Uncle Master, can I continue to enlighten my apertures when I reach Wanshi? Of course. Xianxia said, this has no effect on advancement. It's also unrelated. Enlightening apertures is usually used to cultivate martial arts. You can cultivate martial arts at any time, but there are differences in martial arts. There are also apertures that are combined. Xianxia said seriously, do you know what a true powerhouse cultivates a martial art to great success? Suyu shook his head. 1 aperture, 1 martial art. For example, when you practice a technique, you need to use 40 apertures. When these 40 apertures are combined, that's true success. 1 aperture, 1 martial art. Suyu was puzzled, Uncle Master, but the sky-piercing kill and God of War art overlap. How can I achieve 1 martial art for each aperture? Why not? Xianxia asked, when all the apertures of your God of War art are combined, don't tell me that the sky-piercing kill aperture is not combined. Suyu was shocked, that seemed to be the case. But, then call it Soar. Xianxia interrupted, after combining all 9 apertures, this is Wanshi 9 layers. What is Soar? Soar means combining all 9 apertures. That's why Soar is very difficult. The stronger your apertures, the harder it is to fuse and the greater the rejection. Only when they are combined can you achieve the Soar realm. Xianxia sighed. Many people, in order to soar into the sky, will give up on the fusion of some acupoints, even if they cultivate an Earth-class cultivation technique. For example, he might only fuse 9 acupoints at the 10,000 stone stage. This way, when he reaches the 10,000 stone stage, it will be much easier to fuse them. At the very least, it will not be as difficult as fusing 12 acupoints. Suyu kept nodding his head. So that's how it is. So the difference between Wanshi and Wanshi was actually so big, according to the powerhouses, 2 stones, 3 stones, until all 10 apertures are combined, only then can one be considered a true Wanshi. So his father, who practiced the 1,000-ton technique, could at most combine 4 apertures. At most, it would be the 4 stones realm, not counting the Wanshi realm. How tragic. Uncle Master, then do the 4 stones and 5 stones practitioners have any hope of advancing to soar? Of course. Chen Yong said, of course they can. It's just that they aren't strong enough, so there's still hope. Of course, the hope isn't too high, and the rate of advancement is too low. If we say that in the Wanshi realm, there's almost a 99% chance of advancing, then the 9 stones realm is 90%, and the 8 stones realm is 80%. At the 2 stones realm, there's at most a 10% or 20% chance. It's already not bad if 1 out of 10 can advance. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Chen Yong said, of course, what I said is for fighters. Actually, most of us civilizationists don't care about this. Civilizationists aren't known for their strong bodies. Under normal circumstances, even if they practice an Earth-class technique, some geniuses will at most choose to advance by combining all 10 apertures. He looked at Suyu and said, our strength lies in our willpower, in Shenwen. Otherwise, if we split our energy and cultivate on both sides, how can we become strong so quickly? This is also why every time the people from the war school fight with the people from the civilization school, before the soar, we always lose more than we win. The people from the war school only focus on cultivating their bodies, and their bodies are strong. The students at the Wanshi realm are basically those who have combined multiple apertures, unlike us. Some people just give up completely and just advance with 2 apertures. How can we fight them? Chen Yong shook his head. There were many cultivators at the 2 stones realm in the civilization school. Even if the people from the war school could not become the real Wanshi realm, they would still have 6 or 7 apertures combined. Naturally, they would not hesitate to beat them. Uncle Master. Then in our school, are there many who have cultivated to the real Wanshi realm? Not many. Chen Yong shook his head and said, or rather, very few. Even on the top 100 list, there aren't many whose bodies have entered the Wanshi realm and are considered to have reached the real Wanshi realm. The ratio is about half. The top 100 list is the list of the strongest students under the age of 30 in our school. This shows how small the ratio is. As for the Wanshi list in the war school, almost all of them are Wanshi realm, the real Wanshi realm. A few years ago, Headmaster Jing eliminated a portion of those who did not reach the Wanshi realm. Later on, he made a rule that those who did not have 10 apertures combined would not be allowed to enter the Wanshi list. For a period of time, the other party's list was empty. They would rather leave it empty than let some people be on the list, because their list was called the Wanshi list. In the eyes of outsiders, one was considered a Wanshi realm. In the war school, if one wanted to be on the list, one had to represent the face of the war school. Therefore, they simply eliminated some fake Wanshi realms. Suyu had heard of this before. It seemed that it was his own teacher who did it. After the battle, the Jing residents became famous and decided to carry out a reform. It was a bold move. Suyu asked many more questions, and Chen Yong answered all of them in detail. This was the benefit of having a real teacher. Otherwise, without a teacher, it would be difficult to ask about many things in detail in public classes. The instructors did not have so much time to explain in detail to each student. Anyway, the civilization school did not care much about physical cultivation. If one had 2 apertures combined, they would not care too much, and they would not think that one could not do it. As long as the Shenwen realm was strong and had strong willpower, one would be a powerhouse. The class lasted for more than 2 hours. Suyu asked many questions, and Chen Yong answered them in detail. This kind of Lingyu 9th tier private class required a large number of merit points to teach to the public. Wu Jia, who was at the side, almost fell asleep. It was not that she was lazy, but that she had heard almost all of them. When Suyu stopped asking questions, Wu Jia yawned and said in a daze, "Curious baby, are you done?" Suyu felt awkward. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by curious baby? I don't know these things, do I? Qinyong scolded, "You're not serious at all. Learn more from your junior brother." Cultivators seek everywhere and are not ashamed to ask questions. Even the experts of the invincible realm named their holy land seeking. There is no end to cultivation. You can only move forward by seeking everywhere. Wu Jia said aggrievedly, "Teacher, I know everything. I've heard everything you said." Chen Yong said helplessly, "You should listen more. Your junior brother, forget it, I won't say it. I'm afraid that you'll feel inferior." He was at the 9th level of 15 kilograms. He asked these questions to prepare to enter Wanshi. It was enough for him to listen to it once. Why? Because he might advance to Wanshi soon, so he didn't need to listen. "You little girl, if you don't want to enter 10,000 stones, then listen to me obediently, again and again." Wu Jia didn't know about this. After the class, she held her head and tilted her head to look at Suyu. She said with a smile, "Junior brother, I heard that you defeated Xianxia before?" "I was lucky, well done." Wu Jia said with a smile, "There's no good guy in their department. They're all bad guys. They keep bullying us. Your senior sister, I, finally made it to the top 100 list, but these B** stars have to make trouble for me. That's because you're not good enough." Chen Yong hit her. Wu Jia said aggrievedly, "Teacher, why do you always hit me today?" Chen Yong was embarrassed. He was provoked. Junior brother's disciple is about to advance to Wanshi. My disciple. Forget it. Don't think about it. Calm down. I, Chen Yong, can bear it. Wu Jia didn't mind. She smiled again. "Junior brother, teacher has been praising you. He said that you have a chance of making it to the top 100 list in 3 months. Is that true? It's the end of the year in 3 months. I should have recovered by then. Don't tell me you'll be on par with me by then?" Suyu said with a smile, "How can I compare to you, senior sister? I'll try my best in 3 months. Senior sister's willpower is full and has almost reached the peak. I'm still far from it." "That's true. Willpower improves very slowly." Wu Jia said seriously, "Junior brother, I'll have a chance of entering SOAR in another year or 2. You can't be too late. When I enter SOAR and master Shenwen's combat skills, I'll teach those guys a lesson. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, senior sister. How can it be so early?" Wu Jia chuckled. "Congratulate me in 2 years. Junior apprentice brother, once I soar into the skies, you might also enter the top ranks of the top 100 rankings. At that time, we will have a talented assistant teacher and a talented student. The Divine Runic department will be able to recruit many more students." "Yes, senior sister is right." Suyu nodded, looking very serious. Chen Yong's heart ached when he heard that. He walked out immediately. He didn't want to listen anymore. "My silly disciple. I'm afraid you'll turn the tables. If Suyu becomes a genius teaching assistant and you become a genius student, I'm afraid you won't be able to face anyone." After chatting with Wu Jia for a while, Suyu was in a good mood. This senior sister was quite talkative and kind. He had thought that she might be arrogant and cold like a mountain. She would roll her eyes and snort at you at the slightest provocation like Wu Lan. Fortunately, he was wrong. Otherwise, Suyu would have a headache. At noon, Suyu had lunch at Chen Yong's place. Only then did he bid farewell to Chen Yong and Wu Jia and left the library. After he left, Wu Jia saw her master looking down from the window. She couldn't help but say, "Teacher, why do I feel that you treat him better than me? Are you thinking of changing disciples?" Chen Yong laughed. Then, he sighed and said, "Jia, in the future, you'll have it much easier." "What?" "Nothing. Cultivate well and focus on recuperating. Don't think about other things for now. Huang Qifeng, someone will help you take care of him." "Hmm?" Wu Jiao looked down curiously. "You're not talking about Junior Suyu, are you?" Chen Yong smiled and said nothing. "Alright, in the past, there were many people from the Shenwen faction. Wu Jiao was the only one in this generation, and she was indeed under a lot of pressure. Now that there was Suyu, and he was unexpectedly talented and powerful, Wu Jia's life would be much easier in the future. 15 kilograms, Wu Jia murmured in his heart. However, it was a little difficult for Wanshi. In Suyu's acupoints, there were all kinds of blood essences and energies mixed together. It would take a lot of time to purify them. However, the essence blood of the radiant bird had a purification effect. He wanted to see if he could collect a batch later so that he could finish the purification faster. The main thing is still my willpower. I feel that my progress is a little slow. Is it because I cultivated the spirit expansion art? Suyu didn't say, and he didn't ask. However, when Suyu fought with Qingyun Fai last time, his willpower was extremely long. He wasn't sure whether Suyu cultivated the spirit expansion art or not. I forgot to ask how many merit points I spent. Forget it, it should be enough. 5,000 merit points should be enough to cultivate until Wanshi, right? Suyu must have spent a lot of merit points to improve so fast. However, he felt that 5,000 was more or less enough. This kid was really willing to spend it. After returning to the research center, Suyu began to prepare for the Shenwen competition. He had mastered 4 Shenwen. It wasn't a lot, but it was definitely not a small number for the freshmen. This batch of freshmen might have mastered more Shenwen than him, but it wouldn't exceed the fingers on one hand. Kill and blood, both Shenwen have advanced to the 2nd level. In the shard room, Suyu frowned slightly. The 2nd level Shenwen was very strong, at least much stronger than the 1st level. However, on one hand, it consumed more willpower, and on the other hand, it was harder to control. Other than that, I'm still lacking something. The blood Shenwen mainly focused on illusions and sucking blood. The kill Shenwen mainly focused on killing intent. The thunder Shenwen mainly focused on thunder. The battle Shenwen still looked very weak at the moment. It felt like the effect was average. 4 Shenwen. The real battle is actually the thunder exclamation point. The other few Shenwen were also considered to be battle, but they didn't have a direct attack method. However, the thunder Shenwen mainly focused on thunder and lightning. It had a strong killing characteristic. It would be best to outline a powerful Shenwen with strong killing power. Suyu fell into deep thought. The killing power needed to be strong. In fact, he felt that the strength Shenwen should be good. Or the explosion or explosion. Only these Shenwen had a high probability of having a strong killing characteristic. The kill Shenwen was actually not bad. However, Suyu's kill Shenwen mainly focused on the killing intent characteristic, not the strong killing characteristic. He didn't know if it hadn't been developed yet or if it hadn't been developed yet. As he thought about it, Suyu cultivated in the shard room for a while before entering the filtering room. At this moment, a textable was placed in front of him. This was bought by Xia Huyu. Suyu bought a total of 20 books. The 15-ton art was a common cultivation method on the market. This thing was similar to the Kaiyuan art that Bai Feng casually wrote back then. There was no blood essence, so it could only be stored for a short time. Books written with pure willpower and a simple medium would be consumed very quickly. Perhaps after reading it 10 times or so, the willpower attached to it would be depleted and it would turn into an ordinary text. Suyu began to read it seriously. With the willpower of the character nurturing stage, it was not difficult for him to read this kind of text. Bit by bit, bit by bit. This time, the situation of Shenwen did not appear. He did not know whether it was because he did not understand enough, or the text was too poor. It shouldn't be that the text was too bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the word blood in Shenwen. Suyu wasn't in a hurry and took his time. If he still couldn't figure it out after reading it more than 10 times, he would switch to another book. He had a lot of textable now, so he wasn't worried. Just as Suyu was silently cultivating, tempering garden, special area. In a small villa, several young men and women gathered. Xianxia was among them. In the living room, Xianxia sat at the edge. There were 6 people in the living room at the moment. Shan Shenwen was the 3rd generation of Zhou Mingren's direct descendants. There were a total of 14 people. 6 of them were sore, and the other 8 were not sore. At this moment, 6 of the 8 students without sore were present. Xianxia sat in the corner with his head lowered, not saying a word. 6 people, 2 of them were over 30 years old. Of the 4 under 30 years old, he was the only one not in the top 100 list. The group chatted for a while. After a while, a young man with an arrogant expression looked at Xianxia and said calmly, "Junior brother Chen, did Uncle Master Hu say when he will come out of seclusion?" "No." Xianxia replied. Very soon, there was silence. The arrogant young man frowned slightly and said calmly, "Oh right, my master and the others haven't been appearing recently. I heard that they are doing some research. Before they left, they told me to keep an eye on Wu Jia and Su Yu from Shan Chenwen's faction. Wu Jia is now useless. Su Yu, you fought him. What do you think?" "I lost." Xianxia was still quiet. The young man was a little unhappy and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Chen, everyone knows about this. We also know that you framed Lin Yao. There's no need to talk about this. I just want to ask you, what do you think of Su Yu's strength?" "Not bad." The young man was a little angry and said angrily, "Can't you say more?" He was a little unhappy with Xianxia's attitude. "I didn't ask you to come here for you to say not bad or not bad and the like." The young man said coldly, "When Master was in closed-door training, he told me to be careful. He said that Su Yu has secretly entered the 5th layer of 15 June and has mastered a rank 2 Shenwen. He may enter the top 100 list at any time." The others were a little surprised when they heard this. Xianxia was also slightly shocked. The 5th layer of 15,000 June, and a rank 2 Shenwen, Su Yu, that fellow, was too abnormal. "Junior brother Huang, is it true?" In the crowd, a gorgeous girl asked. The young man nodded slightly, "It's true. Otherwise, I can't be bothered to care about a guy who's not even in the top 100 list. This guy's strength isn't weak. Master said that it's only a matter of time before he enters the top 100 list. It might be within these 2 months. As he spoke, he added, "Against the multi-divine runic school, we must destroy them in one fell swoop. Now that Hong Galao isn't here, it's also the best time to suppress them. Let their legacy end in Bai Feng's generation." The young man said calmly, as if it was a matter of course. The others didn't say anything. Huang Qifeng was Qing Yuming Galao's last disciple. Although some of them were stronger and older than him, in terms of status, Huang Qifeng was higher than them. Qing Yuming took in 6 disciples. 4 of them were already sore. The last one was old and hadn't gotten sore. Now, he was almost abandoned. Therefore, among the disciples without sore, Huang Qifeng's strength wasn't the strongest, but his status was the highest among them. The others present, except for Xianxia, were Zhou Pingxing's disciples. Huang Qifeng looked at Xianxia again and said, "When you fought with Su Yu the last time, did you feel that he was hiding his strength?" "I don't know." Xianxia was still silent. Huang Qifeng was a little unhappy and said coldly, "I want to judge whether he entered the 5th layer of 15 June before fighting you, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or whether he advanced after fighting you. Do you understand?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "My skills were inferior, and I lost in one move." "How do you want me to judge?" Huang Qifeng's face was full of displeasure. After asking for half a day, this guy still had this attitude. Those who didn't know would think that he had sore. Beside him, the female student said with some disgust, "Junior apprentice brother Chen, it's fine that you lost, but don't you have a grasp of the situation?" Xianxia raised his head and looked at her. After a while, he said, "You already said you lost. What do you have grasped?" After Su Yu swallowed the essence blood, he has Wansher's battle strength. Isn't this obvious? What else is there to ask? He didn't enter the top 100 list. Asking is also useless. Don't tell me you guys will take the initiative to challenge him? Huang Qifeng said lightly, "Why not? He took the initiative to challenge us. Naturally, there won't be a problem." Xianxia frowned and said, "Senior apprentice brother Huang, you heavily injured Wu Jia last time. Director Chen and teaching assistant Bai are probably already unhappy. If you injure Su Yu too," Huang Qifeng said impatiently, "I don't need you to teach me that. Besides, are we afraid of their revenge?" Xianxia said no more. Huang Qifeng thought for a moment and said, "Let Xiaochan test him, or think of a way to force him to challenge us earlier. cripple him, and make him unable to continue living. The Xinwen faction is already more or less wiped out. At this time, they still want to take in students. Are they trying to rise from the ashes? Huang Qifeng said with some disdain, their faction expends a lot of resources. They say their battle strength is strong, but in reality, it's just that. Bai Feng expends more resources than Xia Yuan, but is he a match for Xia Yuan? The so-called Xinwen faction's battle techniques are flashy but impractical. They outline a lot of useless Xinwen, and it's useless. Simplifying the Great Tao and focusing on one is the way forward for cultivators. When the Xinwen faction was in charge of the academy, how many people were there in the Mountain Sea realm? How many people were there in Lingyun? Today, there are dozens of Mountain Sea cultivators in the academy. Why? They shared the resources that the Xinwen faction consumed with the other factions, and that's why so many Mountain Seas were born. The Xinwen faction hindered the development of the entire academy, and even humanity. Huang Qifeng spoke eloquently, he was not the only one saying these words. The entire Shan Xinwen faction was saying them. The academy had been strong in the past, but not as strong as it was now, with a lot of Mountain Sea cultivators. In their view, how did these Mountain Sea cultivators come about? They shared the resources that the Xinwen faction consumed with the others, so that the others could advance. Otherwise, if the Xinwen faction continued to suppress them, and all the resources were consumed by them, how could the others advance? Similarly, the new generation could not have too many people from the Xinwen faction, otherwise, if the resources were taken away by them, what would they do? They were huge consumers, blood essence, runes of will, one originals, and when Bing, the Xinwen faction consumed more than the others. Chen Qi pursed his lips. Huang Qifeng saw it, and his gaze changed slightly. He said coldly, Junior brother Chen, do you have a different opinion? Chen Qi said indifferently, no, how could that be? The Xinwen faction should be destroyed. The past strength is just the past. Even now, they are still immersed in the glory of the past. If they don't destroy it, who will? He said perfunctorily, disdain in his heart. He just said it in a dignified manner, they did not care about the thoughts of the upper echelons. Huang Qifeng had not reached that point yet. He wanted to suppress Su Yu and Wu Jia, but it was just to curry favor with those powerhouses. Did he not find it disgusting that he had to say it in a righteous manner? When doing bad things, they were all on the same side behind closed doors. Was there a point in saying it in a righteous manner? Who didn't know who was who? Huang Qifeng snorted coldly, looked at him, and said disdainfully, of course, even if we are at the same level, their faction is still inferior to me. But you, humph. Disgraceful. Chen Qi secretly clenched his fists, anger in his heart. After losing once, these people were now humiliating him in every way possible. Wasn't it just because he had entered the school for a few more years? Huang Qifeng had already been in the school for 5 years. What right did he have to be so arrogant? Even compared to Wu Jia had only been in the school for a little over 2 years. You entered the school 3 years earlier than Wu Jia, and you are still a Mountain Sea realm student. Now, you can't even enter the top 50 of the top 100 list, and you have the nerve to say that others are trash? 5 years, you are the real trash. Thinking this, Chen Qi held back his words. The more Huang Qifeng looked at him, the more annoyed he became. He had a feeling that this guy's eyes were filled with evil intentions, so he sneered and ignored him. After a few more words of discussion, finally, Huang Qifeng said, Chen Qi, you have been in contact with Su Yu. Keep an eye on him these days. Also, Wu Jia has been withdrawn from the top 100 list, so I have no way to cause trouble for her. Here, only you have the right to cause trouble for Wu Jia. I'll leave this matter to you. Chen Qi frowned and said, so you can be easily dealt with. I'll just keep an eye on him. Wu Jia is injured and is now in the library. How can I cause trouble for her? Huang Qifeng said indifferently, go directly. So what if you cause trouble for her in front of Chen Yong? Would Chen Yong dare to attack you? Does he not want to stay in the school anymore? Chen Qi was a little annoyed. What if he does? He knew what Huang Qifeng meant, it would be best if he did. He would have an excuse to expel them, but wouldn't he be unlucky? Did he think he was an idiot, provoking an injured student in front of Ling Yun's eyes? Did he really think that Chen Yong was dead? Huang Qifeng was vicious. He was deliberately sending him to his death, Huang Qifeng said calmly. He wouldn't dare. If he did, the Shenwen faction would be finished. I'm not going. Chen Qi stood up and said, if you want to go, then go. Huang Qifeng, don't go too far. It's bad enough that you embezzled my resources. You want me to die? Dream on. Chen Qi snorted coldly and stood up. He glanced at the few of them and sneered, Huang Qifeng, this B*****, has a vicious mind. He didn't even bother to hide the fact that he harmed his fellow disciples. I, Chen Qi, still tried to cover up the fact that I harmed Lin Yao. If I'm really a villain, then he's a hypocrite. He's not even a hypocrite. He turned and left after he finished speaking. Huang Qifeng stared at his back and said coldly, Chen Qi, your master is in seclusion. Now that I want you to do something, you come up with all sorts of excuses. If that's the case, don't think about getting any resources before your master comes out of seclusion. You won't get any merit points. Chen Qi ignored him. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were cold. He was not a good person either. Huang Qifeng relied on his identity and strength to humiliate him in every possible way. He had no way of getting back at him now. But he would not let it go just like that. Just wait and see. Sometimes, people who were supposed to be on the same side could be even more ruthless than their enemies. Among the third generation, there were 14 direct descendants. 8 of them did not have Soar. 3 of them were over 30 years old and had almost been abandoned. The remaining 5 would push him aside. The 4 of them would share all the resources of this faction. Why not? As for himself and a senior brother, he was also one of the 4. However, he did not come this time. For some reason, Chen Qi did not hold out any hope. After walking out of the special class area, Chen Qi looked back. He sneered. His master was stupid. If he allowed these people to bully him, he would end up like Lu Hongyi sooner or later. They were all direct descendants of Zhou Fuchen. Qing Yuming became Galao and the faction master. Zhou Pingxing became the deputy head of the library. His master, Hu Wensheng, was nothing and did not have a high position in the faction. It was fine if he could suppress Bai Feng in the past. But now, other than going into seclusion to break through Ling Yun, there was no other way. Huang Qifeng and the others lived in the special class area. As for him, Chen Qi could only live in the high-class area. It was not that he did not have money. It was just that his teacher had instructed him not to live too close to Huang Qifeng and the others and to tolerate them. Teacher, you are too weak. Chen Qi muttered in his heart. These fellows were insatiable. Otherwise, how could Huang Qifeng be so arrogant? After walking away for a while, Chen Qi dialed a number. After waiting for a moment, he said with a deep voice, I am Chen Qi. On the other side of the call, Suyu was taken aback. Huang Qifeng has his eyes on you. He is not at the 9th layer of Thousand June, but the 2nd layer of Wanshi. His willpower is at 96%. Shenwen has 3 of them. The demon race is fighting, the dragon race is robust, and the last one is Shenwen. I don't know what it is exactly. Not many people know, but I know some of its effects. It is related to confinement. It is very powerful. Suyu was silent. Chen Qi did not mind and continued, Huang Qifeng wants to suppress you and Wu Jia until they have nowhere to go before Hong Galao returns. It would be best if he could not enter the top 100 list. He might even take the initiative to drop out of school or change departments to be his stepping stone. Of the 6 students, Grandmaster Jing is the weakest. He hasn't been able to reach Soaring Sky in 5 years, so he's getting impatient. He needs more support, but he's not strong enough to reach Soaring Sky. Right now, his best chance is to crush all of you and make you despair. This time, he has his eyes on you. He also knows that you have entered the 5th layer of Thousand June and Shenwen has entered the 2nd stage. Your hidden strength has been exposed. The day you enter the top 100 list is the day he will attack you, and even before that, he will arrange for someone to provoke you. Suyu was silent for a while and said slowly, how many acupoints did he close to advance? 9 acupoints. Chen Qi said coldly, this guy closed 9 acupoints to advance. Don't underestimate him. There are not many civilization masters who have closed 9 acupoints. His main strength is not his body, but the fighting Shenwen. It makes him extremely powerful. His real strength is probably at the fourth layer of Wanshi. The real fourth layer of Wanshi. Suyu thought for a while and said, "Does he have money?" Xianxia was speechless. He said in a low voice, "Yes, but don't even think about it. Suyu, I know you are confident and arrogant, but you are no match for him." Suyu smiled. "I know that. Thanks for the reminder. I don't plan to fight with him. I am not strong enough. I will endure it for a while. You don't need to remind me." After that, Suyu asked curiously, "He defeated my senior sister. Is he really not holding back?" Xianxia was speechless. "Of course not. Is there a need to ask? He is much stronger than Wu Jia. How can Wu Jia be his match?" "I see." Suyu smiled. "All right, thank you. I know you are up to no good, but it doesn't matter. By the way, is there anyone from Shan Shenwen's faction among the freshmen? I mean, the direct disciples." "Xia-chan, I know. Is there no one else?" "There's one more." Qianqi thought for a while and said, "Xinghong. The genius in your class is Jinggalao's grandson, but he keeps a low profile. His target is not you. He entered the school because of Xia-chan, Wan Mingzi, and the rest. But it's hard to say now. Be careful." Xinghong, Suyu was surprised. Xinghong was the one who kept a low profile. Among the 6 geniuses in his class, he was the one who kept the lowest profile. Xia-chan, Qingyun Fai, Zhao Shiqi, Wan Mingzi, and Hu Qiuxing. Suyu had some understanding of him. Xinghong was the only one who he had almost forgotten. The information that Xia Huyu gave him did not include Xinghong's information. Suyu frowned. "Xinghong is Jinggalao's grandson?" "Yes." Qianqi said in a low voice, "Not many people know about this. Huang Qifeng said it accidentally. He is Jinggalao's last disciple, and is very familiar with Jinggalao's family. Xinghong has not studied with Jinggalao, but with Sun Galao." Suyu understood. There were many Mountain Sea Realm experts in the Shan Shenwen faculty, including one with the surname Sun and another with the surname Zhao. They were Lu Hong's teachers. So that was it, Sun Galao students. Suyu had not noticed. He had been watching Zhou Mingren's faculty. "Got it. Thank you." Suyu thanked him politely and hung up. In the research center, Suyu laughed and sighed. What a mess. The Shan Shenwen faculty was also in a mess. Zhou Mingren, Sun Galao, Zhao Galao, these people did not seem to be of one mind. Did they not see Lu Hong being ostracized? This was something that could still be seen. Chen Qi had schemed against Lin Yao, and now Huang Qifeng seemed to be targeting Chen Qi as well. Otherwise, Chen Qi would not have tipped him off. Suyu suspected that without the Shan Shenwen faculty, these people would fight among themselves. Teacher and Uncle Master are doing well. I even suspect that Principal Zhou and the others are doing this on purpose. At this moment, he had a vague idea. They were deliberately not suppressing Bai Feng and the others, otherwise, according to Bai Feng and the others, the Shan Shenwen faculty would be miserable. If that was the case, why did Bai Feng not seem to be in any trouble, creating an enemy to maintain the peace of the Shan Shenwen faculty? Grandmaster might just be a target for outsiders. The impression that Hong Tan gave Suyu was that he did not care about external affairs and only cared about research. In Suyu's opinion, it was too easy to ostracize such a person. The Shan Shenwen faculty had been struggling for so many years, but Hong Tan was still in the academy. Did he go easy on them? Or was the Grandmaster that he had never met really that powerful? Let's wait a little longer. Suyu suppressed his impulse. After he purified his primordial qi and obtained a heaven-class cultivation technique, he would go and find trouble with him after drawing some Shan Shenwen faculty, as long as he had money. Indeed, the Shan Shenwen faculty was rich. Now, he was too lazy to do those missions, and he could not go to the heavenly battlefield. Without any income, he could not just sit around and eat. The Shan Shenwen faculty was his source of income. It was impossible for him to do the missions now. Furthermore, the Shan Shenwen faculty was poor. He could only rely on them. Zheng Hong, Lu He, and Yang Sha, Lu Hong's eldest disciple. One step at a time, Suyu was not in a hurry. Even if he wanted to snatch money, he had to snatch it one by one. From the weak to the strong, he had to snatch it one by one. As for whether Lu Hong was a spy or not, it had nothing to do with merit points. Even if he was, weren't their identities different now? Shouldn't he put on an act for others to see? Wouldn't it be easier for him to conceal his identity if he snatched his student? Suyu felt at ease. I'm helping you to conceal your identity. Teacher Liu, am I not very understanding? While thinking about this, Suyu did not forget to look at the text of will. As he looked, Suyu's expression changed. Was he going to form Shenwen? What do you mean? Am I comprehending the true meaning? This word will never be suitable for me. Sinister. Yes, sinister, 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 Suyu frowned. What does this mean? I was just thinking about it. Why are you so eager to jump out? Do I lack a word from you? I'm short of 94 Shenwen. Do I care about one less? Suyu rolled his eyes and mumbled, it's not sinister, it's sinister. It should be a Shenwen with concealment abilities. That's right, that must be it. After consoling himself, Suyu would never admit that he was a sinister person. He, Suyu, was open and aboveboard. He had a bright smile, was bright like the sun, was simple and honest, and had almost no flaws. He would never lie. This word must mean that he had comprehended the true meaning of concealment. At the next moment, a few Shenwen popped out. In his mind, the word kill Shenwen exploded with killing intent. This new Shenwen was dispirited and weak. The word blood Shenwen circled around the word in Shenwen. It seemed to feel bored and jumped back into the Shenwen saber. The thunder underling was eager to try and slash it. In the end, the other party was paralyzed from fear. It didn't have a chance and returned unhappily. At this moment, Suyu was speechless. Is it so weak? Why does it feel like it can't resist at all? It wasn't even comparable to the word battle previously. The fellow who wrote this text of will was probably weaker than his teacher and even more irresponsible. The word in Shenwen didn't seem to have any damage. After being kicked a few times by the battle underling, it jumped into the frame of a Shenwen and obediently lay down. At this moment, some thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. Shenwen's characteristic. Amen? Suyu was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? This Shenwen's characteristic is very trashy. But even though this characteristic is trashy, it seems to be useful to me. Create a layer of shadow boundary. Suyu's willpower moved. His vision turned slightly dark as he covered his eyes. Of course, he knew that this characteristic was very weak and wasn't very useful. But, it seemed like it could cover other things. At the next moment, in Suyu's body, the opened acupoints that were originally shining brightly were suddenly covered by a black screen. The acupoints instantly dimmed. Suyu mumbled, why would I think of covering my acupoints? This was his first thought. Seriously, I didn't intend to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. But the instant the shadow boundary appeared, he had such a thought. Such a weak boundary wasn't even as good as his own illusion against the enemy. But against me, covering my acupoints seems to be very suitable. Suyu let out a long sigh. This trashy Shenwen is useless. What's the use of covering my acupoints? I'm a righteous person. Why would I be afraid of others knowing my strength? What a joke. As he spoke, his willpower erupted. Shadow boundaries appeared in his body one after another, covering each acupoint. The originally bright 108 acupoints gradually dimmed. 12 dimmed, 24 dimmed, 36 dimmed. When there were only 70 acupoints left, Suyu stopped covering them. His willpower didn't consume too much, so it wasn't too difficult to maintain it. 15 kilograms, almost 6 kilograms. Unless an expert's willpower goes deeper and breaks my shadow boundary. But if that happens, I'll become a mortal enemy. Huang Lao and the others spied on him, but it was just a simple probing of their willpower. Breaking the shadow boundary would be considered an attack. If an expert attacked him, it would be a violation of the Academy's rules. He would be severely punished. Suyu's bare one's teeth smiled. It was barely a function. After reading 3 texts of will, this was the only one that could capture a Shenwen. Forget it, it was better than nothing. Now, he had at least 5 Shenwen, not bad. At the second rank, I'm afraid it can block the forceful probing of Soar. Suyu murmured. This Shenwen's advancement to the second rank was not bad either. The character was outlined in Shenwen. For Suyu, it still had some use. He didn't want to expose the 9th layer of 15 kilograms so quickly. It would be much better after a while. As for the 2 in the secret realm, Suyu didn't care too much. These 2 didn't belong to Shenwen's faction. The last time he broke through to the 5th layer of 15 kilograms, there was no news that spread. September 25, Suyu obtained 100 drops of Radiant Bird's blood essence, worth 800 merit points. 10 drops of soul-devouring insect's blood essence, worth 30 merit points. As for the mountain-breaking ox's blood essence, he had to wait for another 2 days. According to Xia Huyu, he was transferring the goods. The mountain-breaking ox's blood essence had been trading too much recently, and he was transferring it from the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu was speechless. If the other party's business could reach the All Heavens battlefield, what could he say? He could only wait. Perhaps the blood essence would be fresh and warm, but the mountain-breaking ox would be out of luck. After spending 830 merit points, Suyu was left with 10,870 merit points. Suyu applied for leave again. After entering the advanced class, he frequently applied for leave. As for the position of class monitor, there wasn't much to do. There were few people in the advanced class, and there were often people missing. Suyu didn't care that Lu Hong wanted to find trouble with him. As for the comment about not being able to shoulder heavy responsibilities, Suyu had already thought it through. First, strengthen yourself. Without enough strength, no matter how good the comment was, it was useless. With enough strength, he could naturally think of ways to eliminate all obstacles. Research Center. Suyu swallowed a drop of Xianxia Realm Radiant Bird's blood essence. The book absorbed it, and the original book showed some changes. Radiant Bird, Xianxia Level 2 Race Skill, Brilliant, Blood Essence Activated, Basic Essence Art, Purifying Essence Art, Blood Essence Activated. Suyu swallowed another drop of blood essence and activated the Basic Essence Art. This time, many acupoints were opened. Unlike the other essence arts he had activated in the past, when the Essence Cleansing Art was activated, the surrounding Essence Chi was being absorbed by Suyu while the Essence Chi in his acupoints was being weakened. The newly entered Essence Chi was not absorbed by Suyu's acupoints. Instead, it was constantly cleansing his acupoints. The Essence Chi in the acupoints was slowly being expelled. His acupoints were also cleansed, becoming increasingly bright. As expected. Suyu's face lit up. It really worked. Although he felt that this primordial cleansing art had the effect of purifying Essence Chi, when he really used it, it still made Suyu very happy that it could purify Essence Chi. The purer one's origin energy was, the easier it would be to mobilize it, and the stronger the explosive power, the faster it would be. Moreover, Suyu now understood that the purer one's Yuan Chi was, the easier it would be to unite the acupuncture points. The impure primordial Chi would cause the acupoints to reject it. Radiant Bird, Suyu was delighted. As expected, there were no useless races and no useless origin arts. It all depended on how they were used. The primordial cleansing art was a trash origin art when used in battle, but it was a treasure when used to purify Essence Chi. He swallowed a few drops of Essence Chi and constantly purified his Essence Chi. Suyu was also interested in the Radiant Bird's innate skill. Dazzling? Could it be a skill that emitted light? Although he knew a little about the Radiant Bird, he didn't know much about its innate skill. There didn't seem to be any information about it in the book. Could it be for healing? Suyu had some expectations. He felt that it was for healing. If possible, he couldn't help but think of Qingyun Fai. That guy had a healing Shenwen. In a serious situation, he used Shenwen to heal his injuries instantly. Suyu didn't delay. He directly swallowed a drop of Essence Chi and activated Dazzling. After a moment, Suyu was a little disappointed. It wasn't for healing, it was a sober type ability. Suyu sensed it. It should be able to restore clarity when his consciousness was in a muddled state. It was a special skill, it was quite useful. For example, when he was seriously injured and unconscious, he could use Dazzling. Although it couldn't heal him, it could at least keep him in a clear state. What about against illusions? Suyu murmured. In a situation where he was in an Illusion, could dazzling help him see through it? Unfortunately, his own illusion couldn't affect him. Otherwise, he could give it a try. Without testing the skill, Suyu continued to activate the primordial cleansing art to purify his essence chi. The impure essence chi was expelled bit by bit. Some dim acupoints, after being cleansed, were incomparably resplendent. Suyu felt that he could use essence chi like the back of his hand. Previously, he had opened too many acupoints, which made him feel a little blocked. Now, all of it had disappeared. Suyu's body gradually emitted some light. It looked somewhat holy. At this moment, if Suyu walked out and emitted light like a saint, who would believe that he was a bad person? He was not. 1 day, 2 days. Outside of the mystic realm, the consumption of essence chi wouldn't be that fast. For 2 consecutive days, Suyu used the radiant bird's essence chi to purify his acupoints. On the 3rd day, on the night of the 27th, Suyu had consumed all the radiant bird's essence chi, and his acupoints were almost cleansed from head to toe. The moment the acupoints were cleansed, Suyu's body trembled, light bloomed. At this moment, Suyu was really dazzling. On his body, 118 acupoints bloomed with resplendent light. Among them, 108 were Aries art acupoints, 1 was Lei Yuan Dao acupoint, and 9 were basic acupoints. At this moment, all 118 acupoints bloomed with light, incomparably resplendent, as if a saint had descended. Suyu's body trembled. The dust on his body and broken hair fell to the ground. Not a speck of dust could be seen. His eyes were incomparably bright. Suyu grinned. His teeth were pure white, and his smile was even more brilliant and gentle. It's too dazzling. Suyu smiled bitterly. If he walked out like this, he would simply be a target. He didn't expect that after purifying so many times, he would actually become like this. He felt like he was almost transparent. Fortunately, I have an extra Shunwen. At this moment, Suyu was really glad that he had an extra Yin Shunwen. In the next moment, the acupoints dimmed one by one. Until all the acupoints in his body stopped shining, Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the abnormality was concealed. This is much better. As long as I keep activating it, that kind of situation won't happen. I just don't know how long it will last. Suyu was also afraid of trouble. Right now, it was concealed very well. Once he used the acupoints, that layer of concealment would definitely be broken. When he fought, did he have to transform into a light man? It's the 27th, Suyu murmured. Tomorrow was the 28th. When was the last time he fed the monsters below? The 22nd. It's only been 5 days. Suyu murmured. It wasn't that he forgot, but that he couldn't be bothered to feed them. In any case, these fellows didn't do anything for the past 10 days. How could they starve to death so easily? Baifeng didn't think much of it. Suyu became increasingly daring. If he didn't starve them, they wouldn't know what pain was. Look at how he starved Dendrolamus previously. Even a heaven-tier cultivation art appeared. If he starved them for a few more days, there might be something good. All of them were despicable. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat them, Suyu felt that he would definitely be able to dig out something good from them. He went downstairs. The elusive Baifeng was actually eating in the living room. Teacher. Suyu was a little happy. It had been a few days since he last saw him and he missed him a little. As Baifeng ate his instant noodles, he raised his head and looked at Suyu. He blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Why do I feel that you are a little different?" Simple and unadorned, these 4 words appeared in Baifeng's mind. This kid looked a little impetuous before, but why did he feel a little pure and unadorned now? These 4 words appeared on Suyu, which made him feel a little strange. Suyu smiled. Baifeng was in a daze for a moment. This kid's smile was really good-looking. Could it be that he had been in seclusion for too long that he felt that men were good-looking? To hell with it, should he go out and hook up with beautiful girls? Teacher. Suyu grinned, revealing his teeth. There's nothing different. It's just that I've been reading a lot recently, and my scholarly aura has flourished. Maybe that's the case. Hey, kid, I'm just praising you, and you're praising yourself. Baifeng laughed in spite of himself. You're full of knowledge? How many books have you read? Which researcher in the Civilization Academy hasn't read more than you? Kid, you're still putting on an act. After saying that, Baifeng's body shook. His white robe fluttered, and his beard was instantly shaved clean. He stood up, waved his robe, and said lightly, "Teacher, I'm the one." "You're still too inexperienced." Suyu was speechless. Was he going to fight over this? "Teacher. Clean the noodles in your mouth." Baifeng was speechless, and his temperament instantly disappeared. He sat down and continued to eat, grumbling, "If you know that I haven't eaten, put more delicious food in the fridge. Every time I come out, I only have instant noodles. Don't you know how to care about me?" Suyu walked to him helplessly and sat down opposite him. "Teacher, why don't you marry a mistress and cook for us?" Baifeng glared at him. This kid was really daring. As he thought about it, he smiled. "Don't say, I also said the same thing to your grandmaster back then. It's a pity that your grandmaster didn't marry. Otherwise, someone would be cooking for us now. Kid, why don't you find one?" "No, Teacher Lu said that women will hinder our cultivation." Suyu said seriously, "Teacher Lu is single, so is Grandmaster, you, and Uncle Master. Therefore, I think that Shenwen's lineage is suitable for single people. It will really hinder our cultivation. Otherwise, why is everyone in our lineage single?" Baifeng was suddenly speechless. "Damn it, what you said makes so much sense. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Our lineage, why are we all single?" Baifeng ate his instant noodles as he pondered about life. After a while, he suddenly said, "I kind of understand why Shenwen's lineage declined. There are too many single bastards without descendants. Look at others, Shenwen's lineage, this one has a son, that one has a grandson, a whole nest of bastards. Out of 100, only one of them is successful. There's no need to recruit outside." Baifeng nodded in agreement as he spoke. "No wonder our lineage declined, it was mainly because there were too many single people. Otherwise, with a large number of descendants, any genius could solve a lot of problems." Suyu thought about it and suddenly felt that it made sense. "Teacher, why don't you find a mistress?" "Get lost." Baifeng said angrily, "In the entire academy, who is worthy of me?" "Baifeng. What about Wu Lan's sister?" "Tisk." Baifeng said disdainfully, "She's a crazy woman. I don't like her." After that, he directly changed the topic. "Cut the crap. How's your cultivation recently?" "Not bad. Do you have a new outline of Shenwen?" "I have one." "Really?" Baifeng was shocked. "He really succeeded? Is it the strong character of the demon scorpion race?" "No, Wan Shenwen is very difficult to outline. It's the battle character of the human race." So you did not mention the outline of the battle character. Of course, he had used it last time, so Qinyong knew about it. As for Baifeng, so you really did not mention it. Baifeng did not seem to ask about it either, so you almost forgot whether he had mentioned it to Baifeng. As it turned out, he really did not mention it. Baifeng said with a look of surprise, "The word battle? Not bad. Just from the name, I know it's from the battle system. Not bad. You actually outlined another one. It's from the human race?" "Yes. Looks like you really have a good affinity with the human race's Shenwen. Which text of Will did you comprehend it from?" "You wrote the God of War Arts 1510 chapter for me." Baifeng was speechless. "Damn it, you can actually comprehend the Shenwen that I wrote. Why can't I? Am I only suitable to write the text of will for others?" "In that case, you have 4 Shenwen, and one of them is even a second level one," Suyu said timidly. "Teacher, 2 second level ones, don't you remember?" "Yes?" Baifeng was stunned again. He glanced at Suyu. "Is that so, too? Isn't there only the word kill? There's also the word blood." Baifeng felt that he might have dementia. "Did you say it before? Why don't I remember? I only remember asking you if you broke through because of the word kill." "You said yes, and then, there's no then." He thought about it carefully. "So you did not mention the word blood after that. Did he also break through?" "Right. I forgot. Lu Hong, that bastard, mentioned it before." Baifeng mumbled in his heart. He had forgotten about it. This brat actually really advanced to the next rank. He had forgotten to ask about this because he was busy with the mountainous sea seclusion seeking invitation. Feeling a little awkward, Baifeng coughed dryly. He didn't seem to care about this kid. The main reason was that this kid would change every few days. Every time he came out of seclusion, the kid's strength would change. He could barely keep up with the pace. 4 divine runes. 2 of them are tier 2, Baifeng mumbled and asked, how many apertures have you unlocked? A little more, oh. Baifeng heaved a sigh of relief and didn't ask any more. He remembered that he had only been in seclusion for a few days. He only entered the laboratory on the 22nd. It hadn't even been a week. No matter how fast Suyu was, there was no way he could advance to 6 Dan 15 June in a few days, right? Seeing that he didn't ask any more, Suyu didn't say anything. My apertures are too bright today. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. It's hard to explain why it's so bright. Oh right, last time, cough cough, I heard, your martial uncle said that when you fought with Qingyun Fai, you seem to have used the spirit expansion art. What happened? I didn't. Suyu shook his head and said, I don't know this, and Teacher Zhao didn't teach it to me. But when I asked Teacher Zhao to make Wenbing for me, he seemed to have hammered my head a few times. Then I realized that my willpower is stronger than before, and my full capacity has decreased a little. Teacher, didn't you notice? Baifeng cursed in his heart, I'm not a god. Am I supposed to look at you, the Sea of Will? He did sense that his full capacity had decreased a little, but it wasn't much. In addition, when he saw Suyu the last time, this guy was injured. He thought it was because of the injury, so he didn't think too much about it. Hammering your head a few times can strengthen your willpower? Baifeng was also a little confused. What kind of technique is this? Is the spirit expansion art like this? Then should I find old devil Zhao to hammer me a few times? His willpower wasn't weak, but it was only relatively speaking. Once he used the dragon-slaying sword, he would be exhausted in 2 or 3 moves. If he went all out, he might be finished in 1 move. Should I go find a hammer too? Baifeng felt dazed. He looked at Suyu again for a while and felt helpless. He no longer bothered about this and said, in a few days, during the competition in Shenwen, you must win and win back the mountain and sea seclusion post. It's fine if you lose the other things, but it's embarrassing if you don't win it as a public prize. Suyu nodded his head solemnly. Definitely. Teacher, don't worry. Of course he had to win. If he didn't win, the heaven-grade cultivation technique would be snatched away. Furthermore, it might be left behind by an invincible realm ranker, known as Eternal. What was the concept of eternity? Suyu was excited just thinking about it. Seeing that this brat was full of fighting spirit, Baifeng didn't say anything else. He was in a good mood and said with a smile, I don't have time to teach you during this period of time. You just have to continue cultivating step by step. Teacher's research is about to come to fruition. Brat, do you know? I think I'm going to discover the location of the talent Shenwen. Baifeng said excitedly, don't be in a hurry to determine the master of Shenwen. Wait until I discover the talent Shenwen and develop it. You can use the talent Shenwen to become the master of Shenwen. It will definitely be stronger than the current Shenwen. Teacher, that's the human race's Shenwen. It's fine. Baifeng said happily, the other human race's Shenwen might be weak, but the talent Shenwen is definitely not weak. Of course, wait a little longer. My research has reached a bottleneck. It's best to wait for your grandmaster to come back and study together. If we succeed, we will immediately rise to prominence with the addition of the Shenwen clan. The talent Shenwen clan, not to mention anything else, just using this as an entry-level unique skill, how many people would flock to it? Of course, the specific situation would be seen when the time came. Suyu nodded his head. He was also a little expectant. The talent Shenwen clan, what was the talent skill of the human race? If it was really developed, it would be amazing. Baifeng smiled as he wolfed down the food. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Baifeng really put in a lot of effort in his research. If it was him, would he have the perseverance? Baifeng ate for a while and burped. He laughed and said, then I'll go down first. Don't forget to feed me. Also, remember to remind me the next time you sketch the Shenwen clan. He realized that his immunity was much stronger now, Suyu sketched the Shinwen clan again. He wasn't too surprised when two Shinwen clones advanced. He was a little used to it, he actually didn't shock him this time. He really wasn't used to it. It's good that his performance is average. At least he won't lose his composure every time. Baifeng laughed in his heart. It was pretty good. Just like this, the next time he came out of seclusion, even if this kid entered the 7th level of 15 caddies and sketched the Shinwen clan again, he wouldn't be surprised. I can imagine it, Baifeng chuckled in his heart. He didn't talk nonsense with Suyu and quickly drilled into the ground. Suyu shook his head. This teacher of his felt like a complete otaku now. He didn't step out of the door. Fortunately, he was reliable as a student. Otherwise, he would have been finished. September 28, Suyu went to class again. The existence of the shadow barrier saved him a lot of trouble. As the monthly examination approached, the atmosphere in the class gradually became tense. The monthly examination for the advanced class wasn't the same every time. Last month was the first month of school. Hence, the examination was considered gentle. But the following monthly examination wouldn't be so gentle. September 29, Suyu saw Lu Hong, whom he hadn't seen for some time. Lu Hong entered the door and didn't waste any time. He quickly said, I have a few announcements. First, the Shinwen competition will start tomorrow. Second, the monthly examination will also start tomorrow. Third, the ranking of the top 100 will be updated on the 3rd of every month. When it ends on the 3rd, you can go and challenge the students in the top 100. Lu Hong looked at Suyu, Qingyun Fai, and the others. Finally, he looked at Jiao Mingzhen and the others. He smiled and said, if everyone is confident, you can go and give it a try. The monthly examination is in the afternoon. The Shinwen competition is in the morning. This is to prevent you guys from not having the energy to participate after the monthly examination. The Shinwen competition will be participated by all the advanced class students. Of course, this time, it's the freshman competition. As for the reward for the first place, I've already said it. Mountain and Sea Seclusion Invitation. Second place, a spirit consolidating pill. It can help everyone stabilize their willpower. When cultivating, it can make one's willpower more stable, allowing one to persist for a longer time. Third place, a divine talisman. Wansher's early offensive divine talisman. The rewards for the top 3 were not bad. However, the reward for the first place. Strictly speaking, it might not be comparable to the rewards for the second and third places. However, it was left behind by a mountain sea cultivator, and it was left behind by an 8th tier mountain sea cultivator, so everyone was somewhat interested. Many people also asked about it and looked at Suyu. Suyu did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, that was left behind by my grandmaster. It was stolen. Tomorrow, I must obtain the mountain and sea seclusion invitation. I, Suyu, am not talented, but I will definitely go all out tomorrow. I will not show mercy. Students can compete with me, but I won't hold back. Everyone was silent. Suyu had always been easy to talk to in class. It seemed that he was serious this time. Suddenly, someone laughed and said, I'm also quite interested in this. Suyu turned his head, his eyes cold. Jiao Mingzhen laughed and said, but forget it. I can't be bothered to compete for this. It's useless and somewhat useless. I won't participate. The Shinwen competition is really boring. What does Suyu mean? Jiao Mingzhen laughed and lowered his head to eat, ignoring him. Nonsense, I can't go. The Shinwen competition used a small arcane realm, which could only withstand the nurturing Shinwen. If he went, the arcane realm might explode. That Shinwen arcane realm was not the eternal Shinwen. It was only left behind by a peak mountain sea cultivator. It was still lacking something. He was also a mountain sea cultivator. Once his willpower penetrated it, it might explode. Otherwise, he really wanted to cause trouble for Suyu and give Suyu a blow. On the stage, Lu Hong glanced at him. Jiao Mingzhen will participate? He had thought that this guy would definitely participate. Interesting. Is he hiding his strength, or is there some other reason? As for Suyu, there was no need for him to provoke Suyu this time. He was afraid that he would not be careless this time. There would be a good show to watch tomorrow. However, this kid's willpower was not too strong. He might not be able to win tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lu Hong did not mind adding fuel to the fire. He smiled and said, "Right, there's a researcher who also likes this mountain sea seclusion-seeking post. Unfortunately, he took it out as a reward. That person is very regretful. I heard someone say that he is willing to pay 300 merit points to buy this post. 300 merit points is not a small amount. Students, work hard. If you find a suitable partner, you might even be able to sell it for 500 merit points." As soon as he said this, the expressions of many people in the class changed. 500 merit points. For them, even if they had a lot of businesses, 500 merit points was a huge sum. The blood essence of the Xianxia realm could buy dozens of drops. The original copy of the Xianxia realm could buy a few books. The text of will, written on the spot, could buy a few books of the Soar realm. With so many merit points, apart from the large clans, it would not be easy for the small clans to produce them. In the crowd, Suyu's expression changed. He glanced at Lu Hongyi and cursed inwardly, "Spy, damn it, even if you are a spy, I will still take care of you." The 500 merit points were not important to him now. What was important was the heaven-class cultivation technique. "You're dead. Your eldest disciple, Xianxia, the next one to suffer will be him." Suyu cursed inwardly. Originally, many people probably did not care, and even thought that it would be better to fight for second or third place. But now, 500 merit points were more than enough to buy the rewards for second or third place. Lu Hong fanning the flames made Suyu very angry, but he had no way to stop others from fighting for first place. In the Xinwen competition, Suyu was actually not confident that he could win. The main reason was that his willpower was not high. Until now, his willpower had only recovered to 55%. For people like Xing Yunhui, they were all filled to the brim at 85%. Previously, when he got 10 drops of soul-devouring worm's blood essence from Xia Huyu, Suyu originally thought that the soul-devouring art could increase willpower, and it was a cultivation method to cultivate willpower. After testing it once, Suyu realized that he was wrong. That was not used to cultivate willpower, that thing was used to corrode and devour willpower. The soul-devouring art is not suitable for sparring, unless I meet an enemy, Suyu murmured in his heart. That was something that really hurt willpower. If it was sparring, using this cultivation method was somewhat vicious. But if it was against an enemy, this cultivation method was actually very good. A day of lessons passed in Suyu's thoughts. Wu Lan, who ignored him for the past few days, proudly walked past Suyu after class. Before this, she had been staying away from Suyu. Suyu did not understand at first, but when she walked past him, her willpower was constantly fluctuating. Suyu was speechless, so she was here to show off her willpower. Wu Lan's willpower was indeed higher than Suyu's. After all, before the advanced examination, she had entered the state of nurturing, and now it was probably close to 70%. Is there a need to specially show off? Suyu was speechless. This fool was really a child. Previously, when she saw him, she ran away. He also thought it through, because he did not enter the third level of 15 June, so he felt inferior. Now he was here to find a sense of existence, thinking in his heart. A smile appeared on his face. Suyu saw her passing by again with a proud expression. Suyu smiled and said, "Wu Lan, how much of your willpower is full?" Wu Lan was immediately overjoyed. He finally asked. "Just reached 70%. Wu Lan pretended to be nonchalant and said casually, "The increased speed is too slow. I'll try to reach 80% by next month." With a smile on his face, Suyu raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Amazing. I'm only 55%. Wu Lan, you're actually so much higher than me." Wu Lan enjoyed it greatly. He was overjoyed. "I finally have one that's stronger than this guy." He pretended to be calm and forced himself to be calm. Even his voice was trembling a little as he continued, "I'm just SOSO. You're still alright. You have to be careful if you meet me in the Xinwen competition and the monthly test tomorrow." Suyu smiled and nodded. Wu Lan held his head high and was in a good mood. He didn't care about what happened before and asked, "You've been at the third LV of Imminent for so many days, how many acupoints have you opened?" Suyu calculated that he should have opened 72 apertures. At this moment, there were still other people in the class who had not left. Many people were also listening attentively. How many acupoints had Suyu opened? Had he reached the 4th LV of imminent? Xianxia and the others knew that he had entered the 5th LV of imminent. Of course, that was 9 days ago. Now, Suyu might have reached the 6th LV of imminent, or he might not have. Suyu thought for a while and gestured a 6. There were too many acupoints opened, and he couldn't make out the numbers. 6, that meant that he had advanced by 6 levels. I'm not lying, honest people don't lie. They always tell the truth. 6, Wu Lan muttered. Not bad. Suyu number 1 was at the 3rd LV of imminent. After a month, he had opened 6 acupoints. It wasn't slow, but it was fast. But 6. Wu Lan smiled. He was a little happy. There was still hope for him to catch up. Wu Lan said with some pride, very good, Suyu, continue to work hard. Otherwise, I will catch up to you soon. After I entered the 2nd LV of imminent, my cultivation has been very fast. I have already opened 3 acupoints these few days. Suyu had opened a total of 42 acupoints, and he had opened 27. The difference wasn't that big, Suyu smiled. That's what you think, I didn't say that. On the other side, Xianxia curled his lips. Did Suyu say that he had opened 6 acupoints? He had opened 66 acupoints before. Did that mean that he had really reached the 6th LV of imminent? This kid, his progress was really fast. It wasn't just Xianxia who had this thought. Xiaohuyu and the others also guessed that Suyu had probably really reached the 6th LV of imminent. This guy was really talented in the physique Dao. It had only been a few days, and he was already at the 6th LV of imminent. Wu Lan felt that he had gained the upper hand this time. He felt much better and was a little happy. He said proudly, Suyu, I will get first place in the Shinwen competition tomorrow. If you want that invitation, beg me and I will give it to you. Suyu was very arrogant. If I get first place tomorrow, will you beg me? Suyu opened his mouth. After a while, he said dryly, okay, then I will congratulate you in advance for getting first place. What was this woman thinking? If you can get first place, I will write my surname backwards. Why didn't she have any self-awareness? Women, as expected, were all emotional creatures. They were a little irrational. Couldn't we analyze it rationally? The others also held back their laughter. No one spoke. Don't speak. You will be rebuked if you speak. What Wu Lan thought was Wu Lan's business. Out of the classroom, Xiaohuyu followed and whispered, are you confident you can get it back? No. Suyu shook his head. He thought for a while and said, if it really doesn't work, I can only buy it back with money. Something that my grandmaster likes can't be left outside. At most, I will spend more money. However, I am worried that someone will ask for an exorbitant price. If I can't get it tomorrow, I will have to trouble you. He had thought that if he could not win, he would definitely have to buy it back. But he was afraid that someone would ask for an exorbitant price. Everyone knew that this was something that belonged to their faction. It was normal to wait for the highest price. Suyu whispered, if I really don't get first place, you and I will bid. You understand what I mean, right? Xiaohuyu smiled and nodded. Simple, if Suyu offered a price and the other party did not agree, he would offer a price himself. He could get it at a reasonable price. Seeing that he understood, Suyu nodded slightly and did not say much. He still had to make some arrangements. Xiaohuyu, many people know that I have a good relationship with him. In fact, it is not suitable. If I really lose, I will look for Lin Yao. Suyu Yuguan glanced at Lin Yao who had already left. Looking for him? That was good, he would let this guy buy it for him. Everyone knew that he had a grudge against Lin Yao. Lin Yao was Lu Hong's student and a member of Xianxinwen's faction. If he wanted to buy it, Xianxinwen's faction would not stop him. After all, it was an abandoned text of will. I am so smart. Suyu praised himself in his heart. He felt a little helpless. His willpower was too low. Otherwise, he would not have to think of such unorthodox methods. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at Xiaohuyu again and said, Huyu, there are many types of one. Do you know much about them? Of course. Xiaohu chuckled and said, I am a businessman. As a businessman, I have to be knowledgeable. Why? Is there something you do not understand? It is not a big secret. It is free. I am a generous businessman. Suyu smiled and said, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if there are any races that are born as civilizers and can cultivate willpower from a young age. Unlike us, we need to reach Soar before we can cultivate the 10,000 character scripture. There really is such a thing. Xiaohu nodded and said, most people do not know because there are very few of such races. For example, the primordial celestials can do it. But the primordial celestials are almost all Soar from birth, so this is useless. They are similar to us, just that they have a higher starting point. Suyu frowned and nodded slightly. Besides the celestials, there are also devils. The celestials actually have the most civilizers. There are also such races, but they have a higher starting point. Xiaohu smiled and said, you should want to ask if those Qianjun Wanshur can cultivate willpower, right? They even have designs on their cultivation methods, right? Actually, many people have such thoughts. Unfortunately, even if you get the cultivation method, it is not suitable for humans. Otherwise, there would have been strong people who would have snatched it and improved it. Suyu smiled and nodded, actually, I am asking this because I want to try and see if their blood is helpful in improving willpower. Xiaohu's eyes lit up, you don't say, it is really a little bit of help. Of course, it is very small. I know of a race that is able to cultivate willpower before they have even cultivated their nature. What? The 5 Elements race. Xiaohu opened his mouth and said, the 5 Elements race are born as civilizers. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, they are proficient in everything. Wind escape, fire attack, water flood, earth escape, they are all embodiments of Shenwen. Xiaohu smiled and said, there aren't many 5 Elements race and they aren't strong in the beginning. However, their cultivation speed is still very fast. I'm talking about the early stages because there are suitable cultivation techniques for them. But they are not suitable for humans because the structure is completely different. 5 Elements race. Suyu murmured. The Waterman was a civilizer, he really did not know about this, so, the imprisoned Waterman, Shadow Man, and White Beaver were all civilizers? Then is the blood of the 5 Elements race suitable for improving willpower? A little bit. Xiaohu said and shook his head, it is not worth it. The 5 Elements race is rare, and the weak ones are even rarer. Even if there is an improvement, it is only a little bit. Saying this, he added, and even if there are a few drops of blood, it is not very useful. It is too difficult to get more. Suyu did not care too much. As long as he could open the atlas and activate the cultivation method, he could open those temporary apertures himself. At most, he would spend more blood to open the apertures. Directly learn the cultivation method, the most suitable cultivation method for humans, for example. It was not that Suyu could not learn cultivation methods like the body-strengthening art, but he did not have the time to open the apertures. If the mountain-breaking bull's blood could not be supplied in the future, he could open the apertures of the body-strengthening art and use this cultivation method to cultivate. It was fine even without blood. Suyu thought about it and said, get me some blood of the 5 Elements race, just a small amount will do. What's the price? The 5 Elements race is even rarer than the God race. Let's not talk about whether you can get it or not. Even if you do, the price will not be cheap. Xiaohu said seriously, Suyu, it is really not very useful. Of course, if you want to study it, that is fine. How about this, there are 5 types of 5 Elements race. I will get you a drop of blood of each, I want the one from the Wanshur realm. Suyu said, do you have one from the Wanshur realm? I will think of a way. I can't guarantee the one from the early, middle, or late stages. Also, the price is really high. After all, the rarity is very high. Even if I give you the cost price, you will not be able to get 1 drop without 50 merit points. Suyu nodded slightly. This did not matter. He only needed 1 drop to open the manual. No, he also needed 1 drop to open the cultivation method. Otherwise, he would not know which apertures he needed to open. Suyu said immediately, give me 2 drops of each type for 500 merit points. I will not bargain. Get it for me as soon as possible. How about that? Sure. Xiaohuyu laughed and said quickly, oh right, I have the mountain-breaking bull's blood. They are all the middle Xianxia realm. Do you want the late-stage ones? If you do, I have a batch. There are only 200 drops of the middle stage. 200 drops, 3,000 merit points? Suyu had a headache. He was spending money like water, he had to spend it. If he did not want to spend it, he would cultivate slowly. Then, he experienced the thrill of rapid improvement. Suyu might not be used to slowing down. At this moment, he only had 10,870 merit points. I want the 200 drops of the middle stage. How many of the late stage? What price? 20 merit points per drop. Not expensive, right? Xiaohuyu smiled and said, we are brothers. I will give you the cost price. The cost price of the All Heavens battlefield. I will not even include the transportation fees. Thanks. Although he was sure that this fellow was a profiteer, the things that Xiaohuyu sold him were not expensive. How many of the late stage ones? 100 drops. Someone else wants the rest. Then I will take all 300 drops of the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. A total of 5,000 merit points? Yes. Suyu sighed. 5,000 merit points was asking for his life. He should be able to use the late-stage Xianxia realm ones now, right? With his strength at the 9th level of 15 caddies, it should not be a problem. Xiaohuyu said again, also, I have collected 20 writings of will for you, worth 2,200 merit points. Do you still want them? Suyu gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. That's 7,200 merit points. Xiaohuyu was also delighted. He continued, last time, you asked me to help you collect different types of blood essence. These few days, I've collected the remaining 400 types that I could find. They're all at the 1,000 June realm, and a few are at the 10,000 June realm. This isn't expensive. I'll just charge you 1,000 merit points. How about? Yes. Suyu's heart ate 200 merit points, his heart was really throbbing. Xiaohuyu was also happy. He said in a low voice, let's go. Let's go get the goods now. Suyu, you brat, have you spent enough? You got quite a lot last time. Suyu could not be bothered to reply. He was so distressed that he could not say anything. Apart from these 8,200 merit points, he was left with 2,670 merit points. For this, he still had to prepare to buy the mountainous sea seclusion-seeking invitation and save some to buy the blood essence of the 5 elements races. As for the one in the detention area, Lingyan couldn't be given to Suyu. He couldn't use them. 20,000 merit points were squandered just like that. Of course, the items were all here. For example, the 40 writings of will. These were not cheap. If Suyu had no ambition, he could think of a way to advance to Xianxia realm. After collecting the goods from Xiaohuyu, Suyu carefully returned to the research center like a thief. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He still had to be careful when doing business in the black market in the institute. Although nothing had happened in the past few days, he still had to be careful not to get caught and end up with nothing. Of the 300 drops of mountain-splitting bull essence blood, 200 were for middle-stage Xianxia realm, and 100 were for late-stage Xianxia realm. The effect should be much stronger than early stage. Xiaochen obtained another 20 writings of will and 400 other types of essence blood. Suyu was not in a rush to use them now. Otherwise, his essence would become impure again. Actually, I still have to buy some radiant bird essence blood. Otherwise, the next time I consume so much essence blood, my essence will become impure again. The next time I enter the secret realm, I have to bring the radiant bird essence blood with me. That will save me a lot of time. Suyu did not plan to use these essence blood now. He planned to use them for the next time he entered the secret realm. Also, he had to obtain a heaven-ranked martial technique and cultivate it. Next time, he had to open the aperture for either a heaven-ranked martial technique or a cultivation technique for the 5 elements races. He still had not obtained the essence blood of the 5 elements races, so he was not in a rush. 2,670 merit points. The more Suyu thought about it, the more his heart ached. He spent money like water. In the blink of an eye, he had spent more than 10,000 merit points. As a 1,000 June realm cultivator, his expenditure speed was almost comparable to a mountain sea realm cultivator's. Of course, with money spent, there were effects. Fast speed. In a month, he went from the 9th layer of the Kaiyuan to the 9th layer of the 15 June realm. His speed was unparalleled. That's equivalent to spending 1 billion. Suyu sighed. What a prodigal, he did not know if it was worth it. If he only cultivated his physical body and did not cultivate the text of will, the expenditure would probably be much less, even having it. Unfortunately, he wanted to improve quickly through dual cultivation, so he had to spend money. That night, Suyu maintained his high-intensity cultivation. However, he went to bed early to prepare for the Shunwen competition the next day. As for the monthly test, it did not matter. As long as he was not in the bottom 10, it was fine. September 30th. The weather was good, and the sun shone brightly. Suyu walked out of the research center. Today's Shunwen competition was not held in the teaching area, but in the secret realm area. This was because the small secret realm used for the competition was in this area. In the secret realm area, other than the small houses, there were some larger buildings. The smaller the house, the stronger the secret realm. It had completely integrated into the space, so there was no need for too many buildings. The bigger the house, the bigger the secret realm, the bigger it was. Hall of Secret Texts. This was the place where the Shunwen competition was held. Today, it was not only the Faculty of Theology that came. At this moment, in the hall, the students had yet to arrive, but the instructors and researchers had arrived one after another. The Faculty of Theology, Divine Pill Faculty, Weapon Forging Faculty, Beast Tamer Faculty, people from all the major faculties had arrived today. Although there were not many students in the other faculties, adding them up, they were about the same as the Faculty of Theology. Some faculties only had a few students in the advanced class. However, it was rare for these researchers to have something to watch, so they all ran over. At this moment, a researcher from the Faculty of Willpower smiled and teased, "Lu Hong, where is Ling Yan from your Faculty of Theology? They actually let you host the Shunwen competition. Did you find a treasure and went to dig it up?" Lu Hong chuckled, "It's not an important competition. The freshmen are just playing around. There's no need to pay too much attention to it." "Is that so?" The person who spoke chuckled, "I heard that Hong Galao has a grand disciple. You guys are fishing with the mountain and sea seclusion seeking invitation. Don't you feel anxious?" Lu Hong laughed and said, "It's just a normal reward. Why are there so many twists and turns? Although the mountain and sea realm's willpower is exhausted, it's still a treasure, isn't it?" The person wanted to continue teasing, but at this moment, a person walked in from the entrance of the hall. Lu Hong was slightly taken aback when he saw the person. "Why is she here?" Not only was Lu Hong surprised, but the few Ling Yunjing experts who had not spoken before were also a little surprised at this moment. From the Divine Pill Faculty's side, a middle-aged woman said in surprise, "Junior Sister Wu, why are you here?" Wu Qi's expression was calm as he nodded slightly, "My sister will be participating in the competition. I'm here to watch." After saying that, he looked at Lu Hong and said indifferently, "Will you host this competition?" Lu Hong coughed lightly and nodded. "We're going to go through the official researcher examination soon. Don't waste time on these things all day long." Wu Qi said indifferently, "Didn't you say that the student who suppressed Bai Feng would not be qualified to advance? I heard that Bai Feng's student ranked first in the monthly examination last time, so you're purely wasting time." Lu Hong was speechless. There were so many people, was it appropriate for him to say that? Wu Qi ignored him and did not care whether others heard him or not. He directly sat down and saw Lu Hong looking at him. He said indifferently, "What are you looking at me for? Bai Feng did not cause trouble for you, did he?" Back then, they had agreed that if Bai Feng came to cause trouble for him, she would help him block Bai Feng. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with her. She had observed Lu Hong's Shunwen for a while, and the price was that when Bai Feng attacked him, she had to deal with Bai Feng. "Not yet," Lu Hong said helplessly. "Why do I feel like I'm her subordinate? This woman is becoming more and more domineering, next to them, the crowd directly ignored their words, pretending not to hear them. Soon, someone laughed and said, Wu Qi, I heard that Xia Yuan has broken through to Ling Yun and will soon return from the All Heavens battlefield. You should be soon too, right? Wu Qi said calmly, it's still early, about half a year. In a few days, I will also go to the All Heavens battlefield. After saying that, he added, why didn't Wan participate in the Shenwen competition? Actually, I want to see Student Wan's performance. Lu Hong said, Student Wan's strength varies, some are almost at the source stage, isn't there still no source stage? Wu Qi did not think much of it and did not say anything else. He closed his eyes and ignored her. Lu Hong was helpless. This woman came, and it made him a little uncomfortable. Outside the secret realm, Su Yu and the other advanced class students arrived one after another. Just as Su Yu was about to go in, someone behind him shouted in a low voice, Su Yu. Su Yu turned his head and saw a familiar face. He said in surprise, Lu Ku, you are here too? This was the first batch of girls enrolled at the beginning of the school term. They were short and timid. Was she also going to participate in the Shenwen competition? Lu Ku said in a low voice, our Divine Pill Institute is also participating. There are not many people to begin with, so we have to come. Saying that, Lu Ku looked at him curiously, Su Yu, I heard that you defeated Xianxia last time. You seem to be very powerful now. Just so. Su Yu said with a smile, it's just a spar, and there are external forces. I can't be too sure. 15,000 June is already very powerful. I am only in Kaiyuan stage 8 now, Lu Ku said in a low voice. She was only in Kaiyuan stage 6 when she enrolled, and now she reached stage 8 in 2 months. It was not slow. But compared to Su Yu, she was really slow. As they were chatting, Wu Lan walked over, looked at Su Yu, and said proudly, Su Yu, I hope we can meet later. I will defeat you. Saying that, he turned and walked away. Lu Ku looked at him strangely. After a while, she said in a low voice, she didn't see me? Really, the feeling that Wu Lan gave her was that he didn't see her at all. Was her eyesight bad? If she didn't take a step back, she would have stepped on it. Su Yu shrugged, don't be sad. Those who enrolled below the upper class are transparent in her eyes. They don't exist. It's the same in our class. You are not the only one. Lu Ku was speechless. There was such a person, so funny, Su Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least she didn't have her nostrils facing you. No, Lu Ku was very short. She should be able to see her nostrils. Su Yu thought of this and gossiped softly, she has a nickname in our class, Nostril Person. You can call her that secretly next time. Lu Ku instantly distanced herself from Su Yu. Her face was full of vigilance and disgust. So bad. Giving a girl a nickname like that. She really wasn't a good person. Lu Ku ran away. Su Yu was confused. What happened? I didn't give it to her, it seemed to come from Jiao Mingzhen's side. Jiao Mingzhen called her Nostril Person. As expected, women are all strange. Su Yu muttered. His teacher was right. Women were really an obstacle to cultivation. Look, I was having a good conversation with you, but you ran away without saying goodbye. How rude. Just as he finished muttering, a cold snort came from this side. Xia Chan's face was full of hostility. She walked away without looking at Su Yu. Su Yu felt wronged. Why did you snort at me? Did I offend you? What happened? I didn't do anything early in the morning. Why do I feel like I offended 3 women? Su Yu could not be bothered with these women. He took the key card and walked towards the Hall of Secret Texts. On the way, he met a familiar face. He was not too familiar. Zheng Hong. Previously, Su Yu did not pay much attention to this person. Later, when he found out that he was Qing Yuming's grandson, he paid more attention to him. Zheng Hong was also very low-key in class. Now that he met Su Yu, he still kept a low profile. He nodded at Su Yu, smiled, and walked forward in silence. Su Yu also nodded. He would never be careless with these monstrous students. No one knew how much they were hiding. Or, at this stage, they were too lazy to expose anything. They were not even in the top 100, so there was no need to expose themselves. Behind him, another person appeared. Today, the advanced class had gathered. Wan Ming's voice was very gentle. He said with a smile, Suyu, if I get first place, how about selling the invitation to you? Suyu turned back and smiled. That's good, but the price is too high. I can't afford it. You don't have the confidence to get first place? Wan Mingze was like an older brother next door. He said with a smile, I thought you said you wanted to get first place yourself. My willpower is not strong. That is the truth. Suyu said, it's normal to have shortcomings. After all, I haven't been in mental cultivation for long. That's true. It's a pity. After a while, I believe you will catch up. After saying that, Wan Mingze walked side by side with him. In the school, Shenwen's internal strife is the most prominent. In fact, in recent years, it has somewhat affected the school's operations. In my opinion, part of the reason why Wanfu Prefect invited students from Wan is because of the serious internal strife. Suyu looked at him, puzzled. Wan Mingze said softly, I know you are very talented. There are many talented people in this batch. In fact, I hope that everyone can unite against the external forces and set their sights on students Wan, not ourselves. Suyu nodded. Me too. I'm not the type of person to cause trouble. Cultivating quietly is actually what I'm thinking. However, there are some people who insist on causing trouble for me. After saying that, Suyu looked at him and asked, if they hit your left cheek and asked you to stretch out your right cheek for them to hit, would you be willing? Suyu smiled and said, I know what you mean. You want to be the peacemaker. I'm not belittling you, but you're really not qualified. Besides, it's useless for you to tell me. If you can convince those people not to target me, I won't have to go against them. Wan Mingze nodded slightly. I understand. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but it didn't matter. He could take his time. Suyu, the current situation of the human race isn't too good. Although the human race is still able to resist the onslaught on the All-Heavens battlefield, the younger generation is gradually falling behind the older generation. Suyu frowned. Isn't there no more war in Dexia province? It's not that there's no more war. It's just to reduce some unnecessary wars. Wan Mingze explained, the war is still going on. A few days ago, the celestial, demon, and monster races held a Wan Alliance meeting on the All-Heavens battlefield, and human experts also participated. The primordial celestial race suggested to build a trading center in the Wan region. Wan Mingze gritted his teeth and said, they suggested to build the human realm into the Myriad world's trading center. The resources of the Myriad worlds will converge in the human realm, and this place will be the core of the Myriad worlds. The celestial, demon, monster, and immortal races will divide and govern themselves in the human realm. This is a rental land. Wan Mingze gritted his teeth. Suyu's face flushed. He was also a scholar, so he naturally knew what this meant. What a good rental land. The human race will never agree. Suyu gritted his teeth. Wan Mingze nodded. Of course they won't agree. This is like cutting flesh with a blunt knife. They want to break our fighting spirit and open the door to the human realm with another so-called peaceful method. Wan Mingze said angrily, however, this proposal was approved by more than half of the races that day. Peace, no more war, the human realm will cede some land for Wan to enter, and everyone will build a prosperous place together. To put it nicely, they are even willing to invest a lot of resources. Wan Mingze snickered. Unfortunately, some ignorant bastards, or bastards who pretend not to know anything, are now wantonly promoting that there should be no war, no bloodshed, and that the human realm should be richer so that no one will shed blood. Wanzhou? Yes. Wan Mingze nodded. Wanzhou. Wanzhou is not strong in Dexia province. Because of the prefecture master's iron-blooded policies, their space is suppressed. But in some other large prefectures, Wanzhou is not weak. Wan Mingze snorted coldly and said, previously, a few higher-ups of the Myriad races sect sent a letter to the War God Temple and the Seeker Realm, hoping to get the approval of the two holy lands so that they could set up a demonstration area in the human realm area. Let them govern themselves and see the results. To put it nicely, it is to leave a way out for the human race, to see if the so-called economic and trade zone will work. Suyu did not speak. After a while, he said, open. Huh? Wan Mingze was stunned. So you said calmly, since they want to appear, why not give them a chance? Isn't it better to gather them in the so-called demonstration zone and catch them all in one fell swoop? Wan Mingze laughed, glanced at him, and said deeply, it's not that simple. Wanzhou's higher-ups are not stupid. Even if they show up, they will be some small pawns. The real experts will not show up. Once this starts, it will be troublesome. Then why did our academy build the Wan Academy? Wan Mingze said with a smile, the two are different. Wanfu Prefect's purpose in building the Wan Academy is to rope in the smaller clans, divert internal conflicts, and unite against the outside world. Suyu was silent for a moment, then nodded and said no more. These things were still far away from him. Wan Mingze seemed to know what he was thinking and said, Suyu, I'm telling you this because I don't want us, the hope of the future, to have internal strife and lose our strength for nothing. To be more realistic, if it were someone else, I wouldn't say much, but you have improved very quickly. The meaning was clear, because you have talent. That was why he said this. Suyu asked curiously, you represent Wanfu Prefect? No. Wan Mingze shook his head and said, how can I represent Wanfu Prefect? I'm not qualified. I'm representing the neutral Shenwen faculty. What? Do you think that other than the duo Shenwen faculty, the rest are all Shan Shenwen faculty? Wan Mingze laughed and said, the Shenwen faculty is huge, there are many people. The so-called Shan Shenwen and the duo Shenwen faculty are just a part of it. Then, do you think people like Xia Yuan, Wu Qi, and the rest are Shan Shenwen faculty? Yes, some of them don't have the Shenwen combat technique. Are they Shan Shenwen faculty? Some people don't even have a master, but they don't have the Shenwen combat technique. Are they Shan Shenwen faculty? Wan Mingze explained, there's a third party in the Faculty of Theology. Most of them are actually third parties. They don't care who's strong or weak, who's leading the faculty or even the faculty. It's meaningless. You're very talented and you're improving very fast. That's why a third party has invited you to withdraw from the infighting between Shan Shenwen faculty and the Shenwen faculty. What do you mean? Wan Mingze said in a serious tone, it means to protect you. To let you grow smoothly. You'll no longer be involved in the infighting between Shan Shenwen faculty and Shenwen faculty. I'm not asking you to betray the Shenwen faculty. I'm only asking you not to get involved in the infighting and guarantee that Shan Shenwen faculty will no longer involve you. Suyu frowned. What you're saying is, in this case, I'm technically part of the Shenwen faculty, but there are many things that I can't participate in. For example, I shouldn't interfere when Huang Qifeng injured my senior sister? Wan Mingze hesitated for a while and nodded. It's not that you can't interfere. It's fine if it's a normal sparring or competition. You can't maliciously target the Shan Shenwen faculty. This is also a prerequisite for protecting you. Wan Mingze said sincerely, actually, it's not just you. Many people from Shan Shenwen faculty have also received our invitation. They want to withdraw from the infighting, focus on their cultivation, and work hard to become stronger. Who? Many people, including researcher Huan Yao who invited you previously, and researcher Hu Wenxing's eldest disciple, Han Chen, have already joined the third party. Their main focus is on their cultivation. After all, internal strife will only consume the strength of our own people. Suyu said thoughtfully, in that case, if I join you, you'll protect me so that I won't be targeted by the Shan Shenwen faculty, and I won't have to go against them. We'll mind our own business. Is this what you mean? Yes. Then, will my teacher, senior uncle, and grandmaster be angry about this? Maybe. Wan Mingze said seriously, but they should be able to understand your choice. As good teachers, they shouldn't drag people like you into the mire. This includes Wu Jia. Actually, someone had invited her before, but she rejected it. Since the third party is so powerful, why didn't they persuade the Shan Shenwen faculty to stop targeting the Shenwen faculty? After all, we don't have many people, and we didn't invade their resources. What we got is what we deserved, and we didn't take anything from them. Wan Mingze smiled bitterly. That's a little difficult. It's mainly because it's a dispute between the older generation. It's not that easy to resolve. So, our goal is to start from the younger generation and stop this kind of conflict. Actually, we're also inviting Huang Qifeng to do some work. Suyu's expression changed. You're still going to invite him? Suyu, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive, Suyu nodded. He did not say anything and continued walking forward. What a nice way to put it, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive, the so-called third party. In his opinion, it was actually the next Shan Shenwen faculty. These people were dissatisfied with the current situation and wanted to change it. In the end, even if they became stronger, it would still be the same. When it came to cultivation, it was all for resources, status, fame, and the right to speak. If Wan Mingze and his group did not have such thoughts, why would they come up with a so-called third party? Of course, it was not Wan Mingze's doing. He was just a new student, and he might have Galau's support. So you did not support it, nor did he oppose it. But he could not accept being in the same camp as Huang Qifeng. He had long wanted to teach that guy a lesson. Moreover, Wan Mingze and his group were indulging in fantasy. Huang Qifeng was Qing Yuming's disciple, and he had resources, status, guidance, and benefits. Why would he join the so-called third party? It was the same for him. In the Shenwen faculty, Baifeng did not care much about him. But without Baifeng, where would he get the mountain-shattering bull's blood essence? Without Baifeng, where would he get the framework of Shenwen's combat techniques? Without Baifeng, he would probably be captured and investigated the same day he used Wanshi's blood essence. Without Qin Yong and Han Tan's names supporting him, would Lu Hong spit out so many merit points that he had swallowed? Would Qing Yun Fai negotiate with him about the ownership of the heaven-sundering kill, or even cooperate to trick him? Shenwen was a burden, but it was also a benefit. Without this backing, even if Suyu had reached the 9th layer of 15 caddies, he would not dare to reveal it. If he was targeted, he would not even know how he died. Now that he had an 8th layer Mountain Sea supporting him, this was the reason why no one dared to make a move. If he joined the so-called third party, would they do their best to support him? Suyu did not believe it. Huang Yao. So he is also from this faction. The so-called commoner faction and aristocrat faction are just a cover. Wan Mingze was among them, so he could not be considered as a commoner faction. There was also Xia Yuan, Wu Qi. These people, perhaps to save trouble, or perhaps too lazy to participate, were directly classified as a third party. This thing was not accurate. Suyu ignored Wan Mingze. Wan Mingze sighed and said no more. Geniuses were all proud. Since Suyu did not agree, it meant that he had rejected him. After Suyu left, Hu Qiusheng caught up and said with a faint smile, "You were rejected?" "Yes." Hu Qiusheng was not surprised. He said with a smile, "That's normal. It's not like he suffered any major losses, so why would he withdraw from the divine runic arts lineage? Not only will he lose the trust of Baifeng and the others, but the resources he will obtain will also be even less. Just to avoid being targeted, the gains don't make up for the losses." Wan Mingze frowned and said, "I know, but I am also doing this for his own good. Right now, Shan Shenwen faction is clearly targeting him. He is very talented, but I do not want to delay the cultivation of a genius. For his own good." Hu Qiusheng said with a smile, "Don't say such things again. To put it bluntly, you are not him, and he has his own ideas. Do you think he will accept your so-called for his own good? Perhaps, he will be happy to fight with them." Hu Qiusheng laughed and quickly said, "These things are not important." "Which faction is not important? On the day that we go to the All Heavens battlefield, there will naturally be people to take care of us. Our priority is still the top 100 list." Wan Mingze said no more. He felt a little regretful. After walking for a while, he said, "I hope he can understand and withdraw from this storm in time." In the other collegium, the legacy of the School of Divine Runes has already been completely wiped out. The School of Divine Runes alone has already produced a peak Sun-Moon expert. Now that an Eternal has appeared, it proves that the School of Divine Runes has completely fallen from this stage of history. "You mean the one in Dazhou Prefecture?" "Yes." Wan Mingze nodded and said, "That's right. The Shan Shenwen faction in Dazhou Prefecture has completely announced that it will close down its faculties and no longer recruit students. Open up the combat skills wall, and integrate the Shan Shenwen faction into the entire Shenwen faction." Hu Qiusheng said solemnly, "Is it related to that person?" "Yes." Wan Mingzi sighed and said, that guy is too monstrous. He cultivated Shenwen alone and defeated several Shenwen factions teaching assistants at the same level. The Great Zhou Civilization Academy's duo Shenwen factions only Galao personally supervised the battle. In the end, several students were defeated cleanly. In his disappointment, coupled with the fact that he was already exhausted, he announced on the spot that he would no longer recruit new students. Duo Shenwen faction has become history in Dazhou Prefecture. Hu Qiuxing's heart was heavy and a little bleak. He sighed and said, what a pity. It's a pity. Shenwen faction still has its merits. Wan Mingzi said regretfully, what a pity that the debate has been going on for too long. Now, that person is crossing the human realm and heading to the major institutions to fight Shenwen faction's powerhouses at the same level, proving that Shenwen faction is stronger and invincible among those at the same level. Just a few days ago, Great Zhou Civilization Academy's Shenwen faction's powerhouse at the 6th level of SOAR was defeated by him. Wan Mingzi sighed and said, 6th level of SOAR. That guy only enrolled last year. Now, even Shenwen faction's same-level powerhouses are no match for him. In terms of martial arts, Shenwen, and willpower, he is stronger than Shenwen faction. He is not just for show. At 19 years old, he has reached the 8th level of SOAR and will definitely come to our institution to challenge Teaching Assistant Bai. If Teaching Assistant Bai loses, Great Xia Civilization University's last dignity of Shenwen faction will be completely lost. When that time comes, it will be time for Shenwen faction to meet its end. Wan Mingzi sighed. What was the basis of duo Shenwen faction's existence, invincible among same-level powerhouses? Bai Feng was at the 7th level of SOAR and defeated Hu Wenqing in one blow. Therefore, Shenwen faction could be said to be the most suitable path for same-level powerhouses and geniuses. You, Bai Feng, are geniuses, and so is that person. You are at the same level as him, and you have cultivated longer than him. In the end, you were defeated. The other person is only from Shenwen. What do you say? Is there still a need for duo Shenwen faction to exist? You waste a lot of resources, and in the end, your same-level powerhouses are inferior to others. What face do you have to continue recruiting? He is at the 6th level of SOAR. He may need some time to enter the 7th level, at most a year. That guy will definitely come to Great Xia Civilization University. Wan Mingzi looked at Hu Qiuxing. At that time, Shenwen faction will be completely banned. If Suyu has too deep a feud with them, it will be difficult for him to integrate. Tell me, am I not doing this for his own good? Hu Qiuxing furrowed his brows. After a while, he arrived outside the Hall of Secret Texts and said slowly, Dazhou Prefecture is a little too strong. Our Great Xia province may not care about them. If that guy really dares to come, I think others will find trouble with him before Bai Feng even goes up. Wan Mingzi didn't say much. This was a possibility, but who could be that guy's opponent? Hall of Secret Texts. As soon as Suyu entered, he felt several gazes on him. With a simple and honest smile on his face, he looked forward. Many researchers were there. Some he knew, and some he didn't. Suyu didn't care. He smiled honestly, bowed slightly to those researchers, and walked toward the gathering point of the students at the side. Seeing him, many researchers also started discussing through voice transmissions. He is Bai Feng's student, right? It's him, Suyu, the disciple who defeated Hu Wenqing previously. He looks quite simple and honest, much more pleasing to the eye than that guy, Bai Feng. On the other side, Wu Lan was also complaining, Sister, it's him. He's stronger than me. Sister, how can I become stronger than him? Wu Qi said lightly, defeat him. Wu Lan was depressed and said with some annoyance, do I need to ask you to defeat him? Wu Qi said calmly, since you can't defeat him, he will always be stronger than you. What else is there to say? She was also very helpless towards this sister. After a while, she said, since you want to become stronger than him, then be more ruthless to yourself. Cultivate for 20 hours a day, read for 2 hours, eat for 10 minutes, and rest for the rest of the time. Sooner or later, you will surpass him. Wu Lan wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, she said softly, can I cultivate for 18 hours? Read for an hour, and sleep for the rest of the time? Cough cough, at the side, Lu Hong coughed on the tea. Seeing Wu Qi look over, he laughed dryly, the tea is a little hot. Actually, it's not difficult to surpass Suyu. Wu Lan immediately looked at him with a puzzled expression. Not difficult, then why is your student so weak? Lu Hong seemed to understand what she meant. He was a little speechless and did not bother to explain. He said with a smile, Lan Lan, your talent is still very good. It's not worse than him, and you're willing to work hard. That's very good. What you're lacking is that you've missed the point. What? He cultivates his physique, but that's because his willpower is not strong, so he has no choice but to strengthen his physique so that he does not fall behind others. I heard that you're focusing on cultivating your physical body as well, but it's delaying the cultivation of your willpower. You're playing to your weaknesses and avoiding your strengths. You should focus on cultivating your willpower and soar into the sky as soon as possible before forging your physical body. Wu Lan looked at her sister. Wu Qi said calmly, walk your own path. Others' opinions are opinions and cannot represent yourself. If it's smooth, then go further. If it's not smooth, then stop here. Sister. Wu Lan felt a little depressed. Her sister always said the same thing. She felt that her sister's teaching was not good at all. She was not as good as Lu Hong. Wu Qi ignored her. She was already an adult and had read a lot of books. Except for her lack of social experience, she knew everything else. She only helped to supervise Wu Lan's cultivation and did not care about anything else. How far Wu Lan could go depended on her own ability. She looked at Suyu and saw him conversing softly with the students around him with a smile on his face. Wu Qi frowned slightly and turned to look at Lu Hong. At this moment, Lu Hong also had a smile on his face and was conversing with the researchers next to him. Wu Qi looked at Suyu again and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She then turned to look at Lu Hong. The next moment, Suyu and Lu Hong seemed to feel her gaze. A distance away. Suyu raised his head and looked over. He saw a heroic-looking girl looking at him with Wu Lan beside her. He could roughly guess her identity. He smiled honestly and shifted his gaze. At the same time, Lu Hong also turned to look at Wu Qi and smiled brightly. Wu Qi felt a little baffled. He looked at Lu Hong and Suyu again. Lu Hong was a little stunned. Wu Qi suddenly pointed at Suyu. The spy you arranged? Your biological younger brother? Ah? What's your mother's surname? Lu Hong understood, his face darkened and he was a little annoyed. He said in a low voice, he has nothing to do with me. Damn it. Do you believe that I will challenge you to a duel? Forget it. I might not be able to beat him. My surname is not Su. Wu Qi ignored him and looked at Suyu again. He blinked his eyes and suddenly turned to look at his sister. Stay away from him. I'd rather have more contact with some trash than him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to find you if you're sold. Wu Lan was dumbfounded. Wu Qi did not mind. He pointed at Lu Hong and said to his sister again, I broke his leg back then. Many people in the academy know about it. But no one knows the inside story. This guy negotiated with Wan Zhu and sold me out. He used it as a stepping stone and easily infiltrated Wan Zhu. Wu Lan was even more dumbfounded. Lu Hong's expression changed and he hurriedly cupped his hands and begged for mercy. He looked embarrassed. Wu Qi ignored him and continued to say to Wu Lan, he entered SOAR by selling me out. First, he sold me out and then informed your grandaunt to save me. After luring away Wan Zhu and the other powerhouses, he turned around and started a massacre in the enemy's branch. He stole a lot of resources and successfully advanced. That's why I broke his leg when I came back. Wu Lan was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Hong. Then, he looked at his sister. You were sold out just like that, so stupid, weren't you the one who was smart? Wu Qi said calmly. Back then, his smile was too bright. He was too simple and honest. I thought he was a good person and treated him as a friend. When he sold me out, he didn't hesitate at all. Lu Hongyi looked embarrassed and explained softly, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Wu Qi, it's been so many years. Why don't you believe me? It's a big misunderstanding. I saw you fall into a trap, so I turned around to inform Wu Galao and risked my life to save you. I only managed to get rid of a branch in passing. Don't talk nonsense in front of a child. Wu Qi ignored him, pointed at Suyu again, and said coolly, remember, this guy is the same kind of trash as that surnamed Liu. I suspect now that he was deliberately planted by that surnamed Liu to buy Feng's side. Wu Lan argued, sis, this is the first time you've seen him. How is that possible? Wu Qi said nothing. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I believe you. I'm a good judge of character. Of course, I wasn't quite right in the beginning. But after I was tricked by Lu Hong, I became good at judging people. At the side, Lu Hongyi had an innocent look on his face. Really, I already said it was a misunderstanding. Why don't you believe me? It was really an accident back then. After the accident, didn't I find an opportunity? Your grandaunt went on a killing spree. You were obviously fine, so I went to pick up the leftovers, Lu Hong sighed. He felt very innocent. I risked my life to inform your grandaunt to save you. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but from then on, you treated me as a bad guy. I have no one to complain about this grievance. Looking at Suyu in the distance again, he sighed again. I already said that your smile is superficial. Great, now you've been seen through. The next moment, Lu Hong stood up, coughed softly, and shouted, students, keep quiet. The Shenwen competition officially begins. Draw lots for the duel. Singles will have a bye. Rules are no rules. Immerse your willpower in the mystic realm. 2 against 1, the winner is king. The process isn't important. What's important is the result. The rewards have been announced. In addition, 5 merit points will be awarded for each round won. Lu Hong looked at the students below and said loudly, this is the first group battle among the freshmen of the Civilization Academy. Be it the Faculty of Theology or the Divine Pill Institute, display your strength and show your value. Other than rewards, the winner will also gain other benefits, such as being valued by the Academy and the researchers. Some of you don't have a teacher or didn't think highly of you before. Now is also your chance. This is the starting point of your fame. There's no need to pretend to be weak. Either don't make a move or seek victory. Those who don't seek victory don't participate in the competition. It's a waste of time. After saying so, he looked at Suyu and said calmly, Suyu, you said that you will get the mountains and sea seclusion seeking invitation. Are you confident? Suyu looked at him and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. At this moment, all the students turned to look at Suyu. Those who didn't know him began to ask about him. Suyu took a deep breath and said calmly, I'll do my best. I won't disappoint Lu Laoshi. It's a pity that I can't use my physical strength today. I hope that I'll have a chance in the future to experience the strength of Lu Laoshi's brilliant disciple. Suyu is untalented, but I'd like to see if Lu Laoshi is as good at teaching as he is in certain aspects. On the stage, a few researchers revealed peculiar expressions. Interesting, below the stage, Lin Yao maintained his composure, but he was secretly impressed. Was Brother Su and teacher putting on a show? This brilliant disciple shouldn't be referring to him, but Senior Xianxia. Could it be that Brother Su wants to spar with Senior Yang, intentionally putting on a show of hostility in front of outsiders? Lin Yao felt that he had comprehended something. He looked at the others, and seeing that they had taken it seriously, he was secretly impressed. Then, he felt exhilarated. Everyone was drunk, but he was the only one sober. Everyone thought that Suyu didn't get along with his teacher, but who knew that the two of them had already reconciled? Lin Yao felt a little impulsive. He couldn't wait to put on a show of righteousness, berate Suyu, and challenge Suyu on the spot. Forget it, Shenwen's competition is about to begin. I'll let Brother Su and teacher put on a show today. The Hall of Secret Texts. Suyu did not say anything after he finished speaking. It was useless to say harsh words. He could not beat Lu Hong. However, Suyu made a few notes about this guy in his notebook. If he was a spy, we could talk it out. If not, we had to talk it out. Inside the hall, the instructors began drawing lots. There were close to 200 people. It was a small-scale competition and not too formal. They got a metal bucket and placed a bunch of tags inside. The instructor shouted, number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so on. There are a total of 198 people present. 2 against 2. If anyone gives up after drawing lots, they will be declared the loser. The opponent will be declared the winner. A student said loudly, "Teacher, if there is X-ray vision in Xinwen, can't we see it directly?" Someone laughed. On the stage, a researcher said directly, "That's his ability. If he can see it, he can fight whoever he wants. That's also his ability. This is the Xinwen competition. There is X-ray vision in Xinwen. Can't he use it?" With that said, everyone was speechless. What he said seemed to make sense. However, some of the girls could not stand it and hurriedly said, "Teacher, is there X-ray vision in Xinwen?" The researcher paused for a moment before saying, "There definitely is. Of course, the freshmen might not have it. Even if there is, the spies will more or less sense it. Everyone is a civilization master. We have willpower to protect ourselves. It's not that easy to be spied on." With that, the students could not help but look at each other. Some of the girls looked around suspiciously. It was as if anyone who looked at them would have X-ray vision in Xinwen. Suyu did not say a word. When the instructor walked over with the metal box, Suyu covered his hand with willpower and reached out to grab the metal box. He grabbed a piece of paper and held it in his hand. He did not open it to read. He did not want to be targeted by some people, although he knew that it would not be easy to win first place. It was best to save some energy in the first few rounds. In the crowd, Xiaohuyu squeezed for a while and squeezed to Suyu's side. He whispered, "What's your number? Let's see who your opponent is. I want to see if we can start a small round." Suyu rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. When Xiaohuyu saw this, he said with some regret, "Forget it, I'll drive someone else's." "Suyu, you won't get first this time. There's a monster in both the Willpower and Divine Runes academies. Their willpower is almost above 90%. Xinwen might not have many, but even one Xinwen is very strong. The Willpower College also built Xinwen?" Suyu was astonished. Xiaohuyu shrugged and said, "I don't know about that. Who knows if he's secretly cultivating?" He nodded and didn't ask any more questions. So be it. Even the Faculty of Theology had a lot of powerful people, not to mention other classes. As they spoke, Lu Hong and the others activated a mechanism in the hall. In the center of the hall, a huge sphere suddenly rose from the ground. Lu Hong said loudly, "This is the secret text realm. It's formed from the Xinwen left behind by an elite at the peak of the mountain and sea tier. The sun and moon tier can leave behind eternal Xinwen. The peak of the mountain and sea tier can only maintain this state, turning into a world but not yet solid." Suyu looked at the sphere and felt a powerful willpower. The sphere looked transparent, and he could faintly see something inside, but it wasn't very clear. Lu Hong said again, "Enter the array in pairs and fight. If one party admits defeat, they can withdraw. If they fight for a long time, it's hard to determine the winner. 10 minutes will be the limit. This secret text realm will show 2 different colors. Whoever's color has the advantage will be the winner after 10 minutes. He pointed at the sphere. When 2 people entered the array, the sphere would show 2 colors. Whoever had the advantage could be seen at a glance. Of course, there were plenty of people who could turn the tables. In less than 10 minutes, the winner would be determined by who withdrew first. After announcing the rules, Lu Hong said loudly, "Number 1, Number 2, enter the array." As soon as he said that, the 2 walked out. Many people cried out in surprise. "Xia Chan! Qi Chong!" Suyu knew Xia Chan, of course. He had vaguely heard people say that Qi Chong was the number 1 genius of this year in the Beast Tamer school. He had entered with a high grade, and his willpower was at 80%. Back then, he had almost scored 1,000 points. The first battle was a showdown between 2 geniuses. The students were instantly interested. On the stage, the researchers were also discussing in low voices. An elite from 3 steps to the cloud came from the Beast Tamer school. Seeing Qi Chong walk out, he said somewhat helplessly, "Bad luck." With Qi Chong's strength, he still had a chance to enter the top 10, but he ended up running into Xia Chan. Competing against Xinwen depended on the strength of one's willpower and Xinwen. The Beast Tamer school did not major in Xinwen, although the freshmen were. All about the same, beast taming still took up some time. Qichong was inferior to Xiaochan in the first place, so he would definitely lose. Let's see how long Qichong can last. The difference in willpower isn't too big, and Xiaochan hasn't even reached 90% yet. As they spoke, Xiaochan walked to the side of the sphere with a cold and arrogant look on her face. Without saying a word, she immersed her willpower directly into the sphere. The next moment, the sphere was completely covered in red. Lu Hong hurriedly said, "She has just entered, so there will be a 3-second cooldown period. There won't be a confrontation between the willpower of Xinwen. Therefore, both parties should enter within 3 seconds of each other. Otherwise, the one who enters first will have the advantage." Needless to say, the boy called Qichong had a grave expression, and he quickly immersed his willpower into the sphere as well. Half of the sphere instantly turned yellow. The red was Xiaochan, and the yellow was Qichong. Suyu and the others looked at the sphere at this moment, but they could not see through the situation inside. They could only see 2 colors fluctuating on the sphere. Suyu felt a little regretful. What a pity, this was the case when Xinwen did not materialize. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to rely on something to allow Xinwen to come into contact with it. Otherwise, without Xinwen, they would not be able to see it. As he was thinking, many people exclaimed in the next moment. Suyu quickly regained his senses and looked at the sphere. The red that originally occupied half of the sphere instantly covered the yellow. Covered, engulfed. In reality, Qichong's eyes were closed. His face was pale, and the sweat on his forehead instantly dripped to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, Qichong spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiaochan, who was still proud and aloof, with a miserable expression. At this moment, the sphere had completely turned red. Xiaochan won. The hall was silent. Some of the students of the school of Beast Tamer had pale faces. Qichong was the strongest student in their school. In the end, he encountered Xiaochan in his first match, and he did not last 10 seconds before being easily defeated by Xiaochan. Qichong also had a dejected expression. He glanced at Xiaochan, lowered his head, and silently retreated into the crowd. He had lost too miserably. The monster student is really strong. Besides Suyu, some students exclaimed in admiration. In the blink of an eye, Qichong had been defeated. Suyu's ears twitched slightly. Someone beside Qichong was asking in a low voice. Suyu heard Qichong whisper, "Too strong. It's the Protoss Xinwen with the word break. It broke my Xinwen in an instant. I suspect it's about to advance to the 2nd rank. Everyone, if you don't want to get hurt, just admit defeat." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. The Protoss Xinwen, moreover, it was the word break. Clearly, it was the Xinwen that focused on offense, and it broke the opponent's Xinwen. However, looking at Qichong's appearance, he was only lightly injured. Since Xiaochan did not pursue him, it was not too serious. He defeated Qichong with just 1 Xinwen. Suyu and Yuguang looked at Xiaochan. Xiaochan was as cold and arrogant as ever. She stood at the side, with Wan Mingze and a few others standing beside her. They were all monster students. The others did not dare to approach them. On the stage, the researchers from the school of Beast Tamer shook their heads helplessly. They had lost too miserably and too quickly. As expected of Xiajia's people. The teacher could only sigh. He said regretfully, "I really want to see what they look like after they materialize. Only then will the battle be exciting." Civilizationists. Only when they reached Soar would the battle be really exciting. All kinds of Xinwen eruptions, all kinds of characteristics eruptions. It would be much more direct than watching a color change now. After saying that, he lamented, among the 8 monster students who entered this year, they are probably the only ones who can fight each other. In the top 10, these 8 people will probably occupy a spot. The rest will have to be born from the high-class students. There were also many high-class students this year. As he said that, he looked at Lu Hong and said, "That student Bai Feng doesn't seem to have a strong will. How many Xinwen has he drawn?" Lu Hong smiled faintly and said, "I'm not sure. He should have a spot in the top 10. Of course, it's another matter if he encounters those monsters before him." "You seem to think quite highly of him," the person smiled and said, "Are you purposely making enemies for him?" Lu Hong laughed and said, "Then let's wait and see. This guy is not weak. don't be fooled by his newfound temperament. If they really fight, this Ji Chong from your academy might not be his match. Is that so? This person clearly did not believe it. Ji Chong was unlucky. Otherwise, he would still have a chance to fight for a spot in the top 10. As he said that, the instructor shouted, "Number 3 and number 4, there's no need to call names later. The round has ended. Those who get the number plate can go up directly." Right after he said that, Wan Mingze walked up with a smile. A person who just walked out from the crowd had a bitter and helpless expression. What was going on? 2 monsters were in the starting lineup for 2 rounds. How were they going to compete? Wan Mingze smiled and said, "Student, don't be like this. I'm under a lot of pressure. It's a rare opportunity for everyone to exchange pointers with each other." The moment he said that, the male student felt a little more at ease. He also smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior brother Wan." A good impression was instantly formed. He did not waste any more words and walked up. Wan Mingze was very gentlemanly. He raised his hand slightly and gestured for the other party to enter first. The round ball was covered in black. Wan Mingze followed closely behind. Half of the round ball turned white. It was unknown where this color came from. This time, there were no surprises in the outcome. He lasted for about 30 seconds. The male student took the initiative to retreat. His face was slightly pale as he bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior brother Wan." He lost. He lost miserably. However, everyone also saw that the black and white colors kept flowing. Obviously, Wan Mingze did not directly defeat the other party. Instead, he let the other party perform to his heart's content before defeating the other party. Very gentlemanly, unknowingly, Xiaohuyu came to Suyu's side again and muttered, "This guy is a smiling tiger. Be careful. He pretends to be a gentleman in front of others and smiles happily. Who knows what will happen behind the scenes." Right after he said that, a bright smile appeared on Suyu's face. He took a step forward. It was his turn. The smile on Suyu's face was extremely bright at this moment. He looked at a person who also walked out from the crowd. It happened to be a student in his class. His smile became even brighter. "Zongqi, I want to get first place. That belongs to my grandmaster, so I won't hold back. I hope you won't either. You don't mind, right?" Hu Zongqi's face darkened. However, he was glad that he had met Suyu. This guy's physical realm was stronger than his, but his willpower was not as good. He instantly felt a little happy. Suyu smiled amiably. It was not appropriate for him to say anything more. He said gloomily, "It's up to our own abilities. Suyu, I won't hold back either." Suyu smiled and nodded. He walked forward and waited for Hu Zongqi to come over. He smiled and said, "Let's go in together." "Zongqi, all the best." Hu Zongqi was speechless. "You're so polite. Should I beat you to death later?" Below, Xiaohuyu's bare one's teeth grinned. Damn it, what a waste of words. True, this guy was not a good person. He said that Wan Mingze was a hypocrite. Suyu was not inferior to him. Look at how his opponents were doing now. Lin Yao had not caused trouble for Suyu for a few days. He even saw that Lin Yao would sometimes greet Suyu with a smile when he saw him. Qingyun Fai, these 2 bastards had secretly teamed up to cheat others. Chen Qi. This was not clear. It was hard to say. Wu Lan, who had offended him in southern Yuan, was still quite polite to Suyu. He was not as seriously offended as the outside world said. The students of the intermediate class, when they met Suyu on the way, would call him class monitor enthusiastically. Hypocrite number 2. Xiaohuyu muttered to himself. At the same time, 2 colors appeared on the sphere. A smear of gold represented Suyu. A smear of green represented Hu Zongqi. At this moment, the 2 had just entered. They were equally matched, and the colors were half on each other. Suyu's vision blurred. His willpower was immersed, and it was as if he had returned to the sea of will. At this moment, he transformed into a human body. It was himself. And not far away, it was Hu Zongqi. The 2 of them looked at each other. They could not make a sound, but they could see each other clearly. Hu Zongqi was just about to make a move when Suyu smiled and raised his hand, indicating for him to attack first. Xianxia cursed in his heart, "Are you stronger than me? Although my physical body is stronger, my willpower is not weaker than yours. What are you pretending for? I will defeat you quickly later and make you lose all your face." The next moment, a huge word appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into thousands of swords, charging towards Suyu. Sword. It was not the god race's Shenwen, nor was it the devil race's, but the white tiger race's Shenwen. It could be considered a powerful Shenwen. His willpower was not too strong, and it was about 60% full. At this moment, in this small mystic realm, it was awe-inspiring. The thousands of swords came attacking. Suyu smiled, and he was calm. He did not seem to make any movements, but with a wave of his hand, the sword auras were destroyed. Xianxia's expression was ugly. More sword auras rapidly surrounded Suyu, charging towards him, wanting to strangle Suyu's illusion. Outside, everyone looked a little strange. The two of them did not change their expressions, and they were still evenly matched. However, from their expressions, Suyu looked calm, while Xianxia's face was dripping with sweat, and it was obvious that he had expended too much energy. What's going on? Evenly matched? It should be Suyu who has a slight advantage, but it is not obvious. Everyone began to discuss. 1 minute, 2 minutes. At this moment, Xianxia's body was already trembling. After experiencing the previous 2 quick battles, seeing Suyu and Xianxia fighting for a few minutes, everyone was a little anxious, but also a little strange. What was going on? Why was Suyu's expression still on par with Xianxia's? On the stage, Lu Hong's eyes flickered. A moment later, he thought of something and cursed in his heart. Shameless, Xianxia, this fool. He was probably fighting with the illusion, Suyu probably ignored him, created an illusion, and was probably watching the show from the side. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why this happened. I'm just teasing him. Lu Hong was a little speechless. If that's the case, you might as well defeat him quickly. This kid's strength was really not weak. A rank 2 illusion, Xianxia might not even be able to see through it. Suyu only needed to maintain the illusion for a while, but Xianxia would probably torture himself to death. The truth was just as Lu Hong expected. In the secret realm, Suyu crossed his arms with a smile. Looking at Xianxia, who was fighting crazily at the side, he shook his head slightly. So weak. He thought his illusion was really weak. Last time, it was instantly defeated by Qingyun Fai. After the second advancement, Qingyun Fai also quickly saw the difference, but now Xianxia, this idiot, was fighting with the air. This fool keeps mocking me. Should I take revenge on him? Suyu thought in his heart. After thinking for a while, he smiled. I'm not such a narrow-minded person. After a moment, Xianxia's eyes blurred, and the next moment, Suyu appeared again. Suyu, who was beaten black and blue by him, was now safe and sound. Xianxia was obviously stunned for a moment. Suyu opened his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't make a sound. A row of words appeared in front of him. It's been 5 minutes. Brother Hu, I'm sorry. I have to win. I won't let you lose too badly. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then his lungs almost exploded in anger. What does this mean? You said you want to win, and you won. Just as he was thinking, he, who was already exhausted, suddenly saw a huge thunderbolt appear above his head. Rumble. Even if he did not hear the sound, he could feel the momentum of the thunderbolt. His originally illusory body was instantly smashed into pieces. In the outside world, golden light instantly covered the entire ball. Xianxia's face was pale, and he looked up at Suyu opposite him. Suyu showed a trace of apology, and bowed slightly to him. Xianxia saw that he did not seem to be exhausted at all, and his expression changed. Then, he thought of what Xianxia said just now, and his face turned purple. Is the difference so big? Suyu did not exhaust himself at all, so you did it on purpose to injure Xianxia with his sword aura and injure Xianxia all over his body. Did he purposely make himself look better? Until now, he did not realize that the Suyu that he injured was just an illusion, and he thought that Suyu deliberately went easy on him. He was a little embarrassed, and also a little helpless. Is the difference really that big? When he thought back to how he had said that Suyu's superior grade was fake, that his fleshly body was inferior, his willpower was inferior, and his divine texts were inferior. Hu Zongqi felt incredibly ashamed. If Suyu was fake, what was he? Suyu even took care of him, and deliberately fought with him for 5 minutes. Hu Zongqi was even more ashamed. He lowered his head, and cupped his hands at Suyu, and said bitterly, "Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Su. I'm not as good as you." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the crowd, a little bitter and a little disappointed. Seeing this, Suyu did not say anything more, and returned to the crowd, walking towards him. When the next match began, he moved to Hu Zongqi's side, and said softly, "Brother Hu, you're not angry at me, right? Actually, Zongqi, your Xinwen was very powerful just now, but I felt that it was a little too scattered. Zongqi, have you considered being more focused? The 10,000 swords at the same time may look good, but to say something that you might mind, the power was too scattered, and it was hard to hurt me." Hu Zongqi glanced at him, and said a little awkwardly, "Is that so?" "Yes." Suyu said seriously, "At that time, if it had been a slash, even if it did not last long, I might have been seriously injured, and Xinwen would have retreated. But at the end, you became more and more powerless, and it was obvious that you could not continue." Hu Zongqi thought for a while, and nodded, "That's true. In fact, my brother, my second grandpa, and the others all said that the power should be concentrated, but they could not see my Xinwen, so I did not take their advice seriously. Brother Su. Just call me by my name. We've known each other for a long time, and we were on the same path before school started. That was fate, but later on, our relationship became a little stiff." Suyu laughed. "At that time, you even invited me to join the Tianshui Association. Fortunately, I did not join. Otherwise, Sai, with my identity as a Xinwen, you would probably be really upset, and the Tianshui Association would scold you to death." Hu Zongqi laughed awkwardly, "That. I'm afraid so. At that time I did not really understand, and was a little angry that you did not know how to appreciate favors. Now that I think about it, it was actually quite funny. If you really agreed, I would probably be scolding your mother now." After saying that, he became even more embarrassed, and said in a low voice, "Suyu, I'm a little sorry for what happened before, about the assessment in Southern Yuan. In fact, I already figured it out during the last monthly test, and it was definitely not fake, but I was a little unconvinced. I always thought that Southern Yuan is so poor." "Ahem, I'm sorry." "It's okay." Suyu laughed, "It's normal, just like me, living in Southern Yuan. I also feel that people living in the suburbs of Southern Yuan are not as good as me, even if they are really good. I also feel that they are not as good as me. It's normal." "Suyu." Hu Zongqi was a little embarrassed, and said in a low voice, "Actually, you don't have to go easy on me just now, I heard it all. They compared you with Xiaochan, said that you. I think you are not worse than them." Suyu smiled softly, "It's okay, we are old acquaintances, of course it's different. It's okay to doubt me, it's not a big deal. If we really meet people from Shan Shenwen's faction later, I will show them the true meaning of thunderous fury, and also let others know that you, Zongqi, are very strong. You actually fought with me for 5 minutes." When Hu Zongqi heard this, he did not feel humiliated, he only felt a little excited. "Then I have to see it, I'm already prepared to leave, and since you said so, I have to see it. The next one better be from Shan Shenwen's faction, don't hold back, just defeat him directly, I think you are very strong." Suyu smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lu Hong on the stage had a strange look in his eyes. "Damn it, what are you doing? You are a student from Southern Yuan, and most of you are from Shenwen's faction, the target of everyone's hatred. Why do I feel that you are doing very well now?" Now, the intermediate class does not address the new class monitor as class monitor, they still call him by his name, and the class monitor is Suyu. Over at the advanced class, this guy's enemies are almost becoming brothers. That stupid disciple of mine now treats him as a brother. Is there any justice in this world? Xia Hu Yu, Wu Lan, Qingyun Fai, Hu Zongqi, Lin Yao. A large group of people who might be his enemies, they should be targeting him, but now they are only one step away from becoming sworn brothers. Lu Hong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. This guy wants to be a social butterfly. Hu Zongqi, these guys are really useless, cheap bastards. They were defeated, and yet they are still crying tears of gratitude. What a joke, he was speechless. At the side, Wu Qi was also paying attention to Suyu. He looked at him for a while, then said calmly, if you are him, what will your next step be? Lu Hong blurted out, combination of hardness and gentleness. Wu Qi understood and smiled. I understand now. For Hu Zongqi, rope him in, befriend him, and appease him. Later, when you meet someone who does not need to be roped in, use a thunderous method to defeat him, and show your strength. Hu Zongqi is more grateful to him, his enemies will only fear him. Is this the combination of hardness and gentleness? Lu Hong laughed dryly. I was just saying. No, he thinks so too. Wu Qi said calmly, he must think so, because you are the same type of people. Give him a chance, among the freshmen from Shan Shenwen's faction, who is more suitable than Lin Yao. In the next round, arrange for him to fight with Lin Yao. Lu Hong coughed lightly, this will not do. Lin Yao. Lin Yao has betrayed them. No, let Xinghong go. Lu Hong laughed. Didn't he want to be a thunderous one? It's too boring to fulfill his wish. Let Xinghong fight him, I will make him go for wool and come home shorn. How embarrassing. He had just defeated Hu Zongqi in 5 minutes, and now he was defeated by Xinghong. No one would think that Xinghong was strong, only that Suyu was weak. Why do I have to fulfill your wish all the time? Damn it, you keep copying me, shameless. I will embarrass you today, let you experience the beating of society, and stop you from pretending, Wu Qi said calmly, Xinghong. He is one of the 8 monsters. If he loses to Suyu, it will really be fulfilling Suyu's wish. Are you sure? Lose? Lu Hong thought for a while. Who cares, if he loses, it will prove that Suyu is strong, and his value will be greater. If he wins, it will prove that Suyu is only SOSO. It will give Suyu some time to rise, and that will be good enough. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. Thinking of this, Lu Hong laughed and did not say anything else. As for how to arrange for the two of them to fight, if he could not do it, he should just die. It was such a simple matter. As for the other researchers, so be it if they found out. Would they find trouble with him over such a small matter? This was not a formal competition to begin with. Moreover, if one is really strong, one does not need to care about who the opponent is. Just as he was thinking of this, Xinghong went on stage. Below the stage, there were exclamations. Xinghong's opponent also appeared, Lin Yao. Lu Hong facepalmed, feeling a headache coming on. It's over. Are they going to fulfill Suyu's wish? Lin Yao was not weak either. He was an upper-class student with a full 70% willpower. Among the students present, he might not be ranked high, but he would have no problem getting into the top 50. In the end. 5 seconds, Xinghong opened his eyes calmly. Lin Yao's face was pale, and he looked at Xinghong with shock and indignation. Xinghong was too strong, defeating him in an instant. In the arena, the students were also inexplicably shocked. Even faster than Xia Chan defeating Qi Chong, at this moment, Xinghong's strength was clearly displayed. Lin Yao wasn't a good-for-nothing. In the previous monthly test of the advanced class, he had done quite well. It was only because of the matter with Suyu that he had been criticized by many people. However, no one could deny his talent and strength. Lu Hong was speechless at this time. The first round was really random. Now that the two of them had met, and his student had lost so badly, was he really going to arrange for Suyu to fight with Xinghong? If Suyu won, then Suyu would be stepping on Xinghong. No, there was also him. His own disciple was defeated in an instant. If he defeated Xinghong, did that mean that he was also very weak? Can Suyu win? Lu Hong was not sure. A second-level Shenwen was not bad, but Xinghong was not easy to deal with. His willpower was also very high, and he did not know how many Shenwen had drawn. Forget it. Lu Hong decided not to care anymore. Winning or losing did not matter to him. In any case, it was the same. If Suyu really wins, will that stupid disciple of mine worship Suyu even more? Lu Hong suddenly thought of a problem. His expression changed. F***ck, it was very possible that this idiot might even think that Suyu was taking revenge for him. The first round of the competition continued. The performances of the geniuses were all very eye-catching. Qingyun Fai encountered a student who had just regained his composure. He defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye and proudly left the stage. Zhao Shiqi was as calm as still water. He won easily. Hu Qiuxing went up the stage with a smile and left the stage with a smile on his face. The genius student from the Divine Talisman faculty, Zhang Hao, also easily defeated an upper-class student from the Faculty of Theology. The genius student from the Willpower faculty was actually a girl. This was somewhat out of Suyu's expectations. Her name was Su Meng, the same surname as Suyu. She also easily defeated an upper-class genius. The 8 geniuses all won easily. From this, it could be seen that the results of the entrance examination were very accurate, at least for now. The others, like Wu Lan and Xia Huyo, had also won. They had not won easily, and by the looks of it, they had been very anxious. Jiao Mingzhen and the others did not participate. They came, but they kept chatting in a corner. It was unknown whether they were hiding their strength or they did not want to participate. After the first round, there were 99 people left. However, not 99 people participated in the next round. Some of them had used up too much of their willpower, and since the competition was not a large-scale competition, some of them chose to withdraw. In the second round, there were only 92 people participating. I didn't encounter any geniuses, Suyu was also watching coldly from the side. He did not encounter any of the geniuses. This made him wonder if there was something shady about the drawing of lots. As he was thinking, another person appeared beside Suyu. Xiaohu squeezed over again and whispered, "Suyu, what do you think? Can you enter the top 10? There are many people betting on you not to enter the top 10. Are you confident? If not, I'll seal your territory." Suyu's performance in the first round against Hu Zongqi was not eye-catching. He had wasted too much time. Unlike Qingyun Fai and the others, they all defeated their opponents in the blink of an eye. Suyu smiled. "Guess. If you give me half, I'll think of a way to enter the top 10. Xiaohu was speechless. This guy only knew how to be greedy. The bets aren't big. They're just betting a few merit points for fun, Xiaohu said helplessly. You want a piece of the pie too? Suyu ignored him. At that moment, the second round of drawing lots began. As soon as he placed his hand into the bucket, a piece of paper was stuck to his hand. Suyu wanted to stir it up and draw another piece of paper, but the instructor suddenly took the bucket away and started the next one. Suyu frowned and glanced at the instructor who was holding the box. He wasn't familiar with the instructor, but he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Coincidence? Coincidentally, this piece of paper happened to be stuck on my hand. After the others had drawn their lots, Suyu opened the slip of paper and looked at it. Number 2. Suyu frowned. This meant that he would be the first to fight in the second round. Who was number 1, not far away. Jiao Mingzhen glanced at Suyu and then at Lu Hong on the platform. His eyes narrowed as he smiled. Guys, this is cheating. Should we do something about it? The other Galil looked bored. They couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. Whether it was early or late, those who had the ability to fight for first place would encounter it. Without the ability, it was good to be eliminated early. No one said a word. Jiao Mingzhen saw this and smiled again. Fatty Xia is betting. Should we report him? Old Jia, his bet is only a few hundred merit points. Are you going to scam him too? Some Galao couldn't stand it anymore. He was speechless. Such a small bet. Can't you cast a long line to catch a big fish? When he feels that it's fine, he can open a big bet and take it all in one go. When this group of people starts to enter the top 100, this fatty will definitely open a bet. When the bet is big, he'll take it all in one go. Now, with a few hundred merit points, this fatty would probably be scared out of his wits. That's right. I suspect that this fatty is opening a small bet to test the Academy's attitude. I'm still wondering who reported him last time. The few of them laughed and discussed. In the end, they decided to let Xia Huyu go. Soon, they looked at Suyu and Jinghong. The two of them are going against each other? It should be Lu Hong's doing. Who will win? It's hard to say. The few of them chatted for a while and the second round of drawing ended. On the platform, Lu Hong kept a smile on his face. Around him, a few researchers noticed something and looked at him. Lu Hong didn't care. He said loudly, "The second round begins." This round will advance from 92 to 46. The winner of the previous round will be rewarded with 5 merit points. It's the same for this round. Let the competition begin. With that, everyone waited for the first student of the second round to go on stage. In the crowd, Suyu exhaled lightly. He strode out. He had a feeling that his opponent in this round might be one of the 8 people. His drawing process was abnormal. Of course, he wasn't afraid. He would meet them sooner or later. Suyu stepped out. The next moment, not far away, Xinghong also stepped out. Xinghong. Suyu. It was these 2 people. Many people were surprised, but they didn't pay much attention. Suyu was obviously going to lose. In the previous round, he had fought with Xianxia for a long time. Now, he was facing Xinghong, the one who defeated Lin Yao easily. Not many people knew Xinghong's identity, but it wasn't that nobody knew. People like Wan Mingze and Xiaochan knew. He was Sun Galao's disciple and Jing Galao's grandson. He was a genius from Shan Shenwen's faction. Whether he was Qing Yuming's grandson or not, Sun Galao was still an expert from Shan Shenwen's faction. Naturally, Xinghong was also one of them. In the crowd, Xianxia clenched his fists. He had mixed feelings about this. He was looking forward to Suyu winning. If he won, he could at least prove that he was not weak. However, when he saw that his opponent was Xinghong, Xianxia was depressed. He was going to lose for sure. Although he felt that Suyu was strong, he was no match for Xinghong. This was the end. He could only hope that Suyu could last longer. Otherwise, if Suyu was defeated in an instant, it would be embarrassing for him. On the other side, Lin Yao was also sulking. Brother Su wouldn't lose as badly as me, would he? Xinghong was really strong. If he knew that Suyu would be defeated, he would have gone up to reveal some information to Suyu. In the middle of the hall. On both sides of the sphere. When he saw that his opponent was Xinghong, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He could roughly guess what would happen. However, when he saw that it was Xinghong, Suyu couldn't help but curse Lu Hong's entire family. Even if he won, his willpower would be greatly depleted. What should he do next? Lu Hong, this bastard. His name almost had the word Xing behind it. When Xinghong saw that his opponent was Suyu, he wasn't too surprised. When he drew the lots just now, he also felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't expect Lu Hong to be so impatient. He didn't know what to say. Suyu, let's go together. Xinghong wasn't willing to say much. It didn't matter who his opponent was. As a genius, he had the confidence to defeat everyone, especially his peers. The 2 of them didn't say anything else. This time, Suyu didn't pretend to cheer for Xinghong. At the same time, his willpower entered the secret realm. On the sphere, gold and green each took up half of it. In the secret realm of literature, Suyu and Xinghong appeared at the same time. The 2 of them exchanged glances. At the next moment, Suyu's illusion appeared, and the lightning struck. The world in Xinghong's eyes was different from Suyu's. At this moment, he saw Suyu still smiling at him at the same spot. He didn't see the lightning. However, Xinghong was much sharper than Xianxia. His expression changed. His figure moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. Just when he disappeared, the lightning struck. Xinghong didn't see the lightning, but he could feel the huge destructive force from the place. He just left. He directly closed his eyes and no longer looked at the smiling Suyu. In front of him, a big word suddenly appeared. Wind. A gust of wind swept over. Suyu's illusion was trembling. The wind was like blades, and the illusion started to shatter. Although it wasn't a second-level Shenwen, Xinghong's willpower was much stronger than Suyu's. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was shattered by his wind blades, revealing the location of Suyu's willpower. It was not far from him. Xinghong suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a little surprised. This guy's illusion was quite strong. Suyu controlled the lightning and came over. His murderous aura was as cold as an iceberg. Rumble, the lightning exploded. It was silent, but in Xinghong's ears, it naturally became a sound. Fire. At this moment, a torrential flame rose, accompanied by a hurricane. It burned the void and covered Suyu. The fire met the lightning and directly engulfed it. Suyu retreated rapidly. At the next moment, his eyes narrowed. in front of him, a huge mountain appeared, wind volcano, 3 Shenwen, all Shenwen of the Protoss Shenwen. Suyu was secretly shocked, this guy was so strong. There was an ancient saying, wind and fire forest, swift as the wind, sweeping like the fire, unmoving like the mountain, gentle like the forest. Although this guy didn't form the Shenwen combat technique, there were signs of it forming a system. Was there a fourth Shenwen? The huge mountain came crashing down towards Suyu. At this moment, Suyu couldn't care too much. The moment the huge mountain came crashing down, a long black saber appeared. The lightning and illusion from before all disappeared. On the long saber, there were 4 dim spots of light. That was the foundation of Shenwen. The 5th one could barely be seen clearly. The word Shenwen was too dim. The long saber expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge saber that covered the sky and slashed down. Rumble, even though the mystic realm was silent, both of them were shocked. Suyu's figure instantly dissipated. The huge mountain in front of him was directly smashed by him, and the long saber also became much dimmer. Outside, Xinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. The onlookers were shocked. At this moment, on the sphere, the gold and green colors kept tumbling. Clearly, both of them were fighting intensely inside. Everything happened extremely quickly. Xinghong fell behind? Many people were shocked. At this moment, the gold color had a slight upper hand and occupied some of the areas that originally belonged to the green color. Everyone was shocked. Suyu was actually suppressing Xinghong slightly. Xinghong spat out blood, and Suyu's face was pale. Clearly, both of them had just fought intensely. At this moment, many people's hearts were in their throats. They had thought that Suyu would definitely lose. They did not expect such a reversal. Not only the students, but even the researchers were interested. They looked at the sphere and then at Xinghong. Someone said in a low voice, Shenwen is injured. Suyu's destructive power is so strong. The two of them are evenly matched. There's no rush. Xinghong's will is almost at 90%. His destructive power is stronger, and he can last longer. He had just finished speaking when the gold color on the sphere tumbled rapidly and occupied the green territory. The researcher who spoke stopped talking, his face full of shock. Another head-on clash. Xinghong kept vomiting blood. Suyu was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His face was frighteningly pale. Clearly, both of them had been fighting intensely, causing both of them to be heavily injured and expended a lot of energy. What happened, in the secret text realm? Suyu held a huge black saber in his hand, cutting through the heavens and earth, cutting through mountains and breaking fire. Hurricanes howled and raging flames boiled. Black flames seemed to erupt from Suyu's body. It was not flames, but the killing intent of the word kill. Killing intent filled the sky, and it kept attacking Xinghong. Xinghong's expression was ugly. Suyu had used the Shenwen battle technique. The Shenwen battle technique had not been fully filled, so its destructive power was not too strong. But that was only relatively speaking. At this moment, Suyu Shenwen had been fused with that battle technique. The combination of a few Shenwen made Suyu stronger. 4 Shenwen, 2 second-level ones. Damn it. Xinghong cursed in his heart. Could it be that this fellow did not outline the Shenwen, but specifically went to nurture the Shenwen? But this was too fast. 2 second-level ones, that murderous aura shook his willpower, constantly destroying his willpower. The illusion constantly interfered with his judgment. He could tell that there were 2 Shenwen. One was blood, and the other was kill. They were both the human race's Shenwen. This fellow actually nurtured the human race's Shenwen into a second-level one. Xinghong gritted his teeth. The next moment, the hurricane disappeared, the flames extinguished, and the huge mountain disappeared. 3 Shenwen appeared in front of him. Xinghong gritted his teeth, and the 3 Shenwen instantly fused together, forming a long spear. Bang! He directly charged towards Suyu with a spear in hand. With a thrust, the wind Shenwen accelerated, the mountain Shenwen increased in strength, and the fire Shenwen burned. Suyu only felt that a huge mountain was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Fusion. Xinghong, this fellow, was also fusing with the Shenwen. Suyu roared. Even though he could not shout, he roared and slashed with his long saber. Lei Yuan Dao, slash, boom, both of their illusory bodies trembled violently. Suyu's body continued to crumble, and so did Xinghong's. Outside. Both of their bodies were also trembling violently. Suyu spat out blood, his brows tightly furrowed. Xinghong's willpower was shaken, and his blood stained the ground. A few researchers had already walked over. One of them growled, "Let's stop it. These two brats are fighting inside until the Shenwen is about to collapse." At this moment, the two colors were constantly tumbling. Neither had the upper hand. Lu Hong frowned. On the other side, Wu Qi said calmly, "Why stop it? As geniuses, we all have our own pride. We can lose, as long as we don't lose unjustly. As for injuries, who hasn't been injured before?" As a genius, she had the right to say this. If she really wanted to stop the battle, the two fellows inside would have retreated on their own. At this moment, Xiao Chan and the others also walked over with solemn expressions. Xinghong was not weak, even among the 8 of them, Xinghong was definitely not the weakest. In the end, he was evenly matched with Suyu. In fact, he seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. Yes, they could vaguely see that the golden color was stable, however, the green color was a little weak. Suyu was like a perpetual motion machine. His willpower was endless, constantly flowing into the round ball. As for Xinghong, his willpower was somewhat intermittent. At this moment, the researcher from the weapon forging school, Ling Yunjing, suddenly said, "Does Suyu know my teacher?" Lu Hong glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "His minor is weapon forging. He is Elder Zhao's minor disciple." This Ling Yun looked middle-aged. When he heard this, he was a little surprised. Minor. He actually didn't pay much attention to it. Recently, he had been busy and only had time to lead a team to take a look. When he heard this, he looked at Suyu. Although his face was pale, his willpower was still endless. He suddenly said, "Suyuan. If Xinghong continues to fight, he will only be seriously injured. You guys. Do as you see fit." When these words were said, many people looked at him. The students were all incomparably shocked. Suyu won, the winner hadn't been decided yet, right? And at the moment, they couldn't tell who would win. The middle-aged man was silent. In his heart, he was surprised. Did he cultivate the spirit expansion art? Teacher actually passed down his spirit expansion art? One must know that even he didn't obtain the true inheritance. Would teacher pass it down so carelessly? Could it be that he didn't pass it down, but helped him expand his spirit? This guy's willpower isn't even at the maximum of 60%, but he can outlast Xinghong, who is at the maximum of 90%. How many hammers does he have to endure? His willpower was at least 1.5 times that of Xinghong. The Seeable was at least a third bigger than Xinghong. If his spirit was expanded, he would at least have to endure a lot of hammers from teacher. The middle-aged man thought about this and didn't speak again. The others didn't abruptly stop the competition. Instead, they watched silently, each having their own thoughts and emotions. Suyu could actually defeat Xinghong. At this moment, it had been close to 3 minutes since the two of them started fighting. They were both going all out, gold and green were seething, and the color of the ball kept changing. However, Xinghong felt a little powerless. As for Suyu, he felt that he could still continue. What kind of freak was this? Some researchers who had heard some rumors looked at the researcher from the weaponsmithing college. Was this a cultivation art passed down by Zhao Li, in the secret text realm? Xinghong and Suyu's bodies were already badly damaged, neither of them wanted to admit defeat. Suyu's battle intent was getting stronger and stronger, and his killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. The words fight and kill Shenwen were Shenwen, who had evolved through battle. The more they fought, the more excited they became. In the secret text realm, killing intent filled the skies, his battle intent was boiling. On the other hand, Xinghong was a little weak. Xinghong glanced at Suyu and frowned. It was fine that Suyu's willpower was long, but more importantly, his destructive power was not weak either. This was not something that could be represented by a full charge of 50%. It was probably close to 70% or even more destructive power. In addition, Shenwen's battle technique was actually not much weaker than his. Spirit expansion art? Xinghong thought of this question. His grandfather had once told him that if he wanted to become stronger and better at protracted battles, it would be best if he could learn the spirit expansion art. It was a pity that Zhao Li didn't teach it to others, so he didn't have the chance to learn it. Now, it seemed that Suyu had learned it. No wonder he could maintain 4 Shenwen, and there were even 2 second-level ones. While he was thinking, his vision suddenly turned black. It was not the kind of illusion, it was really black. This was a body formed by his willpower. How could there be signs of his vision turning black? Illusions could only create such scenes, such as night, but they couldn't cover his eyes. What was that? Xinghong was shocked. His willpower erupted again. The darkness in front of him was quickly broken by him. See the light again. At this moment, Suyu was already charging towards him with his saber. Xinghong was just about to counterattack, when he suddenly realized something was wrong. This was the arcane text realm, the physical body was fake. Where did the shadow come from? Yes, the shadow. At this moment, a shadow actually appeared under Suyu's feet. He didn't have time to react just now. Xinghong was shocked. For a moment, he didn't know whether to attack Suyu himself or his shadow. During this moment of hesitation, Suyu's shadow suddenly wrapped around his whole body. The long saber instantly slashed down. Bang, a loud sound rang in their hearts. Xinghong's body was completely shattered. With some unwillingness and some doubt, before his willpower retreated, he stared at the shadow on the ground. F***ck, there was still 1 more Shenwen. Suyu, this bastard, had mastered 5 Shenwen. How long had he been in school? How was this possible? Didn't they say that he had only been in contact with Shenwen for a few months? Moreover, he had never discovered this Shenwen before. The Shenwen is related to the shadow. With some helplessness, Xinghong completely disappeared from the arcane text realm. Pfft, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Xinghong opened his eyes. At this moment, everyone else was dumbfounded. The golden light had completely covered the sphere. Xinghong had retreated. Suyu had won. The next moment, Suyu opened his eyes. He was panting violently. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything. Suyu had mastered 5 Shenwen, 2 of which were second grade. As for Xinghong, he had also mastered 3 Shenwen. All of them were very powerful. Perhaps he wanted to condense 4 Shenwen to form a system. But now it seemed that he hadn't succeeded. After a few seconds, Suyu panted and cupped his hands. "Thank you for letting me win." Xinghong nodded slightly and didn't say much. He felt a little regretful and disappointed, but he didn't mind it too much. His strength had not reached its peak yet. Only by outlining a Lin Shenwen would he challenge the top 100 list. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that he could get on it. Now, he could only say that his Shenwen was still a half-finished product. Losing to Suyu, he could accept it. If he really went all out, his physical body at 15 kilograms was stronger than Suyu, but he might not be afraid of Suyu. He is at 15 kilograms, if he doesn't use the talent blood essence, he won't be my opponent. Talent blood essence is completely useless at the Wanxia realm. Xinghong thought in his heart. He didn't say anything harsh. These words weren't suitable for them. They would naturally become stronger when they needed to become stronger. Xinghong's injuries weren't light, and his willpower wasn't small. He didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. He lost. It didn't matter if he lost once. If he could get up and stand up, he would still have a chance. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand up, in the main hall. The next round of the competition hadn't started yet. Everyone looked at Suyu, their faces full of surprise and astonishment. Suyu won. This guy actually defeated Xinghong. Suyu didn't care about them. He smiled at Hu Zongqi and nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Yao, who was not far away. Seeing how excited Lin Yao was, Suyu also smiled. However, he hid it well and didn't reveal anything. Lin Yao and Hu Zongqi were a little excited. Suyu won. Hu Zongqi felt great from the bottom of his heart. Suyu had defeated Xinghong. He looked at the time. 4 minutes. Defeating Xinghong was faster than defeating himself. What did this mean? Did it mean that he was stronger than Xinghong? Of course not. It meant that Suyu gave him face. According to Hu Zongqi's judgment, he was weaker than Lin Yao. If that was the case, Xinghong won Lin Yao by 5 seconds. Suyu defeated Xinghong, and he was weaker than Lin Yao, 3 seconds, Hu Zongji swallowed his saliva. If Suyu didn't give him face, he would be finished in 3 seconds, that would be too shameless. At this moment, Hu Zongji only felt great. He suddenly shouted, Suyu is really a monster. This was a real monster student. Hu Zongji, who had been questioning Suyu's unfairness, was the first to say that Suyu was a monster. He was slapping his own face, but he was willing to endure it. He deserved to be slapped. Slapping himself was better than being slapped by others. On the other side, Linya was also happy. Brother Su had avenged him. Xinghong was arrogant, but he still lost in the end. They were happy. Suyu had a smile on his face, but he was helpless in his heart. He had consumed too much energy, and he had used all his trump cards. Fortunately, it was the first round of the second round. He could still cultivate and recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the third round. Xinghong is strong, at least in terms of willpower. He is stronger than Qingyun Fai. If he draws another Shenwen and forms a wind and fire forest, I'm afraid I won't be his match. Suyu knew his limits. If he drew another Shenwen, Xinghong's Shenwen would become a system. He would definitely not be his match. But that was in the future. Xinghong was strong. How could he not? If they were to fight in real life, he was stronger than Xinghong in terms of physique. He had nothing to fear. It's fine as long as I win. Suyu glanced at Lu Hong. Lu Hong smiled at him and nodded slightly, as if saying, I'll grant your wish. This made Suyu speechless. Are you trying to deceive me, saying that you're giving me a chance to show off? F*CKU. I don't want this chance, Suyu cursed. There were still 7 monster students. If they meet each other, I'll admit that you're helping me. Otherwise, you, Lu Hong, are a bastard. Don't think I can't see through you. Suyu cursed in his heart and started to recover his willpower. The others looked at Suyu with completely different gazes now. Suyu could only say that he was lucky to defeat Qin Qi. His talent and blood essence were good. But he defeated Xinghong in the Shenwen competition. This guy could be considered a true monstrous student. He was on the same level as the others. Suyu closed his eyes to rest, no longer caring about the others. He didn't even watch the matches of the other geniuses. He couldn't see anything, so it would be a waste of time to watch. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get first place. Suyu thought to himself. Unless he swallowed the soul-devouring worm's blood essence. His willpower would have a corrosive ability that would devour his opponent's willpower. However, this was not a bad thing for his enemies. They were all classmates now. Even in Shan Shenwen's faction, the one that Suyu really wanted to deal with was probably Huang Qifeng. This included Qin Qi, Xinghong, and the others. Suyu actually didn't want to do anything to them. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As for Huang Qifeng, Suyu didn't even plan to tell him how to deal with him. He just had to lie in bed for a few months, just like his senior sister. Soul-devouring worm, Suyu murmured in his heart. He continued to close his eyes to recover his willpower. I have to get the 5 elements race's blood essence as soon as possible to strengthen my willpower. The matches continued. The shady dealings were obvious. In the second round, the geniuses didn't encounter each other. The students weren't stupid. They were cursing in their hearts, but their faces were all smiling. That was normal. Who asked you not to be a seed? You would be eliminated sooner or later anyway. It was better to encounter each other earlier. It was a pity that you didn't have the chance to pick up the scraps. As for Suyu, he had just defeated Xinghong and was exhausted. If he encountered Suyu in the next round, there was hope for him to pick up the scraps. In this round, Wu Lan was unlucky to encounter Wan Mingze. Wan Mingze might have given Wu Lan face. After a stalemate of nearly 3 minutes, he finally defeated Wu Lan. Wu Lan's face was full of depression. What a terrible loss. Suyu had defeated Xinghong. She felt that she had a chance too. When she encountered Wan Mingze, she wanted to show Suyu how strong she was. However, it turned out that she was thinking too much. None of the geniuses could turn the tables. All the opponents he encountered were easily defeated. The duration of the 46 rounds was only about an hour. An hour later, although Suyu had not fully recovered, he had almost recovered. Suyu opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had quite a bit of time. Otherwise, with his previous state, he would have lost to anyone he met. Next to him, Xianxia was still there. Seeing Suyu open his eyes, he said excitedly, "Suyu, how is it?" Suyu smiled and nodded, thanking him. "Not bad, I'm almost recovered." "Thank you, I'll have to trouble you to protect me." "Of course not." Xianxia said embarrassedly, "Here. The teachers are all here. Who would dare to cause trouble?" Harassing Suyu right under the teacher's nose, not allowing him to recover. "Aren't you afraid that those researchers will come after you?" Suyu smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked around and asked, "Is it all over?" "Yes, the third round is about to begin." Xianxia looked at Suyu and said with a strange expression, "Suyu, you actually defeated Xinghong. Isn't your willpower a little weak?" Suyu smiled, "It's fine, I'm indeed a little weak. However, my willpower is longer, and I've outlined more Shunwen and the second level Shunwen. Xinghong isn't weak, but he was a little careless." Xianxia nodded slightly and sighed, "Anyway, you're very strong. My brother said that the geniuses of this batch might actually have the strength to enter the top 100, stronger than the previous batches. You defeated Xinghong, and your warrior Dao is at the third level of 15 kilograms. If you reach the 7th level, you have the competence to enter the top 100. The third level of 15 kilograms, this was the understanding of ordinary students. The 5th level of 15 kilograms was the understanding of the disciples of the major forces. Of course, it might be the 6th level now. The 9th level of 15 kilograms. Not many people knew about it. Suyu smiled and said in a low voice, "I'm not just at the third level of 15 kilograms. Remember to keep it a secret." Xianxia was slightly surprised and then moved. "Is this trust? Otherwise, why would he say this to me?" "Brother, don't worry." Xianxia smiled and was delighted. Suyu was as honest and reliable as ever. What happened in the past was all in the past. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little ashamed. As he spoke, he also said in a low voice, "Suyu, my brother has a good relationship with Lu He and the others. Don't worry, next time they have news about you, I'll help you keep an eye out and let you know if there's anything." Suyu revealed a look of joy and said in a low voice, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Xianxia." As he spoke, Suyu's eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, "Xianxia, I have something to tell you later. Let's talk." Xianxia was stunned. What's the matter? However, seeing how mysterious Suyu was, he thought about it and did not ask. "Let's talk about it later." As they spoke, the third round of the competition began. The lottery cylinder was brought over again. Among the 46 victors, a few people were too tired to fight again and gave up. 2 rounds of willpower had been consumed. Under the situation where the gap between everyone was not too big, it was difficult to recover in continuous battles. Especially those who had drawn the last few in the previous round, even the victors were now drawing with some hope that they could be ranked at the back. If they were ranked at the front, they would not be able to fight at all. Suyu stared at the lottery cylinder and looked at the instructor. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked behind him. The instructor's expression changed slightly and he looked back. There was nothing. When he looked back, Suyu had already drawn his lot. He had a smile on his face as if nothing had happened. He was speechless. The instructor did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not say much and walked to the next person. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Lu Hong on the stage. "I'll let you continue scheming against me. I've messed around for a long time and got a monster student. I'll admit it, on the stage." Lu Hong was also speechless. "Kid, why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything this round. Besides, if you really wanted to do something, would your little tricks work on me?" At the side, Wu Qi was also watching with interest. She chuckled and said, "This guy is very interesting. Lu Hong, you seem to have met your match. Unfortunately, you were born 2 years too late. If he had been born a few years earlier, it would have been very interesting." Lu Hong did not care about her words. He smiled faintly and said, "A few years earlier. A few years earlier, it would have been very interesting. However, it's not too late now. In the path of cultivation, there are many people who catch up from behind. You and I are only sore. There are still Ling Yun and Shanghai above us. Who knows if he can catch up from behind? You think very highly of him? Wu Qi looked at him strangely. Lu Hong did not seem like much on the surface. He liked to laugh and was very arrogant. He looked silly. In the eyes of many people in the academy, Lu Hong was quite stupid. He had fought with Bai Feng for several years and lost more than he won. Of course, people with discerning eyes knew that it was not easy to last a few years against Bai Feng. But Wu Qi knew that Lu Hong, this fellow, was very shrewd. He was the kind of person who was very arrogant. He looked down on this and that. There were not many people who could really catch his eye, including himself. In Lu Hong's eyes, he was probably the kind with decent strength but average intelligence. Some people were arrogant on the surface. Some people were arrogant in their bones, the latter was Lu Hong. Lu Hong smiled faintly and said, "Not really. He's still too inexperienced. Let's wait and see. We'll see when we reach Soar." Soar? Wu Qi said softly, "Do you know about what happened in Dazhou Prefecture? Will he be able to reach Soar successfully?" "I've heard a little about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it." Lu Hong said calmly, "It's not a big deal. Unless the Shan Xinwen lineage really has an invincible one, otherwise, the Xinwen lineage will not be completely wiped out. One Xinwen lineage is too little. At least the Xinwen lineage has an example of invincibility in the Sun and Moon Wars. That guy is only in Soar. Can he still be invincible when he reaches the Sun and Moon Wars?" Wu Qi nodded and said with a smile, "Invincible? If he really comes, forget it, I might be Ling Yun. Otherwise, I would like to let that guy know what a tragedy is." "Invincible?" did he ask her, Wu Qi? She was not even convinced by Xia Yuan, let alone a newcomer. Bai Feng was still a genius of the Xinwen lineage. She did not feel that she was inferior to Bai Feng. As they chatted on the stage, below the stage, Suyu drew number 12, the sixth to fight. There were a total of 20 matches in this round. The others had already withdrawn. A match could last for 3 to 5 minutes, and the shortest would only take a few seconds. At first, Suyu did not pay attention to the matches and did not see anything. But soon, his attention was drawn to the other side, Xia Huyu. This guy had quietly entered the third round, and now it was his turn. Suyu took a look. He did not know Xia Huyu's opponent. He was not from the Faculty of Theology. He turned to look at Hu Zongqi, who had not left yet, and said in a low voice, "Who was Xia Huyu's opponent in the last round?" "An upper middle school student from the Divine Pill Institute." Suyu nodded slightly and looked thoughtfully at Xia Huyu, who was smiling on the stage. "Chao Hui, you are from the Willpower Faculty. Why are you studying Xinwen? Why don't you admit defeat?" Xia Huyu was not in a hurry. He laughed and said, "If you admit defeat, I will give you 3 merit points. How about that?" The student called Chao Hui glanced at him speechlessly. On the stage, a researcher scolded, "Xia Huyu, focus on the match. What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Huyu laughed and said, "Forget it, you don't know how to do business. I am very strong. I will only enter the top 20 if I win this round. I have to at least secure a place in the top 10. Chao Hui, I am sorry. If you buy some treasures from me, I will give you a 5% discount." Chao Hui's face stiffened. He could not help but curse in a low voice, "I did not buy from you." Sorry. Xia Huyu hurriedly apologized, Yes, I did not buy from you. I was wrong. I will give you a 10% discount next time. Take it as my apology." Chao Hui was completely speechless. He felt helpless. "Forget it. 10% discount. I will remember it. Damn fatty, if you don't give me a 10% discount next time, I will not let you off." The two of them quickly began to exchange blows. Suyu suspected that they had gone inside to trade. Anyway, no one outside could see what they were doing inside. Since they could not speak, they would just type. At this moment, Jiao Mingzhen and the others were also having a headache. Lu Hong's black market business has been on the decline recently. All the shares have been taken by this kid. This kid is very slippery. The academy has investigated a few times, but they couldn't find him. There were a few times when we were almost able to catch him, but he managed to escape. Last time, when we tricked Lu Hong, we ended up letting him take advantage of us. Just like his second uncle. The female Galao complained. She then said, but this kid, when he does business, he targets certain people. Is he starting to build the foundation of this generation's academy head? Xiaohu did not do business with just anyone. On this point, the other Galao also paid attention to it. For example, people like Su Yu and Qingyun Fai were Xiaohu's targets. Chao Hui could enter the third round. He was also a genius. His strength was not weak. Therefore, he was also this fellow's business partner. As for the others, let's not talk about whether they could afford it. Even if they could, Xiaohu might not do it. Jiao Mingjun nodded. Once Academy head Xia comes out of seclusion, he might have a chance to enter Eternal. He won't stay in Xia province for long. Can he take over? Xia Yuan entered Ling Yun. Hard to say. Jiao Mingjun glanced at Xia Huyu. After a moment, he said, this kid, his strength is hard to say. As for becoming the academy head, although strength is important, other things are also important. It's fine as long as his strength keeps up. The key is whether he can see the big picture and convince the masses. Xia Yuan was strong, but some things were hard to say. He was too strong. Although he had suppressed their generation, it did not mean that they would submit. Who would submit to Bai Feng, Wu Qi, and the others? Of course, this was not the key. The key was that Xia Yuan's character was slightly extreme. Otherwise, he would not have crushed the 2nd to 10th place twice before breaking through. The position of academy head was held by the strong, but the strong might not be able to become the academy head. Xia Yuan can't afford to lose out. From what I can see, his personality is somewhat similar to Prefecture Lord Xia's. Unless he can also have Prefecture Lord Xia's strength and suppress everything, his personality is not suitable to be Prefecture Lord. As they spoke, Xia Huyu and Chao Hui dawdled for a while. After a few minutes, Xia Huyu panted and opened his eyes. He scolded, Chao Hui, you are a student of the willpower faculty. How can you hide 3 Shunwen? Are you crazy? Chao Hui's face darkened. Xia Huyu smiled. Forget it, I finally beat you. I'm happy today. Find me later and I'll give you a 20% discount. Chao Hui was speechless again. He had lost. This fatty was really infuriating. But at the thought of the 20% discount. Fine, I'll swallow this. The two of them were exchanging pointers as if they were playing around. The others did not know whether to laugh or cry. The next to go up was Xia Chan glancing at Xia Huyu. Xia Chan's expression was not good. She pretended not to know him and walked past him. How embarrassing, Xia Huyu chuckled and did not mind. He said loudly, Sister, do your best. Everyone, look closely. This is my sister, a monster of this year. She'll definitely be in the top 3. If she can't make it, then so be it. Xia Huyu's words made everyone laugh. Xia Chan's face turned green. Who the hell is your sister? With anger, the student who met her was unlucky this time. Xia Chan directly used her willpower to enter. In less than 10 seconds, the opponent vomited blood and retreated from the mystic realm. He looked at Xia Huyu resentfully. Why did you provoke Xia Chan? I was almost beaten to death because of you. Those who entered the 3rd round were not weaklings, but I was beaten so badly. Xia Huyu winked and gestured a 9 with his fingers. That person understood and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Forget it, a 10% discount was not bad. After all, he was not as good as Xia Chan. It was normal to be defeated. Below the stage, Suyu wanted to laugh. This guy. Xia Huyu. Zongqi, do you know which branch of Xia Jia he is from? Hu Zongqi was easy to talk now. He said with a smile, it seems to be from cousin Da Xia of Goguryeo. It is a little distant from the direct line of Xia Jia. Xia Chan is the direct line of Xia Jia. Her grandfather is Xia Houyi, the niece of Master Xia. Suyu nodded. He had also heard about this. Xia Chan's branch was indeed the direct line of descent. She was the great-granddaughter of Da Xia of Goguryeo. She had a great-grandfather of the invincible realm, but Xia Huyu should have a good relationship with Xia Chan. The source of his goods was probably related to Summerfield Trading Company, and the person in charge of Summerfield Trading Company was Xia Yi. While they were talking, another 2 rounds of competition passed. It was Su Yu's turn again. This time, Su Yu was lucky. His opponent was a student from the School of Elixir Pills. His face was still a little pale. Obviously, he had not recovered from the last round. Seeing that his opponent was Su Yu, the student had expected Su Yu to not recover. But when he saw Su Yu's face was normal, he was disappointed. There was no hope for him to win, but he was won by Su Yu. 1 minute, Su Yu defeated his opponent. Very easy. The illusion confused his opponent for a while, then he showed his real body, smiled apologetically, and killed his opponent with a thunder. 1 minute was enough to save his opponent's face. He was blasted out. His opponent smiled bitterly. Obviously, he knew the gap between them. Without saying anything, he cupped his hands and left. The third round, 40-20. The 20 rounds of competition only lasted for 20 minutes or so, and it ended quickly and cleanly. Except for the unlucky Xinghong, the other 7 people all advanced. Su Yu, Xia Yu, and a few other students from the Faculty of Theology also advanced. After 3 rounds, it took about 3.5 hours. At this moment, it was almost 11 o'clock. On the stage, Lu Hong suddenly said, "There's no need to draw lots for the 4th round. Together with Su Yu, Xia Yu, and Huang Fan, we'll form a group of 10. The other 10 can challenge any one of them. If they win, they'll be in the top 10. Many people's eyes flickered as they looked at Xia Yu and Huang Fan. Xia Yu's face turned green. He hurriedly said, "I'm not a super genius. Why am I in this group?" "You're Xiajia's student." "Is this enough?" Lu Hong said calmly, "Xiajia's student, you can't even handle such a small situation? If you can't enter the top 10, that's because you're useless." "Are you saying that you can enter the top 10? That's fine too." Xia Yu blurted out. Lu Hong's face darkened. Many people glared at Xia Yu. Xia Chan even turned her head to avoid looking at him. This was too embarrassing. Xia Yu was also gloomy. Was this embarrassing? Lu Hong said it himself. Lu Hong ignored him and looked at the other 10 people. Choose any one of them. Don't fight for the top 10 just for the sake of the top 10. It's a better opportunity to spar with some of the super geniuses. Usually, they won't even bother with you when you challenge them. This is your chance. As soon as he said this, many people had thoughtful looks on their faces. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to those super genius students. Just as Lu Hong said, these people would usually ignore them even if they wanted to spar with them. Now, this was a chance. Even if they chose Xia Yu and the rest, they might not be able to enter the top 10. They would not have the chance to spar with the super geniuses anymore. I choose Wan Mingze. Very soon, someone looked at Wan Mingze with a burning gaze. Obviously, the other party didn't want to spar with Wan Mingze on a whim. He had been thinking about it for a long time. I choose Qingyun Fai. Qingyun Fai crossed his arms and said lazily, "I've thought it through. I'm the massacre master. If your willpower is damaged, don't blame me for not reminding you." Everyone ignored him. Qingyun Fai's willpower could only be said to be average. He wasn't the strongest. Why was he so arrogant? It was as if everyone was afraid of him. Very soon, Su Yu also had an opponent. It was a student from his class. Below the stage, Wu Lan had a look of regret. She didn't enter the top 20. Otherwise, she would have chosen Su Yu. She couldn't accept it. How did Su Yu become stronger so quickly? The battle for the top 10 soon began. The first was Xia Yu. This guy had a long face and fought with his opponent for 7 to 8 minutes before he barely defeated his opponent. He panted heavily and directly fell to the ground, looking like he had no strength to continue fighting. Su Yu was a little doubtful. Was this guy's strength really that strong? Every time he won, he would look like he was half dead, but very quickly, he would be full of energy again. He didn't want to guess. It was normal to have some trump cards. He had them himself. The second was Wan Mingze. This guy was as relaxed as ever. He won easily again and didn't consume too much energy. It was the same for the geniuses behind him. They were all very strong. As for Suyu, he didn't use illusions in this round of fighting. He used the second-rank kill Shinwen and the Yin Shinwen. His killing aura was intimidating, and the shadows were ambushed. He quickly defeated his opponent. This round, he didn't drag it out for too long. The main thing was that in the next round, there was a high probability that he would encounter those geniuses. He had to save some energy. The matches passed round after round. In the blink of an eye, the top 10 were decided. Xiaohuyu and Suyu both won. The other 7 also won. Only that Huang Fan was defeated by a student from the willpower faculty. He didn't enter the top 10. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The top 10 were decided, including Suyu. A total of 8 monstrous geniuses had advanced. At this moment, Suyu was a demon-level genius in their eyes. Those researchers also became interested. The top 10 had been decided. The following matches would be interesting to watch. It wasn't like before, where the results were already known before the matches even started. Lu Hong glanced at the 10 students and smiled. Does anyone want to withdraw? Teacher, I want to withdraw. The student from the willpower faculty directly chose to withdraw. In order to defeat Huang Fan, he had already exhausted his willpower. There was no way he could continue fighting. Xiaohuyu, what about you? Xiaohuyu rolled his eyes. Why did you specifically ask me? Turning to look at the others, Xiaohuyu suddenly smiled and said, then I'll withdraw too. I'll fight for them. Teacher, do you want to draw lots or choose by yourself? Or do you want to arrange it directly? The remaining 8 were all strong. He was also happy to watch the show. Lu Hong also looked at the 8 and smiled. What do you guys think? The competition in Shinwen is just a small competition. The main purpose is to learn from each other and strengthen yourselves. Who do you think is more suitable to be your opponent? Or should I say, you want to know who is hiding their strength and how many Shinwen coins they have? This guy had a smile on his face, but his eyes were on Suyu, as if saying that they could all choose Suyu. Qingyun Fai seemed to be a little impatient. He said directly, I challenge that guy with the surname Wan. Let's see if that guy with the surname Wan is really stronger than me in Shinwen. Zhao Shiqi said indifferently, then I choose Hu Qiuxing. The Hu family shouldn't be weak in Shinwen, right? Xiachan didn't look at Suyu or the person from the Divine Talisman faculty. Instead, she looked at Su Meng and said, Su Meng, it's just the 2 of us. How about you and I spar? Su Meng was a genius from the willpower faculty. He looked very gentle and quiet. He nodded lightly and said with a smile, all right, big sister Xiachan, I also want to spar with you once. Suyu and Zhang Hao looked at each other. They didn't seem to care. Since everyone else had made their choice and no one cared about them, the 2 of them didn't mind giving it a try. Divine Talisman faculty, Suyu murmured in his heart. He felt something different on the second day he entered this faculty. The Divine Talisman the researcher displayed was very strong. But, this wasn't a real spar. It was in the arcane realm. The other party couldn't use Divine Talismans, right? But Zhang Hao seemed to have won the last few times easily. Was this guy very strong? Lu Hong didn't care that they had chosen their opponents. He smiled and said, since you don't have any objections, then let's do it this way. The winner will be the top 4. The top 4 will compete again. The winner will be the top 2, and the first place will be decided. The third and fourth place can also compete again to determine the winner. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and said, Suyu, you and Xiachan can't lose. Under normal circumstances, the top 3 are taken by the Faculty of Theology. If you lose, don't blame me for punishing you. Suyu's face darkened. How dare you say that? Beside him, Xiachan pretended not to hear it. Lu Hong was really tasteless. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Suyu also ignored him. He looked at Zhang Hao and nodded slightly. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded in response. As for Lu Hong's words, he could just ignore it. They were all geniuses. They couldn't be bothered to start a dispute over an outsider's words. It was just a spar. Many researchers also rolled their eyes at Lu Hongyi. This guy always felt that he was too narrow-minded and shameless. Only Wu Qi glanced at Lu Hong and cursed in his heart. Acting dumb again, you're already at sore and almost Ling Yun. Who are you acting for? No matter how you act, you can't change the fact that you're a sinister villain. There were only 4 matches in the 4th round. The first match was between Qingyun Fai and Wan Mingze. At this moment, even though he could not see the match, Suyu's interest was piqued. He had fought with Qingyun Fai before and generally knew Qingyun Fai's strength. Of course, Qingyun Fai's willpower was not weak, and Shenwen's was not bad, but strictly speaking, he did not feel as good as Jing Hong's. He wanted to see how Wan Mingze and Qingyun Fai would compare. Just as their willpower was immersed, the 2 colors instantly tumbled. The white color belonged to Wan Mingze, and the blue color belonged to Qingyun Fai. At this moment, the white and blue colors instantly fluctuated. Outside, Qingyun Fai's expression was solemn. He kept injecting his willpower, and his expression was somewhat ugly. Wan Mingze was still indifferent. At this moment, Suyu and the others felt strange. Qingyun Fai did not seem to be a match for his opponent. The tumbling of the 2 colors lasted for about 5 minutes. The blue color represented by Qingyun Fai instantly faded. Qingyun Fai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Wan Mingze, his expression solemn. Wan Mingze. Very good. I've lost. I'll fight you again in the top 100 list. I can afford to lose, but if Shenwen loses, what's the point of relying on willpower? Everyone was speechless. Many researchers rubbed their foreheads, feeling a headache. Young man, this is the Civilization Institute, it's not your Laojing family, they're all war maniacs, we specialize in Shenwen and willpower. This kid said he could afford to lose, but in fact, he still could not afford to lose. He felt that Shenwen did not represent his full strength. Wan Mingze chuckled. Top 100 list. Yunhui, there are too many powerhouses in the top 100 list. Isn't it better to settle for a little more time? Tisk. Qingyun Fai had a look of disdain on his face as he said disdainfully, only by fighting for the top and knowing the gap between us can we improve. If he continued to be a turtle, he would become a real turtle sooner or later. Even if I lose, I know where the gap is, and I will catch up soon. Wan Mingze smiled but said nothing. You are you, and I am me. Our paths might not be the same. Beside him, Xianxia exhaled softly and said softly, it seems that the civilized aristocratic families are really strong. Hu Qiuxing, let me see the foundation of the Hu family. Zhao Shiqi, the son of Deputy General Long Wuwei. The successor of the warrior path, he and Qingyun Fai were considered outsiders among this generation's evildoers. Their families were not famous for their cultured ways. Hu Qiuxing smiled, so you discovered one thing, the descendants of civilized aristocratic families all loved to laugh. On the other hand, Zhao Shiqi and the others who came from the warrior path actually didn't like to smile. It was rare to see them greet people with a smile. The 2 of them entered the secret realm. The second round of the competition began. It was still the same 2 colors, and they were evenly matched. Hu Qiuxing and Zhao Shiqi had solemn expressions and sweat dripped down their faces. This time, the 2 of them fought for a long time. Seeing that it was almost 10 minutes, Zhao Shiqi's body staggered and he almost fell. He retracted his willpower and opened his eyes to look at Hu Qiuxing. His face was pale. After a while, he panted and said, it seems that, us who came from the warrior path are still a little lacking. We will catch up. Hu Qiuxing, are you going to enter the top 100 next month? At the side, Qingyun Fai, who was still adjusting his breathing, said with some irritation, let's do it together. I think it won't be a problem for us to take down the bottom 10. Directly occupy the bottom 10, lest some mediocre people occupy the positions and embarrass themselves. In the arena, some of the teachers were speechless. These words were offensive. Some of the people in the bottom 10 were even their disciples. For example, Wu Qi's disciple was in the bottom 10. Hu Qiuxing and the others smiled and did not reply. There was no hurry. Qingyun Fai turned to look at Suyu and said casually, Suyu, you're already at level 615 kilograms. In addition to Wanshi's blood essence, you're at level 2 Shenwen. Do you want to go with me? As soon as he said that, the crowd exclaimed, level 615 kilograms? On the other side, Wu Lan's expression was blank. Wasn't he at level 3 15 kilograms? Why was he suddenly at level 6? Suyu glanced at him and said calmly, Yunhui, are you sleep-talking? Qingyun Fai said with a disdainful expression, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that someone will do something to you if you expose your strength? Let people know that although you, Suyu, were defeated by me, it's not a problem to beat them. Suyu stared at him for a while. This guy was not a boorish fellow, why did he suddenly pull him out for no reason? Of course, many people knew about his battle with Qingyun Fai, but everyone pretended not to know. Why did this guy suddenly self-destruct and drag me down? Many people looked at Suyu in bewilderment. A few researchers even wanted to use their willpower to check on Suyu, but they were still somewhat afraid and did not say anything. Lu Hong was indifferent. He guessed that Suyu had also reached level 6 15 kilograms. Not surprising, Suyu did not say anything. Qingyun Fai said impatiently, all of you keep acting like turtles. There are still 2 more years, and it's a great opportunity. Anyway, you guys are not anxious, but I am. I still want to fight for it. Otherwise, do you want to wait for 12 years? As soon as he said this, Lu Hong and Wu Qi looked at him at the same time. What great ambition! There was a great opportunity in 2 more years, but this opportunity, they were also fighting for it. Qingyun Fai actually had this idea, among the few, probably only Suyu knew a little about this. The others more or less knew a little. Qingyun Fai continued, it's best to enter SOAR in 1 year, and enter level 7 SOAR in 1 year. Only then will you have a chance to fight for that spot. The resources on the top 100 list are a small matter. Constantly fighting with those fellows close to SOAR, this is a chance to hone yourself. Building a cart behind closed doors, and you want to become a powerhouse of the same level? Suppress the fellows of the previous generations? He pointed at Lu Hong and the others, looking at Suyu and the others, these people are our biggest opponents in fighting for the spot. Right now, they are high up, looking down on us, watching us fight like it's child's play. If you don't enter the top 100 list, you don't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously by them. Qingyun Fai said loudly, what are you afraid of? Isn't it just fighting? I don't think they are stronger than me. If you want to talk about strength, it's probably just that they are a few years older. Suyu looked at him speechlessly. Are you crazy? This is the rhythm of crazily seeking abuse. Can't you see Lu Hongdu smiling? Smiling too brightly, Lu Hong laughed and said, you have ambition. Alright, the competition isn't over yet. Challenging the top 100 list is your business. Let's not talk about this now. Suyu, Xiachan, who's going first? Suyu glanced at Xiachan and said, I'll go first. The 2 girls, it was better to compete at the back. Zhang Hao nodded and looked at Suyu with some surprise in his eyes. Suyu, you really have a physical body of 15 kilograms? Suyu smiled and said, Qingyun Fai wants to challenge the top 100 list. Why do you have to drag me down with you? It's not 15 kilograms. Suyu, never lie. Don't believe his nonsense. Qingyun Fai looked at him strangely, this guy, denying it in front of so many people, could it be true? It's not 15 kilograms, it's not. Qingyun Fai's eyes were even more bewildered. What did he mean, 15 kilograms, or, was it stronger than 15 kilograms, F*CK, I don't understand this kid. As for dragging Suyu down, of course, it was to find someone to share the burden. Suyu was the most suitable. He was preparing to challenge the top 100 list. It was too difficult for a freshman to challenge the top 100 list. Everyone would target him. He might even be beaten up by the seniors who were ranked higher, but with Suyu, there would be no problem. Everyone had to go and watch the show, they were waiting for Suyu to be beaten up. Without saying anything else, Suyu cursed in his heart, surnamed Xing, just wait and see. This bastard, he doesn't appreciate kindness at all. He helped you earn tens of thousands of merit points last time and you forgot about it. He turned around and threw himself out to attract the firepower. He's not a good person, the next time I meet you, I'll beat you up, you bastard, in the secret text realm. Suyu and Zhang Hao's figures appeared. Explode. Suyu had just created an illusion, but with a loud bang, the illusion shattered. Zhang Hao had a smile on his face, looking at Suyu's willpower true body, he wasn't surprised at all. With a smile, the explosion flew toward Suyu again. Suyu didn't hesitate this time. Xinwen's combat technique appeared, 5 Xinwen joined forces and slashed in the air, explode, another explosion shook. Suyu frowned and smashed the exploding light ball. What is this Xinwen? Suyu was a little surprised. He felt that Xinwen had already been exploded. How could there be more? Just as he was thinking, countless explode Xinwen appeared in the air, rumble, Suyu only felt his scalp go numb. What was this? Divine talisman, damn, what kind of freak was he facing, using Xinwen as a divine talisman? On the other side, Zhang Hao truly displayed the ability of a divine talisman master. He didn't go near Suyu. Every time Suyu wanted to attack, countless explode Xinwen would explode, the void trembled, Suyu was constantly attacked. His body swayed and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, the long saber flew out, thunder exploded, however, Zhang Hao only used one move. Explode, it would be over, the long saber flew halfway and was blasted by countless explode Xinwen. Suyu had no choice but to recall the Xinwen combat technique. The next moment, Suyu was aggrieved. Suddenly, the Xinwen combat technique turned into an armor and covered his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't move. Tortoise, you win. Isn't it just a competition of endurance? I don't believe that you can explode me to death. Don't you exhaust your willpower to explode? On the other side, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but laugh. That was a good way to deal with it. Unfortunately, could you really outlast me? He had seen the sparring between Suyu and Jinghong. He knew that Suyu could endure it. But could you outlast me? What was a divine talisman master? It was to continuously create one-time use Xinwen, seal them, and use them as combat techniques. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to create so many divine talismans. Dozens of explode characters revolved around Suyu, exploding one after another. Outside. The golden defense and the red attack. Both sides were in a fierce battle. Both of their willpower kept surging into the mystic realm. They were people with strong willpower. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed bit by bit. The others watched silently. These monsters were indeed extraordinary. Normally, they wouldn't be able to continue fighting for 3 to 5 minutes. But these two, especially Suyu, at this moment, the middle-aged man from the blacksmithing faculty was more and more surprised. He could endure it so well. At this moment, Suyu's body trembled slightly. Everyone felt a little regretful. Was he going to lose? Just as they thought about it, Suyu suddenly let out a low roar. His body reacted, his willpower, which was about to be cut off, surged out once again as if it had come back to life. It continued, in the sea of will, Suyu's original willpower had been exhausted. At this moment, new willpower was born rapidly. Retreat, in the mystic realm of literature. Suyu was as still as a mountain. He sat cross-legged in the center and let the explosions blow up Xinwen once and for all. At the periphery, Zhang Hao's body was a little illusory. He looked at Suyu with shock and doubt. What was going on? It didn't explode? Suyu ignored him and focused on defense. His willpower kept surging. In terms of recovery, he was much faster than Zhang Hao. Firstly, he used his willpower often, so he habitually recovered quickly. Secondly, the golden picture book had the effect of increasing his recovery speed. Thirdly, the skull of the annihilation beast also had the effect of increasing his recovery speed. Lastly, his willpower was weaker to begin with. Now that he focused on defense, he did not use as much as Zhang Hao and recovered faster than him. Both of them knew that it was close to 10 minutes. According to the previous rules, whoever covered more colors after 10 minutes would be the winner. Although they could not see what was happening outside, Suyu and Zhang Hao understood that whoever had more willpower left would be able to occupy more areas. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. He had used up a lot of willpower. Suyu could endure more than he had imagined. After thinking about it, Zhang Hao suddenly waved his hand. All the explosions in Xinwen disappeared and the mystic realm returned to peace. Suyu looked at him and he looked back at Suyu. Zhang Hao smiled and suddenly ignored him. He also sat cross-legged on the ground as if he was recovering his willpower. Let's see who will win. A line of words appeared in the air, mountains and seas seeking invitation. Now that the winner is hard to determine, don't you, Suyu, want the mountains and seas seeking invitation? If you are judged to have lost later, you won't be able to get it. Suyu frowned slightly. A moment later, a line of words appeared in the air. I'm going to use my ultimate move. My willpower is damaged, don't blame me. Xianxia was a little shocked. Ultimate move, this guy still had not used up all his trump cards. What ultimate move? He had already used the prototype of Shinwen's combat technique. What else did this guy have, outside? Suyu suddenly withdrew a portion of his willpower. The golden color on the ball instantly faded by more than half. The students widened their eyes and looked at it. Suyu lost. Suyu, whose willpower had mostly faded, felt the existence of his body. He suddenly bit a drop of blood essence in his mouth. The aura of the blood essence flashed and disappeared. Several researchers looked at Suyu. The next moment, they saw the golden color that represented Suyu's willpower sweep out again, occupying half of the ball. Blood essence? Someone said in surprise, what is he doing? This was not a physical battle, blood essence would not help with willpower, right? Talent blood essence. Lu Hong said in a low voice, what blood essence? A talent blood essence that is good at fighting with willpower? As soon as he said that, many people were instantly surprised. Was there a talent blood essence that was good for willpower? If there was, it would be a treasure for a civilization master. The previous talent blood essences, such as Fire Pufferfish and Iron Wing, were all talent skills for the physical body. Could it be that the Wentan Research Center had also created a talent skill for willpower? There are also talent skills for willpower. For example, the Fire Crow race can spit out flames that can burn the Sea of Will. The Heavenly Eye race's Three-Eyed Rainbow Light also has the ability to defeat the Sea of Will. The White Beaver race's Charm Power can also confuse willpower. Several researchers spoke one after another. Instantly, they listed a few races that had talent in willpower. Hong Galao has captured many monsters in this aspect. Could it be that his research has produced results? These people were surprised and moved. As for what kind of blood essence Suyu had swallowed, the aura of the blood essence disappeared in a flash. They could not tell. However, at this moment, Jia Mingzhen and the others felt it. Soul-devouring insect's blood essence. 1000 June level. Jia Mingzhen quickly determined the type of blood essence. Then, he shook his head and said regretfully, 1000 June level. Looks like even if there are results, it will be very weak. Otherwise, Suyu would not have used 1000 June level blood essence. The soul-devouring insect race's talent skill has the effect of corroding willpower. However, the soul-devouring insect race pays attention to group effects. Even if a drop of blood essence uses a talent skill, I'm afraid the effect will be limited. That being said, Jiao Mingzhen still exclaimed, this fellow Hong Tan really has some talent. He even managed to research it. His talent skill for willpower can't even reach the seeking state, right? What did that fellow go to the All Heavens battlefield for? I heard that a new race appeared in the All Heavens battlefield. There are very few of them. They might have appeared in the All Heavens battlefield. Someone encountered them. That race has a special ability that seems to be able to devour the Shinwen. Speaking of this, Jiao Mingzhen was somewhat moved. A race that can devour the Shinwen, and even their roots. I'm actually a little tempted. If I can catch this thing and research it, I might be able to create a powerful devouring Shinwen. Are you serious? I also heard about it. But I heard that it appeared in the Great Shang House and the people he encountered were also from the Great Shang House. How did the news leak out? That I don't know. Since that fellow Hong Tan went there and couldn't find it, he probably wouldn't leave the All Heavens battlefield without catching one. The few people chatted for a while. The only woman, Galao, suddenly said, do you think someone deliberately leaked the news to lure Hong Tan away? Huh? All these years, Hong Tan has been researching all kinds of strange one. He needs all kinds of essence blood, the rarer the better. Everyone knows that. Others might not be tempted because they are afraid of trouble, but Hong Tan isn't afraid of trouble. It would be strange if he didn't go after knowing the news. But I heard that it was that bastard Bai Feng who said it, encouraging him to leave. You can't say that. Once the news is out, even if Bai Feng doesn't say it, Hong Tan will find out sooner or later. Given his character, he will go after knowing. Do you think it's Shan Shenwen's doing? The few people fell into deep thought and no longer discussed the matter. That was possible. Bai Feng was a little shrewd, but his brain was sometimes a little stubborn. When the news reached his ears, it was only a matter of time before Hong Tan found out. By phone wouldn't think too deeply about how he got the news, while Galao didn't know much. As for Hong Tan, his character was very similar to his disciples. In addition, he was powerful, so it wasn't strange that he didn't investigate further. As they were talking, the color of the sphere changed. The two colors fought with each other, and the red color kept fading. Zhang Hao's face revealed a painful expression, his willpower was corroded. The Fu Galao instantly looked at Suyu, a little surprised. He could really use his willpower talent skill? At this time, in the secret text realm, Suyu's Shenwen exploded. Lightning bolts appeared everywhere, and besides the lightning, there was also a black aura. Zhang Hao's explosive Shenwen showed signs of corrosion the moment it came into contact with the black aura. The black aura spread, it even spread directly towards his willpower. Zhang Hao's face revealed a painful expression, and he kept retreating. He couldn't help but want to curse, what the hell, everything was fine, but why was there a black aura? It didn't feel like Shenwen. After a few moments of stalemate with Suyu, he realized that the black aura was still burning and corroding his willpower. He revealed a helpless expression. Damn bastard, what is this? If this goes on, it won't be worth it even if I win. Part of his willpower was corroded, and he had to spend a lot of energy to repair it. Once the Shenwen was corroded, he would suffer a great loss. This was not something that could be made up for by being number one. The next moment, Zhang Hao raised his hand, indicating that he admitted defeat. We can chat after we go out. Zhang Hao typed and looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, Zhang Hao exited the secret text realm. Suyu and Zhang Hao opened their eyes at the same time. Zhang Hao's bare one's teeth grimaced. He no longer had his poise, and he looked a little pained and distressed. His one and only Shenwen actually had a few small black spots on it. Damn it, if this continued, his Shenwen would be partially corroded. What the hell? Glancing at Suyu, Suyu revealed an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, brother Zhang, I also want to win. I have to take back Grandmaster's item. Zhang Hao said helplessly, It's okay. It's your ability to beat me. Even if you didn't do that just now, it's hard to say who would win. After saying that, he said, If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more. I'm quite interested in that thing just now. Suyu smiled and nodded. Definitely. As for the talent blood essence, if he didn't have it, so be it. He could just find an excuse and say that his teacher forbade the talent blood essence to outsiders. It was not a big deal. Suyu and Zhang Hao didn't stay for long and quickly left. Xiaochan and Su Meng looked at them, especially Suyu. His expression was a little solemn. After eliminating Jinghong and Zhang Hao one after another, Suyu became more and more unfathomable. After Suyu got off the stage, Xia Huyu instantly rushed over with a face full of excitement. He said in a low voice, Soul-devouring insects blood essence? Talent blood essence? Sell a few drops to me. 100 merit points per drop, no, 200 merit points per drop. How about that? Not selling. Don't, brother. I collected the raw materials for you. This must have been created by Miss Bai. It's not a stock. You must have more, Suyu said calmly, not selling. It's not stable and can't be kept for long. This is an experimental blood essence. Then how many drops of Ironwing's talent blood essence can you sell to me? Not selling. Suyu frowned. Grandmaster hasn't returned yet. I won't sell it. Don't even think about it. Suyu thought about it and felt a little helpless. He had to go back and ask his teacher if he could get some talent blood essence. The real kind. If it was fake, then forget it. There should be a research center, but it only seemed to be at the Thousand June realm. That didn't matter. Suyu didn't care about Xia Huyu anymore and looked at the two girls in the field. If the two of them fought, it would be much more exciting. There were a lot of people surrounding them. Xia Huyu kept looking at Su Meng, clicking his tongue. Suyu listened attentively and heard this guy and another guy whose eyes were shining say in a low voice, Su Meng has talent. My sister can't do it. Beat her a little harder and make her sweat. Then, it will stand out. Your sister is also not bad, bang. Just as this guy finished speaking, Xia Huyu slapped him and said in a low voice, Do you want to die? Her grandfather is that. Do you believe that if I report you, your family will go bankrupt immediately? Don't, Brother Xia. I was just saying. Please don't. I was wrong. Look at Su Meng, look at Su Meng. This guy suddenly looked nervous, Xiaoyi, he almost forgot about this guy. He could really make his family go bankrupt. Suyu was speechless. These two guys, he had nothing to say. Ignoring them, Suyu began to sit cross-legged and quickly recover his willpower. Wan Mingze and Hu Qiuxing did the same. Seeing that Suyu was sitting cross-legged and recovering, Wan Mingze suddenly opened his eyes and said, Suyu, it doesn't matter to us whether we are first or second. That kind of talent blood essence just now, if one of us gets first, you can exchange a drop for the mountains and cease seclusion seeking invitation. How about it? Suyu was vaguely regretting it. He seemed to have gotten into some trouble. The talent blood essence of the soul-devouring insect seemed to be more precious than that of the Iron Wing, even if it was only at the Thousand June realm. In the academy, everyone cultivated their willpower, so they paid more attention to things related to willpower. Previously, when he displayed the Iron Wing blood essence and was at the Wanshe realm, not many people paid attention to it. But now, it immediately attracted the attention of people like Xia Huyu and Wan Mingze, not to mention those teachers. He had gotten into some trouble, Suyu sighed in his heart. He also didn't expect it to be like this. He thought it would be the same as before. Now, it seemed that he had thought too little. After this, he must reflect properly, thinking in his heart, Suyu said with a smile on his face, this won't do. Everyone, don't make things difficult for me unless my teacher agrees. But Grandmaster Hong hasn't returned, it's almost impossible for my teacher to agree. This is only an experimental one. I only have this one drop on me. The few of them looked at him smilingly. You only have one drop, so you changed the topic and said, who do you think will win, between Xiachan and Su Meng? Xiachan. Wan Mingze didn't say much and said, Su Meng's willpower is slightly stronger than Xiachan's, but she cultivates Shan Shenwen and only has one Shenwen. Xiachan has at least 3 Shenwen, and at least one of them is a second-order Shenwen. As he said that, he looked at Suyu and said, but even if she wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. In fact, this kind of competition isn't very fair. Everyone will be exhausted. Some people will be exhausted even more when they meet a strong opponent. When the 4 of us fight later, it won't be fair either. Hu Qiuxing also said, you met Jinghong and Zhang Hao consecutively, so you will be more exhausted than us. Actually, there's nothing to be proud of even if you win. Qingyun Fai is right about one thing. I really want to prove myself and show off in the top 100 list. As he said that, Hu Qiuxing said softly, originally, we wanted to wait, but after what he said, maybe, we will also challenge the top 100 list in advance next month. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and said, is your physical body really at the 6th layer of 15 kilograms? Then with Wansher's talent blood essence, there's still hope for you to enter the top 100 list. Suyu said with a smile, we'll see. I think I still have some areas that I'm not good enough. How about we make a deal? If I don't get the mountain and see seclusion seeking invitation later, the 2 of you have the highest chance of getting it. Can you sell it to me? Hu Qiuxing laughed and said, you underestimate Xiachan. Do you believe that she won't find trouble with you? Suyu also laughed, she used a lot of energy in the last battle. Even if she wins, I don't think she will have time to recover. On the other hand, the 2 of you have recovered quite a lot. Both of them laughed. Wan Mingze said with a smile, that's fine too. Actually, it's useless even if we get it. Even if we do get it, it'll just be a decoration. Forget about the talent blood essence. You won't sell it anyway. How about this, if the 2 of us get it, your one chance to enter the mystic realm is useless, right? How about we use that chance to exchange for it? Suyu was slightly startled. Yes, he still had one chance to enter the war demon arena. The demon race's war character had been left behind by the 3rd generation principal. Suyu said, can it be transferred? Yes. Wan Mingze said with a smile, actually, it's not that expensive to enter. 200 merit points for one entry. But, if it's not a gift from the academy, then it'll require a certain level of merit points. We don't have enough merit points. Suyu glanced at him and said slowly, how about we buy it with merit points? We don't need that bit of merit points. Wan Mingze said with a smile, if we want to get it back, we either need the talent blood essence or the chance to enter the mystic realm. 200 merit points. Actually, you're almost there. I've looked up your information, and you've accumulated quite a lot. Suyu frowned slightly. Wan Mingze said with a smile, don't mind me, I'm not lying. We're definitely not the only ones who've looked up your information. What's the war demon arena for? Combat, slaughter, and tempering. Wan Mingze said calmly, we've experienced too little bloodshed, and we're not strong enough. We can't go to the battlefield of the heavens, not even the sea. Therefore, the war demon arena is the most suitable place for us to increase our combat experience. Combat, Suyu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright, if you really get it, then let's exchange. As for whether he could get it or not, he still had to fight for it. He was just giving himself a foundation. As they chatted, a muffled groan sounded. The few of them looked towards the center. Xiaochan and Su Meng's faces were pale. Su Meng had blood at the corner of his mouth, and Xiaochan was also sweating, staining the ground. Xiaochan had won, her victory couldn't be considered easy. From the looks of it, she had expended a lot of energy. It was hard to say whether she could participate in the next round. As expected, Xiaochan had won against Su Meng. She was too lazy to waste words, directly saying, I won't participate in the next rounds. She knew her own situation. It was terrible. Xinwen had almost been defeated by Su Meng. She had only won by a stroke of luck. If she participated in the next round, she would just be looking for a beating. There was no need. Lu Hongyi heard this and immediately smiled. So, the top 3 have been decided? Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing, Su Yu. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Huyu suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone looked at him. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiaochan with a pained expression. His face was gloomy. You've cheated me, why didn't you enter the top 3? Many people bet that you couldn't enter the top 3. Your brother believed that you could definitely enter, but you actually admitted defeat. It's over. I'm going to lose another few hundred merit points. Xiaochan seemed to know what he was doing. She coldly snorted and turned her face away. Embarrassing, serves you right. Lu Hong could not be bothered with Xia Huyu. He looked at Suyu and the other 2 and smiled. What do you guys think? Will you take turns to fight, or some other method? Or one of you will have a bye, or... Before he could finish, Hu Qiuxing smiled and said, forget it, I won't fight for first place. I'm not as good as Wan Mingze. Suyu and Wan Mingze can try. If Suyu wins, he will be first place. If he loses, there's no need to fight for second and third place. It's all the same. Suyu looked at Wan Mingze. Wan Mingze laughed. Qiuxing, you're flattering me. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and smiled. Since he doesn't want to fight, I still want this chance. Want to try? Suyu looked at Hu Qiuxing. Hu Qiuxing smiled and said softly, don't look at me. I'm not watching the show. I'm really not as good as him. I've fought with him privately and lost a few times. Otherwise, I wouldn't have admitted defeat so easily. He had really fought with Wan Mingze before, and he had lost. Suyu's expression was a little solemn. So strong, Hu Qiuxing was not weak. Suyu firmly believed that Qingyun Fai was most likely not his match. Hu Qiuxing had also defeated Zhao Shiqi. This guy's strength was probably even stronger than Jing Hong. Yet, he directly admitted defeat, Wan Mingze, someone from the Wan clan. Then I'll try. Suyu did not say much. No matter what, he wanted to try. Even if he was not as good as his opponent, he wanted to see the gap between them. Both of them got up and quickly walked to the side of the sphere. White and gold intertwined. In the secret text realm, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Wan Mingze smiled and raised his hand to signal Suyu to make the first move. Suyu did not stand on ceremony. His expression was solemn. Xinwen's long saber appeared. Killing intent erupted as lightning struck. Along with the illusion, there was even a shadow barrier. It was an all-out strike without any intention of probing. Wan Mingze did not move at all. When the long saber arrived, Wan Mingze still had a smile on his face. It was as if he was not affected by the illusion. He reached out to grab the long saber. He directly grabbed it, the lightning struck fiercely. A layer of light appeared outside Wan Mingze's body, Suyu was slightly shocked. Rank 2 Shenwen, and it was not the kind that had just advanced. Solid? Suyu tried his best to identify it. Just as he saw a hint, he suddenly felt that the long saber was solidified. He was shocked and hurriedly used his willpower to control it, but at this moment, another ball of light flickered. There's more. Suyu was shocked. Another rank 2 Shenwen. Seal. This Shenwen erupted. In an instant, the space around Suyu seemed to be sealed. Kill. Suyu shouted in his heart. His killing intent erupted. At this moment, Wan Mingze erupted with another Shenwen. Freeze. Suyu cursed, damn it, how could he fight this? He felt that he was directly fixed on the spot. Are you from the Shenwen faction or am I from the Shenwen faction? All 3 Shenwen were rank 2. There was no justice in this world, that was not all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 words freeze fused together and directly wrapped around Suyu's Shenwen long saber, sealing it, a true fusion. The 2 Shenwen seemed to have become one and fused together, locking the long saber tightly. Even if Suyu also had 2 rank 2 Shenwen, he had no way to break free. The seal Shenwen instantly covered the sky and sealed Suyu under the Shenwen, 3 support-type Shenwen, but the effect was more terrifying than the attack. Suyu watched helplessly as Wan Mingze walked closer step by step. His willpower continued to erupt, but he was unable to break free. Wan Mingze smiled and gradually approached Suyu. His lips were moving as if he was speaking. Suyu carefully discerned and could vaguely see that he was saying, I was lucky. My killing power is not strong. I mainly walk the path of sealing. Suyu felt aggrieved, he cursed in his heart. This was called killing power was not strong? Then what was considered strong? The next moment, Wan Mingze proved that his killing power was really not strong. This bastard walked in front of Suyu and kicked Suyu repeatedly. Suyu was firmly locked in place, but he seemed to have not eaten. He kicked with all his might. Even his willpower projection felt a little sweaty. Suyu was anxious for him, he kicked again and again. Following that, a small knife suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at Suyu apologetically and his lips moved again. Sorry, you are too hard. It is difficult to kill you. I will slowly cut. As he said that, he picked up the knife and cut on Suyu's body. Suyu was on the verge of breaking down. He felt that this should be something he should do and not this guy. This guy was smiling and apologizing while cutting himself. Motherf *Ker, lunatic. Suyu felt like he was looking at a lunatic. No wonder Hu Qiuxing was willing to compete with him. Damn it, if I knew that he was so sick, I would not have competed with him, Suyu cursed in his heart. He felt that this guy's killing power was really not strong. But in this situation, who could stand it? He could only watch helplessly as he was cut into pieces, even if this was not a physical body. He could not stand this grievance. The next moment, Suyu's figure disappeared. Wan Mingze looked regretful. It was a pity that Suyu was not around. Otherwise, it could be seen that he was saying, what a pity. I only made a few cuts. Hu Qiuxing did not admit defeat even after being cut more than 1,000 times. Obviously, the 2 of them might have used this kind of mystic realm when they fought. Otherwise, if they fought with their real bodies, Hu Qiuxing would probably have been cut to death. When Suyu opened his eyes with a dark expression, he saw Hu Qiuxing's meaningful smile. He lost, right? Did he get cut? That guy was really sick. He didn't want to exchange blows with Wan Mingze. Although he didn't have any powerful divine characters, those divine characters had firmly locked him in place. He didn't want to try again even if he was beaten to death. 3 second-order Shenwen stones were used to lock him in place. If one had not reached Soar Realm, it would be hard for him to break free. Of course, in a real fight, there was still hope for him to break free. Suyu had a look of helplessness and disappointment on his face. After defeating Jinghong and Zhang Hao, Hu Qiuxing and Xia Chan took the initiative to give up. He would not believe it if he said that he did not have the ambition to get the first place. But reality proved that his willpower was really not strong enough. Shenwen stones were not strong enough. He could not fight back against Wan Mingze at all. If Wan Mingze had a powerful Shenwen stone, he could kill him instantly. he really doesn't have it? Suyu was a little doubtful. He did not believe it. Maybe he did. At this moment, Lu Hong said with a smile, Suyu, you lost. Do you and Hu Qiuxing still want to fight for second place? Suyu waved his hand dispiritedly. Hu Qiuxing smiled and said, it doesn't matter, let's not spar now. There will still be chances in the future. Everyone has exhausted too much. Then who will be second? Suyu said directly, consider it his win. He did not care about the spirit consolidating pill at all. It was useless to him, but a divine talisman might be more suitable for him. Hu Qiuxing said helplessly, I don't want to be second either. How about we both be second? We will split the prizes among ourselves. What's there to fight for? At this moment, Suyu and he looked at each other with sorrow. Everyone below first place was trash, someone had said this before. They did not hear it, but they felt a little helpless. However, Suyu quickly pulled himself together. It's alright, I still have a lot of room for improvement. It's just the beginning. The next moment, Suyu's fighting spirit rose again. He lost to Wan Mingze by a huge margin. Suyu sighed in his heart. In terms of willpower and Shenwen, if he did not rely on essence blood, he might not even win against Zhang Hao. Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing, Zhang Hao, including Jing Hong, whom he had defeated. If they really fought a second time, it was hard to say who would win. None of these monsters were easy to deal with. Wan Mingze. 3 second-order Shenwen. This was somewhat out of Suyu's expectations. When fighting against Wan Mingze, Suyu did not use the essence blood of the soul-devouring worm. This thing was too eye-catching, and even if he used it, he might not win. 3 ceiling Shenwen. Just as Suyu was thinking about this, Hu Qiuxing, who was in the same boat as him, chuckled and said, if he lost, so be it. We can afford to lose once. This guy is indeed a monster. You don't know, right? He drew his first Shenwen when he was 9 years old. 9 years later, he only cultivated the auxiliary Shenwen. I don't know what he was thinking. 9 years old, Suyu was shocked. He said in a low voice, drawing Shenwen requires at least 10% willpower. He needs to read a lot of books and learn a lot of knowledge. When he was 9 years old, he was still in a low-level school. Playing mud with a bunch of brats. He is Wanfu Prefect's grandnephew. Wanfu Prefect has been his goal since he was young. He worships Wanfu Prefect very much. Wanfu Prefect also thinks highly of him and often gives him pointers. Hu Qiuxing chuckled and said, in addition, he can endure hardship and has talent. It's very normal. Half of the reason I came to the school this time is for him. Originally, I was prepared to go to the Seeker Realm to study. Oh? Suyu was stunned. Seeker Realm to study? The Seeker Realm also has an internal academy. Hu Qiuxing explained, they are all descendants of some great figures. Sometimes, there are even Eternal Realm powerhouses who go there to explain and write the text of will for them. However, the threshold is a bit high. At that time, my family was planning to send me there. Later, when I found out that Wan Mingze had come to the Great Xia Civilization University, I followed him. Suyu was shocked. An invincible realm expert taught in person? Then why didn't he go? As he spoke, he looked at Xia Chan and the others. These people should be qualified to go as well. Hu Qiuxing smiled and said, the Seeker Realm might not necessarily be good. Some people would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Also, the Seeker Realm is actually relatively more comfortable. It's not too good. An easy life? Yes, an easy life. Hu Qiuxing nodded. After all, there are some invincible realm powerhouses there. In the Internal Academy, everyone mainly studies on their own. The competition is actually not strong. It's a little comfortable, unlike here in the Great Xia Civilization University, where everyone fights and fights to the death for a top 100 list. Suyu nodded slightly and said nothing more. Everyone had their own choices. It was not good or bad. At that time, he had wanted to go to the Great Xia War Academy. Hu Qiuxing looked at him again and said with a smile, that's why I said, it doesn't matter if you lose. Just stand up. You have great potential. I think it's even greater than him. He has cultivated for 9 years and achieved today's results. How long has it been for you? He looked at Suyu with some surprise. Suyu, has it been a year since you came into contact with Shenwen? Suyu smiled and said, yes. My first teacher was teacher Lu Wenyan. Actually, she taught me some of the foundations of Shenwen a few years ago. However, it wasn't long before I really outlined Shenwen. Hu Qiuxing nodded. He knew about this. Even so, he was still very surprised. Even if he had been in contact with Shenwen for a few years, it had not been long since he outlined Shenwen. It was really a little scary for him to be able to reach where he was today. Others cared about Wan Mingze, who was ranked first, but he cared more about Suyu. His improvement was too fast, Suyu did not care about him anymore and walked toward Wan Mingze. His goal was the mountain and sea seclusion scroll, not to be ranked first. If he lost once, he could just fight back the next time. Brother Wan! Suyu shouted. Wan Mingze was currently chatting with someone, a researcher. When the researcher saw Suyu, he smiled at Suyu. His attitude seemed to be alright, and he did not talk to Suyu, turning to leave. Wan Mingze waited for Suyu to walk over and said with a smile, the mountain and sea seclusion scroll will only be released later. Suyu, think about what I said before you came. If you agree, I will give this to you for free. Suyu smiled and shook his head. Wan Mingze sighed and did not insist. He resumed his smile and said, alright, I will take advantage of you. I will use the opportunity to enter the War Demon Arena to exchange for it. I hope you will not regret it in the future. Suyu said softly, that won't happen. There will always be opportunities to enter the secret realm. As long as you work hard, it will be fine. The mountain and sea seclusion scroll was my grandmaster's favorite scroll. Unfortunately, it was stolen. There was no way to continue this. Wan Mingze was helpless. It was not like they did not know the situation. Even if you wanted to clear your teacher's name, there was no need to lie in front of everyone. As they were chatting, Wu Lan walked over. This time, he did not raise his head. He looked somewhat dejected, it was as if he did not dare to look at Suyu. He looked left and right, struggling and hesitating. After a while, he looked like he was about to cry. You're at the 6th tier? Suyu shook his head. Really? Not the 6th tier. Suyu said seriously, Qingyun Fai is talking nonsense. Also, you don't have to keep comparing yourself with me. Isn't your willpower stronger than mine? Soar earlier. In terms of the physical body, it is more difficult for girls to walk the physical path than for boys. Walking the path of willpower is more suitable for you. Willpower, Wu Lan muttered. It was the same as what teacher Lu Hong had said. I'm not suitable for the path of the physical body, Suyu smiled and said, Wu Lan, you are very talented. Your willpower has improved very quickly too. It's because of your recent separation that you've reached soar in willpower. If you use the God Fiend blood essence to forge your body, your physical strength will not be weak. That's right. Wu Lan raised his head again, I'm very talented to begin with, it's just that my talent might not lie in the physical body. Suyu was right. I need to focus on cultivating my willpower. As for my physical body, a weak physical body is a weakness. When I reach soar, I will use the God Fiend blood essence to forge my body. I will still be very strong. Suyu, I will definitely soar earlier than you. Wu Lan proudly declared and turned to leave. He was as proud as ever. Did you hear that? Suyu said that I'm very strong and talented. She ran away. Wan Mingze couldn't help but laugh. Yu Guang glanced at Wu Qi and smiled. Wu Lan's talent is not bad, but in the Wu family, his sister is still more powerful. Suyu also glanced at Wu Qi. Seeing that Wu Qi was talking to Lu Hong, he said with some surprise, isn't her relationship with teacher Lu not good? It's nothing. In this hall, only teacher Lu can chat with her. Wan Mingze said something that had a profound meaning. Suyu suddenly understood, in Wu Qi's eyes, those Ling Yun and Soar were nothing. They were not from the same world. Geniuses had their own pride. In the entire hall, perhaps only Lu Hong was worthy of chatting with her. As they chatted, Lu Hong stopped talking to Wu Qi and walked over. He held some things in his hand, including a scroll. Suyu looked at it and didn't show anything strange. Soon, Lu Hong walked over and said with a smile, "Congratulations. First place, Mountain Sea Seeking Invitation. Second place, Spirit Consolidating Pill. Third place, Xianxia Realm Offensive Divine Talisman. It can burst out with the power of Tier 2 to Tier 3 of Xianxia Realm. The top 10 will be rewarded with 10 merit points, which can be counted as accumulated merit points. 10 merit points was not much to these guys, but accumulated merit points, they were instantly delighted. There weren't many missions they could do now. The most difficult thing was to accumulate merit points. So you also quickly said, "Then do we have it?" Lu Hong said with a smile, "Of course the top 3, including your previous wins, 5 merit points, which can be counted as accumulated merit points." Many people were overjoyed when they heard this. That's good, so you also hurriedly calculated. He had won 5 matches. In the end, he lost to Wan Mingze, but there was one match he didn't fight, which was the fight for second place with Hu Qiuxing. He hurriedly looked at Hu Qiuxing. Then he looked at Lu Hong and said, "Teacher, then for my match with Hu Qiuxing, why don't we still compete?" Hu Qiuxing was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hong also smiled and said with narrowed eyes, "Didn't you guys call it a draw? Since it's a draw, then there's no more, the competition is over now." So you felt a little regretful. In that case, he could get a total of 35 merit points this time, and they were all accumulated merit points. It was a lot. Now he suddenly understood why these geniuses came to participate, so it was counted as accumulated merit points, so you thought it was just ordinary rewards. So you hurriedly calculated his accumulated merit points, including the first place in the monthly test last month and the class monitor's reward. His accumulated merit points were a total of 103, that seemed to be the case. This time, with the addition of 35 points, it would be 138 points. There was the monthly test in the afternoon, and with the class monitor's reward, if he got first place in the monthly test, he would have more than 150 accumulated merit points. To enter the War Demon Arena, 200 points was too difficult for freshmen. Not to mention the War Demon Arena, Suyu was probably the only freshman who could enter the Essence Energy Mystic Realm previously. This time, it would probably be a little more. After all, Wan Mingze and the others had all obtained a lot of accumulated merit points this time. Wan Mingze didn't say much, directly handing the Mountains and Seas Seclusion Seeking invitation to Suyu and said with a smile, "Then it's settled, we'll handle the handover later." Okay. Suyu nodded and took the Mountains and Seas Seclusion Seeking invitation to take a look, feeling the material, not knowing if it was made of dragon silk. Of course, in an open competition, it was unlikely to be fate, not to mention that it wasn't a precious item. With the item in hand, Suyu finally heaved a sigh of relief. As for the second and third prizes, Suyu chose a one-time use talisman. Hu Qiuxing was generous, even supplementing Suyu with 20 merit points, not taking advantage of him. All in all, he had obtained 55 merit points and a one-time use talisman. Actually, it wasn't a small amount, it was a lot. But now, Suyu's appetite was much bigger, or perhaps his vision was much broader. 55 merit points was a lot, but in his opinion, it wasn't the main point. The Xinwen competition didn't happen every time. This was originally a benefit for freshmen. True seniors wouldn't participate in these competitions, but would instead show off their might in the top 100 rankings. After the competition ended, everyone left the Hall of Secret Texts. They still had to participate in the monthly test in the afternoon, so everyone had to go back to rest and recover their energy. The monthly test for the advanced class this month was different from the previous month. In addition, almost all the students had participated in the competition, and their willpower was greatly depleted. So you didn't ask about the specifics of the afternoon test, but hurried back to the research center. Basement 1. In the storeroom. Currently, there were many treasures in the storeroom. There were blood essence and willpower runes. These all belonged to Suyu. By phone. He didn't have it. He was poor, Suyu placed the Mountain Sea Serenity Seeking invitation in the storeroom, feeling a little excited. He wasn't in a hurry to open it. He would think about it when he came back at night. In addition, he had to purchase some dragon silkworm blood essence. According to Dendrolamus, this thing was actually similar to the method of opening his atlas. It was opened with the dragon silkworm's blood essence, but after a period of time, it would be sealed by itself. Heaven-tier martial technique. Suyu took a deep breath. This was good stuff. After looking at the invitation with some reluctance, Suyu resisted the urge to study it right now. He obediently went to the filtering room to recover his energy. He still had to participate in the monthly test in the afternoon. In the afternoon. Advanced class. Lu Hong arrived again. Everyone spent a lot of energy in the morning. This time, the advanced class monthly test won't be on civilization. As for the cultural class, from this month onwards, you will have to take the examination and certification every time. Passing a course will count as 10 points, and you will be rewarded with 1 merit point. Next month, on the basis of this month, we will add another course to pass the examination. We will also follow this standard. This had been heard before, so everyone wasn't surprised. Suyu had taken the examination a few times this month, and he had passed 4 courses. It was considered not bad. As for willpower and Xinwen's improvement, we can actually see some of it from the Xinwen competition this morning. However, some students didn't participate. Lu Hong glanced at Jia Mingzhen and the others, and said with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Later, I will directly release my willpower to suppress it. Whoever lasts the longest will be first. Based on minutes, those who can last for a minute will get 10 points, and those who last for 10 minutes will get 100 points." Saying this, Lu Hong continued, "From next month onwards, it seems that someone in the class is preparing to challenge the top 100 rankings. According to the rules of the advanced class, the ranking on the top 100 rankings represents the ranking of the monthly test. Hence, whoever enters the top 100 rankings will be the only one, and that person will be the first in the monthly test. There's no need to take the examination anymore. Everything was based on strength. The monthly test was also to make the students stronger. If you entered the top 100 rankings, and you were the only one who entered, if you weren't the first in the monthly test, then what would be? If more than one person enters, then the ranking will be based on the top 100 rankings. Hence, if 10 people in the class enter the top 100 rankings, then the top 10 in the monthly test will be determined." Lu Hong continued, "For those who were in the bottom 10 last month, I hope you won't be in the bottom 10 this month. If you do it 3 times in a row, you might be persuaded to leave or enter the intermediate class to learn. Your teacher's evaluation will also be lowered." He glanced at Suyu, feeling a little helpless. Initially, he was prepared to let Suyu enter the bottom 10 a few more times. In the end, this guy kept climbing up, and he couldn't be suppressed at all. Even the few monsters in the class couldn't suppress him. As for his own student, Lin Yao, he originally thought that he would at least be in the upper grade, and he could be considered a genius, right? In the end, there was no point in mentioning it. Now, he was just short of becoming Suyu's underling. What else could he say? This plan obviously wouldn't work. As for Wu Lan, forget it, this sister of Wu Qi was dumb. Even after being sold by Suyu, she still had to count the money for him. Lu Hong didn't waste any time and quickly said, "Does anyone have any objections to this assessment method?" Suyu was silent for a moment, then he raised his hand and said, "Teacher, you're releasing your willpower suppression. You won't specifically target anyone, right?" Lu Hong laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not the only one. There will be other researchers coming to supervise later." "Suyu, who do you think teacher will target?" Suyu didn't say a word. "Of course, without anyone supervising, it would be strange if you didn't target me. Even if there was someone supervising, I had to be careful." As they spoke, soon, a Soar Realm teaching assistant entered the door. It wasn't Huang Yao. That person had already gone to the Education and Welfare Administration and was currently not in the school. Lu Hong didn't say much since this person had arrived. Soon, Lu Hong said, "Then the monthly assessment will officially begin. It's about the same effect as the record of civilization. Those who can't hold on can leave by themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure enveloped him. Suyu's body sank. The next moment, Suyu's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong's face was indifferent. He wasn't targeting Suyu. He was just probing something with his willpower. Suyu felt that he was being probed by someone's willpower. He secretly cursed at how shameless he was. no wonder this bastard chose this monthly assessment method this time. Shadow barrier was released, one aperture point after another was covered. Originally, Suyu was covering it, but now, he gradually released the cover of some apertures. 76 apertures. Suyu released the cover of 76 apertures. This time, the apertures that were previously cleansed by the bright bird's blood essence gradually revealed light. As Lu Hong was probing, his gaze suddenly changed. He instantly looked at Suyu. His eyes were filled with shock. What was going on? 76 apertures was not a small number. He was at the 6th level of 15 June, and he still needed 8 apertures to enter the 7th level of 15 June. But, why was the vitality in this kid's aperture so pure? Not only Lu Hong, many people in the class looked at Suyu, who was like a man of light, one by one, revealing a doubtful look. Jiao Mingzhen and the others also looked at Suyu, somewhat surprised. What pure yuan qi, even the apertures were emitting light. This kid is probably not weaker than some 7th level 15 June, maybe even stronger. A few people quickly made a judgment. As for Lu Hong probing them, TSK, a fool, a few Galao opened some apertures for him to see. Some opened more than 80, some more than 90. Jiao Mingzhen directly opened 108 for him to see. You want to see? Let me show you. Are you surprised? The 9th level of 15 June, if the apertures could be combined, they could naturally be separated. It was too easy for a mountain sea cultivator to fool a soar cultivator. Lu Hong was not too surprised. A group of people at the 7th level of 15 June and above. What surprised him more was Suyu. Suyu had improved so quickly. How could the vitality in his apertures be so pure? According to his thinking, it should be incomparably heterogeneous. This kid seemed to be using blood essence to cultivate. He had devoured a lot of blood essence, and the filtration room of the Wentan Research Center was where the blood essence was concentrated. This should not be. Wan Mingze and the others also looked at Suyu. Suyu did not change his expression. There was nothing wrong with revealing a little. Moreover, once they fought, this could not be concealed. It was just pure vitality. What? I've never seen it before. However, Suyu was not willing to admit defeat. He was a little depressed and annoyed. He looked at Lu Hong and said loudly, "Teacher, your willpower broke through my willpower defense. Is that too much?" Lu Hong was speechless. He said indifferently, "You can't bear it yourself. You need willpower to resist. If you don't want to expose yourself, then give up the test." Suyu's face was sullen. He said in a low voice, somewhat indignant, "I didn't intend to hide anything. I just didn't want to attract too much attention. Teacher, please withdraw your willpower probing my body. This is against the rules." The supervising Soar Realm cultivator also looked at Suyu with some surprise, then looked at Lu Hong and said softly, "Assistant Instructor Lu, it is indeed against the rules to just exert your pressure outside. It is normal for students to have their own secrets. Assistant Instructor Lu, don't go overboard." Lu Hong smiled and nodded. "Alright, I was just a little surprised. I apologize to student Suyu." A Soar cultivator apologized so easily. What else could Suyu say? He cursed in his heart. Fortunately, this was not all. The pressure continued. Gradually, some students could not bear it and took the initiative to withdraw. Jiao Mingzhen and the others were extremely calm at this moment. They ate and chatted in low voices. Lu Hong glanced at them a few times. He could not help but curse in his heart. These guys did not look like newbies at all. They gave off the feeling of a wily old fox. They were all at 1000 June realm. He did not see Wanshar among them. It was considered normal. As for willpower, it was not low. The lowest was above 80%. 2 of them were even close to 95%. They are all monsters. But I still feel that something is not right. If they were monsters, he would not be surprised. The key was that these guys' attitude was not like young people like Suyu. It was a little like they were used to big scenes and looked at people with a sidelong glance. Lu Hong did not bat an eyelid and continued to release his willpower to intimidate. It was clear who was strong and who was weak. Some with weak willpower left the classroom one after another. Gradually, those who remained were some strong people. Those who had performed well in the Shinwen competition in the morning were all here now. But at this moment, physical strength was also of some help. After all, the secret text realm only competed in willpower and Shenwen. It was slightly different from now. Some students who had entered Thousand June realm erupted the power of their acupoints. They gritted their teeth and endured. Their physical strength could also resist the pressure at this moment. 10 minutes later, there were not many people left. 2 of Jiao Mingzhen's group had left. There were still 3 people left. Su Yu and the other monsters did not leave. Lu Hong's pressure continued and it felt stronger and stronger. 12 minutes later, Xia Huyu ran away. 15 minutes later, Zhao Shiqi was a little unwilling. His acupoints erupted and the aura of Thousand June's 7th layer spread out. He barely endured for another 2 minutes and left unwillingly. 18 minutes later, Xia Chan frowned and left in disappointment. 20 minutes later, Hu Qiuxing staggered back, feeling a little helpless. On the other hand, Qingyun Fai directly erupted with the aura of Thousand June 8th layer and was still persisting. At this moment, only Wan Mingze, Qingyun Fai, Su Yu, and Jiao Mingzhen were left. As for Xinghong, he left at about the same time as Zhao Shiqi. Su Yu's body was covered in light. The strength of Thousand June's 6th layer was exposed. He was sweating profusely as he persisted. Because of the purity of his essence qi, he had persisted until now. When he saw that Qingyun Fai and Wan Mingze were on the verge of collapse, Su Yu also staggered out, sweat continuously dripping. Seeing that he could not hold on any longer, Wan Mingze and Qingyun Fai looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They did not persist and walked out. As for Jiao Mingzhen in the classroom, he was still eating. Seeing that they had all left, he muttered, "So weak? I think I can hold on for another 5 minutes." The few of them were speechless. They did not say a word and left. Jiao Mingzhen, on the other hand, did not persist for too long. After about 3 minutes, his face turned pale and he staggered out. Lu Hong's eyes were filled with shock. "Mother *Ker, you ran out?" Su Yu and the rest walked out step by step. "You ran out, what does that mean? Not at your limit? Is this guy really that strong? What the hell is with this batch?" Lu Hong was also speechless. In the previous batches, there were only a few who could last 10 minutes under his suppression. This time, there were a lot of them, even in his batch, Xia Yuan, Hu Wenxing, Bai Feng, Wu Qi, and himself. Among the 5 of them, Hu Wenxing was at most on par with the current Xinghong. As for himself, he was probably at the level of the current Xia Huyu. Xia Yuan was strong, probably on par with Wan Mingze and the rest. But this Jiao Mingzhen. What was going on? There was also Su Yu. His current overall strength was probably in the top 5 of the class. After a while, the students returned. Lu Hong looked at Jiao Mingzhen again and did not say anything else. He said, "First, Wan Mingze, 290 points. Second, Hu Qiuxing, 280 points. Third, Su Yu, 260 points. Fourth, Qingyun Fai and Jiao Mingzhen are tied, 250 points. Jiao Mingzhen's 250 points were all from the suppression test. He scored 0 in cultural studies. Qingyun Fai scored lower than Su Yu in cultural studies, 10 points less than Su Yu. At this moment, Qingyun Fai stroked his chin and looked at Jiao Mingzhen. He mumbled, "I thought I was ignorant and incompetent. I didn't expect, there's someone even more ignorant and incompetent than me." Jiao Mingzhen didn't seem to score high in cultural studies last time. This time, he scored 0 points. Qingyun Fai looked at him with disdain. Bear One's teeth laughed. "At least I scored 30 points and passed 3 courses. Some people are really stupid." Jiao Mingzhen looked at him with an expression that said, "You're dead meat. Damn it, believe it or not, I'll directly pass more than 100 courses next month. I've only given you a chance. How dare you look down on me? Tonight, I'll put a gunny sack over your head and hammer you to death." So you didn't say anything. 3rd place was already not bad. His cultural studies were considered high. However, Wan Mingze and Hu Qiuxing had also passed a few courses. It seemed like these guys were also very hardworking. That's why I said that geniuses who don't work hard are all fake. All of you pretend to not work hard. Who knows, you might be secretly studying all night. So you cursed in his heart. Are they giving me a way out? Not only are they talented, they are also so hardworking. They even passed so many cultural studies. How can ordinary people like us counterattack? This won't do. From next month onwards, 4 hours of rest a day is definitely enough. Suyu set a goal for himself. Wan Mingze, this bastard. He had talent and resources, but instead of going out to play and hook up with girls, he actually stayed up all night studying. He felt a sense of crisis. Even if he had reached the 9th layer of 15 gene, he still felt uneasy. He wasn't even the top freshman. How could he compete with others? When I go back, I'll go practice my heaven-tier martial technique. When I get into the top 100 list, I'll beat them up one by one. No matter how many hours you study, I'll still study a few more hours than you. Suyu secretly made up his mind. After the monthly test, Suyu did not forget to collect his merit points. Merit points. It was the same lady from last time. When she saw Suyu, she said with a strange expression, Shinwan competition, 2nd place, 35 merit points. 3rd place, 8 merit points, 3 merit points for the class monitor, 3 merit points for the superior class, a total of 49 merit points. Suyu, right? Suyu nodded. Of course, Hu Qiushi also compensated him with 20 merit points, but it was not counted. Help me see how many merit points I have accumulated. 149 points. Suyu nodded. Not bad, he did not get 1st place in the monthly test, so he did not have 150 points, but it was not a small amount. This time, he gained a total of 69 merit points. Originally, he had 2,670 merit points left, but now it was 2,739 merit points. I haven't gotten the blood essence of the 5 elements race yet. Suyu muttered. It would be best if he could get the willpower cultivation method. Otherwise, with his willpower, it would always be a shortcoming. Maybe his body was sore, but his willpower was still under sore. And the dragon silkworm blood essence. Xiaohuyu seems to have helped me collect a drop. Let's see how it works. He still had a lot of blood essence, and Xiaohuyu had helped him collect some. Suyu also saw the dragon silkworm blood essence, but it was only 1 drop. He activated the martial arts technique first. It might not be suitable for him, and it would be a waste to buy too many. 110 Research Center. When Suyu came back, it was already dark. Ever since he moved here, he did not return to the nature nurturing park. Before he entered the door, his communication device rang. Brother Su, you told me this morning that you have something to say. Hearing Hu Zongji's voice, Suyu could not help but slap his forehead. He almost forgot. Thinking of this, Suyu smiled and said, Zongji, I was about to call you. Are you free now? Yes. How about this, there is a Xinghong restaurant in the Xianxia district. I'll treat you tonight. Let's talk later. There's no need to be so polite, Hu Zongji laughed. Suyu hurriedly said, Zongji, don't stand on ceremony with me when we're talking about something more important. Alright, see you later. After hanging up the call with Hu Zongji, Suyu entered the research center, pondered for a while, and went into the warehouse to take a few things. Half an hour later. On the 2nd floor of magnificent red restaurant. Zongji, you actually arrived earlier than me, I'm so sorry, no. Hu Zongji was no longer as arrogant as before. He smiled and said, let's not stand on ceremony. Thank you for saving my face today. My treat tonight. How can that be? You're looking down on me. Suyu smiled and exchanged some pleasantries with Hu Zongji before both of them entered the private room. After chatting for a while, Hu Zongji couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Su, don't stand on ceremony. Just call me by my name. Suyu waved his hand, interrupted him, and said with a smile, we're brothers, and we're fated to meet. It's not good to be too polite. We didn't get to know each other without fighting. Some misunderstandings have been cleared up now. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Hu Zongji nodded and asked, Suyu, do you need my help? If you have something to say, just say it. To be honest, I'm not a good-tempered person, and I'm not very capable, but I'm a loyal person. Suyu didn't take it seriously. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, Zongji, I know a little about you. Your family isn't strong in the academy. Only your second grandfather is an intermediate researcher in Lingyunjing, but he's not from our academy, right? Hu Zongqi nodded and didn't say much. Your brother, Hu Zongyu, is Wancher Tier 2, with over 90% of the nature-nurturing realm. He's ranked 65 in the top 100, and vice president of the Tianshui Association, right? Hu Zongqi frowned slightly. Suyu said with a smile, don't be angry, everyone knows this information. Zongqi, to be honest, you're in a better situation than me, but, do you think the Hu family prioritizes you or your brother? Hu Zongqi didn't say anything. I don't mean anything else. Suyu said softly, I just think it's too difficult for people like us. It's hard to move forward in the academy. Dad doesn't love us, Grandma doesn't love us. If we want to become stronger, we can only rely on ourselves. Hu Zongqi looked at him and said in a low voice, Suyu, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to keep me in suspense. Okay. Suyu said, then I'll get straight to the point. There are a lot of associations in the academy. What's the use? They're all cutting off new members like their leaks. Other than going out and having face, what other practical benefits are there? You mean, I want to secretly set up a mutual aid association. Suyu said bluntly, help each other and improve together. Of course, we're just new students. We won't publicize it to the outside world, nor will we openly recruit members. Only those who like each other, can play together, and have the desire to become stronger can join us. Suyu said solemnly, a good man needs 3 helpers. In the academy, no matter how talented you are, what can you do in a one-on-one fight? Only by forming your own small circle, then even if you reach Soar and enter the heavenly battlefield, there will be people willing to fight alongside you. Completing some missions, you can find some reliable teammates, and you won't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Hu Zongqi looked at him, his eyes fluctuating for a while, and said slowly, why me? I'm not strong, talent is okay, but it's only above average. Suyu said with a smile, if someone wants to enter our circle, of course, they have to have their own strengths and benefits. To be able to help everyone, to help each other, that's the key. Your brother is the vice president of the Tianshui Association, and your second grandfather is the vice director of the mission office. We're not going to carry out missions now, but what about in the future? Suyu said seriously, help intercept some missions, those with high merit rewards, and those that take less time, this is all within the rules, right? And me, my uncle is the curator of the library. Some things, it's better to open the back door and give more advice than to fight alone. Hu Zongqi did not say anything. Suyu continued, moreover, everyone can share some resources to a certain extent. With that, Suyu took out a text of will that he had just taken out. This is a text of will written by a Soar level. It's not a good thing, but I still have a lot of them, and I bought them myself. I've used it once, and after reading it a few times, it hasn't exhausted my willpower, so it can be used again. Suyu said with a smile, but I don't want to sell it. We all have our own cultivation styles and methods. We often buy some text of will, and won't go to public classes. It'll consume too many resources. Do you have enough merit points? Suyu looked at him and said, do you have enough merit points? You haven't reached Qianjun yet. Have you prepared the blood essence for the foundation establishment? Are you going to use the worst? Has your family prepared the text of will for the martial arts technique? Hu Zongqi was silent. Can you really make it if you rely on your family to support you? Hu Zongqi took a deep breath. Suyu, let me put it this way, I can provide you with very little. The more you give me, the more I worry, because my talent is not as good as yours, and my strength is not as good as yours. In the end, I'll drag you down, and this team will collapse. Smart man, Suyu nodded and said with a smile, I know. But if we improve together, we'll go further on the road to becoming stronger. I'm just afraid that you don't have the motivation and confidence. All of us are in different circles, and you have your own circle. Just like you said, your brother has a good relationship with Lu He, so he can provide me with some important information, intelligence and the like. Suyu said again, let's say that Xianxia faction has been targeting me, but I can't integrate into their circle. You can do it. Suyu smiled, in this era, if you don't think of ways to become stronger, and don't seize the opportunity, do you expect others to pity you? Hu Zongqi looked at him, and after a while, he said with a smile, I suddenly feel that you're not as simple as you think. Suyu laughed, it's fine as long as I have no intention of harming others. As a person, I have to leave some leeway for myself, lest others see through me. Wouldn't I lose my privacy then? That's true. Xianxia nodded, and looked at him, is there anyone else besides me? Yes, but I won't tell you now. Suyu said seriously, our circle is just a small one, and I'll be the one to communicate with others for now. When everyone is strong enough, and we can feel the help from each other's existence, only then will we truly understand each other and know of each other's existence. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless. Xianxia nodded. Suyu, there are many such circles in the academy. But in the end, they'll fade into the crowd, and gradually lose contact with each other. The circle no longer exists. I can't say whether the mutual aid association that you mentioned will still exist. Suyu nodded, and said with a smile, I understand. So, I'll try to maintain it, and let everyone feel the benefits, and the confidence. For example, I'll try to let everyone exchange their text of will. Of course, I won't let anyone lose out. Suyu said seriously, for example, if your text of will is written in the soul realm, and can be read 3 times, then the one you give out will definitely be the same as the one you get. I won't reveal who saw your text of will, and who the text of will you get belongs to. I'll do my best to keep it a secret. Xianxia nodded, and said softly, there are actually such groups in the academy, but most of the time, they disband. Some of the leaders fill their own pockets, are unfair, and exploit the members. Suyu smiled, and said, then let's give it a try. I'll find someone to do some evaluation work, and the value will be clear. Some of the information you provide, and the value will also be made public. After saying that, Suyu said temptingly, and for me to improve so fast, actually, there are some secrets. My teacher has mastered some high-level racial cultivation techniques, and can speed up cultivation. Xianxia's expression changed. Developed by Honggalao? Suyu smiled, and said, I don't know, I only know that my teacher provided me with some modified cultivation techniques, so that I can cultivate faster. Let's put it this way, behind me, there's an 8th stage mountain sea top-notch expert. So, I feel that the benefits I bring to everyone will not be less than anyone else. Then the secret technique you teach to outsiders, don't worry, I'll naturally get my teacher's permission, and I won't reveal your existence. We're all newbies, and we don't have any status now, and we don't have any right to speak. But I believe that in a few years, when everyone is sore, we can get involved in many matters of the academy. Suyu said in a low voice, do you want to be your brother's subordinate for life? The Hu family values your brother, not you. Don't you want to surpass him in the top 100 list? Xianxia's eyes lit up slightly, and very quickly, he smiled, and said, Suyu, don't paint a big picture for me. To be honest, I'm not too confident in this association. Suyu smiled, alright, then I'll give you something for free as a membership gift. I believe you'll be satisfied. What is it? Suyu took out a secret manual, opened it, and said, Purify Energy Technique. It's modified from the Radiant Bird Clan's basic essence technique. It's suitable for us humans to cultivate, and doesn't require many apertures to be opened. It's used to purify vitality. We use blood essence to cultivate, and there are more or less some impurities. Without them, it's very difficult to enter Xianxia. Cultivate the Purify Energy Technique, and very soon, you'll be able to purify the vitality in your body. You've seen my situation. I'm cultivating the Purify Energy Technique, so there aren't any side effects, although I've consumed a large amount of blood essence. Suyu's eyes shone, and he said, you only need to open 36 apertures to cultivate the Purify Energy Technique. Opening apertures is a little difficult, and you still need to add 36 apertures. But if you learn it, you can cultivate all the way to Xianxia Realm 9, and your body can even enter Soar. It's just a top-grade yellow class cultivation technique, but only our lineage has it. If it gets out, it won't be difficult to charge you a few hundred merit points, right? Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up, he looked at Suyu in disbelief, you, give it to me? Don't spread it. Suyu said in a low voice, the Academy also has the Purify Energy Technique, but it's not suitable for humans to cultivate. It's something that my lineage spent a lot of effort to modify. If it gets out, my Grandmaster won't let it go. As he said that, Suyu smiled. Of course, I believe everyone has their own ideas. If you really want to spread it, this is the only time. There won't be a next time, and the future is in our own hands. Suyu continued, this is just a supplementary cultivation technique. In the future, there will be other cultivation techniques, martial arts, and even willpower cultivation techniques. Suyu took a deep breath and said, I also need to improve my strength and fight for more authority. Huzongji placed his hand on the secret manual. It was obviously handwritten, and there was no system to it. However, there were many illustrations, such as which acupoints to open, how to connect them, and how to connect them. This was a cultivation method that had been converted. It was an auxiliary type and extremely precious, primordial chi purification. Huzongji did not take it away, and kept pressing on it, falling into a dilemma. If he took it, he would really be on board. He could not retreat. If the Shenwen lineage came after him in the name of stealing the secret cultivation technique, he would be finished. Suyu, Huzongji looked at him, gritted his teeth, and said, I haven't shown my value yet, this thing, you keep it for me. When I show my value, you can give it to me. It's for you. Suyu smiled, and said, a gift for joining the association. To put it bluntly, this thing, our research center does not lack it. Otherwise, why do you think so many people are coveting our research center? My Grandmaster is wholeheartedly focused on research, and does not care about anything else. He only wants to research the innate skills of the human race, and many things are ignored by him, sealed away. Little does he know that these things are priceless, but in his eyes, they are all trash. Honggalao, at this moment, Huzongji's face was full of yearning. Hong Tan, a pillar of the Shenwen lineage, a peak of the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, obsessed with research, not fighting for power, only caring about research. Wentan Research Center, any cultivation technique he casually took out was an extremely precious cultivation technique to purify vitality. The human race definitely had such a cultivation technique, however, it was not something a nobody like him could obtain. Perhaps it would be passed down in some clans, or perhaps in the descendants of some experts, but to make it public, it depended on luck. Perhaps they had higher authority, higher status, and might obtain it, but it was impossible now. Huzongji swallowed, and said in admiration, a person like Honggalao is a true master of civilization. I believe that one day, if the Wentan Research Center is open to the public, it will definitely shock everyone. Shock the human race. Suyu also said in admiration, definitely. I also believe that Grandmaster will shock the entire human race. Unfortunately, sigh. Grandmaster's ambition does not lie here. His goal is the sun and moon, eternity. To be more realistic, he will enter eternity, and these things will be passed down to ensure that they are ours. Now, it's hard to say. Huzongji nodded. He said with some anticipation, Honggalao has long been at the peak of the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Do you think he will enter the sun and moon soon? It's hard to say. Suyu shook his head. I don't know. I haven't met my Grandmaster yet. Zongji. Let me say something else. The reason I established the Mutual Aid Society now is actually to plan for the future. The Shenwen faction has been suppressed all these years, and I can't accept it. It's fine if they are weak, but if they are strong, I will definitely seek justice. It's useless if there are fewer people. Even if I become a Mountain Sea, the Academy will not lack one. But if one Mountain Sea is useless, what about 2, 3, or 4? Suyu's eyes shone brightly. You, me, and the others, we will all improve together and enter the Mountain Sea realm. When that time comes, will you all help me? As soon as he said this, Huzongji said solemnly, if we benefit from Brother Su and don't repay the kindness, how are we different from beasts? I want this primordial purity technique. After today, I will be a member of the Mutual Aid Society. I have a few writings of Will that I've read before. I didn't gain much from them. If Brother Su needs them, I will go back and get them. You're right. We all have our own secrets that we don't want others to know about. We also don't want outsiders to know about the outline of the Shenwen faction. As long as Brother Su keeps it a secret, I believe that we will gain even more. Suyu smiled. Huzongji said, after today, I will collect more information about the Shan Shenwen faction, and other aspects. even the heavenly battlefield. After all, my second grandpa is the deputy director of the mission office, so he knows a lot. I will visit him often. All right. I will find someone to calculate the value of these things later. Suyu waved his hand to stop him. The foundation of an association is fairness and justice. You keep giving, but you get nothing. No one is a fool. Why should you give? If there are good missions, why should you share them? If there are good secret manuals, why should you give them to others? Everyone gives, and everyone gains. That is the way to go in the long run. Xianxia nodded. He was absolutely right, Suyu continued. In the future, I will find ways to contact people outside of the school, for example, the people from the war school. Everyone will advance together. Blood essence, Wenbing, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and writings of will be shared. This way, we will improve faster. Xianxia stared at him. Suyu was really ambitious. He realized that he had underestimated Suyu. A guy from southern Yuan actually thought so far ahead and dared to do it. Of course, he also had a backer behind him. It was no surprise that anyone succeeded. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly said, Suyu, after hearing what you said, I thought of something. In the future, if you need anything, you don't have to look for Xiaohuyu. You can try to put up a mission, and I will help you put it up. Through my second grandpa's channel, no one will know that you need it. Only I will know, and the price might be cheaper. Suyu's eyes lit up. He was actually thinking of a problem. It was not safe to trade with Xiaohuyu for too long. Xiaohuyu would know many things about him. Although Xiaohuyu did not pose any threat to him, it was still necessary to be secretive about some things. School missions? Yes, with this method, there will be some researchers who will do the missions as long as they pay the corresponding merit points. Suyu was delighted. Looking for Xianxia was the right choice. Huyohui's strength was not too strong, but he had Lingyan 7. The deputy director of the mission office was an ordinary position, but it was very useful to Suyu. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, if I arrange a mission to send something to the All-Heavens battlefield to find the demon-subduing army, can it be done? Of course. Xianxia said with a smile, you want to send something to your father? That's easy. The teachers of the school can go to the All-Heavens battlefield, so it is not difficult to send something there. As for finding the person, it can be done with some effort, but I'm afraid it will cost a lot of merit points. After all, it is not very safe there. Moreover, there is no need to worry about embezzlement. They are all researchers of the school. Unless they don't want to stay in the human race, no one will dare to embezzle. Suyu was overjoyed. That was good. If he had enough money, he could support his father. His father was not very stable at the All-Heavens battlefield. While speaking, Xianxia said with a smile, if you have money, you can even hire an expert to protect uncle in the name of the civilization master stationed there. Of course, the price is very high. The civilization master stationed there will need at least a year. Suyu was tempted. How much? An initial stage soar will need at least 300 merit points a year. It is indeed a bit dangerous there, and it is not the kind that can be protected all the time. After all, even if they go there, they have to carry out their own missions. I can only say that they will do their best to protect you. Suyu nodded. That's good. In that case, I can give it a try in the future. As for now, let's wait. He was a spendthrift, and now he only had a little more than 2,000 merit points left. There were still many places to use it. As for my father, when I get a big sum of money, I will issue a mission. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Suyu had some gains. I heard my second grandfather say that Headmaster Zhou Mingren has not been in charge for a long time. His goal is to enter the Sun Moon tier. Now, the real manager of the Shan Shenwen faction is his disciple, Qingyuming Galao. Zheng Galao actually has some hatred for the Shenwen faction. Why? I heard that when he was a student, he was suppressed by the Shenwen faction. In fact, there were even geniuses from the Shenwen faction who humiliated him, Xianxia explained. So, a few years ago, you guys were actually better, but now it is getting more and more difficult. In fact, there is even a desire to kill you all because Zheng Galao advanced to the Mountain C tier and became a faction master. Suyu frowned. My teacher did not say, after all, we are still weak. Hu Zongqi shook his head, and said, it is useless even if we know. Besides. Xia Yuan, do you know? My second grandfather said that the goal of the Shan Shenwen faction this time is to get rid of Director Chen. Zhou Pingxing will become the director, and Xia Yuan will become the deputy director. Xia Yuan seems to want to use the academy as a stepping stone to enter the upper ranks of Dixia province. The two of them were actually not too clear about the meaning of these words. However, Suyu could not help but frown. In that case, senior sister's demotion from the top 100 might not only be the intention of the Shan Shenwen faction. I understand, thank you. Don't mention it. Hu Zongqi smiled. I should be the one thanking you. In the future, I will pay more attention to these news. Elites related to the Shenwen faction usually do not know these things, and those people will not speak carelessly in front of them. As for my second grandfather, strictly speaking, he is on good terms with them. Suyu nodded slightly. It is easy to see that your brother is on good terms with Lu He, so naturally, he is closer to the Shan Shenwen faction. Suyu did not spend much effort on the primordial cleansing technique. He simply sorted out the positions of the opened apertures, how to open them, and how to connect them. This was not too difficult for Suyu. 36 apertures was not a small number, but it depended on how Hu Zongqi cultivated. There was no harm in opening a few more apertures, but he could not cultivate directly with his blood essence like Suyu. He had to succeed in opening them before he could purify them. This was also one of Suyu's methods of cashing in. He could slowly cash out some of the cultivation techniques in the book. Of course, he could not do it now. He was too weak, for example, the mountain-breaking Bolt clan's body-strengthening technique. This was much more important and precious than the primordial cleansing technique. If word got out, it would attract a lot of attention, and Suyu would not be able to handle it. After all, the primordial cleansing technique was only a supplementary cultivation technique. Even if Hu Zongqi was really unreliable, if word got out, it would not be too much of a threat to Suyu. After all, there was an 8th-tier Mountain Sea Realm expert standing behind him. As for that Grandmaster, he would wait until he found out. Judging from Bai Feng's words, he should be easy to talk to. I'll take the blame for now. After bidding farewell to Hu Zongqi, Suyu also reminded everyone to maintain a normal relationship in the academy. It was too close. Suyu was worried that Shan Shenwen faction would be wary of Hu Zongqi. Hu Zongqi. Lin Yao. Suyu silently muttered in his heart. Lin Yao, find a time to rope him in. There were a few others that he could consider, such as Xia Huyu. However, his identity as Xia Jia made Suyu a little wary. If he attracted Xia Jia's attention, he might be swallowed whole. He can't be too strong than me, and his family background can't be too good. It's best if he's not valued. Otherwise, if I don't lack anything, how can I rope him in? Suyu felt that the current him knew too little about the academy and the entire Dixia province. He needed to grasp more things, counting on his teacher. Forget it, Bai Feng was a dead shut-in. No matter how talented and strong he was, he did not have many good friends. In such a big academy, no one would stand up for him when he was bullied. Grandmaster is also a shut-in. Suyu muttered in his heart. If not for that, how could Shan Shenwen faction be so miserable? 8th-tier Mountain Sea Realm, there weren't many in the academy who were so strong, right, and they were in such a pathetic state. It was just a research center, and yet they were being targeted. It was too miserable. He could not bear to watch it anymore. Grandmaster's position as the curator was about to be removed, but no one seemed to care. That was Ling Yun's 9th tier, and yet no one made a sound. Grandmaster was also a shut-in. He stayed in the library all day long, not stepping out of the door. If he did not bully you, who would he bully? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. At least there would be a group of people waving flags and cheering for you. Suyu muttered in his heart. Even if those people were not strong, if they stood together, they would still be a force to be reckoned with. Grandmaster and the others were all fools. You're so aloof. Who would want to pay attention to you? It's not like you're invincible. Even if you were invincible, you can't have the final say. Suyu thought silently. If one day the academy wanted to expel him, he could make a rallying cry, and hundreds of students and teachers would stand up to oppose it. Even Wan Tianxing would not dare to expel him rashly, right? Just like that, teacher Lu Wenyan had been expelled, Suyu was afraid that this would happen again. Develop silently and build my own network of relationships. As long as everyone has a common interest, then everyone will be one. The so-called factions are nothing. However, he was too weak at the moment. He could only pretend to be a tiger's skin for now. Grandmaster wouldn't mind, and teacher wouldn't mind either. Research Center. Suyu unfolded the Mountain and Sea Seclusion scroll. It was a very long scroll. Suyu looked at it for a while and admired it. He had to say that his grandmaster's handwriting was quite good, at least much better than Bai Feng's. His willpower entered, and there was no abnormality. He could only feel the weight of the words, which had a somewhat ancient flavor. These were words left behind by a mountain and sea realm cultivator. As for the rest, there was nothing. Does a martial technique really exist? Suyu was a little shocked. Even Hong Tan had not found anything unusual after so many years. This meant that if it really existed, it was definitely written by a sun-moon or even an eternal powerhouse. At the very least, it was much stronger than his grandmaster. A drop of dragon silkworm blood essence appeared in his hand. Suyu took a deep breath and dripped a drop on the scroll. As soon as the blood essence entered the scroll, the scene before him changed. Suyu's vision blurred for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the same place. The surroundings were completely empty. The next moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a tall man. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and his eyes were a little dull. However, when he saw Suyu, his eyes quickly lit up. Human? Suyu was stunned. What was this? Don't be surprised. It's just a remnant of willpower. The middle-aged man said indifferently, it's your luck to be able to obtain this technique. The one who obtained this technique was a foreign race. Is he dead? No. Ignore it. The man did not say much. He looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, this technique is called time. Time? Suyu stared blankly. Even now, he was confused. Was this the space of the rune of will? There was actually someone else. Of course, there were people in the text of will, but the people in the past could not speak. This one could even speak. Time, the technique of pursuing time, stepping through reincarnation, chasing the stars and the moon, one step in the past, one step in the future. This bragging was too much. Suyu was speechless. Who created this technique? How could it be so boastful? A peak mid-grade heaven stage martial technique. 132 opened apertures. It can break mountains and seas, suppress the sun and moon. Suyu listened quietly. Keep bragging. You might be invincible. Of course you can break mountains and seas, suppress the sun and moon, but I can't. Medial grade heaven ranked martial technique. It was indeed very strong, but it depended on who cultivated it and what realm the cultivator was at. This technique only has 3 stages, 44 apertures make up one layer. First division, shatter mountains and seas. Second level, sun and moon suppression. Third level, fighting invincible. Suyu continued to stare blankly. This was the name of Sanduan. It was so domineering, but he was afraid that if he shouted out this name, he would be beaten to death. He really wanted to complain. He couldn't help but think of what Lu Wenyan had told him. Some invincible experts were very chunibu when they were young and randomly picked names. For example, the famous sky-opening infinite saber. The name that this person came up with was not inferior in any way. After shouting out this move, Suyu was truly afraid of death. The mountains and seas, the sun and moon could hammer him to death. 44 apertures opened, completing the first stage of cultivation. It's not difficult to fight someone of a higher realm. Qianjun against Wanshi, Wanshi against Soar. The middle-aged man continued to narrate while Suyu listened quietly. At the next moment, the scene before his eyes changed again. Light spots appeared on the middle-aged man's legs. They were all apertures. First level, shatter mountains and seas, 44 apertures opened in both legs, each forming a system. 44 apertures, I've studied them for many years, and they formed a system, the middle-aged man boasted for a while again. In any case, he was very strong. After cultivating the first stage, it wasn't a problem to fight someone of a higher realm. 44 apertures would do. So you quickly compared and was a little happy. 20 apertures have coincided with the Aries art. This meant that to cultivate the first stage, he only needed to open 24 apertures. Following the middle-aged man's narration, Suyu suddenly felt dizzy, his willpower was exhausted. At the next moment, Suyu's vision blurred. He realized that he was still at the same spot. And the mountain and sea seclusion-seeking post returned to its original state. There was nothing unusual, and the blood essence had been completely consumed. This, Suyu wanted to express his surprise, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a splitting headache. His willpower was consumed too much. At this moment, Suyu's willpower was also recovering rapidly, and there was a vague trend of strengthening. Suyu was stunned. Invincible, the text of will written by an invincible realm expert. No wonder his willpower was exhausted before he read it for a long time. And he felt that after the confrontation of willpower, it consumed a lot of energy, but the speed of recovery was also very fast. This is really strong. Suyu was happy. This thing felt more powerful than the fragment room. And Shenwen, Suyu was greatly moved. Shenwen, could the text of will written by an invincible realm expert outline Shenwen? I'm afraid not now. I'm afraid that I'll be blown up by this Shenwen. Suyu suddenly muttered to himself. Back when he had subdued a mountain sea realm cultivator's kill character, his two divine characters had almost been unable to defeat it. Not to mention an invincible realm expert, Suyu seriously suspected that as soon as it was outlined, it would be the second stage Shenwen. Time, first layer break the mountains and seas. Suyu exhaled. What an awesome name. The point was that he couldn't break the mountains and seas. And it consumes a lot of energy. Suyu was speechless. Although a drop of blood essence was only in the Thousand June realm, he hadn't read it for a long time. The dragon silkworm blood essence was not cheap, it was very expensive. The cultivation method created by the human race requires the dragon silkworm blood essence to activate. How much hatred does this person have to kill the dragon silkworm? Could it be that this invincible realm expert who created the cultivation method was beaten by the dragon silkworm? Suyu couldn't help but suspect, while Suyu was muttering. The human realm. At the top of a sky-high tower. Two people were playing chess and drinking tea. Suddenly, a middle-aged man looked to the south and frowned slightly. Who activated my time? Huh? The strong man opposite him said in surprise, didn't they say that it was taken by the alien race years ago? Since it was taken by the alien race, why are you looking at the human realm? In the human realm. The middle-aged man said indifferently, could it be that the alien race was killed? So time was taken back? My poor disciple. Finally, someone avenged him. The strong man smiled and said, why, do you want to take it back? Forget it. Just take it as a thank you gift. After saying that, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, I don't know who took it. I hope it's not some mediocre person who tarnished my reputation. But the person who killed the alien race is probably not weak. He shouldn't be mediocre. After saying that, the middle-aged man said coldly, the Xingyu mansion is about to open again. This time, I'll definitely let someone in and start a massacre to send my disciple off. The strong man laughed and said, all right, you're so old. Your disciple is not strong enough, so there's nothing you can do even if he was killed. You can't stop this thing. After saying that, the strong man said again, your time is only SOSO, but its name is quite famous. SOSO? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Do you believe that I can kick you back to 100 years ago? Hee, you can try. The strong man said disdainfully, if you can kick me back to 100 years ago, I'll burn incense for you. The middle-aged man ignored him and continued playing chess. After a while, he said, the Silkworm Dragon King has gone into hiding recently. Find a chance to ambush it with me, it's been a few hundred years. The strong man was speechless. You're still thinking about that? Didn't it just swallow you into its stomach? You didn't lose anything. Humph. The middle-aged man was dissatisfied and said angrily, it dared to swallow me. sooner or later, it will pay the price. The strong man was too lazy to say anything more. How vengeful. After so many years, the Silkworm Dragon King is already tired of you. When it meets you, it immediately retreats and runs away, but you still continue to chase after it. So you did not know what was happening. At this moment, he was quickly recovering his willpower. After a while, Suyu opened his eyes, and his face was full of joy. His willpower seemed to be a little stronger. It was a little similar to the feeling he had when he first entered the fragment room. Invincible, he did not know whether the other party was invincible or Sun-Moon, but since he dared to call it Sun-Moon suppression and battle invincible, it was very likely that the other party was an invincible expert. I just need to open 24 acupoints. I can give it a try. I still have a lot of Mountain Ox blood essence. Suyu had the intention to enter the secret realm again, so he opened all 24 acupoints and mastered the first level of Mountain Ocean Break. It should not be weak. By Silkworm Dragon blood essence, 5 elements race blood essence, Suyu muttered for a while, and he had the urge to immediately cultivate. He really wanted to try out a heaven-class cultivation technique to see how strong it was. Currently, he lacked some sure-kill techniques. Perhaps this could become his sure-kill technique. Thank you, Dendrolamus. Suyu was suddenly stunned, and he calculated for a while. Feeding on the 22nd, it seemed to be after 12 o'clock now. In that case, today was October 1st? Not bad, it only took me 10 days to cover everything up. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he remembered, or he might have to stay in the secret realm for a few more days. If he came out again and forgot again, it would be half a month. It would not be good to starve to death. The Waterman is Ling Yunjing, and this guy's blood essence is used to open the Ling Yunjing Waterman Atlas. Although it was not possible now, it would be possible in the future. When he reached Soar, he would probably be able to open the Ling Yunjing Atlas. After a while, Suyu arrived at the second underground floor. The door opened. The monsters who had been hungry for many days seemed to have gotten used to it. Habit was a terrifying power. Dendrolamus's face was full of satisfaction. The last time it told Suyu, it took a few more drops of vitality liquid, and now it was living well. Although it took 3 more drops, it was reasonable to say that 1 drop every 3 days was just enough for its previous appetite. But this guy. Didn't he have some amnesia? Didn't he see that those guys were weak from hunger? Suyu kid, you're here. Dendrolamus was very lively and active. It was good that he was here, it just so happened that the vitality liquid had been used up. If he didn't come, it would have starved. Shadow, Waterman, Fire Crow, White Beaver, and Rhinoceros Borer were all awake at this moment. Fire Crow said in a sharp voice, Suyu, since you took over this place, I have only obtained 1 drop of vitality liquid. Do you really want me to starve to death? It was too miserable. The other guys had at least 2 drops, but it only had 1. It was really too miserable, so you couldn't be bothered with it. It was fine as long as it could speak. He looked at Dendrolamus and said with a smile, that's right. I got that post. There really is a cultivation technique. Very good. Dendrolamus, you have done a good job. This time you have 1 more drop of vitality liquid. Next time I come, I will bring you some flesh. As for the others, do as you see fit. With that said, Suyu said happily, I got the martial technique. Now I am just waiting for enlightenment. Once I learn the martial technique, hee. That enemy of mine is only at the 8th layer of 15 kilograms. I will kill him sooner or later. White Beaver was not charming at all this time, her voice was no longer pure. She said weakly, little brother Suyu, give me 1 more drop of vitality liquid. I will use the White Beaver clan's cultivation technique to exchange. I really don't know any human cultivation technique. I can write down the secret technique of the White Beaver clan for you. Suyu rolled his eyes and said, don't give me that. Do you think I am stupid? My willpower is mixed with some killing techniques. What if I am killed? You guys are so strong, and I am so weak. I will not be fooled. White Beaver wanted to cry, no way, give me something to eat. Every time I come for more than 10 days. What is the use of 1 drop of vitality liquid? I am really starving to death. Those fellows wanted to run before. Now. Don't mention it. Just don't starve us to death. Too irresponsible. In the detention area, Baifeng was also irresponsible. He forgot every now and then, but not like this. Baifeng could come 7 or 8 times a month. On average, he came once every 4 or 5 days. Suyu could not even come 3 times a month. No, he came 3 times this month. Baifeng handed it to him on the 4th. It was October 1st, and he had come 3 times. He was afraid that it would be like this every time. He clearly said that he would come once every 3 days. In the end, it became once every 10 days. Who could stand it? Shadow and Waterman both revealed their bodies and looked at Suyu eagerly. Damn it, he did not want to live anymore. Ling Yin could not take it anymore. Rhinoceros Borer gritted his teeth and said gloomily, "Give me 20 drops of vitality liquid. I will condense a drop of blood essence for you. How about it?" Of course it was not worth it. Losing blood essence would cause his strength to decline. The key was that if it did not decline, he would starve to death. Without vitality liquid to replenish him, he would become a skeleton sooner or later. What was the use of being strong? Suyu glanced at him and said perfunctorily, "We will talk about it later. I have no use for source blood essence. You guys are so strong, but you don't have wanshers or source. You want to make me explode? You really have bad intentions." Rhinoceros Borer felt wronged. Damn it, I am strong, and you are blaming me? You are too weak. What can I do? You can sell it and buy blood essence. Rhinoceros Borer said with some grievance, "I am at the Sore Realm. If I sell it, it will not be difficult for you to exchange for 10 drops of Wanshur Realm blood essence." When Suyu heard this, he instantly came to a realization. He could not help but look at the bull and said in surprise, "You still have a brain?" Rhinoceros Borer wanted to cry. Isn't this basic? If I am really stupid, how did I cultivate to soar? You are stupid, and you blame me for being too smart. So you did not say anything else and fed Dendrolamus 2 drops of vitality liquid. Dendrolamus was so touched that he wanted to cry. Bliss, compared to other guys, I am so blessed. 2 drops of vitality liquid, giving away this cultivation technique was too worth it. There were 4 more drops of vitality liquid, a mid-heaven technique with 4 more drops of vitality liquid. Thinking about it, Dendrolamus also wanted to cry. When did Heaven-tier martial arts techniques become so cheap? So you did not care about this? After feeding the vitality liquid, he said with a smile, "I am going into seclusion to cultivate." When he said that, everyone was shocked. The demons turned pale with fright. Seclusion? How long would it take? White Beaver hurriedly said, "Brother Suyu, no, Brother Suyu, I will use blood essence to exchange for vitality liquid. No, cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques. If that is not possible, I will use our clan's ultimate cultivation technique to exchange for it. If you hand it to your academy, you will be rewarded with at least a few thousand merit points. It is a pure cultivation technique without the power of will." Suyu touched his chin and said with some interest, "A cultivation technique without the power of will. That sounds good. Even if he did not use it himself, there should be a reward for handing it to the academy, right? Did the academy have the cultivation techniques of these races? Maybe, maybe not." After thinking about it, Suyu said, "Then record some cultivation techniques of the major races for me. I will hand it over to the academy. If there is a reward." Suyu paused for a moment, then said, "How about this? If the academy rewards me with 100 merit points, I'll give you an extra drop of vitality liquid. If you don't give me a reward, sorry, my vitality liquid doesn't grow on trees." The demons were filled with helplessness and despair. This bastard thing, is the origin chi liquid yours? It had to be said that Suyu's move was ruthless. Hand it over to the academy, without the text of will, even if there was a scheme, without the power of will, Suyu did not cultivate it himself. How could he scheme against him? The shadow's voice said faintly, "The humans have been at war with us for many years. You have most of the cultivation techniques. Even if you hand them over, there may not be any reward. We also know what 100 merit points means. The Civilization Academy will not give you so much." Suyu said with a smile, "Is that so? Then I'll just write more. Even if they have it, wouldn't it be better if you added some of your own understanding?" The understanding of our own people is deeper than ours, isn't it? If you want to scam someone, just don't scam me. The academy has a lot of mountain NCCs. If you are confident, go scam them to cultivate. The demons fell into despair once again. Nonsense, was the mountain and sea realm so easy to scam? Suyu said with a smile, do you agree? If you agree, then write it. When you are done, I will send it to the academy in exchange for a reward. I happen to be out of money, so I will exchange it for money to buy you food. The demons looked at each other. After a while, the white beaver said plaintively, right, I will write. Brother Suyu, I will write it. When you get the reward, you must give me a few drops of vitality liquid. I really can't hold on anymore. My strength is not as good as theirs. Suyu said with a smile, okay. Don't worry, I don't lie. I am just a little forgetful. I have no other shortcomings. The demons nodded in unison. Yes, you are forgetful, the big ones often forget to feed us. Sooner or later, some of us will starve to death. As Suyu spoke, he thought of something. He looked at the water person and asked, Number 1, can the 5 elements race cultivate willpower from a young age? The humanoid water creature fell silent upon hearing this. What? Is it a secret? The water person said softly, you can say that. However, we are different from humans. We do not have acupoints, and our cultivation techniques are different from yours. Even if you obtain the cultivation technique, you will not be able to cultivate it. Do not have acupoints? Suyu was stunned. The water person said faintly, that's right. We are 5 elements spiritualization. In other words, our entire body is filled with acupoints. Even we do not know what acupoints we have opened in our cultivation technique. Even if you humans obtain it, no matter how long you study it, you will not be able to convert it into your cultivation technique. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Others could not do it, but the Atlas could. He felt that there was no problem with the Atlas. Before humans reached the Soar realm, willpower could only be cultivated passively. Just like the Kaiyuan realm was also passive cultivation and not active cultivation. However, back then, Suyu had managed to complete his own cultivation with the help of the Atlas. Since that was the case, why could willpower not work? At that thought, Suyu said, Number 1, why don't you write down your cultivation technique for me? Let me take a look. Even if it is useless, it is still quite valuable. I will give you 1 drop of essence chi liquefied. The water person was speechless. The cultivation technique of the 5 elements race is only worth 1 drop of essence chi liquefied. How much do you look down on the 5 elements race? Suyu knew what it was thinking and said casually, it's not like I can cultivate it. Look at the heaven-grade cultivation technique that Dendrolamus gave me. I can cultivate it. Of course, the value of the 2 is different. The water person said helplessly, let me think about it. After saying that, it turned into a pool of water and no longer spoke. Suyu did not force it. When he obtained the blood essence of the 5 elements race, he could also cultivate it. However, he could think about how to adapt the primitive cultivation technique he obtained from the water person in the future. The essence cleansing technique that he gave to Hu Zongqi was actually not a cultivation technique. It was very simple and not systematic. It only told him how to open the acupoints, where to open them, and how to connect them. Of course, the cultivation technique was just like that, it just lacked some deliberately mystifying things. However, when people saw the cultivation technique that Suyu gave them, they would know that it was created by an ignorant and incompetent fellow. Even if they obtained it, they might not dare to cultivate it. Hu Zongqi did not doubt it because Suyu had really cleansed his acupoints. There was actual proof, and there was no need for Suyu to harm him. He could not give it to him like this in the future. It was fine if there were only 1 or 2 books, but most of them had such descriptions. With one look, it was clear that this was not an adaptation of the cultivation technique, but an experience that could only be achieved by truly circulating the acupoints. This meant that these cultivation techniques had been tried by others. Who had tried it? Hong Tan, Bai Feng, or Suyu? This way, it would be easy for others to see some clues. Suyu thought about it and did not waste any time. He went out to get some pen and paper and threw them into the cage. Hurry up and write. If you want to write, then write. If not, then forget it. Do you know human language? It would be best to write 2 copies, one in human language and one in your own language. Just as he finished speaking, Bailey complained, Big Brother Suyu, there are some cultivation techniques that can't be written with the text of will. There are some cultivation methods that can't be expressed with words. Suyu believed this, there really were such cultivation techniques, and there were many of them. Without the text of will, one could not learn it even if they obtained it. Then write something that can be written in language. Suyu did not mind. He threw a drop of vitality liquid over and said with a smile, White Cat, you are the most obedient. This is your reward. White Beaver was overjoyed. It held the vitality liquid in its mouth and was so excited that it wanted to cry. It was too tragic, not long ago, a drop of vitality liquid could move a sore 8-tier so much. I will write, White Beaver was so excited that it did not need a pen. Its claws were extremely agile, and it wrote several cultivation techniques. Big Brother, this can only be taken out after the divine talisman protection outside is activated. When Suyu heard this, his eyes widened, who are you kidding? Try throwing it out. I really can't. If I throw it out, it will be blasted by lightning. This kind of divine talisman protection net can only be thrown in from the outside. Suyu thought for a moment, nodded, and did not say much. Soon, Suyu ran up. After a moment, he came down again. He held a photographic jade talisman in his hand and said with a smile, hold that piece of paper and stand closer to the cage. I will take a photo for you. White Beaver broke down. This guy is really good, obediently holding the paper with its claws. Suyu took a few photos and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, I will go back to the academy and try to hand it in. If there is a reward, I will bring you delicious food next time. Dendrolamus had to say, Suyu, that, you promised to bring me some meat. No problem. Suyu agreed happily and quickly left the detention area. After he left, Bailey, who was still in a miserable state, sighed and said, no. This Suyu is very vigilant. He is not stupid. If this goes on, we have no chance at all. If this goes on, we really won't be able to hold on. Dendrolamus also cursed in a low voice, I gave him a heaven-grade martial technique, and he gave me a few drops of vitality liquid, he really dares to do this deal. After saying that, he said somewhat frantically, this can't go on. Shadow, do you have a way? The shadow as faint said, yes, give him blood essence. Mix some of your own willpower in. I know that some of you even have the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood. As long as he is interested, there is a chance. As he said that, he said, White Beaver, write more cultivation techniques for him, let him taste the sweetness. In exchange for some merit points, keep him hanging one step at a time. Human desire is infinite. When he tasted the sweetness, he will become more and more greedy for our flesh and blood. Cultivation techniques can leave images, but can flesh and blood also leave images? The shadow as faint said, he will take the bait sooner or later. Take it slowly, as long as he activates the outer protection of the divine talismans, we have hope of getting out. The few great demons no longer spoke, falling into silence. Living quarters. Suyu took a look at the photographic jade talisman. White Beaver had written 3 cultivation techniques. Suyu took a quick look and sneered, these were all useless cultivation techniques, the humans might have seized them long ago. Perhaps I can give it a try, handing it over to the academy to see if it would give merit points. If it did, it would also be a source of income. Besides, if he really lacked merit points in the future, he could use the picture book to forge a more important cultivation technique and hand it over to get a reward. At least he would have an excuse. The Grandmaster had imprisoned a few great demons, and probably many people knew about it. That's good too, a few more people to take the blame for. It will be hard to explain the source of the cultivation technique. They were the ones who gave it. Suyu did not care anymore, activating the protective talisman, dream on, he was only at the 1000 June realm, and these Sor Ling Yun could easily kill him. Suyu was no fool. He packed his things, made some preparations, and prepared to enter the secret realm again. After cultivating time, I might be able to try challenging the top 100 list. Top 100 list, Suyu took a deep breath. His target was not the fellows at the bottom of the list, but Huang Qifeng. He knew that once he entered the top 100 list, he would definitely be targeted by Huang Qifeng and the rest. Since that was the case, he would cripple them first. The academy did not allow students to cripple, but if they were heavily injured, they could still cultivate. That would not be considered crippled, so you quickly dialed a number. And without any hesitation, he said, Dragon Silkworm Blood Essence, it doesn't matter what realm it is. Give me around 100 drops right now. Of course, if it's in the sky, I can give you a little less. Have you collected the blood essence of the 5 races? I want it immediately. Xiaohui was surprised. You want everything above Soar? Yes. So you said, I'm talking about the Dragon Silkworm Blood Essence. As for the rest, Wanshur will be in charge. Alright. Above Soar, that was easy. Of course, the price was very high. There were many above Soar in the top 100 races on the battlefield. The Dragon Silkworm is also one of the top 100 races. I can get you some Soaring Sky Realm ones, but the price won't be cheap. A drop of Soaring Sky Realm Fiend God Blood Essence costs more than 1,000 merit points. The Dragon Silkworm is cheaper, but it still costs 100 merit points per drop. So expensive? It's considered cheap. Of course, do you want the Fire Dolphin Blood Essence? Soar Realm Fire Dolphin Blood Essence will be sold to you for 20 merit points. Suyu was speechless. Why would he want the blood essence of this trash race? He had used it before, and it could not even open the atlas. Trash. Then, give me 10 drops. Suyu couldn't help but say, isn't that too expensive? Killing Soaring Sky only rewarded me with 100 merit points, and you're charging me 100 merit points for a drop of blood essence. Xiaohui said helplessly, Big brother, killing a Soar gives you 100 merit points for free. Things like blood essence are spoils of war. I didn't say that killing a Soar only gives you 100 merit points. Spoils of war are also merit points. That's why killing Soaring Sky will earn you more than 100 merit points. Do you understand? Suyu was speechless. Then give me 10 drops. You can get the blood essence of all the 5 races, right? Alright, I'll send them to you later. I've collected them all. Blood essence of the 5 races. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 2 drops of Wanshur's blood essence, 50 merit points per drop. 10 drops will be 500 merit points, a total of 1,500 merit points. Suyu was depressed. He thought for a moment and said, let me ask you, what's the price of Rhinoceros Borer Soar blood essence? Not bad. Rhinoceros Borer is of the same species as the mountain bull. It has a good effect on the physical body of a Soar. Most people can't afford the blood essence of other races. Buying Rhinoceros Borer is not bad. It's also ranked near the top. 60 merit points for a drop in the early stage. What about the later stage? That's not cheap. Around 150 merit points. I'll sell it to you. Do you want it? Xiaohui was stunned. You're selling it to me? Where did you get it from? The next moment, he seemed to understand something and said in surprise, don't tell me you mean your research center? Yes. Stop fooling around. You'd better not do this over there. The Rhinoceros Borer race has the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood. Of course, not every bull has it. All the royal families have it. Be careful, don't mess around. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He had been worried about this before. Now it seemed that this bull. Haha, it was really not very obedient, it even wanted to give him blood essence in exchange for some vitality liquid. Suyu was just asking. He had no intention of opening the protection talisman to accept its blood essence. Even if he wanted it. He had to bring Baifeng along. Baifeng had such an experience. He often skinned and pulled out tendons to get some blood essence. Alright, I got it. Suyu did not say anything else. Prepare the things for me as soon as possible. 1,500 merit points, right? Alright. Suyu gritted his teeth. Here, isn't it just money? Don't I have it? Smash it. When I master the heaven-class martial skill, I'll snatch it back one by one. Cough cough, snatch it back. After 1,500 merit points, I only have 1,200 left. I have to use it sparingly, 20,000 merit points. He was really going to be used up soon. However, he still had a lot of Mountain Bull blood essence and a large number of runes of will in his hands. He could be considered a tycoon through and through. If he sold these things, he would be able to make a lot of money. October 1st. The school was on holiday. The civilization school had 3 days off every month. After the monthly examination, they would be on holiday from the 1st to the 3rd, classes would officially start on the 4th and there would be no holidays after that. On the 3rd of every month, the top 100 list would be updated. On this morning, the top 100 list would be updated and the top 100 students could be challenged. October was 2 months before the new students enrolled. In the past, the top 100 list students wouldn't even bother about the new students because even if the new students wanted to challenge the top 100 list, they would usually start at the beginning of the second year and there might not be anyone who could enter the top 100 list. But this year, the situation was different. On the 1st, Xianxia casually made a trip to the top 100 building. When Suyu and the rest entered the school, the head guard of the nature nurturing park had brought Suyu and the rest there once. At the entrance of the top 100 building, Suyu and the rest even met Jiangmu, who was ranked 6th at that time. Xianxia was at the 6th stage, the peak of nature nurturing. His actual combat power surpassed ordinary 9th stage Xianxia realm warriors. On the 1st, Xianxia ran to the top 100 building and wandered one round at the entrance. When he finally left, he shouted that he would enter the top 100 building in 2 days' time. Everyone knew what he meant by this. The top 100 building, students who weren't on the top 100 list were not allowed to enter. The new students announced that they wanted to enter the top 100 building. Obviously, there were new students who were going to challenge the top 100 list this month. The top 100 list of the various academies was the highlight. The cradle of Soar, the foundation of Mountain Sea. There were so many Galau in the academy and almost all of them had entered the top 100 list. There were some who didn't enter the top 100 list but entered Soar, but the proportion was extremely small. Before 30 years old, they couldn't even enter the top 100 list unless there were really late bloomers. Otherwise, there was still hope for Soar but no hope of getting stronger. The academy, which had been quiet for several months, was bustling again. Those above 30 years old were waiting to watch the show. Those below 30 years old who didn't enter the top 100 list were also waiting to watch the show. Those on the top 100 list were disdainful. There was no lack of such new students every year, such evildoers. In the end, every year, the first one to show up would end up in a miserable state. Even in Xia Yuan's batch, when Xia Yuan and the others challenged the top 100 list, it was only 3 months after entering the school. Now, it had only been 2 months. Research Center. So you also heard the news. Xianxia was very arrogant today, but it had nothing to do with Suyu. As for Xianxia, this fellow was not stupid. Suyu was not worried that this fellow would suffer a loss. He was at the 8th layer of 15,000 caddies, and his willpower was over 85%. The students in the bottom 10 of the top 100 rankings might not be his match. Suyu didn't care about that. He was more concerned about the rumor circulating. Someone from one university might want to challenge the top 100 list. The academy was currently discussing whether they should allow one heir to challenge Su Quebec. In Suyu's opinion, if there were no accidents, the final result would definitely be acceptable. They had even given the mystic realm to the other party. How could they not allow the top 100 list to challenge Suke? Of course, the age limit for one heir had not been decided yet. After all, some races had a different way of calculating age than humans. At 30 years old, the other party might still be an egg. One heir, Suyu was actually looking forward to these one heir students coming out to challenge Su Quebec. Up until now, the one heir students had not had much contact with the human students. They just stayed within the boundaries of one university. The first few months were the adaptation period. Everyone was adapting. Now that 2 months had passed, everyone had adapted. He was wondering if the one heir students could not wait any longer. Just like himself, they could not wait to see the strength of the older students. The Wanfu prefect said that he wanted to reform the academy and even to Xia province. Now, things are still calm. Other than weakening the benefits of some older students, there seems to be no movement at this moment, so you could not help but think of some things. Before he came to the academy, he heard that Wan Tianxing was preparing to reform the academy. But now, in Su Yu's opinion, other than reducing some funds, there was not much movement. If this was the reform, wasn't it too much of a show of strength? It felt like it would not be of much help to the academy, not to mention the entire Xia province. This has nothing to do with me for now, Su Yu thought to himself. He was waiting for news from Xia Huyu. After getting the blood essence, he wanted to enter the mystic realm again. This might be the last time he would enter the mystic realm in the near future. He was really out of money. Just as Su Yu was waiting for Xia Huyu, preparing to enter the mystic realm again, Xianxia. In the huge conference hall, many Galaoers gathered again. Wan Tianxing sat in the middle. At this moment, Wan Tianxing's face was slightly pale. In his mind, scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth collapsing flashed. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Wan Tianxing gradually came to his senses. After a few years, how many of these people would be left? As he thought of this, Wan Tianxing said with slight exhaustion, I know about Wan Academy. Treat everyone equally. Wan students can challenge the top 100 list, and receive the same treatment as human students. The Galaoers were not surprised. They had guessed the result. This time I did not call everyone here for such a small matter. To them, the top 100 list was indeed a small matter. It was not worth it for a group of mountain sea cultivators to meet for such a small matter. Wan Tianxing glanced at Galaoers and said softly, everyone, the Great Xia Civilization University has become more and more prosperous in recent years. Compared to 50 years ago, there is a large number of mountain sea tier cultivators. 50 years ago, the Great Xia Civilization University had 2 sun moon tier cultivators and 9 mountain sea tier cultivators. Now, we have 36 mountain sea tier cultivators. 50 years ago, the number of Shenwen elites who died in battle on the All Heavens battlefield was more than this. However, at that time, there were elites from other schools who came to helping the 5th Academy head prove his invincibility. At that time, there were also several Sun Moon tier elites who rushed over from other large academies. Wan Tianxing paused, and then said, the mountain sea tier has quadrupled. Ling Yinjing was only 30 years old, and now, there are more than 200 Ling Yin Academy members. Tung Kong, there are more than 200 of them in the academy now. There were only so many researchers in the Civilization Academy, about 500 people. However, this force was extremely powerful. As for the other instructors, there were too many below soar. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. Wan Tianxing rubbed his forehead, and said softly, but, what about the Sun Moon tier? After so many years, what about the Sun Moon tier? There are 27 more mountain sea tier cultivators than before. Back then, there were so few people, but 2 Sun Moon tier cultivators were born. The 5th Academy head was even close to invincibility. Now, there are more mountain seas, but why are there no Sun Moon tier cultivators? Wan Tianxing sighed softly, and said, these years, I've been thinking and thinking. It's not just us, but also the other schools, and even the Seeker tier cultivators. Since the end of the war 50 years ago, the backbone of a civilization master seems to have been broken. In the crowd, some people looked a little sad. 50 years ago, there were few mountain seas, and not many sun moons, but at that time, it felt more glorious than now, invincible, sweeping through the heavens. However, ever since the 5th generation, one of the pillars of the School of Divine Runes, perished, it seemed that the civilizers were indeed on a downward slope. Although everyone knew that there were many mountains and seas, they still had the feeling that the civilizers were on a downward slope. Next to Wan Tianxing, Vice Academy head Xia Chongqing said softly, Old Wan, what do you want to say by gathering everyone here today? Wan Tianxing said solemnly, I used the heaven-connecting mirror once. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Wan Tianxing said solemnly, since the end of the war 50 years ago, the civilization masters have been declining. There are not many Sun Moon tier cultivators, but fewer. I observed the past and future, and finally came to a conclusion. Everyone looked at him. Wu Yuehua asked impatiently, what conclusion? Back then, there were 2 invincible cultivators who fought with the 5th Academy head. One of them died, and the other is still alive. Wan Tianqing said calmly, that person came from the Heavenly Abyss tribe. This tribe specializes in curses, darkness, and death. I suspect that he did something back then. As soon as he said this, Xiaochangqing immediately retorted, impossible. Although that guy is eternal, how could he have the ability to change the entire civilization masters? Moreover, in these years, there have been civilization masters who advanced to the Sun-Moon tier. It's not that there are none. It can only be said that the opportunity for us has not come yet. Wan Tianqing said calmly, it's up to you whether you believe it or not, but if I want to say it, I've also said it to the Seeker tier. I looked at the past and future, and I have some guesses that he might not be alone. Instead, many people are secretly working together to target us. The one originals we obtained might have some problems. What do you mean? Wan Tianqing frowned slightly, and said slowly, 50 years ago, those two assassinated the 5th Academy head not only because they were afraid that the 5th Academy head would become invincible, but more importantly, because they wanted to cut off the inheritance of that generation's civilization masters. I suspect that some of the originals we obtained later have already been cursed. The Xinwen that we successfully drew may have problems. Wan Tianqing murmured, if this is true, then it can explain why there are still suns and moons born, but the others can't. These years, there have been 7 new suns and moons. I will go back and investigate them one by one. In the past 50 years, have these 7 people drawn Xinwen again? As soon as he said this, Xiaochangqing's expression changed, and he said, you mean, in the last 50 years, there are problems with the originals we obtained? Every Xinwen that is drawn has a curse, so we can't ascend to suns and moons? Wan Tianqing exhaled, and said, speculation. But I have some confidence that it might be true. If that's the case, the civilization masters are in big trouble. Impossible. In the crowd, Galao said in shock, we obtained countless originals. Did they place a curse on every original? That was impossible. How much manpower, resources, and energy would have been wasted? That was how they set up this monstrous scheme, Wan Tianqing said slowly. I also feel that it is impossible, but who said that we have to use all the originals? Wan Tianqing said self-deprecatingly, still use all the originals? As long as the originals of the god race and the demon race are cursed, that is enough. Our human race's geniuses mainly draw the Xinwen of these 2 races. Non-geniuses have no hope of advancing. When these words came out, everyone was on the verge of collapse, and they panicked. If this was true, everyone, please calm down. Wan Tianqing raised his hand and said seriously, I am just guessing, it might not be true. If that is the case, killing many of our suns, moons, and mountains and seas 50 years ago was not an accident, but a conspiracy. Conspiracy, the goal was not to stop the 5th generation from proving the Tao, but to cut off the inheritance of that generation's civilization masters. Later civilization masters, even if they cultivated to mountains and seas, could forget about becoming suns and moons, because the originals they used might have problems. Wu Yuehua also felt his mouth go dry. 50 years ago, they were still weak. At that time, they would definitely continue to draw Xinwen. The god and demon race's Xinwen was powerful, and Galao had drawn it all. The originals from earlier years had been used up and destroyed. Naturally, they were newly obtained originals. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Xiaochangqing said, did the Seeker realm reply? Today, Zhou Mingren was not here. He had gone into seclusion. Xiaochangqing was the only vice principal who had rushed over, so he had to ask. Wan Tianqing shook his head. No. They might be investigating to see if this is true. If the news is true, then we are in big trouble. Do we have to let everyone destroy Xinwen? There are too many Xinwen that have been destroyed. If they are destroyed themselves, their willpower will be shaken. If the Xinwen that has been nurtured for so many years is destroyed, will a civilization master still be a civilization master? Wan Tianqing was also very helpless. He sighed and said, I hope it is false. And if it is true, then the battle 50 years ago was not an accident but a trap. Wan paid a huge price and even sacrificed his life to destroy our civilization master's legacy. Everyone had a headache. They hoped that it was false. If it was true, didn't that mean that they had no hope of advancing to the Sun and Moon realm? All of this had to wait for the Seeker realm's reply. Don't leak the news. Wan Tianxing looked at everyone and said, "You are all Galau of the Mountain Sea realm. Don't say anything to others, lest it causes a huge change. Once the news spread, it would likely cause a series of problems." Wan Tianxing called out and said, "So I suspect that the source of this curse is that fellow from the Heavenly Abyss race. If we kill him, will everything calm down?" Everyone was helpless. Xiaochangqing also sighed and said, "He disappeared 50 years ago. I heard that he was seriously injured. No one knows where he is sleeping now. If we can't find him, no matter how many invincible humans there are, they won't be able to do anything to him." Wan Tianxing nodded and said again, "The purpose of me saying this today is not to make everyone panic. I want everyone to help me do an experiment. You have many students and disciples. I hope that from today onwards, some of you will focus on the human race's Shenwen, and some will focus on the non-god race's Shenwen." Just as he finished speaking, someone objected, "No one from the cultivator race's Shenwen or the weak race's Shenwen can achieve eternal Shenwen. So even if they cultivate, they won't be able to advance to the Sun and Moon realm. There is no way to make a comparison." That's right. Moreover, the cultivator race's Shenwen will become weaker. When that time comes, let alone the Sun and Moon realm, even the Mountain Sea realm and Ling Yun won't be a match for anyone else. Civilization masters will really be useless. Everyone spoke one after another. They felt that Wan Tianxing's idea was too optimistic. The weak race's Shenwen had no chance of achieving eternal life. Wan Tianxing seemed to know that they would object. He suddenly said, "Actually, I'm thinking, with the addition of the Shenwen lineage and the Shenwen lineage, we can merge and form the Shenwen combat technique. If we cultivate the weak race's Shenwen or the human race's Shenwen lineage, will there be any hope of using the entire Shenwen combat technique to become the eternal Shenwen?" Wan Tianxing said seriously, "The Shan Shenwen lineage cultivates the Shenwen lineage separately. Even if it becomes a system, it won't become a combat technique. Moreover, in order to become stronger, the Shan Shenwen lineage must cultivate the strong race's Shenwen lineage. With the addition of the Shenwen lineage, we can use the Shenwen lineage to solve the problem of the weak Shenwen lineage." Qing Yuming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Mannerhead, do you mean to support the Shenwen lineage? Just for a few speculations, an illusory possibility? And then expend a lot of resources to nurture a few mediocre talents who can't advance? The so-called Shenwen combat technique is the fusion of many Shenwen. How can it become one? Even the 5th generation Mannerhead couldn't do this." Wan Tianxing was silent. Qing Yuming said again, "Others aside, Hong Tan can be considered talented, right? The Shenwen lineage has been cultivating the combat technique for many years. Ask him, how much strength does he have now after breaking through the Fiend God race's Shenwen lineage? Can he merge the Shenwen combat technique into one and advance to the eternal Shenwen lineage as a whole?" Wan Tianxing was silent for a while. A moment later, he said, "Let's give it a try. Didn't the Shenwen lineage recruit a new student this year? It seems that he hasn't outlined the Fiend God race's Shenwen lineage yet. Let's see his situation first. I will communicate with Chen Yong and Bai Feng and try to persuade him not to outline the Fiend God race's Shenwen lineage." When he said this, Wu Yuehua frowned and said, "Mannerhead, if he fails, this student will be crippled. This Suyu, I know he's very talented. For the sake of your speculation, use him as an experiment. If you don't let him outline the Fiend God race's Shenwen lineage, are you going to let him only outline the human race's Shenwen lineage and the weak race's Shenwen lineage? Then the Shenwen lineage's invincibility among those of the same rank will become a joke." Wan Tianxing said solemnly, "Someone has to try. You can ask his opinion. If he doesn't agree, then think of a way to get someone else to try. If it doesn't work, then let Wan Mingzi abolish the current Shenwen lineage and try the Shenwen lineage." Everyone frowned. Qing Yuming didn't say anything this time. Letting that Suyu continue to outline the human race and the other weak race's Shenwen lineage was a good thing. He would most likely be crippled just like that. As for Suyu's disagreement, it didn't matter. Since there was no way to prove that the entire Shenwen lineage could be promoted to the eternal realm, investing too much in the Shenwen lineage was not worth it. Wu Yuehua wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Forget it, he would ask later. If Suyu didn't agree, no one could force him. He could outline the Shinwen lineage himself, and no one could stop him. In addition, the library, Wan Tianxing pondered for a moment, then said, how many original Wan lineages are there from 50 years ago? Make a count, preferably 60 years ago. I'm worried that they might have made some arrangements in advance. In the future, it's best if some geniuses use these original lineages to outline the Shinwen lineage. As soon as these words came out, many people's minds raced. There were still a lot of ancient lineages in stock. If there really was a problem with the later lineages, could they use these ancient lineages to avoid all this? Qing Yuming's eyes flickered, and he said, if the news is true, then the value of these ancient lineages will increase greatly. The library will become the most important, even more important than the arcane realm area. After all, Qinyong is only Ling Yun. Principal, I think. Wan Tianxing waved his hand, saying indifferently, we'll talk about this later. As for Qinyong, he will still be the curator after passing the year-end assessment. Don't forget, the ancient lineages in the library were left behind by the previous generations of powerhouses. At that time, the Shinwen lineage was still the Shinwen lineage. Qing Yuming frowned. The academy belongs to the entire human race, the entire Dixia province, and all of us. You can't say that the academy belongs to the Shinwen lineage just because it was previously in charge, right? Wan Tianxing said impatiently, I said, everything will be done according to the rules. If there are rules, then there are rules. Suppressing the Shinwen lineage is the rule, making Shinwen lineage stronger is the rule, and whether Qinyong is the curator or not, there are rules. Zhenggalao, if you don't follow the rules, do you want Hong Tan to spar with you? Qing Yuming's face flushed, and he was instantly speechless. Hong Tan was at the peak of the 8th level of the Mountain Sea realm. Even his master, Zhou Mingren, had no confidence in suppressing him, so how could he have the ability to challenge Hong Tan? Wan Tianxing stood up. Everyone, do as you see fit. I've told you the news. If anyone wants to cripple the Shinwen lineage, you can try. But I suggest that even if you want to cripple the Shinwen lineage, don't do it in the academy. Go to the All Heavens battlefield and use the Shinwen lineage that you don't want to use to kill a few experts. Cripple your Shinwen lineage, and at least it will have some value. In addition, from today onwards, all original copies of Wan's lineage from 50 years ago in the library must be recorded. No one is allowed to use them for personal use. All students and teachers who need to observe the original copies will have to accumulate merit points accordingly. Finally, everyone, think of a way to find out information about the Heavenly Abyss Tribe Invincible. Also, pay attention to other invincible experts who specialize in curses and the like. Wan Tianxing said a few words and strode out. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned and said, fight and struggle are fight and struggle are fight. The Academy's original intention was for you to grow through battle, not for you to cripple each other in battle. You can use methods that are out of bounds, and I'll use them. In the end, there will be no rules, and the mountains and seas kill 1,000 caddies. That will be utter chaos. There are some things that I don't care about, but that doesn't mean I don't know. Rules, as long as you abide by the rules, I don't care. But if anyone dares to break the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. With these words, Wan Tianxing strode out. The great hall was silent. Wan Tianxing was a person who liked to follow the rules. Everyone knew that within the rules, he didn't care what you did. If you exceeded them, it was easy to anger him. If you angered an expert who had been at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm decades ago, how many people in the academy could bear it? Wu Yuehua also stood up, glanced at Qing Yuming, sneered, and turned to leave. Qing Yuming didn't say anything. He silently stood up and left. Rules, Wan Tianxing's rules, also, that battle from 50 years ago, was there really a problem with the original copy of the Shinwen lineage? If there was a problem, then the civilization engineers would be in big trouble. Who could guarantee that after 50 years, they would only use the original copy, and not the later copy of the Shinwen lineage? If they didn't specialize in the Shinwen lineage, then they could cripple it themselves. But if they did specialize in the Shinwen lineage, would they also be crippled? That would be big trouble. They wouldn't support the Seeker realm either. Otherwise, if they crippled countless mountain seas and Lingyan lineages, humanity's strength would instantly drop by 30%. Is the Shenwen lineage going to rise again from the ashes? Qing Yuming sank into deep thought. Could the Shenwen lineage's Shenwen combat techniques counteract this effect? Combat technique wall. Innate blood essence. Library, Qing Yuming repeated these words in his heart. And, the Shenwen lineage left behind by the experts of the previous generation. If these Shenwen lineages could really be used, then they wouldn't be something that was drawn later, but something that had been left behind in the past. These Shenwen lineages can definitely be promoted to the Sun-Moon realm and the Eternal realm. If I really cripple the Shenwen lineage and replace it with these Shenwen lineages, Qing Yuming lightly exhaled, then left Xianxia. At the same time, Suyu obtained the 5 elements race blood essence, as well as the dragon silkworm blood essence. He brought along his rune of will, blood essence, and the time martial technique, and headed towards the mystic realm. He had successfully cultivated the mountain sea splitter in one go, only then would he have a chance to compete with those monstrous geniuses who had cultivated for many more years than him, fight his way into the top 100, and become a new generation expert of the Institute. As for the future of the civilization engineers, it had nothing to do with him. The current him wasn't even a civilization engineer. The moment Suyu walked into the mystic realm and appeared at the entrance of the origin energy mystic realm, the faces of Elder Huang and Elder Nya turned purple. How many days had it been? Why was he here again? In the Essence Chi mystic realm hut. The 2 old men were speechless. This kid came 4 times in a month. Can't you take a break? Isn't he at 15 Caddy's realm? Could it be that he was going to use 10,000 stones right away? Suyu, the essence chi in your acupoints is impure. If you continue to break through, it will be very difficult for your acupoints to become one at Wanshi. They will repel each other. Even if you enter Wanshi for a while, it will look bad if you are stuck at level 1 Wanshi. It will also affect your future advancement. In the end, old Huang gave him a reminder. He cursed by Feng in his heart. You are such a scammer as a teacher, you don't even care. It wasn't that they didn't want Suyu to break through, but his primordial chi was so heterogeneous. If he really advanced to the Myriad stone realm, Suyu might only be able to unite his 2 apertures and become the weakest 2-stone fighter. Even if his willpower entered Soar and his body was reforged, it would be very troublesome. At Wanshi, even if his body was reforged into Soar, his physical body would be much weaker than others. Suyu revealed a sincere smile. Huang Lao had good intentions. Suyu hurriedly said, Teacher Huang Lao, I know. I know what I'm doing. The essence chi in my acupoints is not impure now. It's still considered pure. Huang Lao was speechless. Kid, you have already opened 108 acupoints. I saw it last time. It was a mess. If you don't spend half a year to purify it, I don't think you can enter Wanshi. Why do you need to pursue some short-term speed and affect your future? Nia Lao also said indifferently, cultivation is about endurance. Winning first doesn't mean winning. Are you in a hurry to enter the top 100 list? So what if you don't? Really not. Suyu said embarrassedly, teachers, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what I'm doing. There's no one here, right? The 2 glanced at him. Huang Lao said angrily, nonsense. Aren't the 3 of us people? Ahem, teacher, I mean, there's no one else but us, right? No. As soon as Huang Lao finished speaking, his eyes widened. Suyu suddenly transformed into a man of light, all the acupoints in his body shone with a dazzling light, each of them like stars in the sky. Huang Lao widened his eyes and mouth. Are you King kidding me? Last time, I saw with my own eyes that your 108 acupuncture points were filled with impurities. In just a few days, you're telling me that you've purified your acupuncture points to this state. Nia Lao also crushed the teapot in his hand. This was Hong Tan's teapot that he had bought and he had always treated it as a treasure. Now that he had crushed it into pieces, he did not even notice it. The 2 of them looked at Suyu strangely. What was going on? They had originally thought that they were already used to Suyu's freakishness, so they wouldn't be shocked by him anymore. But today, he had shocked them. Suyu smiled and said, teachers, I said that my vitality is very pure. The 2 of them looked at him in a daze. Damn, this is called pure, this is called flawless, the key is, how did you do it? Huang Lao stared at him for a while, waiting for him to retract the light, and asked with a burning gaze, how did you do it? As he said that, he quickly said, I know it's a secret. Can I buy it with money? Let me try it too. Niao Lao coughed dryly. Huang Lao did not think much of it. He stared at Suyu and said, this effect is too good. How many days has it been? You've already purified it. Suyu laughed and said, Teacher, this is a secret of the Shinwen faction. Why don't you join the Shinwen faction? Huang Lao was speechless. Join your head, the Shinwen faction is a big pit, I won't join even if I die. Say it or not. Huang Lao muttered and quickly said, Kid, you must have a secret. What do you mean by the Shinwen faction's secret? Bullshit. That kid Bai Feng has come many times, do you think I don't know him? Secret my ass. Forget it if you don't want to say. As he said that, he paused and smiled. Suyu, does the Shinwen faction accept external help? The kind that takes money and doesn't work. Why don't you talk to your teacher and martial uncle, then we can ask for external help. How about you tell us some secrets? Suyu was speechless. This master, he really dared to dream. I want to do this job too, where can I find one? Introduce me to one. Does the Shinwen faction accept external help? If they do, I'll go over and freeload some resources to cultivate. Thinking of this, Suyu asked curiously, Teacher Huang Lao, which faction do you and Teacher Niao Lao belong to? Us? Huang Lao chuckled and said, we belong to the faction that has nothing to do with us. What faction or not, it has nothing to do with us. Old Nia and I cultivated in a muddle-headed manner. Back then, the Shinwen faction was in charge of the academy, and the Shinwen faction hadn't become independent yet. Just like that, we fooled around until we reached Ling Yun. After that, it was simple. When it was Ling Yun's turn, I didn't care what faction he was from. Can you let me enter the Mountain Sea realm? If I can enter, I'll join you. If I can't, let's not talk about factions. We'll just do our own thing. Don't harass us. Teachers, what level are you two at? Huang Lao smiled and said, you want to know? That's a secret. Why don't we change it? Suyu laughed dryly. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. He was just a little curious as to why the two Ling Yuns were guarding the mystic realm here. Yes, mystic realms were very important. But these two weren't weak, right? They had been guarding here all along. This was inside the academy, so how could there be someone who dared to barge into the mystic realm? When Huang Lao saw his expression, he knew what he was thinking. He chuckled, and said, what? Are you looking down on the job of guarding the mystic realm? How many people fought for it but couldn't get it? It was only because old Nia and I were strong that we defeated countless competitors that we managed to snatch this position. Huang Lao smiled brightly. He was in a very good mood. Brat, this is the Origin Qi mystic realm. Here, there's no shortage of Origin Qi, and you can absorb as much as you want. What is the Origin Qi mystic realm? It's formed by the eternal Shinwen. Here, we can study it every day, and tinker with the Sun Moon tier Shinwen every day. Cough, cough. Niao Lao coughed dryly and interrupted him. Huang Lao also instantly came to a realization. He laughed dryly, and said, I'm joking, how could that be possible? We love this position, and contribute to the academy. It's impossible for us to study the Sun Moon tier Shinwen in private. Suyu also laughed in spite of himself. He also understood, in that case, this really was a good position, there was no lack of Origin Qi, and he could often study the eternal Shinwen that inherited the Sun Moon tier. Thinking up to this point, Suyu thought of another question. Teachers, why is the Sun Moon tier Shinwen the eternal Shinwen? Then what about the eternal tier? Eternal tier? Huang Lao said in surprise, didn't Bai Feng say? There are no eternal tier civilization masters. Suyu was stunned, what did he mean? Weren't there many invincible tier elites in the seeker tier? Wasn't invincibility eternal? Why did he say there were no eternal tier civilization masters? Wasn't it said that the 5th Academy chief was about to step into the eternal tier? Why was it gone so suddenly? Huang Lao looked at him and knew that he really didn't know. He explained, you want to ask about the seeker tier? There are actually many invincible tier elites in the seeker tier, and there are also many civilization masters, but they are all invincible through physical advancement. He explained, the foundation of a civilization master is the advancement of willpower, not the physical advancement. Civilization masters really don't rely on willpower to advance to the invincible tier. Most of them polish their physical bodies after reaching the peak of the sun-moon tier, and rely on their physical bodies to advance to the invincible tier. As he said this, he continued, so in reality, there are no eternal tier civilization masters. Of course, the group of old monsters in the Seeker realm are all civilizationists. Back then, they had all reached the peak of the sun and moon realms. After that, they polished their bodies and leveled up. They can also be seen as invincible realm experts among civilizationists. So you blinked and couldn't help but say, so, the path of a civilization master is to reach the peak of the sun-moon tier? Yes. Huang Lao nodded and said, the 5th Academy chief actually had a chance to advance. In reality, he had to take the path of a civilization master to advance. Otherwise, he might have succeeded in physical advancement. What a pity. He sighed, a little regretful. However, Suyu was even more shocked. Our civilization masters actually don't have invincible tier elites. Is this a scam? Teacher, then is there still value in being a civilization master? Of course. Huang Lao said angrily, why is there no value? Don't the old monsters in the Seeker tier walk the path of a civilization master? And after the physical advancement, their strength is even stronger than the old monsters in the War God Temple. After saying this, Huang Lao said again, there might be some limitations to the advancement of willpower to the invincible tier. These years, the Seeker tier has been studying it. An expert in the Seeker tier once said that it might be related to the development of the Sea of Will. The human race might be missing something important, so the Sea of Will is incomplete. Suyu blinked. Missing something? What was it? Shunwen, or the gifted Shunwen? Suyu was shocked. It couldn't be. His teacher had been researching this for the past few days, and Suyu had also heard about it many times. The human race might have a Shunwen, the kind that was born and hidden in the Sea of Will. Teacher, missing something, what is it? Huang Lao was speechless and said, how would I know? If I knew, I'd be invincible. Anyway, on the path of a civilization master, when you reach the peak of the sun and moon realm, you usually have to advance your physical body. But don't be depressed. Even if your physical body advances, we are still stronger than those fighters. Suyu nodded. He was still in shock. Missing something. There was no real civilization master of the invincible tier. They were all civilization masters at the peak of the sun and moon realm. So the master of the sun and moon realm, Shunwen, was passed down as the eternal Shunwen, because there was no eternal Shunwen. Missing something, he couldn't help but think, what in the world was Bai Feng researching right now? Why did he feel that it suddenly felt very high, very awesome, and very important? The gifted Shunwen. Did the human race really exist? What was missing in the Sea of Will and hadn't been discovered? Was it this thing? Suyu was a little scared. If it was, then once the research results were out, there wouldn't be a problem, right? Had teacher thought of this problem? It's hard to say. With teacher's careless personality, he might not even know about this. Huang Lao saw him in a daze and coughed. Suyu, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Suyu hurriedly replied. Soon, he smiled embarrassedly. I was thinking that the 5th Academy chief was really awe-inspiring. He almost became the first true eternal civilization master back then. Of course. Huang Lao sighed. That was really awe-inspiring. You didn't experience it, so you wouldn't understand. At that time, the 5th Academy chief said that there were countless civilization masters in all the major academies in the human realm. The 5th Academy chief said that he was going to prove his Tao, and the top civilization masters of all the major academies came to protect him. You have to know that the major academies are actually not unified. If you let the Wanfu prefect lead the Great Zhou Civilization Academy, would the Great Zhou Civilization Academy's academy chief care about him? Huang Lao joked. It's already good enough that he didn't beat him away. But the 5th Academy chief really brought the Great Xia Civilization University to its peak, Nie Lao said faintly. He also brought the Shenwen faction to a desperate situation. Huang Lao suddenly felt a little desolate. Yes, he also brought the Shenwen faction to a desperate situation. As soon as he said that, the surrounding scenery obeyed. One by one, the Shenwen faction's powerhouses came to protect him, regardless of the obstacles. They fought invincible, killed an invincible. In the end, they ended up like this. He was at the peak, but he was also at the bottom. After the 5th generation, the Doshan script lineage had completely declined. Suyu was also overwhelmed with emotions. He could not help but say in a low voice, the Shenwen faction was so glorious in the past. They killed invincible, proving that this path is not a dead end. Why did they have to suffer such treatment? Huang Lao was a little depressed. Blame yourselves. Who asked you to have fewer and fewer powerhouses? Over the past few decades, the powerhouses of your faction gradually fell, and there were fewer and fewer. A few years ago, after the sun and moon of the Ming constabulary fell, the Shenwen faction did not even have a sun and moon. The Shenwen faction was seriously injured 50 years ago. These years, there was no successor, and the few remaining sun and moon also fell one after another. Now, the strongest was Hong Tan. However, Hong Tan had been obsessed with research all these years, and the Shenwen faction did not have a leader. It was like a plate of loose sand, and gradually, there was no voice. Later, none of the powerhouses who were born had advanced to the Sun and Moon tier, and in the Shan Shenwen faction, there were a few Sun and Moon tier elites in the past. Some of the Mountain and Sea tier elites had also advanced to the Sun and Moon tier, and were like the sun in the sky. How could they not suppress them to the point where they had no room to live? Suyu was silent for a while, and hesitantly said, Teacher, when the 5th Academy chief proved his Tao, didn't Shan Shenwen faction have any powerhouses to protect him? Why were the powerhouses of the Shenwen faction the ones who died? There were, but not many. Huang Lao explained, you can't blame them for that. The 5th Academy chief was more arrogant. He felt that the Sun and Moon tier of the Shan Shenwen faction was inferior to the Mountain and Sea tier of the Shenwen faction, and was also doing his best to promote the integration of the Shenwen faction, and not the Tao of Shan Shenwen. Therefore, he did not have a good relationship with the powerhouses of the Shan Shenwen faction at that time. Suyu smiled bitterly. It seemed that this great grandmaster was also a person with his nose in the sky. He looked down on them. Now that those people you look down on have become powerhouses, it's the younger generation like us who have suffered. Suyu could not be bothered to look into the disputes that happened decades ago. Now, he knew more and more about what happened back then. Generally speaking, it was a cycle of karma. However, Suyu also knew that the 5th Academy chief looked down on Shan Shenwen. Although he did not look down on Shan Shenwen, he did not go out of his way to suppress him. Things were different now. Now, if Shan Shenwen faction did not suppress the Shenwen faction, Suyu would not hold any grudges. He could just let the Shenwen faction develop on its own. Whether it lived or died, that was their own business. But now, some things were worse than before. After chatting with the two old men for a while, Suyu was ready to enter. Huang Lao said bluntly, why don't you enter from the Wanchur area? That way, you won't have to leave on your own. Suyu laughed dryly. No, I'm still Qianjun. I'll enter from the Qianjun area. Stop it, I'm only Qianjun. I won't enter from the Wanchur area. It'll cost me more and I'll need to accumulate 200 merit points. He would not do it. I'm Qianjun, the real deal. Huang Lao said angrily, I feel like I'm losing out by coming out earlier. With 100 merit points, you can stay here for a few days. How long are you planning to cultivate this time? Are you really going to break through to the Wanchur realm? No. Suyu shook his head. Wanchur, I don't think it's enough. I want to open up some acupoints and practice some martial arts. Otherwise, I don't think I can compete with those guys. As he spoke, Suyu looked at Elder Huang and said, Teacher, you said previously that after entering the secret land, the main benefits are related to willpower and divine texts. However, I didn't discover anything when I tried to sense it. Comprehend it yourself. Huang Lao did not remind him, and said, the Origin Qi secret realm is mainly about the Yuan character. Absorb the Yuan into the body, and absorb the Yuan into one. Look at the Wan original. Comprehending Shenwen and comprehending Shenwen are actually the same. What do you mean? Suyu fell into deep thought. Elder Nye glanced at Elder Huang and was also speechless. Why don't you just say it directly? Why are you acting so mysterious? Seeing that Suyu was still thinking, Nye Lao said quietly, what are you thinking about? The so-called Origin Qi secret realm is mainly about the Yuan character. Observing Shenwen is the same as observing the text of will. You don't have to comprehend it from the text of will. Actually, it's just a copy of the Yuan character Shenwen. Of course, this was left by a sun-moon tier. It's too powerful, and you're not qualified to comprehend it. Old Huang is just trying to fool you. Huang Lao was displeased, and said, how is this fooling him? This is the eternal Shenwen. If this brat can really sketch it, he'll benefit immensely. Suyu completely gave up. Forget it, I can't even sketch the Shenwen of other races. However, the eternal Shenwen. If he could really copy it, and crush it to feed his other Shenwen, would the taste be different? Would his divine runes become even more formidable? Forget it, don't think about it. Suyu paid 100 merit points, and entered the mystery realm. At this moment, he was already penniless. The middle and late stages of Wanshur had 300 drops of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence, 400 drops of other types of blood essence, 10 drops of dragon silkworm soar-tier blood essence, and 10 drops of blood essence of the 5 elements races. Aside from this, Suyu also bought something else. He also bought 100 drops of radiant bird's blood essence, mainly to purify his acupoints again after cultivation. He spent an additional 800 merit points. After spending all of this, plus the 100 merit points he had just paid to enter the mystery realm. At this moment, Suyu still had 339 merit points left. Last night, he was thinking that he still had more than 1,000 merit points, but he realized that he didn't buy any radiant bird's blood essence, so he spent a large sum all at once. More than 800 drops of various types of blood essence, Suyu didn't care anymore. He would think about it after he had awakened his acupoints. He had opened another 24 acupoints. All the acupoints in his body, plus Kaiyuan's 9 acupoints, and Lei Yuandao's 1 acupoint, he had a total of 142 acupoints. In terms of primordial qi storage, he was no worse than someone who cultivated a top-notch heaven-class cultivation technique. A top-notch heaven-class cultivation technique only had 144 acupoints. Of course, there might be some differences in explosive power, but the endurance was comparable. Inside the mystery realm. Entering again, Suyu could be considered familiar with the way. He had entered 4 times, from the 1st of last month to the 1st of this month, it was exactly 1 month. This time, Suyu walked a little further. After a few times, he knew where there were the least people, and that was where newcomers usually wouldn't go. This time, he had to activate time to cultivate, and he couldn't be discovered. The further, the better. After finding a place to sit down, Suyu took out all his things, including a portion of the text of will. Old rules, awaken the acupoints first. Time's Mountain and Sea Break required 44 acupoints, of which 20 coincided with the God of War technique. This meant that the expert who created this cultivation technique most likely relied on the God of War technique as the foundation to create this cultivation technique. What Suyu needed to activate were the other 24 acupoints. Suyu looked around, and seeing that there was no one, he took out the dragon silkworm's blood essence, which was at the Soar realm, and dripped a drop into the time text of will. The next moment, the scene appeared again. At this moment, outside the mystery realm, in the small house, Huang Lao and Nye Lao suddenly looked at the door that allowed people to enter, and the door trembled slightly. Huang Lao's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Nye Lao. The two nodded at the same time, and the next moment, a mirror appeared, Origin Qi mirror. It was used to observe the Origin Qi mystery realm. At this moment, the Origin Qi mirror suddenly appeared, but the two didn't do it to spy on Suyu. Just now, the Origin Qi mystery realm was a little strange. Once the Origin Qi mirror appeared, an extremely huge light spot instantly appeared. Huang Lao frowned slightly, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "This bastard, where did he get this thing? Is it at the Sun-Moon tier, or the Eternal tier? F*CK, I forgot to remind him that elites repel each other. The Yuan character won't repel him, right? Don't let him crush it." The moment they saw the huge light spot, the two understood. Suyu, this little bastard, activated an extremely high-level cultivation technique inheritance inside. It shouldn't be the civilization masters, but the warrior paths. Otherwise, the conflict would be even greater, and the civilization masters will mystery realm would very likely conflict with the origin chi mystery realm. It involved some problems of overlapping and folding space. Niao Lao also rubbed his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, a little helpless and shocked. Where did he get it? Don't tell me Bai Feng gave it to me. Even Bai Feng doesn't have it himself, right? As he spoke, Niao Lao waved his hand, and the small house in the mystery realm closed. Outside the door, a student who was just about to enter looked dazed. The researcher who accompanied him was also dazed, and then shouted, "Old Huang, old Nia, what are you guys doing? I'm not in a good mood if I don't open the door today." The researcher wanted to curse. You guys are targeting me? Yes, we're targeting you. So what if we don't open the door? Can't we rest for a day? Can't we take a break? If you can, then force your way in. The researcher was infuriated. F***K, a few days ago, I brought people here, and you guys were also on break. I was thinking of coming again in a few days, and today is a break again. You two old bastards are too much, this is clearly targeting me. Just you wait. The researcher was infuriated, and he left with his student. I'm going to complain, these two old things are giving me a break now. Is there any justice in this world, in the small house in the mystery realm? Huang Lao and Niao Lao exchanged looks, and then looked at the huge light spot in the origin chi mirror. The two of them had a headache. Huang Lao said helplessly, I say, this kid is a source of trouble. Nothing good happens every time he comes. I didn't expect him to have such a thing. Next time, if he brings an eternal Shunwen over and causes the origin chi mystery realm to explode, what do you think we should do? Niao Lao also said helplessly, when he comes out, remind him. Don't make trouble for us. I don't know where he got it, but it's at least an inherited cultivation technique of the Sun Moon tier. He said he wanted to cultivate a martial arts technique, and I thought it was the heaven-shattering kill. Turns out it's this thing. Though they didn't know the details, the two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, and soon realized that Suyu had at least grasped an inherited cultivation technique of the Sun Moon tier, or perhaps even stronger, heaven tier. The possibility was very high. Huang Lao's eyes suddenly flickered, and he said, this kid brought a lot of things just now. I think I saw something familiar. Why did he bring that thing? What? That post that Han Tan likes the most, mountain and sea-seeking post? Yes. Niao Lao and he exchanged a look. After a moment, the two of them suddenly laughed lowly, and then laughed wildly. Han Tan was mistaken, the possibility was too high. The inheritance that Suyu had obtained was very likely from that post. As for Han Tan, if he discovered it, the two of them could even do a handstand. As for that idiot Bai Feng, he definitely didn't discover it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it. Suyu, this guy, was too lucky. The two of them were shrewd. With age, and guessed many things in the blink of an eye. Han Tan definitely didn't discover it. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't be placed so casually. The two of them laughed wildly for a while, and Huang Lao was overjoyed. No, I have to remember it, and when I see Han Tan later, I'll mention it and praise him for writing this post so well that I've admired it for decades. Ha ha ha, no, I have to laugh a while more. Niao Lao was also laughing uncontrollably, and said, don't, if Han Tan finds out, he'll explode in anger and humiliation. It's not good for us to be used as a punching bag by him. As for that brat Suyu. Niao Lao thought for a moment, and said, everyone has their own lucky chance, but if it's really some powerful cultivation technique, forget it, he can't make the decision. The one who inherited it might still be around. Whether it's made public or not, it's not up to Suyu to decide. Huang Lao nodded. This was reasonable. The one who inherited this cultivation technique might not have died, and might still be alive. This kind of thing wasn't rare. Some geniuses also had such lucky chances. It was best not to have any designs on this cultivation technique. If things really got out of hand, and the one who inherited it was still alive, then there would be a good show to watch. This kind of thing wasn't unheard of. In the past, a genius obtained a heaven-class cultivation technique. It was fine if he cultivated it himself, but later, in order to earn more merit points, he directly handed it over. He wanted to collect some merit points and directly make this cultivation technique public. Not long after, a sun moon came looking for him. It was fine if he cultivated it himself. The inheritance was just a matter of luck, and there might be another fortuitous encounter in the future. In the end, he made it public. This was that person's secret cultivation technique. Not only was the master-disciple relationship gone, but that genius even had the acupoints of that cultivation technique crippled. Thinking of this, Huang Lao thought for a moment and said, when this kid comes out later, remind him not to spread it. Spreading it without the master's consent will cost him his life. He's not stupid, Niao Lao smiled and said, don't worry, but it's fine to remind him. These little fellows have all obtained these inheritances like thieves, afraid that others will know. If we point it out directly, do you think his expression will look good? Huang Lao laughed wickedly, it'll definitely look good, this kid has provoked us so many times. This time, when he comes out, we'll provoke him. He also wants to see that guy's shocked expression. The two old men laughed again and closed the essence energy mirror. Civilization masters. Who didn't have some lucky chances, or rather, experts all had some lucky chances. It was too difficult to become an expert just by relying on the academy's supply. When he comes out of seclusion, there will really be a good show to watch on the top 100 list. The two of them had the same thought. This kid had great talent and good opportunities. Even Hong Tan hadn't discovered the secret for decades, but this kid discovered it the moment he got it. If this wasn't an opportunity, what was it? For a genius to grow, talent, hard work, and luck were indispensable. 30% talent, 30% hard work, and 40% luck. At this moment, the two old men were deep in thought. They didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for the Shenwen faction to accept this kid. They had a feeling that if Hong Tan didn't return, there might be great changes the next time he did. In the mystic realm, drops of blood essence were devoured as if they were free. The acupoints in his legs were opened one by one. 300 drops of blood essence were from the middle and late stages of Wanshi. The effect and duration were stronger than the early stages of Wanshi. 1, 2, one by one, the acupoints were lit up. Under the circulation of the body-strengthening art, Suyu's body was also strengthened. His body was definitely much stronger than the average 15 June 9. The 15 June foundation forging was to strengthen the body. He used the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence because it was easier to strengthen the body. As for Suyu, he simply circulated their powerful foundation, the body-strengthening art. One day and one night, when Suyu opened all 24 acupoints, there was still quite a bit of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence left. All opened. Suyu revealed a look of joy. The first stage was much easier to open than he had imagined. It was mainly because of the text of will. This time, Suyu could clearly feel the effect of the text of will. When he opened the acupoints, he had a feeling of clarity. Which acupoint to open, where to open, how to open it. It was as if he had already opened it, but now it was blocked and he had to open it again. The text of will had such an effect. Suyu got up and tried to connect the acupoints. 44 acupoints lit up. The newly opened 24 acupoints caused the yuan qi to be a little sluggish. Suyu didn't mind. He just needed to wash it with the radiant bird's blood essence later. Break! Suyu let out a low roar. The acupoints in his legs were opened and he kicked out. Bang! The yuan qi exploded and formed an yuan qi vortex. Fast, Suyu only had one feeling. The kick was extremely fast. It was like a phantom. With a whip kick, the yuan qi exploded and only an afterimage was left in the air. So fast. Suyu was surprised. Then, he exerted force with his right leg and jumped up. This time, he jumped extremely high. In midair, the yuan qi under Suyu's feet exploded and he actually floated in the air for a short while. He kicked out again and the afterimage appeared. Rumble, vital energy exploded. Suyu was like a child who had just learned how to walk. He was overjoyed. He soared into the air and kicked out again and again. His vital energy was exhausted, but it would soon recover completely. So powerful. Suyu did not have an opponent, but he could feel that he was very strong. Now that Qingyun Fai was in front of him, Suyu felt that he could kill him with a kick. His speed was also very fast, he burst forth from his legs, and Suyu landed on the ground. With a leap, he appeared 10 meters away. Mountain-shattering sea. Suyu muttered. Although the name sounded silly, this martial technique was really useful. The moment the kick was launched, there were even some illusions that interfered with it. At this moment, Suyu had yet to discover any other effects. If there was really an enemy in front of him, the instant Suyu kicked, the enemy would even feel the passage of time and the rapid changes in their surroundings. This feels great. Suyu could no longer hide his excitement. He stepped on the ground, soar, and jumped, kick, sounds of explosions rang out one after another. After an unknown period of time, Suyu suppressed his excitement. He took a deep breath and looked at the remaining vital blood. The mountain-shattering sea was activated. Next, Suyu did not plan to cultivate the second style. He was prepared to consume the vital blood of the 5 races to see if he could obtain the willpower cultivation method of the 5 races. If he needed to open his apertures, perhaps the remaining mountain-shattering bull's vital blood could help him open up some apertures. 10 drops of vital blood could open the manual and activate the cultivation method once more. As long as the cultivation method was activated, Suyu would know how to open up his apertures to cultivate. Without the vital blood of the 5 races, he could directly open up his apertures and cultivate this cultivation method. Body strengthening technique. Suyu was actually prepared to open up his apertures to cultivate, but the body strengthening technique required too many apertures to be opened. The amount of vital blood of the mountain-shattering bull might not even be enough to open up the apertures required for the body strengthening technique. The apertures of the human body are too mysterious. There are too many of them. At this moment, Suyu could not help but sigh. There were too many of them. Even if the apertures of various cultivation methods overlapped, he was constantly discovering new apertures. How many apertures could the human body open? If all of them were opened, it meant that no matter what cultivation method he cultivated in the future, he would not need to open up his apertures. He could just cultivate it directly. Just now, I have discovered more than 200 apertures. Suyu took a deep breath. He really wanted to open up all the apertures in his body. That way, any one cultivation method, as long as he circulated it once, he would know which apertures to use. Next time, without vital blood or the manual, he could also cultivate it directly. The more apertures he had, the more vital energy he had, and the longer he could last in battle. His explosive power and adaptability would be stronger. His entire body could become a killing weapon. Without thinking further, Suyu quickly swallowed a drop of vital blood of the 5 elements. The manual vibrated. The next moment, Suyu was delighted. It was activated. He had been killed by the 5 races. At this moment, he was very happy that he had been killed by the 5 races. He was grateful for the past, for killing him back then. If you hadn't killed me, I wouldn't have been able to open the manual. Thank you. Water Spirit Clan, Level 2 of Xianxia race skills, Water Transformation, activated by Vital Blood, Water Absorption, activated by Vital Blood, Basic Word Formula, Water Element Technique, activated by Vital Blood. Suyu was slightly shocked. Looking at the newly opened page, he found the biggest difference. It was a difference of 1 word. Foundational Yuan Formula, Foundational Text Formula, even the soul-devouring art of the soul-devouring worms was a basic vital formula. But the Water Spirit Clans was a basic word formula. The cultivation method of a civilization master. Suyu was overjoyed. Seriously, the Water Spirit Clan actually cultivated word formulas directly, which was similar to the human clan's 10,000-word scripture. Most importantly, the human clan's 10,000-word scripture could only be cultivated after Soar. Suyu was overjoyed. Without another word, he started to swallow the vital blood of the other 5 races. Metal Spirit Clan, Level 3 of Xianxia race skills, Weapon Transformation, activated by Vital Blood, Metal Absorption, activated by Vital Blood, Basic Word Formula, Metal Element Technique, activated by Vital Blood. Next, Suyu swallowed a few more drops of Vital Blood. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all 5 element spells appeared. Let's see the effect. Suyu was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to test the effect. Could it really cultivate willpower, take the initiative to cultivate and become stronger? After swallowing a drop of vital blood and activating the water element technique, Suyu thought he would open an acupoint. But the next moment, he was stunned. It wasn't an acupoint. At this moment, there seemed to be some changes in his sea of consciousness. It was as if it could breathe on its own. Yes, breathe. No, the Sea of Will also has an acupoint? At this moment, Suyu was completely stunned. He didn't expect the Sea of Will to have an acupoint. At this moment, the Sea of Will was opening some acupoints. These acupoints were absorbing some special energy. It wasn't vital energy, Suyu sensed carefully. 36. The Sea of Will seemed to have turned into a beehive. 36 small whirlpools appeared. Waves of special energy, similar to the energy in the fragment room, flowed into the Sea of Will. His willpower was increasing. The next moment, Suyu suddenly cursed. F***ck. He looked at the source of the energy and couldn't help but curse. The text of will he had placed on the ground had a lot of willpower attached to it. But now, it was suddenly gone. F***ck, it's absorbing willpower. Suyu's face was full of pain. Even if this item was written as trash by the sore and had average effects, it was still worth 100 merit points. He had only looked at it once, and the willpower attached to it had been absorbed by him. Yes, the fragment room. Suyu was suddenly shocked. He thought of a good place for cultivation, the fragment room. There was a lot of scattered willpower there. Could he absorb it for cultivation? Also, could he use blood essence to cultivate? Suyu wasn't sure. He swallowed a drop of mountain ox blood essence and tried to open the Sea of Will's acupoint. Reality proved that he was thinking too much. No way. I can only use willpower to open the Sea of Will's acupoint? Suyu made a judgment. This meant that other than the blood essence of the 5 elemental races, he could only use willpower to open the acupoint of this basic text. This means that the Myriad Wind Sutra also opened the Sea of Will's acupoint? So I can absorb willpower to improve myself? Next, Suyu opened the other 4 races' text. Suyu's eyes lit up. 5 different martial arts, each with 36 acupoints opened. Opening the Sea of Will's acupoint, a total of 180 acupoints opened. There were no overlaps. The 5 martial arts gave Suyu a feeling that these 5 martial arts each formed a cycle and could be combined. It was like a set of 5 levels of a martial art. A portion of the acupoints formed a cycle and could be combined. If the text and essence are the same, doesn't this mean that I have obtained a cultivation technique that allows me to open 180 acupoints? Suyu swallowed his saliva. Is this for real? How many acupoints of the Sea of Will could the Myriad Wind Sutra open? He didn't know this. He could ask by phone later. No, he could also ask the 2 teachers. Almost all the civilization masters in the school cultivated the Myriad Wind Sutra. However, it won't be easy to combine 5 sets of martial arts. Opening 180 acupoints is even more impossible. It's already not bad if I can open 36 acupoints and absorb willpower to cultivate. At this moment, Suyu was filled with surprises. Although other blood essences could not help him open the Sea of Will acupoints other than the 5 elements, Suyu didn't mind. When he returned, he would know how to open the acupoints. He just had to use the energy in the fragment room to slowly open them. Would it be enough to open 36 acupoints in the fragment room every 3 days? In 3 months, he would be able to cultivate this martial art. If he could buy more blood essences from the 5 elements, the speed would increase. The fragment room is a good place. At this moment, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. He realized that he had underestimated the fragment room. Moreover, this is only the fragment room of our research center. I heard that the library has such a place too. The library must not be lost. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to enter. It was fine if it was Uncle Master who controlled it now. However, if it was someone else, they might not even let Suyu enter. The number of Wan's original manuscripts in the library was much more than in the research center. There would definitely be more chaotic willpower there. I wonder if the other people in the school also cultivate like this, Suyu judged in his heart. The possibility was high. If the 10,000 Wind Sutra could also absorb willpower to cultivate, then the fragment room would actually be a treasure land. There would definitely be many people eyeing the fragment room in the library. Previously, Suyu felt that the others seized the library for those Wan's original manuscripts. Now that he thought about it, perhaps the fragment room in the library was also an important treasure land for cultivation. No. The school might still have a secret realm filled with willpower. Suyu muttered in his heart. This was the benefit of the school. If one were to mingle in the outside world, would there be such a secret realm? Would there be a fragment room? That was impossible. Only in the school would one have the chance to enjoy these treasure lands and secret realms. Only in the school would one be able to pay a small price to enter the secret realm to cultivate. Outsiders could only dream about entering. Even the war school would have to pay a high price if they wanted to borrow the Xianxia secret realm. Therefore, I have to be in power. Suyu muttered to himself, if one wasn't in power, one wouldn't even have the chance to enter. If the secret realm was controlled by Xianxinwen's faction, the other party could use countless reasons to reject one's entry. Suyu didn't know that the school did indeed have a willpower secret realm. Every time it was opened, they would have to pay a high price. Zhou Mingren had once argued with Wan Tianxing. Wu Yuehua even fell out with Zhou Mingren because of this. It was fine if Zhou Mingren wanted to open such a high-level secret realm, but she needed to let her people enter for free. She wouldn't pay. Next, Suyu didn't think about it anymore. He couldn't cultivate the 5 elemental cultivation arts at the moment. There wasn't much essence blood left. Suyu pondered for a while and finally decided to use it to open Lei Yuandao's acupoints. Lei Yuandao had a total of 40 acupoints. Many of them overlapped, and there were 9 acupoints that belonged to Kai Yuan. There weren't many that needed Suyu to open again. There were only 11 acupoints that needed to be opened by Suyu. With these 11 acupoints opened, Suyu had a total of 153 acupoints, including Kai Yuan's 9 acupoints. In terms of vitality, he was comparable to someone who cultivated a top-tier heaven-class cultivation technique. This was because the other party had 144 acupoints opened. Including Kai Yuan's 9 acupoints, that would be 153. Their vitality reserves were similar, but the other party's 144 acupoints formed a system. His explosive power would be much higher than Suyu's. Suyu's Aries art could only unleash the power of 108 acupoints. With 11 acupoints, the remaining essence blood should be enough. Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately continued to cultivate. On the night of the 2nd, Suyu had been in the mystic realm for more than a day. And the essence energy mystic realm was closed for a full day. Some researchers had already gone to complain. Of course, no one cared. Resting for a day was a normal thing. He could just go another day. Perhaps the mystic realm needed maintenance, or perhaps there was something wrong with the mystic realm. Anyway, there were guards watching over it. It could be under repair. Waiting for a few days was nothing. Spirit Nourishing Park. Xiaohu called Suyu's communicator. This was the 10th time he called. No one picked up. This guy went to the mystic realm. Xiaohu knew that Suyu must have gone to the mystic realm. And the essence energy mystic realm had been closed since yesterday. Xiaohu couldn't help but think more. This guy must be in the essence energy mystic realm. Now that the essence energy mystic realm is closed, does that mean that he has been inside for a day? It can't be that the mystic realm closed because of him, right? Qingyun Fai is going to challenge the top 100 students tomorrow. Will this guy come out tomorrow? Xiaohu was a little surprised that Suyu had stayed in the mystic realm for a long time. He was also looking forward to Suyu coming out soon. Tomorrow was the first time the freshmen challenged the top 100 students. Many people were waiting to watch the show. It was a pity that Suyu didn't come out of seclusion. This guy is probably at the 7th level of 15 June. Xiaohu muttered. Even stronger, and Shenwen might have more than 3 or 4. In terms of strength, in this batch of freshmen, the only one who was stronger than him was probably Wan Mingze. Hu Qiuxing was probably not Suyu's match. As for Jiao Mingzhen, Xiaohu cursed softly. I don't even have his information. Those few people did exist, but they didn't match up at all. He had all their information. How could they be so strong and mysterious? Maybe there's something that Wanfu prefect came up with. Xiaohu didn't think about it anymore. He felt that those few people were very mysterious. He didn't want to include them in the list. Among the freshmen, in Xiaohu's opinion, the strongest should be Wan Mingze. This guy was very talented, very strong, and hid his strength very deeply. In second place, it should have been Hu Qiuxing. Old who was born to be a schemer. His grandson should be similar to him, but he also hid a lot of his strength. As for Qingyun Fai, he had defeated Suyu previously, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Now, it was hard to say. Suyu had bought nearly 20,000 merit points worth of resources. Xiaohuyu didn't believe that Suyu hadn't become stronger. 20,000 merit points, excluding the text of will, Suyu had spent more than 10,000 merit points just to buy blood essence. Wan Mingzi, Suyu, Hu Qiuxing, Qingyun Fai, Xia Chan, Xinghong, Zhao Shiqi, Xiaohuyu ranked this batch of freshmen. As for Su Meng and Zhang Hao, they were about on par with Zhao Shiqi. If he was included, this batch of new students might really be able to reach the bottom of the top 100 rankings and push down the 10 people at the bottom of the rankings. The list of top 100 wasn't accumulated in a year. Usually, they enrolled at the age of 18 and left the list after 30. The 12th batch of students, apart from those who had broken through SOAR, the rest of the experts were all here. When freshmen enrolled, they directly pushed the bottom 10 out. This was something that would never happen in previous years. Dexiao War Academy, Longwu Academy, Jiutian Academy. These academies also have many geniuses this year. Especially Dexiao War Academy, there's a monster, Xiaohuyu analyzed the information he had collected. This year, there were also many monsters who walked the warrior path. Of course, there weren't as many as the Civilization Academy. In the previous years, the Civilization Academy was always the one being abused. If there's a competition this year, Principal Jing will probably cry. This batch, because of the opening of Wan Academy, many monsters came to the Civilization Academy. For example, Qingyun Fai of the Laojing family, Zhao Shiqi of the Zhao family. According to previous year's practice, these people should have entered the War Academy. As for Wan Mingzi and the others, they should have entered the Seeking Realm. Xiaohuyu's imagination ran wild. Once again, he thought of Suyu. This guy had no family or background, but he was talented. He was a good target for him to rope in. Cousin Yuan is coming back soon. Once he comes back, I have to fight for him too. Giving up without fighting was not in line with his expectations. After all, it was the family business passed down by his grandfather and father. Although they all had the surname Xia, if it was passed down to Xia Yuan, he, Xiaohuyu, would not be happy. Suyu, by Feng, after muttering for a while, Xiaohuyu slowly fell asleep. In his sleep, his willpower fluctuated constantly. In the surroundings, the shattered text of will overflowed with willpower. The grandson of an invincible expert, the son of the lord of Dexiao province, how could he be called a second generation without any capital, when formulas cultivated at the 15-kilogram Wansha realm? Others did not have one, but Xia Jia did have one. Of course, he did not have many enlightened apertures. There were only 18 of them. In the field of vital formulas, they were trash. But in the field of wind formulas, especially among the 15-kilogram Wansha realm, they were treasures. Even Xia Chan would not let him learn them. They were only passed down to the direct line of descent. Not just any direct line of descent, but the successor of the prefecture master. This was to let the successor of the prefecture master become stronger in advance and widen the gap, so that he could not suppress his peers. Xiaohuyu fell asleep happily, his willpower continued to strengthen. Vaguely, there were signs of it overflowing. In the past, Bai Feng once said that the sea of will was like a bottle. The day his willpower was full and overflowed was the day he would soar. Some people were stuck at the mouth of the bottle for their entire lives, unable to overflow. Some people could soar in half a year after entering the school. There were many geniuses in Dazhou Prefecture, and there were many experts in their families. But in terms of experts, who could compare to Xia Jia in Dexiao province? Xiao Longwu came out of seclusion, and Xia Jia, those were two invincible realm experts, in addition to his grandfather, his father, and him, Xia Jia. There was also an unknown Sun-Moon realm expert. His second grandfather, who knew how strong he was. Just as Xiaohuyu was about to fall asleep, a figure flashed in midair. Wan Tianxing was going to find Suyu. But he found that the brat was not in the nature cultivation garden, nor did he seem to be in the research center. Did that mean that he entered the mystery land, in the academy, the only place he couldn't directly explore was the mystic realm formed by the eternal divine runes. Xiaohu, Wan Tianxin glanced at the floor below and smiled. I didn't learn from your father. I learned it from that fatty. He shook his head, too lazy to care about him. Xiaojia was polarized. The stupid died because of stupidity, and the cunning died because of cunning. Since Suyu was not there, he could not be bothered to stay. His figure flashed, and he disappeared instantly. On the 3rd, 3 o'clock in the morning. Suyu walked out of the mystery land. 153 apertures were opened all over his body. Another 30 pages were opened in the atlas. Now, Suyu had opened more than 80 pages in the atlas. He was too lazy to look at some of the pages. He did not want to bite off more than he could chew. The current him did not have the capital to try out every cultivation technique and talent skill. He needed to spend money. Enough was enough. 9th layer of 15 kilograms, strong physical body, and mastery of a mid-level heaven-grade martial arts technique. Suyu felt that if he was in the war school, he was confident that he could directly enter the Wanshi list without using his willpower or Shenwen. Top 100 list, Suyu exhaled. The light from his apertures disappeared, and he walked out of the mystery land. In the small house. Huang Lao was straightforward this time. I will help you seal it. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he was suddenly stunned. Damn it, why didn't you leak your energy anymore? He looked at Suyu, and Suyu looked at him and smiled. Are you reckless? Shenwen can seal my yin character. Are you convinced? You still want to do this? Huang Lao's expression was stiff. Very soon, he regained his composure and smiled. Could it be that the martial arts technique in the mountain and sea seeking invitation has a concealment effect? The effect is not bad. It is indeed a heaven-grade martial arts technique. I didn't see any clues. Suyu was greatly alarmed, his expression changed a little, and he said reluctantly, Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Huang Lao said calmly, what's wrong with that? Decades ago, when Hong Tan wrote this mountain and sea seeking invitation, I already knew that there was a martial arts technique hidden in it. I was too lazy to ask for it. Otherwise, I would have gotten it long ago. Would it be your turn to cultivate it? Huang Lao smiled faintly. People of our generation value freedom. We are too lazy to ask for things that don't belong to us. It is just a heaven-grade martial arts technique. Hee, don't tell me you think I don't have it? Suyu was dumbfounded. Damn, you really know, you are really magnanimous to not even want a heaven-grade martial arts technique. Then does my grandmaster know? Him? Huang Lao said disdainfully, of course he doesn't know. Don't think that he is stronger than me. In terms of observation, he is far inferior to me. Oh right, this martial arts technique, which level is it at? Middle, the highest level. 132 opened apertures. Suyu answered honestly. He already knew that there was a cultivation technique, and it was a heaven-grade one. Why would he hide it? He thought that no one knew except for himself and Dendrolamus. How magnanimous. At this moment, Suyu was a little impressed. This was left behind by an invincible powerhouse. He did not even care about it. What an expert. Huang Lao touched his chin and pinched his beard. He pulled out a strand and blew it away casually. He cursed in his heart, damn, a heaven-grade mid-grade, the highest level cultivation technique, so powerful, if I really discovered it decades ago, you will have a share. At the side, Niao Lao held back his laughter. He could not laugh. If he laughed, it would be like slapping Niao Lao's face. How awkward would that be? Huang Lao barely maintained his composure and said with a smile, it's all right. But let me remind you, don't bring everything into the mystic realm next time, understand? It's easy for problems to arise. Especially the eternal Shenwen. Once you bring it in, there will be a conflict and you blow up the mystic realm. Let me tell you, even if you sell your grandmaster, he won't be able to pay for it. Suyu was embarrassed, I don't have it, no, I might really have an eternal Shenwen. No, the human race does not have a true eternal civilization master, and there is no human eternal Shenwen. Suyu muttered in his heart. I don't even know what the atlas is. Since Huang Lao knew, Suyu could not say anything. He was a little embarrassed and did not say anything. Old Huang chuckled. After regaining his composure, he asked again, "Did you succeed this time?" "Yes, I succeeded in the first level." "It's all right." Huang Lao nodded calmly. He was really calm this time. It was normal for him to stay for more than a day. "Go back. The mystic realm has been closed for a day because of you. You are not allowed to come again this month." So you only understood when he heard this. "I was wondering why I didn't see anyone come after cultivating for a day. So it was closed." "Thank you, teachers." Suyu was a little grateful. Only now did he feel that the Civilization Academy really had the appearance of teaching and dispelling doubts. Teachers had the demeanor and magnanimity of teachers. In his opinion, the two teachers guarding the mystic realm were much more reliable than the powerhouses from Xianxia faction. Of course, he felt that they were more reliable than his own teacher. Before leaving, Suyu thought for a while and said, "Teacher, how many apertures have you unlocked in the 10,000 Wind Sutra?" "The 10,000 Wind Sutra has not been unlocked." Huang Lao said casually, "That's a civilization master's technique. We civilization masters cultivate differently from warriors. What we unlocked is not the apertures, but the divine apertures. Of course, you can understand it as the same thing, but in fact, it's very complicated. It's related to the divine apertures of the Sea of Will. You'll understand in the future." Suyu nodded and still asked curiously, "Then, like the God of War technique, does it also have levels?" "Of course, the levels are about the same. But just like Wenbing is worth 10 times more than Wu Bing. It's the same top-notch yellow class technique. The warrior paths is worthless, but the civilization masters is a treasure." Huang Lao explained, "The 10,000 Wind Sutra unlocked 72 divine apertures. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a top-notch mystic technique. But its value is much more valuable than the God of War technique. Scriptures are rare to begin with." Suyu nodded and was secretly shocked. One of the 5 elemental scriptures was not as good as the 10,000 Wind Sutra. But if all 5 could be combined, no, 2 of them combined, it would be on the same level as the 10,000 Wind Sutra. If all 5 were combined, it would be incredible. Perhaps he would cultivate this in the future, instead of the 10,000 Wind Sutra that everyone else was cultivating. Do the water people know how to combine? Do the 5 elemental race cultivate scriptures of different attributes? Suyu wasn't sure, but he decided to ask when he was free. The 5 elemental race might not be able to combine to cultivate. According to the water people, they didn't know which aperture they had unlocked. It felt like their whole body was full of apertures, and they could use them when cultivating. Suyu didn't care about this. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Lao said, "Today is the 3rd. The new top 100 list will be released in the morning. Someone might challenge it. You can go to the top 100 tower to take a look." "Got it. Thank you, teacher." Suyu's heart stirred. It was already the 3rd. He had to go take a look today. The top 100 building. The school was specially designed for the top 100 students. Those who were not in the top 100 were not allowed to enter. Today, it was time to update the list every month. On the 3rd, the top 100 list would be updated. Those who entered SOAR would be removed from the list. Those who were over 30 years old would be removed from the list. As for those who challenged the list would be updated at the end of the month. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Today was a rest day. But in the early morning, outside the top 100 building, there was a crowd. Outside the building, there was a huge arena. Next to the arena, there was a huge crystal-like tablet. Last month's top 100 list had been removed. When the crowd was surging, the crystal tablet flashed with light. Many people were waiting for the new list to appear. "It's coming. Is Xianxia still here? Has he entered SOAR? Was there anyone who was over 30 years old last month? I heard that many students in the top 100 list were challenging." Lu He, who was admitted last year, seemed to have advanced a few ranks. Here, there were many old students. Although those who were over 30 years old could not compete for the top 100 list, it was not bad to watch the fun. Some students had retired from the top 100 list and hadn't entered SOAR yet. Coming here, they could also reminisce about their past glory. In the corner of the crowd, Lin Qing and Wu Lan were standing together, looking at the crystal tablet not far away. Lin's face didn't look good. Wu Lan secretly glanced at her and said, "Sister Lin, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Qing frowned, looking at the names on the crystal tablet. She gently sighed and said, "Last month, I should be ranked 98th. Let's see if there is anyone who retired from the list or entered soar. Maybe I can improve a few ranks." She knew what her ranking was last month, but she didn't know how many people would retire. After saying that, Lin Qing snorted, "If Xianxia dares to challenge me, I will let him know that no matter how strong a newcomer is, he is still a newcomer." There was a rumor that Xianxia might challenge her. Although she was not the last place, the 99th and the 100th place were two old students who were almost 30 years old. It was not easy for them to make it into the top 100 last month. Everyone guessed that Xianxia would not choose them. In this case, Lin Qing was naturally the best target. Wu Lan, on the other hand, didn't mind. She wanted to challenge them, but she wasn't strong enough. Looking around, Wu Lan did not see Suyu. Feeling strange, he asked, "Suyu is actually not here. Is he not preparing to challenge?" "Suyu?" Lin Qing knew about Suyu. She frowned and said, "He also wants to challenge?" "I don't know. He's already at the 6th layer of 15,000 caddies. I don't know if it's true. I asked him, but he said no." Wu Lan was depressed. Just how heavy was Qianjun? They were all confused. 6 layers of 15,000 caddies. Lin Qing said in a low voice, "His improvement is quite fast, but to progress so fast, his martial skills are not proficient, and his willpower is not strong. If he wants to challenge the top 100 list, he is still a bit lacking." She was not satisfied. She was considered a genius. She studied under Wu Qi for 5 years. In the end, after 5 years, she finally entered the top 100 list. Now, many people were staring at her, making her feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. She wanted to rush into the top 50 and let these bastards see that they couldn't challenge her even if they wanted to. As they were talking, someone shouted, "It's out. Zhang Hai is still number 1. Jiang Mu actually entered the 3rd place, and Wan Shi is at the 7th layer." Everyone looked at the crystal monument. The words on it were very big. Lin Qing also saw her own name. Ranked 95th, on the list, there were a total of 97 people. It was unknown if 3 of them were too old or sore. This was not explained. Seeing that there were only 97 people on the list, many people were excited. 3 people left. Here's our chance. Seeing that 3 people were gone, many people were excited. According to the usual practice, when there were less than 100 people on the list, there was no need to challenge a student on the list. Students who were not on the list had to pay 10 merit points. The 2 of them would fight, and the winner would get back the merit points and directly enter the top 100. The merit points of the loser would not belong to the winner, but would be confiscated. Of course, if they challenged the top 100 students, the merit points of the loser would be awarded to the top 100 students. Seeing that the list was not full, the next moment, someone ran to a small window in the top 100 building to register, prepare to challenge, and enter the list. As a result, before many people could run over, they heard a shout coming from the ring. Xianxia casually jumped onto the ring and shouted, "What's the rush? I'll get on the list first. I'll defeat 1, and then 2, and then the list will be full. You guys don't even dare to challenge the bottom 100 students. Are you dreaming of getting on the list?" This guy was very arrogant. He had offended a lot of people in an instant. The meaning behind his words was clear. The others did not even dare to challenge the top 100 students, and they still wanted to enter the list. They were all trash, and he would not give them a chance. Xianxia did not care about what they thought. He looked at some people around the ring and said with a smile, "Wan Mingzi, Hu Qiuxing, and Su Yu, are they here? Come and have some fun. At least fill up the top 100 list of the academy. Are we really going to let a bunch of trash get on the list and embarrass us?" Below, Wan Mingzi and the others had smiles on their faces, but they did not say anything. They allowed him to fan the flames. Xianxia did not care about this and said loudly, "The 350th batch of students is the strongest batch. The ones in front, other than being older, they probably have no other advantages. As soon as this was said, the faces of several students in the top 100 list turned ugly. This bastard was too arrogant, you haven't even entered the list. Xianxia did not care what they thought. He looked around again and said with a laugh, what's the use of being unconvinced? What I said is the truth. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Is the one ranked 91 here? If you are, then come up. If I want to fight, then I will fight to the limit. These newcomers could at most challenge 91. Xianxia directly ignored the few people behind him. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight 91. Too arrogant. This newcomer is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death and being bedridden for a few months? That's normal. He is from the Jing family. Coming from the War Academy, his muscles are more developed than his brain. A group of people were discussing. At this moment, Suyu arrived. He went back to wash up, changed his clothes, and ate something before rushing over. Hearing the discussion and looking at Xianxia on the ring, Suyu laughed. How arrogant, not bad, it was hard to understand Xianxia sometimes. If you really thought that he only had muscles, then you were thinking too much. His arrogance depended on who he was targeting. As he was thinking, Xianxia also saw Suyu in his fluttering white robe. Showy, Xianxia cursed in his heart, there were black, white, gray, green, and many other colors for the school uniform. He was big and muscular. White was ugly, so he always wore the black school uniform. Suyu was as showy as by foam. Wearing white made him look bright, but he was full of evil tricks, coupled with his smile, he looked sinister no matter how one looked at it. Suyu, when I enter the top 100, do you want to come up and try? Hearing him calling out to him, Suyu could not help but smile. He waved his hand and said, don't torture me. Brother Wan and the others are all here. Yunhui, I did not offend you. Don't keep playing dirty tricks on me. Tisk. Xianxia scoffed. On the other side, when Wan Mingze and the others saw Suyu, they smiled and nodded slightly. They chatted enthusiastically. The older students were furious. This year's new students were too arrogant, this was clearly their home ground, yet the freshmen were chatting cheerfully and wittily, looking as if they did not place anyone in their eyes. How annoying. At that moment, a young man in the crowd said, since Junior Jing wants to challenge, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Peng. He's here. I thought he didn't come. That's good. Wang Peng, kill this guy. Someone shouted loudly, Wang Peng, ranked 91, 8th rank, peak of nature nurturing. The so-called peak of nature nurturing referred to a person whose willpower reached 90% and above. These people were considered to be at the peak of nature nurturing. Even the weakest in the top 100 had the combat power of Wanshi. Their bodies might not be too strong, but they usually had some trump cards. Xianxia glanced at him and chuckled. Wang Peng, right? Go on stage. As for the merit points, we'll talk about it after you beat me. But I don't think you'll have the chance to take it. I'm too lazy to make a trip to hand it over. Too arrogant, clearly, this guy did not think he would lose. At the same time. In the corner. A few people were wearing long robes and cloaks. They gathered together, looking a little mysterious. If people saw them under the cloaks, many would probably exclaim. Some had horns on their foreheads, while others had cow heads. Some had fluff on their faces, while others had sharp ears. Wan students, at that moment, seeing Wang Peng go up, someone among the Wan students chuckled. Great Xia Civilization University. Top 100 list. I feel that you're quite weak. Quite weak. His physical body was at the 8th tier of 15 kilograms, and his battle prowess was comparable to that of 10,000 stones. However, it was really quite weak. Even if it was below sore, at that moment, Xianxia and Wang Peng were not considered strong in their eyes. Weak? Not weak. Someone said fairly, there are many institutions like this in the human realm. There are dozens of them in Great Xia province alone. It's just the list of those under 30 years old, not the entire human realm. Don't confuse it. The top 100 list only looks at the top 10. It's normal to see the weak ones at the bottom. I heard that the top 10 have the strength to fight against Soar. I wonder if it's true. In the human realm, if there are 100 people under 30 years old, they can fight against Soar. Is that still weak? As soon as this was said, the few students stopped talking. Those who could fight against Soar were all monsters, no matter where they were. To be able to easily gather 100 people in the human realm was not weak. How could the top 10 races be weak? Great Xia Civilization University was just an institution. Then, should we challenge them? Let's wait a little longer and see if any of the top rankers make a move. The few students discussed in low voices. Nearby, 2 old men yawned, looking bored. The Wan students were too vigilant, go straight up. Since they were weak, fight them directly. It would be fun to lure a few of the top 10 out. It was so boring now, they still wanted to watch. What were they waiting for, while they were talking? In the ring, a Ling Yunjing referee appeared. Looking at the 2 who had already gone up, he said seriously, "Qingyun Fai, are you sure you want to challenge Wang Peng, who is ranked 91? There were always referees in the top 100 list." Qingyun Fai said casually, "Of course I'm sure. You can admit defeat and jump off the ring. If you don't admit defeat and don't jump off the ring, the referee won't make a move unless your life is in danger. If you are seriously injured, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Qingyun Fai laughed and said, "If you can beat him, why should you admit defeat? If you can't beat him, of course, you have to admit defeat." Shoo! Boos rang out below the ring. Damn, he said it so calmly. Was he not afraid of embarrassing himself? The top 100 competition was about to begin. At this moment, there was one more person besides Suyu. Xiahu Yu. When this guy arrived, he jumped up and said excitedly, "Suyu, who do you think will win?" Qingyun Fai. Suyu smiled and said, "They are both at the 8th level of 15 kilograms. However, Qingyun Fai is a descendant of the mountains and seas. I think he has a higher chance of winning." "Is that so?" Xiahu Yu chuckled and said, "It's good that he wins. If he wins, I can win a few hundred merit points." Suyu looked at him. When did this guy go to open a bet again? Don't look at me. I didn't open a bet this time. The 2 of them were too anxious to fight. I went to someone else to bet on him. Suyu nodded. He was a little tempted. Should I go and bet on him too? Forget it. He was afraid of being swept away by the academy. That would be a big loss. He didn't have many merit points left to begin with. "Suyu, are you going to challenge today?" Suyu ignored him. He looked around and asked, "Is Xianxia here?" "Xianxia?" Teacher Lu's student. Didn't they hear that he challenged the top 100 rankings before? The rankings aren't full today. Isn't he going to try? Xiahu Yu was speechless. You're really something. You still remember him. He's here. The one over there. He pointed to a person below the arena and whispered, "Are you going to challenge him?" Suyu smiled and said, "What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Go and ask him or provoke him. See if he's willing to fight me. It's best if he takes the initiative to challenge me. I'll accept it passively. It's even better if he can give me a few hundred merit points. I'll take 90 and you take 10. How about it?" Xiahu Yu looked at him and said, "A few hundred merit points? Do you really think everyone is rich? But then again, this guy is really rich." As he said this, he whispered, "Then I'll go and try." Do you really want to compete with him? Isn't it immoral to keep tricking Lu Hong? Suyu looked at him. Immoral? Do you have any morals? Xiahu Yu was speechless. What kind of look was that? Alright, I'll go and try. 91 it is then. He jogged over. Suyu did not care about him anymore. As for whether Xianxia accepted it or not, it did not matter to him. The top 100 rankings was a good thing. Some mystic realms could only be entered by students in the top 100 rankings. Suyu knew about this. Now that he had mastered a heaven-tier martial technique, he did not plan to be too low-key. He had to show off when it was time. And just as Suyu was thinking about this, the battle began, on the arena. Although Qingyun Fai said he was careless, in fact, he was not careless at all. As the referee said begin, Qing Yunfei's figure instantly enlarged. This was a cultivation technique of the Jing family. So you did not know what it was, but the enlarged Qing Yunfei's strength would indeed be greatly enhanced. Kill. Along with a shout mixed with sound attacks, Qing Yunfei's sonic kill talisman erupted, and the slaughter talisman was attached to the long saber. One by one, the acupuncture points were ignited, blood qi soared to the sky, killing intent, blood qi, all mixed together. Qing Yunfei went all out the moment he started. He did not have the slightest intention of holding back. His eyes were wide open and filled with killing intent, his aura was overbearing. Before the battle, momentum was the most important. On the other side, Wang Peng was also a battle-hardened expert. With a light snort, a thin sword appeared in the air. When bing, the thin sword shot out and went straight for Qing Yunfei's navel. That was where the Zifu acupoint was located. Breaking the acupoint, breaking the yuan, Qing Yunfei did not seem to care at all. He exerted force on his legs and leaped up. His huge body was like a mountain, and he held the saber with both hands as he pounced down. Wang Peng frowned. While controlling the Wen Bing, he moved to the side. The thin sword stabbed towards Qing Yunfei's Zifu again. Wang Peng was also a battle-hardened student. He judged the landing point after Qing Yunfei dodged. His silhouette flickered, appearing on the ground, and directly punched out, attacking in advance. Based on his experience, if Qing Yunfei dodged, he would instantly land here. Wang Peng's punch would hit Qing Yunfei's chest and break a few of his bones. He lost. Below the stage, Suyu felt a little regretful seeing this. Why did he underestimate his opponent? Qing Yunfei was not someone who had never seen blood. He was someone who had killed before. Wang Peng had felt it last time, and he was ruthless enough to himself. Most importantly, he even had a healing Shenwen. Wang Peng's choice couldn't be said to be wrong. It was just that he had underestimated Qing Yunfei's ruthlessness. Just as expected, just as Suyu muttered, a hint of disdain flashed in Qing Yunfei's eyes. The thin sword pierced through his body, but it didn't touch any acupuncture points. Qing Yunfei directly used his abdominal muscles to clamp the thin sword. His movements didn't change at all. It was as if he had been poked by a toothpick. He frowned slightly and slashed his long sword down, an all-out attack. At this moment, Wang Peng also punched out, but he hit nothing but air. Just as he punched out, his expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yuan Qi erupted instantly, the long sword had already slashed down. With a loud bang, it broke through the Yuan Qi defense and slashed down. Many people exclaimed in shock. Just as the referee was about to make a move, he glanced at it and instantly stopped. The back of the sword, forget it then. Bang! A loud sound rang out, the back of the sword hit Wang Peng's left arm. With a kacha sound, the bones in his arm broke. Wang Peng was directly sent flying and landed heavily on the ground again. He fell off the stage, his left arm covered in blood. Even with the back of the sword, his bones were broken and his flesh was a mess. Only then did Qing Yunfei land on the ground. He casually pulled out the thin sword from his abdomen and threw it to Wang Peng's side. He curled his lips and said gloomily, 91? 910. Even worse than Suyu. I won with one slash. Top 100 list? Hee hee. Some disdain, some mockery. You think I will dodge with a small toothpick? What are you thinking? You didn't even penetrate my body. Even if you did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Some blood flowed from his abdomen. His body glowed slightly and the wound instantly healed. There was complete silence. Many people stared dumbfounded at Wang Peng, who had fallen to the ground. He was defeated just like that. He was a top 100 student. He lost to Qing Yunfei just like that. It wasn't that he couldn't lose, but it was too easy. It was too embarrassing. He was really sent flying with one slash. Below the stage, a group of old students' expressions kept changing. Some of the top 100 students also had serious expressions. Someone said in a low voice, Wang Peng is an idiot. He overestimated himself. He had too much faith in his own judgment. He thought that Qing Yunfei would definitely dodge. Who knew that he didn't even care about your Wenbing attack? He went straight to the point and defeated Wang Peng with one slash. If Wang Peng, there were no ifs, he lost. Sound kill, massacre, healing, 8 layers of 15 kilograms, body strengthening technique. In an instant, he summed up Xianxia's strength. He wasn't weak, but he was at most on par with Wang Peng. It was just that Wang Peng overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent in their first fight. Hence, he lost so badly. On the stage, Xianxia laughed and said, "I won. Now I'm 91? I thought I would meet an opponent who could give me a good time. What a pity. Forget it, let's call it a day. I don't need to be challenged today, right?" The judge looked at him. This kid, he was really arrogant. No need. The new students don't have to accept any challenges for the next 3 days. That's good. Xianxia laughed and jumped off the stage. He didn't even look at Wang Peng. He looked at Wan Mingze and the rest, then looked at Suyu and said, "They are so weak. Why don't you come up and play? Those 91 have dropped to 92. The ones behind are even weaker." As soon as he said that, Lin Qing and the rest's faces turned ugly. Arrogant, Lin Qing's face turned ugly. Wu Lan, on the other hand, acted as if it was natural. He whispered, "Sister Lin, you are so weak." Lin Qing almost died from anger. "I didn't even get on the stage." "What do you mean we are weak? That idiot Wang Peng is so embarrassing." At this time, Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing and the rest looked at each other and smiled. Wan Mingze wanted to say something. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily, "Suyu, do you dare to come up?" At this moment, a person jumped up and directly went up the stage. Looking at Suyu, he said angrily, "I heard that you humiliated my teacher during the Shinwen competition?" Xianxia. What's his situation? Suyu humiliated his teacher. I think I heard that Suyu said during the Shinwen competition that he hoped Lu Hong's teaching ability was as strong as his other abilities. What other abilities? This has a lot of meaning. What are you thinking about? What else can Lu Hong's shameless ability be? Many people knew about this. There were many people who participated in the Shinwen competition. So you did say this during the competition. Of course, it was Lu Hong who first caused trouble for Suyu. However, at this moment, it was normal for Xianxia to use this as a reason to cause trouble for Suyu. Suyu did have the intention to humiliate Lu Hong. Many people looked at Suyu with curiosity in their eyes. There will be a lot of drama today. Xianxia, who just got off the stage, looked at Xianxia, then looked at Suyu. He suddenly laughed. "Suyu, this trash also wants to challenge you? Aren't you too low-key? You think a random trash is better than you? Isn't it shameful?" Xianxia's face instantly turned red. Exasperation. "Xianxia, how dare you humiliate me like this?" As for Suyu, his white robe was fluttering in the wind. He frowned slightly and said, "This is Senior Yang? Humiliating is a bit too much. Regarding the matter between me and Teacher Lu, I know everything that I should know and understand everything that I should understand. As a freshman, why would I offend a teaching assistant for no reason?" Xianxia ignored Xianxia and looked coldly at Suyu. A teacher for a day is a father for life. In the school, teachers are the students' parents. I don't care who's right or wrong between you and teacher. I only know that you want to test my strength, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Get on the stage." He did not hide it. Whether Lu Hong was right or wrong, he did not care. He would help those close to him and not reason. It was that simple. Shinwen's faction and Shinwen's faction were not on good terms. It was normal for Lu Hong to find fault. Suyu looked at him without saying a word. Xianxia sneered, "Didn't the outside world say that you love money? You lack money, you're too poor. It's normal for people from southern Yuan to be poor. Get on the stage. If you win, I'll give you 100 merit points. If you lose, you don't have to give me anything. Kneel down and apologize to my teacher." Kneel down and apologize? Suyu frowned. He looked at him and chuckled. "I can apologize, but kneel down, that's too much. Senior Yang, if I don't provoke others, don't even think of bullying me. Are you sure you want to find trouble with me? You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to get on the stage or not?" Xianxia was furious. The words that Xia Huyo said to him just now had provoked him to the point that he was still fuming. Suyu was too arrogant, he dared to humiliate his teacher and himself in public. How hateful, of course, he had his own thoughts. If he defeated Suyu before the others went on the stage, he would be able to fill the top 100 and become 99th according to the rules. However, his opportunistic method did not allow him to enjoy the privilege of being able to reject a challenge for 3 days. If someone challenged him in the future, he would have to go on the stage and win to maintain his 99th rank. Even if he dropped in the end, he would have one more stroke on his resume. He had entered the top 100 and was 99th, that was enough. If he used this opportunity to challenge Suyu, no one would compete with him. If he humiliated his teacher, the hatred would run deep. It was reasonable for him to challenge Suyu, 100 merit points, Suyu calculated in his heart. Not bad, it wasn't a small amount. Before he entered the top 100, he would earn as much as he could. Without saying anything else, Suyu slowly walked up the stage. Wan Mingze and the others were instantly interested. Not only them, but there were more people at the periphery of the crowd. Huang Qifeng and the others had also arrived. They all looked at Suyu. Good, let Xianxia test the waters. Although Xianxia wasn't in the top 100 previously, he only lost when he challenged students on the top 100. He could be considered the strongest batch of students outside the top 100. Even if Suyu was talented, could he really be stronger than Xianxia in such a short period of time? Huang Qifeng, who had just arrived, smiled and said calmly, if he loses, he'll be trash. If he wins, he'll be able to enter the top 100. That's good. I actually hoped that he would win. It would be good if he won. If he really lost, Suyu wouldn't be able to enter the top 100. That would be no fun. The people around him laughed. Not far away, Qianqi frowned and looked at Suyu. If he won, you'll be in trouble, but if he lost, he was a little unwilling. If Suyu lost, he would be inferior to Xianxia. Previously, he and Xianxia were both preparing to challenge students on the top 100. Their strength was about the same. If Suyu won and he lost to Xianxia, he would be too ashamed to face others. One had to know that that was the Suyu from a month ago. When Suyu walked up the stage, he felt a little emotional. 2 months, the top 100's arena, it was faster than expected. Thank you to Shanshanwen's faction for providing me with a lot of resources. Thank you very much. Hopefully, I can gain more today. After all, I'm out of money. Senior Yang. Suyu stepped onto the stage, cupped one hand in the other before his chest, and said softly, you blame me for insulting your teacher and want to teach me a lesson. Suyu has nothing to say. But in the arena, there will be a winner and a loser. I only hope that Senior won't pester me because of this. Suyu said seriously, in the path of cultivation, one less trouble is one less trouble. Suyu has something to say first. I'm afraid that the loser will pester me and cause big trouble, embarrassing both of us. Xianxia frowned and shouted coldly, pester me? If I lose because I'm not as good as you, it's because I'm incompetent. I won't pester you. As he said that, he felt that something was wrong. What did that mean? Did he mean that I'll lose? He would pester me if I lose. However, when he thought that Suyu had Wansher's blood essence, he became a little more vigilant. He had to be careful that Suyu would devour the blood essence and unleash Wansher's combat strength. Suyu smiled and looked at the crowd below. I, Suyu, was born in southern Yuan. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I'm willing to spar with you to broaden my horizons. However, there's no need to compete for no reason, and there's no need to be so hostile after losing. There will be a winner and a loser in a competition. Today is my first time in the top 100, but I'm afraid I'll come again in the future. I hope you can understand. To put it simply, after the winner was decided on the stage, the audience could go back to their homes. Don't look for trouble with the audience. Many people's faces changed. What did he mean? Did he look down on us? Although his words were not too arrogant, they sounded more irritating than Qing Yunfei's. You're so sure that we're going to lose, and you can't afford to lose? Interesting. Wan Mingze chuckled and shook his head. Suyu gave people the impression that he was honest and simple, but his words were really arrogant. Smart people could tell that he didn't consider that he would lose. Was he so confident? Hu Qiusheng also smiled. Some people are arrogant on the outside, while others are inwardly arrogant. Wan Mingze burst into laughter. These words, on the other side, Xianxia turned his head to look at the two of them and sneered, "You two are so cool on the inside, acting like you're in charge of everything. Wan Mingzi, if there's a chance, I really want to fight with you." Hu Qiuxing joked, "Why not pick a day? Come to think of it, our batch was quite peaceful. There really didn't seem to be any chaotic fights." Qing Yunfai looked at Wan Mingzi with sparkling eyes, but Wan Mingzi shook his head and said, "Forget it. Yunhui has only competed once. Let's talk about it another time." Qing Yunfai despised him, pretending to be a turtle again. The few of them stopped talking and looked at Suyu, who was on the stage. Last time, Suyu had swallowed his blood essence and defeated Qianqi with a single strike. What about this time? In any case, Qing Yunfai knew that Xianxia was no match for Suyu. If it weren't for the 100 merit points, Suyu might not even bother with him. The referee was in position. He did not forget to remind them, whoever loses later, remember to hand over 10 merit points. As referees, we count on this bit of bonus. Don't run away after you've won. If you lose, remember to pay up. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. These referees were greedy for money. Xianxia was speechless. He could not be bothered to speak. The referee did not mind. He smiled and said, "Both of you know the rules. Let's cut the crap. Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia stared at Suyu's mouth with a vigilant look. He did not move and was ready to dodge at any time. He knew the situation well. Suyu had swallowed the talent blood essence and could unleash Wanshur's combat strength. Suyu smiled and put his hands behind his back. His feet moved and his figure flickered. Yangxia's expression changed. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Illusion, his willpower exploded. At that moment, murderous intent rushed into his mind. In his mind, the murderous intent shook his willpower. The sea of will was shaking. Xianxia shouted, and when Bing appeared, buzz, with a dull sound, the illusory sky in front of him disappeared. Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Wenbing in his hand, he felt much more at ease. At that moment, he heard an exclamation from below the stage. There seemed to be breathing sounds in his ears. "Senior, thank you for letting me win." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's Wenbing appeared and turned into a long saber. Suyu casually slapped Xiangsha's back with the saber. A huge force came. Bang! In the dizziness, Xianxia felt like vomiting blood. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in a trance. He appeared in front of a student. The student below the stage was also dumbfounded and hurriedly avoided him. Xianxia turned his head. On the stage, Suyu was calm and the Wenbing had disappeared. Unrestrained and unrestrained, he was very much like Bai Feng, who had appeared in southern Yuan for the first time. He had so casually killed a fourth-stage ascension realm. That day, Bai Feng was also relaxed and incomparably unrestrained. Today, Suyu was the same. Strong. At this moment, many people's expressions changed. Very strong, too easy. Although Xianxia was not as good as the students in the top 100 list, he was at stage 7000 June and was close to the peak. No matter what, he should not be defeated so easily. But now, the truth was here. Suyu was too easy. Shenwen erupted and when being casually slapped. Xianxia was defeated without even a wrinkle on his clothes. "Thank you for letting me win." On the stage, Suyu cupped his hands, his white robe fluttering, extremely suave. At this moment, some girl's eyes lit up. In the crowd, Zhou Hui, who had sent Suyu to school, said excitedly, "Did you see that? The new student I brought. So powerful, so handsome." This guy, he was not so handsome when he first came. In her eyes, Xianxia was already an unattainable existence. However, Suyu was extremely relaxed, as if he did not use any strength and knocked Xianxia off the stage. Is he that powerful? At this moment, Wu Lan was also depressed. "Xianxia is too trash," she muttered, "really trash, waste, mediocre, defeated too quickly." Next to her, Lin Qing's expression changed and became more solemn. Are all the new students so powerful? Previously, she felt that they were just so. After all, Wu Lan was so weak. Cough cough, it was not her fault to think so. Wu Lan was very arrogant. When she was asked, her answer was too easy to misjudge. Suyu was about the same as her, Qingyun Fai and the others were ordinary, and the rest were all trash. This gave Lin Qing the impression that this batch of new students was really just SOSO. In the end, the ordinary Qingyun Fai defeated Wang Peng in one move. Suyu, who was about the same as Wu Lan, defeated Xianxia in a blink of an eye. This was what Wu Lan said. Lin Qing and Yu Guang looked at Wu Lan and could not help but want to complain. You misled me. The trash Xianxia that you were talking about is also someone who has challenged me before. That's right, the student that Xianxia challenged in the top 100 list was her. Although she won, she didn't feel good either. The two of them fought for 5 to 6 minutes before a winner was decided. Lan Lan. I really have nothing to say. Lin Qing was bitter. If I believed you again, I would be a fool. At this moment, Huang Qifeng and the others also changed their expressions. Wan Mingze and the others were surprised. It was not that they did not expect Suyu to win, but they did not expect him to win so easily. They did not even see Suyu's strength. Xianxia was really useless. He knew that Suyu had the illusion of Shenwen, but he was still easily restrained by him. However, Qingyun Fai said something fair. Suyu's willpower seems to have become stronger. His Shenwen is a level 2 Shenwen. Yangxia's willpower is just SOSO. Shenwen is not strong. It would be good if he could break the illusion when he met Suyu. There was no way to block it, for the illusion, unless your willpower was much stronger than Suyu's, you would be able to break it before Suyu used his Shenwen. Otherwise, you would have to fall into the trap. It's a pity that he was too weak. He could not even force out Wansher's blood. Qingyun Fai shook his head and curled his lips. Suyu could not even display his full strength against a weak opponent. From the looks of it, this battle was in vain. At least for the spectators like them, it was not friendly at all. Looking at Suyu's fluttering white clothes, he looked extremely suave. A group of girls' eyes were almost glowing. Qingyun Fai was a little jealous. I beat someone who's ranked 91, Suyu only defeated a guy who was not even in the top 100. You were all scolding me just now. Why didn't you scold Suyu? Gigolo. Cultured scum. Qingyun Fai cursed. At the side, Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing, Jing Hong, and many others looked at him. Qingyun Fai said angrily, what are you looking at? Isn't he a gigolo? Look, with his hands behind his back, his clothes are fluttering. Isn't that a cultured scum? Wan Mingze subconsciously pressed down on his fluttering clothes. Hu Qiuxing put down his hands behind his back, feeling a little uncomfortable. Jing Hong thought for a moment and turned to leave. He wanted to stay away from this guy. Damn it, you scolded 30% of the academy students and researchers. Do you know that, you are the real cultured scum? In their eyes, Suyu was the same as them. Qingyun Fai was the real boorish fellow, barbarian, scum, and an insult to cultured people. Look, Suyu had cupped his hands and bowed before the battle. After the battle, he said thank you and showed an apologetic look. This was a real cultured person. A civilizator should be like this, regardless of what the audience thought. Suyu looked at the referee with a gentle expression, as though nothing had happened. The referee looked at Suyu and then at Xianxia, who was still in a daze. He said loudly, Suyu wins. There are less than 100 people in the top 100 list. Suyu is temporarily ranked 99th. He will not be protected by the 3-day ban. After winning 3 battles or defeating a student in the top 100 list, he can enjoy the 3-day ban. Suyu, do you have any objections? Before Suyu could speak, the referee mumbled, if you do, hold it in. It's useless. Suyu's mental state was a little unstable. He looked at the middle-aged referee. Menopause, Grandpa, are you trying to anger me to death? The referee ignored him and looked at the audience, shouting, do you want to continue? If not, hurry up and leave. Xianxia, remember to pay the money. Don't forget. Yangxia's mental state was completely bad, only then did he really come back to his senses. He looked at Suyu with a frighteningly complex look. He was defeated just like that, he was defeated so miserably, he was even worse than Qianqi. Suyu had defeated Qianqi, but he had used Wansher's blood essence and went all out. Today, he had felt it himself. Suyu had beaten him, like he was beating a child. Senior brother. Just as Xianxia was feeling dejected, Lin Yao walked to his side and said softly, Senior brother, it's fine if we lose. We can afford to lose. Suyu is really strong. A momentary loss is nothing. We will catch up to him sooner or later. Xianxia was disappointed and did not know what to say. Lin Yao comforted him, Senior brother, it's okay. I was defeated before we even fought. It was much worse than you. Later, I thought it through. In this era, there will always be people stronger than us. We need to chase after them. Xianxia glared at him. F***K, you might as well not comfort me. His heart turned cold as he spoke. What did he mean by there will always be people stronger than us in this era? Why can't we be the strongest? Alright, after this junior brother made a fuss, he felt much better. That's right, Lin Yao was even worse. He had lost before he even fought Suyu. That day, Suyu had humiliated him in a fit of anger. His junior brother could even take that. Today, at least Suyu did not humiliate him. I lost. Xianxia said. He looked at Suyu on the stage and sighed. I'll give you 100 merit points later. Suyu, I lost, but you humiliated my teacher. He could not bring himself to say anything harsh. Suyu smiled faintly. I didn't mean to humiliate anyone. If you think I humiliated Teacher Liu, then I apologize to him. But Teacher Liu, as a soar, made things difficult for students. It's important to have self-respect. If you want others to respect him, he must first respect himself. Even he puts himself on the same level as the students. Then, my words are not considered humiliation, right? Xianxia's face turned red. In the crowd, a girl suddenly shouted, well said. That's right. The teaching assistant is making things difficult for the students, but the students are not allowed to say a few words? Junior Suyu is too polite and reasonable. What's there to apologize for? Junior Suyu is so polite. He's also handsome. The group of students chimed in one after another, chattering away. The atmosphere was very lively. He was strong, talented, young, handsome, polite, and reasonable. He was too cute. At this moment, they were just short of asking if he was interested in getting a girlfriend. At the back, Huang Qifeng frowned, feeling a little unhappy. He could accept Suyu winning, but Suyu. What was going on? Xianxia was a loser. Shouldn't he sympathize with the weak? Why was it that when it came to Xianxia, everyone was calling for him to be beaten up? Xianxia did not say anything, right? He's in the top 100. Glancing at Suyu, Huang Qifeng's gaze kept changing. He did have some talent. It had only been 2 months. If he was given a little more time, wouldn't he turn the world upside down? Thinking of this, Huang Qifeng walked forward, and the few students beside him hurriedly followed. In front, some students felt the sharp aura behind them and hurriedly avoided them. A powerhouse had arrived. Looking back, it was Huang Qifeng. Many people had a strange look in their eyes. Huang Qifeng, who seriously injured Wu Jia. He was actually here, on the top 100 crystal steel at the side. Huang Qifeng's name was recorded. Huang Qifeng, ranked 71 ST, he was a few places higher than before. Suyu also saw the crowd surging below and opened up a path. The next moment, he saw Huang Qifeng and recognized him. He had seen this person's information before. Suyu looked down at him. Huang Qifeng was not used to such a condescending gaze. He stepped on the ground and leaped up the arena. Looking at Suyu, he said indifferently, "You are Suyu?" Suyu was silent. Wu Jia's junior? Bai Feng's student? Huang Qifeng said indifferently, "Your senior sister is too weak. Not only is she weak, but she also doesn't have the awareness of a weak person. I asked her to admit defeat, but she insisted on holding on. Now, she has yet to recover from her serious injuries. This kind of person who doesn't know her place, just like what you said, should be respectful. She doesn't have the slightest awareness." Huang Qifeng? Suyu looked at him, the smile on his face was no longer there. "You went up the arena to challenge me?" "Challenge?" Huang Qifeng laughed. "You were lucky to enter the top 100, but I'm ranked 71st. What qualifications do you have for me to challenge you? You don't even have the qualifications to challenge me." Of course, after entering the top 100, you're barely qualified for me to look at you. With that, Huang Qifeng smiled and said, forget about the top 100 challenge. Are you interested in having a private spar? I'll give you this chance. Suyu looked at him and smiled. Huang Qifeng, you hurt my senior sister. It wasn't unintentional, right? Heh. I rarely get angry, but for you. I don't think I need to be polite. Suyu's smile disappeared. He looked at him calmly. Why are you putting on an act? You've entered the Wanxia realm long ago, right? You insisted on challenging my senior sister, isn't it to go against our department? If you dare to do it, then you dare to admit it. Now that you're acting sneakily in public, you've lost your dignity and made me look down on you. You've been in school for 5 years and you're only like this. It's fine if your strength isn't up to par, but it might be limited by your talent and resources. You obviously have the strength to enter the top 50, but you insist on hiding and playing these little tricks. Disgusting. Suyu sneered. Huang Qifeng's eyes were cold. He said coldly, so you don't want to have a private spar with me? Spar? Suyu said calmly, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands by sparring with a despicable person like you. He turned to look at the referee. Teacher, what can I do? Don't I have to take responsibility if I cripple him? With that said, everyone below the stage exclaimed. Junior Suyu, don't be impulsive, some girls couldn't bear it anymore, how could he be provoked? Huang Qifeng was a despicable person, Wu Jia was seriously injured by him. Many people saw that he was ruthless to Wu Jia. Many girls hated him. Now he went up on stage to provoke Suyu. Obviously, he was up to no good, Suyu smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your reminder. But my senior sister being injured is like a fishbone in my throat. If it's a normal spar, we can afford to lose if we lose. But someone used such despicable means. Disgusting. I don't treat such people as humans. Well said. Huang Qifeng's eyes were cold as he looked down. Below the stage, Wu Lan raised his head and said proudly, what are you looking at? I was the one who shouted. Despicable person. I hate people like you the most. If you have the ability, challenge the strong. Bullying the weak is trash. Wu Lan was not afraid of him, she looked down on the weak and wanted to defeat the strong. Although she would be slapped in the face under normal circumstances, she was only happy when she bullied the strong. Huang Qifeng's eyes were cold. Wu Lan, he was from the Wu family, at this moment, it was not appropriate for him to say anything. The referee was also watching the show. He laughed and said, we don't have to take responsibility if we cripple him? That's simple. Enter the top 80, challenge him, and sign a life and death contract. Whoever cripples the other doesn't have to take responsibility. Of course, the life and death contract is a little troublesome. Both teachers have to sign it so that you kids won't mess around. After saying that, the referee smiled and said, there's another way. Both sides can agree not to admit defeat. I won't intervene unless they lose their lives. Otherwise, I won't intervene. He said playfully, since both of you hate each other so much, then do it this way. You won't lose your life. It's simpler than a life and death contract. This guy was obviously someone who didn't mind stirring up trouble. At this moment, from afar, a few people came through the air. Hearing this person's words, he shouted, Zhao Ming. What nonsense are you talking about? Who asked you to instigate a life and death battle? The referee called Zhao Ming didn't care at all. He smiled and said, what are you saying? Did I instigate them? Isn't it allowed by the academy if they want to fight? Should I stop them? I'm just here to earn some extra money. Can't I say a few words? The newcomer ignored him. He landed on the ground and looked at Suyu. He was very young, looking to be around 30 years old. It was a man. His face was sharp and somewhat cold. He looked at Suyu and shouted, fight your way up the rankings. Is there any meaning in fighting because of personal feelings? After saying that, he glared at Huang Qifeng and shouted coldly, those with higher rankings cannot challenge those with lower rankings. Don't you understand the rules? Huang Qifeng frowned and said calmly, we're all in the top 100. As long as Suyu doesn't object, this isn't against the rules, right? Besides, I'm only talking about sparring in private. It's not a fight for the top 100. The young researcher glanced at him and ignored him. He looked at Suyu and said, the top 100 challenge continues. Don't get involved in unrelated matters. Although Suyu didn't know the other party, he felt some goodwill. However, he had long wanted to deal with Huang Qifeng. He held it in until today. Wasn't it for today? Suyu took a deep breath and said, thank you, teacher. However, I'm a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. Shan Shenwen's faction has repeatedly bullied us. There's no need to spar with such inhumans. I want to challenge him. Since I can't do it now, I'll challenge students ranked 81st and below. If I win, I can challenge him, right? After saying that, Suyu said in a deep voice, is Senior Lu He here? On the first day of school, Senior said to wait for me at the top 100. Today, I, Suyu, am here to challenge Senior. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu He. This time, many people exclaimed again. Was Suyu, this fellow, angered to the core? He wants to challenge Lu He now and then Huang Qifeng? Lu He was ranked 84th in the top 100. At the beginning of school, he was ranked 87th. Now, he had risen a few places. It was unknown if the people in front of him had gone down or if he had challenged his way up. Huang Qifeng smiled. With a playful smile, he looked at Suyu and said, interesting. Very confident. Suyu, you are very interesting. I've got my eyes on you. I'll wait for you to defeat Lu He and then come find me. If you lose, a piece of trash like you is really not qualified to fight me. Suyu said calmly, trash? A Mountain Sea Realm student who has been in school for 5 years. Don't you know who's trash? There are so many seniors here. If they had a Mountain Sea Realm teacher, would they lose to you? What a joke. You spent countless resources, had Mountain Sea Realm guidance, and have been in school for 5 years. Haha, if I were you, I would cripple myself and embarrass myself instead of implicating others. As he said that, Suyu pointed at Xianxia and said with a smile, Senior Yang is just a disciple of Soar. He feels ashamed that he didn't enter the top 100. You, a Mountain Sea Realm disciple who has been in school for 5 years, and you're pointing at me and calling me trash? My teacher is Soar, and I've been in school for 2 months. I'm from Southern Yuan. Huang Qifeng, you're not only a beast, but also an idiot. Can't you grow some brains? Huang Qifeng's aura erupted at this moment, and the aura belonging to the Wanshi realm surged out. His eyes were frighteningly cold. This could be considered to have poked his sore spot. Suyu chuckled like a cool breeze, calm and composed. You're a scholar, but you don't know how to speak or use your brain. Are you worthy of being a civilizator? I'm ashamed to be associated with you. I'm disgusted by the title of civilizator for no reason. If it weren't for seeking justice for my senior sister, I wouldn't even bother to listen to your dog's bark. Why would a man bother with a mad dog? Well said. Below, someone cheered loudly again. Some people didn't dare to cheer, but they also felt very good. You just have a Mountain Sea Realm teacher. If I had a Mountain Sea Realm teacher and had been in school for 5 years, I would be much better than you. Everyone has this kind of personality and this kind of thinking. If I have such a teacher and such resources, I will definitely be better than you. Huang Qifeng was a domineering person to begin with. Now that Suyu said this, he was even more flustered and exasperated. Compared to Suyu's calm and composed demeanor, there was no way to compare. He was simply a mad dog. According to Suyu, this kind of person was indeed not worthy of being a civilizator. If Huang Qifeng was given the same treatment, he would have long fought his way into the top 10 of the top 100, or even soar. Huang Qifeng looked coldly at the audience again. It was Wulan just now. Who was it now? Below the stage, Jia Mingzhen cheered loudly. Seeing him look over, he said casually, what are you looking at? I'm not a student in the top 100. What, you want to hit me? Wait until I'm in the top 100. If you're still here, I'll hammer you to death. Try staring at me again. Huang Qifeng felt like he was about to explode. He stared at Jia Mingzhen for a while. After a long time, he directly got off the stage, walked up to him, and said in a low voice, then we'll see. He tilted his head and looked at Suyu. No matter how nice you make it sound, it's just empty talk. Today, I'll wait here for you to defeat Lu He, then look for me. At this moment, Lu He wasn't present, but someone had already gone to inform him. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and ignored him. He also walked down the stage and said with a smile, then I'll wait for Senior Lu He. As for Huang Qifeng, I'll have to trouble a senior to call a teacher who's good at healing over, lest I accidentally cripple him. If that happens, I won't be able to heal him, and it'll be bad for his cultivation path. Although I feel that he's wasted too many resources in the past 5 years, we still have to be humane. On the stage, Judge Xiaoming laughed and said, I'm good at healing. There's no need to shout. If anyone is crippled, look for me. 50 merit points for 1 treatment. Look for me anytime. So you didn't reply. This person was just a sh*t stirrer. He didn't know which faculty he was from. At this moment, the whole school was in an uproar. Baifeng's students wanted to challenge Lu He, enter the top 90, and then challenge Huang Qifeng openly. The conflict between Shan Shenwen's faculty and many Shenwen's faculty had reached an irreconcilable stage. The students that Suyu challenged consecutively were all students from Shan Shenwen's faculty. At the nature-nurturing garden, Lu He's face was gloomy, and he stepped out, using me as a stepping stone. That depends on whether you, Suyu, have the qualifications to do so. You've only been in school for 2 months, and you're already so arrogant. Today, Suyu's reputation will be ruined. As soon as he stepped out of the villa, someone whispered, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Huang said that you'd better lose to Suyu. He wants to cripple Suyu himself. Bam, Lu He threw a punch at the person, causing him to spit out blood. He said coldly, get lost. Does Huang Qifeng have the right to order me around? Suyu is mine. Huang Qifeng, that trash, has only been in school for 5 years. He's good enough to act like a grandson. He's not qualified to act like a boss. The student who was sent flying by him turned pale, but he dared not say a word. He also did not dare to report to the school. He clutched his chest and left in a hurry. These geniuses were all arrogant. Before he came here, he already knew that he was going to be in trouble. As expected, he was really unlucky this time. In the future, he must keep his distance when talking about such things. Lu He's face was filled with arrogance. Huang Qifeng, if not for his big brother advising him not to get into a deadlock with them, he would have long challenged Huang Qifeng based on his usual attitude. How could a trash who couldn't even enter the top 10 in 5 years be qualified to compete with him? On the other hand, Suyu was more talented than Huang Qifeng. Baifeng had only been in school for 2 months. Even if he lost to him, it proved that Baifeng wasn't blind. Baifeng, harumphing, Lu He dusted his sleeves and continued walking forward. From afar, Lu Hongyi crossed his arms and stroked his chin. Looking at his younger brother rushing over with killing intent, he sighed, I really have to accept a more reliable disciple. Lin Yao, fool. Xianxia, mediocre. Lu He. Forget it. His talent is passable, just that he's lacking something in his brain. Shaking his head, Lu Hong disappeared from the spot to watch the commotion in the arena of the top 100. At this moment, no one went on the stage again. Knowing that there was a big show, who would want to be the background? Originally, there was still one place left in the top 100, and many people were chasing after it. However, at this moment, no one was willing to go on the stage to fight and lose face for no reason. Qing Yunfei had a helpless look on his face. I'm the star of today's show, damn it. In the end, the limelight was snatched by Suyu. Not only that, is this guy still human? At this moment, Suyu, who was next to him, received a completely different treatment. Junior brother Suyu, how old are you this year? Junior brother, is Southern you on fun? Brother, why are you so powerful? Little AU, can you beat Lu He later? If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's okay, it's not shameful. Lu He entered the school a year earlier than you. At this moment, many people's eyes were red with envy. Sisters, come and find us, we'll chat with you. Some of the top students in the top 100 were also jealous at this time. Wasn't Suyu only in the 99th place? What are you guys doing? As for Suyu, he smelled all kinds of fragrances at this moment and felt a little like sneezing. He resisted the urge to sneeze and muttered to himself, "These women are trying to block my path, I have to calm down." There was not much time to cultivate. If he was distracted by women, how could he cultivate? Now, he felt that he did not have enough time to cultivate. How could he go and hook up with girls? However, although he thought so in his heart, there was always a gentle smile on his face, which made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Senior sister, I'm 18 years old. Southern Yuan is not bad, but the vitality is not enough. Although Senior Lu He is strong, I'm not afraid of him. Suyu said cheerfully with a smile on his face, on the first day I entered the academy, I told myself to fight for the top. How can I improve if I don't dare to fight with geniuses? Even if I fail, it will also be a spur for me. Ayu, you're so brave. Little Ayu, it's okay if you lose. Just don't get hurt too badly. Don't lose face. If you're not a match for him, remember to admit defeat, said a senior with a face full of affection. Suyu said with a smile, I hope I can win, I think. I am still quite strong. Hee. A group of girls surrounded him and couldn't help but laugh. Too cute, and it was so peaceful. Which of the top 100 students wasn't as arrogant as a porcupine? If they weren't in the same circle, they would act as if they didn't see you. But what about Suyu? He answered whatever he was asked. What an obedient child. How fun. Suyu felt helpless. I'm a good person, I'm an honest person, I'm still a child. But, can you guys go away? My nose can't take it anymore. All kinds of fragrances were mixed together. He really wanted to sneeze. Lu He, why aren't you here yet? At this moment, he couldn't wait to fight with Lu He for 300 rounds. He didn't want to waste any more time with these girls. They were all boring questions. As for the envy, jealousy, and hate around him, Suyu was speechless. If you guys want to come, come. As he was thinking, there was a commotion outside the crowd. The girls around Suyu retreated one after another. Many people whispered, Lila Yu, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Don't try to be brave. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu He, I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. You're finally here. Outside, it was Lu He. Lu He strode forward and saw Suyu surrounded by girls. He snorted lightly, it was unknown whether it was jealousy or disdain. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Suyu. Lu He was more than 10 meters away from the top 100 arena. He stomped on the ground, leaped up, and instantly landed on the arena. A long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. He pointed the long spear at Suyu. I accept your challenge. Suyu, you're good. I thought you would have to wait at least until next year to have a chance to fight into the top 100. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Get on the arena. As soon as Lu He arrived, his momentum was like a rainbow, his strength at the peak of 15 kilograms erupted. His acupuncture points shone brightly, and his willpower covered the entire arena, very strong. His physical body had reached the limit of 15 kilograms, and his willpower was over 90%. He could be considered to be at the peak of nurturing. No wonder he could fight his way to the 84th place. Lu He hadn't been in the school for too long. It was 1 year earlier than Suyu and the others. To be able to fight his way to this stage in 1 year, he had both talent and strength. The Wenbing in his hand was also at the peak of yellow level. It was shining with 36 golden patterns. This was much better than Xianxia's Wenbing. Suyu exhaled lightly, leaped up, and got on the arena. His clothes were as white as snow. His long robe fluttered in the wind. Many of the girls below the arena revealed looks of surprise. How elegant. Lu He's eyes were cold as he said coldly, Suyu, we have no enmity. However, when I entered the school last year, Bai Feng felt that I wasn't good enough. It's not that I have to be his disciple, but I won't allow others to step on me, Lu He. Suyu, you haven't even entered the school, and you're already being compared to me. Suyu, do you think you're worthy? Suyu chuckled, whether I'm worthy or not, we'll see with our own eyes. I don't want to be compared to you. Since that's the case, why don't you look for those who spread rumors? Instead, you're making things difficult for a new student like me at the start of the school year? Suyu said indifferently, if my teacher looks down on you, then you can look for my teacher to prove yourself. If you can't, then hold it in. Looking for me, is it because I'm easy to bully? Lu He's expression changed slightly. Suyu chuckled, people are like that. They like to find excuses for their mistakes. You were the one who provoked me first, and I wasn't the one who made things difficult for you. In the end, it's my fault because I want to step on you, is that necessary? Lu He focused, he looked at Suyu, and the anger in his eyes dissipated a little. His tone was still cold as he said, that's true. However, now that things have come to this, there's no point in talking about this. Suyu, since you want to be in the top 100 list and walk the path of the top 100, then the battle between us will be the same without this. Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, that's right. The purpose of sparring and challenging others is to strengthen oneself. There's no point in talking about who's bullying who. I'm not like a shameless person like Huang Qifeng, who injured my senior sister on purpose. I won't talk about righteousness or strengthening myself with someone like him. That kind of scum should be stepped on. With this comparison, Lu He suddenly felt refreshed, he laughed and said, that's right. Interesting, Huang Qifeng. At this point, he was still a little fearful. Lu He sneered and did not continue. Below the stage, Huang Qifeng's eyes were cold. Lu He did not take it seriously at all, he was not afraid of Huang Qifeng. His elder brother aside, his own teacher was also a level 9 Lingyun expert. Although he was not as strong as Qing Yuming, he was also an important figure in Shan Shenwen's faction. Moreover, his elder brother's teacher was still alive. He was in seclusion, not completely dead. The two of them did not speak anymore. Zhao Ming looked at the two of them and said with a smile, anything else to say? Suyu, if you win, you'll be ranked 84th, Lu He, if you lose, you'll be ranked 99th. If you want to go up, you'll have to fight your way up. Also, if Suyu loses, he'll have to pay 10 merit points to Lu He. That's the rule. If he wins, Suyu can continue to challenge or give up. He can also reject anyone's challenge for 3 days. Zhao Ming explained the rules for a while, then looked at the two of them and said with a smile, let's begin. As soon as he said that, the sound of a gunshot pierced through the air, a long dragon swept over, primordial qi erupted and a murderous aura surged towards Suyu's acupoints, stirring his primordial qi. Suyu kicked the ground with one leg and dodged. Die. With a muffled roar, Suyu's willpower seemed to be hit by something. Die. 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 In his mind, there seemed to be a fiend celestial roaring continuously. The sounds of battle reverberated, shaking his sea of will. Shenwen, fiend races Shenwen, Suyu instantly made a decision. Lu He went all out from the start without any hesitation. Shenwen and martial techniques erupted at the same time. Kill. The word kill erupted from Shenwen. Murderous aura surged, instantly shattering those fiend celestial phantoms. At this moment, the spear had already closed in. Before the spear arrived, it was incomparably domineering. Spear chi crisscrossed and pierced into Suyu's acupoints. Suyu's acupoints trembled, there was a loud boom, an explosion of primordial chi could be heard. Suyu's body emitted a faint glow. Thick primordial chi directly shattered the earth chi. Suyu suddenly attacked. His primordial chi erupted and slapped with force. The spear was slapped to the side by a lot. Lu He retaliated with a backhand sweep, whang, the air exploded from the sweep and the sharp sound was ear-piercing. Not only that, the word die erupted from Shenwen again. Shouts reverberated in Suyu's sea of will, shaking people's hearts. This made Suyu a little impatient. Disruptive Shenwen, if one's willpower was weaker, this Shenwen could directly shake the enemy's sea of will, making it impossible for the enemy to use Shenwen. Suyu shouted. When Bing appeared, thunder roared, a saber slashed down, there was a loud bang and the spear shook. Lu He took a few steps back and his expression changed. What great strength, his physical body was really strong. Humph. The long spear disappeared in an instant. Lu He shouted again, and another divine character burst forth. In the next instant, Lu He's hands visibly took on a golden jade color. Kill. Lu He directly gave up on Wenbing. A pair of palms slapped towards Suyu, ether shattering. Suyu instantly recognized this palm. It was the third style of skybreak kill, ether shattering. Fight. Suyu also shouted. Wenbing slashed out with his saber. It was also ether-shattering, late 15,000 June. Below the stage, many people exclaimed, "Damn it, Suyu was late 15,000 June ether-shattering, the third style of skybreak kill, could only be mastered in the late stage. This guy was not 15,000 June, 7,000 June?" Wu Lan blinked. He was not too depressed. "I seem to be used to it. Anyway, I don't walk the path of the physical body, it's okay. I'll first soar my willpower and my physical body will be sore. I still have hope of catching up to Suyu. It's okay. 15,000 June?" Huang Qifeng frowned slightly. "Soon," he sneered. "Is this where your confidence comes from? 7,000 June is not weak, but that's it, on the stage." Suyu's ether-shattering exploded. Lu He also slapped with his palms. Boom, Wenbing's palms collided, vital energy exploded, ether-shattering broke the vital energy. The cyclone was like a knife, sweeping towards the two of them. Lu He's palms were attached to Shenwen. At this moment, they could cut iron like mud. They were no worse than Wenbing. The vibrating Wenbing saber made a crisp sound. At this moment, Lu He's vision blurred. Lu He snorted. His willpower exploded. With a roar in his ears, the illusion was broken, "It's useless against me." Great strength enhancement. With a low roar, Lu He's palms suddenly transmitted a great force. The two of them were originally evenly matched. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt a great force attacking him, causing his physical body to tremble. Suyu exhaled. With a roar, his acupoints exploded, 108 acupoints shone brightly. "Go back." Suyu's saber also transmitted a great force. With a boom, it forced Lu He back. The next moment, a silent thunderbolt exploded on Lu He's head, thunderbolt, shadow. Using the shadow to cover the thunderbolt, Suyu counterattacked. The thunderbolt exploded. With a boom, it entered his body. Bang, with a loud sound, Lu He retreated. His head was full of blood. His hair was yellow. Some of it stood up straight. His face was burnt. 15,000 June, bang, below the stage, sounds of collision could be heard. Qingyun Fai bumped into a student in front of him. However, he didn't feel anything. He raised his head and looked at Suyu. His eyes were filled with doubt and sluggishness. 15,000 June, 108 acupoints shone brilliantly. Suyu. 15,000 June, damn it. Am I seeing things? At the side, Xia Huyu's mouth was wide open. Are you kidding me? Wan Mingze and the rest were also dumbfounded. 15,000 June, wasn't it supposed to be 15,000 June? Forget about 15,000 June, now it's 15,000 June. Also, how did Suyu's thunderbolt Shenwen hide so well? Lu He didn't even realize it. He suffered a heavy injury. Shenwen's body wasn't the only one that exploded. The Sea of Will was also shaking. At this moment, Lu He's head was probably buzzing. It was hard to say if he could continue fighting. Far away, Lu Hong was eating a melon when he suddenly coughed a few times and choked. Looking at Suyu, he was a little surprised. Cough cough cough. 9,000 June? Lu Hong blinked. Damn, I thought you were at 7,000 June. At most, you might be at 8,000 June. Why are you at 9,000 June? Not only are you at 9,000 June, you're Yuan Qi. F*CK, it's too pure. It felt like you stayed in 15,000 June for over 10 years and slowly purified it. Does that bastard Bai Feng know about this? Why didn't he mention it before? Lu Hong was also a little surprised. This is too fast. Taking a heavy bite of the melon in his hand, Lu Hong chewed and suddenly felt a little upset. Why? Bai Feng, this idiot, could actually take in such a talented student. He doesn't have money, he doesn't have manpower, he doesn't have brains, he doesn't have anything else. Heavens, why are you so unfair? Damn it, you can even support a student in retirement. Looking at Suyu, Lu Hong was full of resentment. Damn it, why didn't these students of mine cheat me of tens of thousands of contribution points? Why didn't they stand up for me and go beat up the students of my opponent? That idiot Bai Feng doesn't come out of seclusion every day. I don't even need to care about him. Other students are self-sufficient, why can't my students do the same? Lu Hong felt that the melon he was eating was no longer tasty, unconvinced, uncomfortable. Bai Feng, that bastard. F***K, why doesn't he go and die? So you didn't care about what others thought. His feet moved, his silhouette flickered, and the Wenbing long blade slashed down. Lu He, whose hair was standing straight, hadn't completely fainted yet. He subconsciously took out his Wenbing long spear. The long spear swayed for a moment, but he grabbed it in his hand and barely managed to raise it to block. Boom, a loud sound rang out. The long blade slashed down, causing the long spear to tremble. Blood seeped out from the corner of Lu He's mouth. Force, come! Lu He roared again. His arms turned completely golden, but his face was pale. He swept out with his spear, however, Suyu retreated and instantly disappeared in front of him. In the next moment, the long saber fell silently, mixed with lightning. Bang! Lu He's arms burst open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The lightning exploded once more, charring his arms. After blocking his long spear with his blade, Suyu kicked out. Even if he didn't use the mountain and sea breaking technique, this kick was still very powerful, and it landed on his chest. With a bang, Lu He flew out and crashed onto the ground. After struggling for a while, Lu He didn't get up. Blood kept dripping from his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Suyu. Lu He was silent. The audience was silent. Defeated, Lu He was defeated. Thank you for letting me win. Suyu kept his blade and cupped his hands in salute. His long robe fluttered. His clothes were as white as snow, and there weren't many wrinkles, let alone damage. He won, Suyu won. He defeated Lu He, who was ranked 84th. He felt that he didn't use his full strength. He won just like that. Stage 9000 June, his vital chi was extremely pure, and his physical body was strong. He even suppressed Lu He. Although his willpower wasn't very strong, many people could see that it had reached more than 60%. Moreover, he had mastered the second-rank Shenwen and had many Shenwen. His willpower was extremely stable. Even if Lu He Shenwen exploded, he couldn't shake Suyu's sea of will. Was this guy still human? Wasn't he a freshman? Who else in this batch of freshmen could match him? On the other side, Wan Ming's expression turned completely solemn. Hu Qiuxing took a deep breath. Xia Chan clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit and indignation. Everyone was unconvinced, but even if they were unconvinced, they knew that Suyu seemed to be ahead of them. His fighting spirit was like a dragon. The few demons, including Qingyun Fai, didn't make any sarcastic remarks. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. In the area where the few demons were, even some of the older students couldn't take it and avoided them. They looked at the stage and then at the stage below. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. This batch was really King scary. Jia Mingzhen looked at Suyu, then at Wan Mingze and the rest, and suddenly laughed. This was too interesting. Did they even need us to provoke them? The few of them were about to explode. After Suyu's performance today, it would be a wonder if Wan Mingze and the rest could hold it in. If there were no accidents, when Suyu's battle ended, there would definitely be others who were unlucky. The top 100 list was going to be reshuffled. On the stage, Suyu was still the same, his white robe whiter than snow. At this moment, no one felt that he was young anymore. An expert, he was at least a top expert among his peers. Senior Lu, Suyu looked at Lu He. Lu He shook his head and struggled to stand up. His eyes were still a little dizzy, and the sharp pain in his chest reminded him that his sternum was broken. Looking at Suyu, Lu He suddenly laughed at himself. Who was the trash? He didn't want to admit that he was trash. In that case, Suyu was really much more talented than him. It was reasonable for Bai Feng to accept him. Who wouldn't want to accept such a student? I lost. Lu He grinned and forced a smile. I can't accept losing to others. They're just a bunch of old foxes. They've cultivated a few more years than me, and I'll soon surpass them. I lost to you. Lu He felt a little sad. I admit defeat. There was no reason for him to admit defeat. He was younger than him, had a shorter cultivation time, and might not have as many resources as him. He had no family, no background, and only one person from the Shenwen faction was still being suppressed. If he couldn't accept this, who else could he accept? Lu He staggered a little and turned to leave. Defeat Huang Qifeng. He's a trash. I can't accept that you lost to him. From afar, Huang Qifeng couldn't be bothered to settle the score with him. He looked at Suyu with a solemn expression. 15 caddies, level 2 Shenwen, so you didn't defeat Lu He by luck. Lu He had already gone all out, but he was still defeated easily. Suyu was even stronger than he was now. Suyu wins. Zhao Ming also had a look of astonishment on his face. The young teacher who came later also looked at Suyu with a strange expression. He won. Moreover, he felt that Suyu didn't even use his full strength to win. This wasn't the performance of using his full strength, he had actually defeated Lu He in 2 months. Right now, he was going to challenge Huang Qifeng. This wasn't a dream but reality. Suyu didn't care about them. He raised his hand and said, I want to rest for half an hour. Teacher, can I challenge the 71st rank Huang Qifeng? Sure. Zhao Ming chuckled and said, of course you can. You can even fight again tomorrow. You've expended so much energy that you might not be able to recover even if you rest for half an hour. That fellow even took advantage of you. Below the stage, Huang Qifeng didn't say a word. It was normal for him to recover. If he dared to say no now, everyone would scold him to death. After 2 consecutive battles, what was a short rest, Zhao Ming didn't care about them. He looked at Lu He in the distance and shouted, Lu He, your injuries are too serious. Teacher will treat you. After saying that, his figure flashed and he chased after Lu He. He needed to treat his injuries. Kid, don't you know that you can't move around blindly when you're injured? What if your bones are dislocated? No one cared about him. So you walked down the stage and sat cross-legged. A drop of vitality liquid entered his mouth and was quickly digested. Actually, he didn't expend much energy. However, to deal with Huang Qifeng, he had to recover to his peak state. He had to teach him a good lesson. A moment later, a few more people appeared beside him. This time, Wu Lan didn't use his nostrils to look at him. Instead, he squatted down and looked at him curiously. 9 levels? I told you before. What? Suyu smiled and said, I never lie. When you asked me, I said 6. And then? 3 levels of 15 kilograms increased by 6 levels, so it's 9 levels. Wu Lan nodded. So he had already told me. Without saying anything more, he stood up and looked at him with his nostrils. Defeat that Huang guy. I can tell with one look that he's a bad guy. Suyu smiled and didn't say anything. A moment later, Xiaohu came over. Are you confident? Suyu glanced at him. His eyes flickered and he said, no. Stop fooling around. The market just opened. Did you make a lot of money? No, just a little bit. You think I didn't see it? Suyu smiled like a spring breeze. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. You just opened the market. I'm afraid there aren't many people who bet on me. It's the same now. Even if my performance is strong, Huang Qifeng is stronger. I won't bet. Give me 30%, or else, believe it or not, I'll find someone to bet on me losing. I'll really admit defeat. Xiaohu was confused. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? No, it's not embarrassing even if I lose. It's fine as long as I win money. Xiaohu was depressed, so you said in a low voice, go and find Huang Qifeng and the rest to bet. Isn't this easy to provoke? Is he afraid of losing to me? If he's not afraid, doesn't he want to make money? They have a lot of people on their side. Nonsense, I know. I'm asking you if you're confident. He's at Wancher level. Can you really win? 100%. You said it. Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Then I'll take a gamble. I'll go and find them. If you really lose and they bet more, I'll be finished. Don't worry. After saying that, Suyu asked in a low voice, did someone sweep the plate? Don't jinx it. How is that possible? Xiaohu said in an inaudible voice, don't be afraid. I've written an IOU for those who bet. Consider it a loan. Even if the academy comes to sweep me, I'll have an excuse. I'll say I borrowed it from them. If I lose, I'll get the IOU back. Aren't you afraid they won't pay? Tisk, do you think they don't care about their reputation? Xiaohu said in a low voice, the more talented, the more they care about their reputation. The bigger the business, the more they care about their reputation. With so many people watching, do they not care about their reputation? Do you think I'm easy to mess with? Geniuses acknowledge their debts, the strong acknowledge their debts, and the weak that don't. Do you believe I'll teach them a lesson every day? It's best not to collect merit points now. Suyu said in a low voice, let them write IOUs to bet. You take the IOUs. Those who win will pay back their merit points, and those who lose will ask for it one by one. It's safer. That makes sense. It's just too troublesome to ask for it one by one. Xiaohu nodded. That was fine. He could try them all. Anyway, safety was the priority. He suspected that there was a bastard watching him. It's okay. I'm not a pushover. Suyu said, Huang Qifeng is Wancher grade 2. His will is at 96%. If the news gets out, I'll provoke him and make him reveal his strength. Everyone will think that I'm not as good as him. So strong. Are you sure? Xiaohu was worried, damn, Wancher grade 2, Huang Qifeng had at least closed as 9 orifices as one. His will was almost at the limit. A civilizer like this would probably have the combat power of Wancher grade 4 or 5. As for Lu He, Wancher grade 2 was the most he could do. He probably hadn't even reached grade 3. Suyu beating him did not mean that he could beat Huang Qifeng. Cut the crap. If you lose, I'll pay you 10% of your losses. Really? Isn't that too little? Then you go on stage and fight. I'll open the bet. Forget it. Xiaohu waved his hand. I'm not interested. Forget it. Since this guy said so, he must be very confident. Alright. Oh right, why don't I open a bet on time? How long will it take for you to win? Within 3 minutes. Really? Xiaohu was really shocked this time. Are you sure? He thought that Suyu was going to fight for a long time. Suyu exhaled lightly and said calmly, really? Go on. Xiaohu was shocked. You're really confident? Damn, that means that you're still hiding your strength. I can't see through Suyu anymore. Xiaohu left. Suyu recovered for another 7 to 8 minutes. He felt that he was in peak condition. Without hesitation, he got up and went on stage. At this moment, everyone looked at Suyu. In the crowd, Xiaohu was a little scared. Damn it, I can't lose this time. There were a lot of bets, although everyone supported Suyu. When it came to money, everyone was very honest. Even the older sisters who had been praising Suyu had bet on Huang Qifeng's victory. And they had bet quite a bit. In total, they had bet 700 to 800 merit points. To these older sisters, that was almost all of their savings, and this was only a portion of them. The bets on Huang Qifeng's side were even more shocking. Even Huang Qifeng himself had bet 2,000 merit points on himself. His followers, who were from Shan Shenwen's faction, bet a total of nearly 8,000 merit points. This time, the stakes were much bigger than the previous time. Those who bet on Huang Qifeng exceeded 30,000 merit points. Those who bet on Suyu only had about 3,000 merit points. Xiaohu was trembling in fear. If Suyu lost, he would lose at least 6,000 merit points. In order to get everyone to bet, the odds he gave were not low. If Huang Qifeng won, the odds were 1 to 1. 3. With Huang Qifeng's strength, it was quite a lot. Otherwise, Huang Qifeng wouldn't have bet so much. If he won, he would have to pay 39,000 merit points. As for Suyu, the odds were even higher. However, there weren't many bets. If Suyu won, he would earn a lot. Xiaohu was trembling in fear. The last time he lost, he had lost a lot. If he lost again, he would lose more than 10,000 merit points. Second grandpa would really beat him to death. He had been doing business for a few months, and he was losing money. On the stage, Suyu went up first. He looked at Huang Qifeng and said calmly, come up. He didn't have the humility and gentleness from before. his previous performance was very obvious. There was no need to be polite to his enemies. Huang Qifeng sneered and walked up the stage. Below, more and more people were gathering. In the distance, someone shouted anxiously, "Junior brother, come down." Wu Jiao was here, his face was still pale. He had arrived with Chen Yong. He shouted anxiously, "Come down, I will take revenge myself." Cough, cough, coughing sounds could be heard. Suyu looked at Chen Yong and Wu Jia. He took a deep breath. The strength of 15 kilograms was revealed. Chen Yong didn't make a sound. He knew that this day would come. It was too early, it was faster than he expected. When he knew that Suyu was at 15 kilograms, he knew that this day would come soon. But how many days had it been? Huang Qifeng was stronger than him. Suyu's aura exploded. Huang Qifeng's aura exploded too. The 108 acupoints gradually turned into 100, then 92. It wasn't that they became weaker, but two of them combined into one. Wanshur stage 2. Below the stage, there was another exclamation. Was it really Wanshur stage 2? Before this, although there were rumors, Huang Qifeng had always shown that he was at 15 kilograms. No one expected him to really be Wanshur stage 2. The people who bet on him, even though they felt that this guy was shameless, they were also secretly happy that they could win money. The young ladies cheered for Suyu while thinking helplessly. It's alright, it's not shameful to lose. If the big sisters win money, they will share some with you. Don't cry. The two of them were exuding their auras, willpower clashed. On the stage, the battle intent was overflowing, and the killing intent was boiling. Zhao Ming was also much more serious, and said in a low voice, "You can admit defeat, don't be stubborn. Let me tell you, if you are really crippled, that's your own business. As the referee, I can't interfere with your battle, unless it's fatal." "Got it," Suyu replied. Huang Qifeng twisted his neck and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I will only cripple him, I won't kill him. Give it to yourself. Begin." As the words fell, all the acupuncture points on Suyu's body exploded, and at this moment, he completely turned into a man of light. Sor stood up, his legs crossed. He stepped on the ground, a kick lashed out. Huang Qifeng's Shenwen exploded, entanglement, confining Shenwen. However, Suyu didn't use his willpower at all. His leg lashed out, and with a rumble, his willpower was directly shattered by his whip. The power of more than 150 acupuncture points exploded, and it was incomparably powerful. Wanshur level 2? No. At this moment, Suyu even bit a drop of blood essence in his mouth, and once again opened up some temporary acupuncture points. A total of more than 180 acupuncture points were opened. Before he landed on the ground, the phantom whip of his leg covered the stage. Huang Qifeng only felt that he was isolated from the world, and his surroundings were in a trance. The next moment, his vision turned black, and the next moment, an illusion appeared in his mind. A wenbing and a longsword appeared in his hands. With a violent roar, he waved them around randomly. At this moment, Suyu's speed was so fast that it was hard to see. He swept out with his leg again, and powerful vital energy shook in all directions. Breaking mountains and seas, boom, this kick directly hit Huang Qifeng, and Huang Qifeng couldn't avoid it. With a bang, a cracking sound could be heard, his leg bone was broken. Ah! A scream could be heard, and Huang Qifeng's willpower exploded again, destroying the illusion. He saw Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was as cold as frost, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. Take his life while he's down. The wenbing appeared, but it didn't grow bigger. It shot out like a thin needle, and with a puchi, it pierced through his chest. Coughing blood, Huang Qifeng retreated, and Suyu's figure flashed again, appearing behind him, and he lashed out with his leg again. Crack, his right leg was broken. Previously, his left leg was already broken, and at this moment, both leg bones were broken. With a bang, Huang Qifeng knelt on the ground. Suyu used all his strength, and he clenched his fists and slashed down. Crack, his left arm was broken. He grabbed Huang Qifeng's neck from behind, and threw him out, landing on the ground with a bang. With a stomp, another scream could be heard. Crack, his right arm was broken, the wenbing was retracted, and the Shenwen entered the wenbing. 5 Shenwen merged at the same time, flashing with lightning, and slashed down. Bang, an explosion could be heard, and Huang Qifeng's wenbing sword was directly broken into pieces, completely shattered. Ah! Huang Qifeng's willpower was severely damaged, and the Shenwen attached to the Wenbing was instantly broken. The sea of will shook, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he screamed crazily. Suyu's Shenwen erupted again, and the blood Shenwen absorbed the Shenwen remnant essence crazily. In the blink of an eye, he kicked out. With a bang, Huang Qifeng flew up, Suyu stepped on the ground, and with a long saber in his hand, he slashed towards his face. Stop! It was only at this moment that Zhao Ming recovered from the shock, and his face turned pale with fright. He broke through the air and grabbed Suyu's long saber. His face was full of horror. Damn, what the hell, damn, 30 seconds, at most 30 seconds. If he did not make a move, Huang Qifeng would be killed by his saber. Even if he did not die, he would be finished. His limbs were broken, the Shenwen collapsed, and the sea of will shook. This kid is too ruthless, a real dog that bites doesn't bark. Damn, he's ruthless. When he was fighting Xianxia and Lu He, he did not see it at all. Below the stage, everyone was stunned. The weak did not see what happened at all. They only heard Huang Qifeng's screams, and then Suyu almost killed him with his saber. If not for the referee, Huang Qifeng would have been killed by Suyu. He must be dreaming, right? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Xiaohuyu's mouth was wide open. Jing Yunfai sat on the ground, stunned. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So strong? Wan Mingzi gulped, a lingering fear in his heart. Luckily, it had been a contest of divine runes last time and he hadn't challenged him. Otherwise, this fellow would have beaten him up in order to take revenge. That would have been far too miserable. How ruthless. At the periphery, Wu Jia, who had just arrived, did not even have time to shout, "Junior brother, come down." When he saw this shocking scene. Did he win? No, it was a complete victory, a crushing defeat to Huang Qifeng. Chen Yong was stunned. What was going on? How many chakras were unlocked? Damn, he opened a few hundred chakras. Was this still Qianjun? Was this really Qianjun? What kind of martial arts technique was that? It was too brutal. Even though he was watching the battle from afar, he still felt a little dazed. That was definitely not the illusion of Shenwen, but something else. Lu Hong, who was further away, was dumbfounded. He mumbled, "Martial arts technique. It is at least mid-level heaven class. Why isn't this my disciple? Why isn't he my disciple, who could learn a mid-level heaven class and above martial arts technique at Qianjun?" How many chakras were unlocked? The war school might have some, but the civilization school didn't have any. Hundreds of chakras opened, and his energy was extremely pure. How was this a civilization school? He was a thug from the war school. In the past, the thugs from the war school beat up the civilization school like this. Today, the scene repeated itself. Of course, the people from the war school weren't so brutal. For limbs broken, when being broken, Shenwen broken, willpower heavily damaged, the people from the war school couldn't break their willpower. On the stage, Suyu retracted Wenbing. He landed. Huang Qifeng fell to the ground, blood gushing out. He was on his last breath, and there was no sound. Suyu didn't care about him. He looked at Wu Jia, who was at the periphery, and smiled. His smile was very gentle and peaceful. "Senior sister, I won." Wu Jia suddenly didn't know what to say. Tears flowed down her cheeks. At this moment, she suddenly felt that this junior brother was the only one left in the world. At this moment, those girls no longer cared about Huang Qifeng. They no longer cared about losing money. They only felt touched and envious. "I want a junior brother like this too." Suyu smiled happily and turned to look at Zhao Ming. "Teacher, do I win?" Zhao Ming was speechless. "You almost beat someone to death, and you're asking me if I won? You're the one who said you won. In 30 seconds, you almost beat Huang Qifeng to death." The world was really going to change, this top 100 list. No, it wasn't the top 100 list anymore. Damn it, the last disciple of Shan Shenwen was beaten to this state by you. This was going to be troublesome. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted. It attacked rapidly from afar. At this moment, Chen Yong's face turned red. He turned his head and looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with anger. The next moment, Chen Yong's aura erupted, shaking heaven and earth. "Qing Yuming! You're courting death." With an angry roar, a giant appeared between heaven and earth. He held a huge cauldron in his hand and smashed it into the distance. "Bastard!" At this moment, a low roar rang out. the huge cauldron was sent flying. In the distance, Qing Yuming, who had just risen from the soar, was being held by a huge palm. Bang! His palms closed. Xing Yuming's body was crushed until it exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Divine symbols appeared one after another. They were instantly crushed to pieces. How dare you? Wan Tianqing's voice shook heaven and earth. Shan Shenwen wants to rebel? Zhou Mingren, believe it or not, I'll kill this evil creature right here and now. In the next moment, in an arcane pocket realm, Zhou Mingren rose from the soar. He didn't ask anything, didn't say anything. He grabbed Qing Yuming's mutilated body, which had been tossed over like a piece of junk, and said coolly, how about locking him up for 10 years? Humph. Send him to the battlefield. If he doesn't kill a mountain and sea expert, he'll die there. Wan Tianqing was incomparably domineering at this moment. In the next moment, too. Beams of divine light flashed and shot out. Get lost. In the area of the Myriad Races Academy, a few experts of the Myriad Races retreated in fear. How terrifying, Zhou Mingren sighed but didn't say anything. He took Qing Yuming's mutilated body and disappeared. Everything receded, and everything was calm. As for Suyu and the others, they felt like they were in a dream. Qing Yuming was crazy. He actually wanted to attack Suyu. In the institute, he wanted to attack Suyu. What was he thinking? At this moment, even Lu Hong couldn't understand. His head felt like it was about to explode. What the hell, had he cultivated too much, or did he think that just because he had become Galao, he could ignore the rules? After a long moment, someone said, maybe. He just wanted to take Huang Qifeng away. Silence. Silence. On the other side, Qin Yong landed on the ground, head bowed, and didn't say anything. Damn it, I don't know. I saw him flying toward Suyu, so I made a move. I don't know if I'm going to attack Suyu, did I? Did I get into big trouble? Qin Yong felt guilty. Since he had made a move, others would naturally think that Qing Yuming was going to attack Suyu, but... was that the case? No one knew. Did Wan Tianqing know? Was it on purpose, or... did he not know? Qin Yong lowered his head, feeling guilty. I really didn't mean to lead. Those Galao spying on me, can they use their willpower to disperse? Everything had happened too quickly. From Suyu ascending the stage to Zhou Mingren appearing to take Qing Yuming away, everything had happened too quickly, leaving everyone unable to keep up. Ling Yun 9th layer, Mountain Sea 1st layer, and Wan Tianqing had all made their moves. Qing Yuming, the newly promoted Galao, had been seriously injured. Everyone was shocked by Wan Tianqing's strength, but they were also shocked by Wan Tianqing's decisiveness. Without the slightest hesitation, he had seriously injured Qing Yuming. Qing Yuming hadn't even made his move yet. His aura faded. Wan Tianqing and Zhou Mingren had both disappeared. Qin Yong felt his scalp go numb from the probing of those Galao. He pulled Wu Jia, glanced at Suyu on the stage, and gestured to the library on the side, then ran away with Wu Jia. If he didn't run, he felt like he would be stared at until he bled. I really didn't do it on purpose, I'm really an honest person. Qin Yong had no choice but to run, mainly because that person had said that Qing Yuming might just be here to pick someone up, which was too damaging. Everything stopped. Regardless of whether it was the students or the researchers, everyone took the initiative to ignore what had just happened. Several Mountain Sea Lingyans were involved, and some things couldn't be judged on the surface. They didn't know the specifics, so they couldn't say much. In the next moment, everyone's gazes converged on Suyu. It was somewhat complicated. Suyu was also shaken, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. The fox mourns the rabbit's death, this was the only word that came to mind. He was worried that Qing Yuming's fate would cause others to mourn the rabbit's death, and thus implicate the Shenwen faction. There was even a possibility that Galao would resent the Shenwen faction for no reason. Without time to think, Suyu was already sweating profusely. His face was pale, and he was half kneeling on the ground, as if he had suffered a great shock. He was frightened by the imposing aura of the mountains and seas. It was as if a monstrous murderous aura had just assaulted them. Duo Shenwen was the victim. He was the victim. Principal Zhang had only intervened to uphold the rules. At this moment, Suyu was no longer calm. However, when the students saw his expression, they didn't look down on him at all. Suddenly, they seemed to understand that Suyu's life was really in danger just now. Zheng Galao had really gone crazy. For the sake of a student, he actually dared to break the academy's rules in public. If not for Qin, Suyu might have died. At this moment, all the sadness from before was gone. All the students only had one thought: rules cannot be broken. Once the rules were broken, the genius students would be killed by Galao. Would the Civilization Academy still be safe then? Could he still fight for the top 100 list? Everyone just had to see if their backing was strong or not. This was a matter that involved their own interests. Even the descendants and disciples of the Mountains and Seas Academy had to abide by the rules. Rules were not to restrict them, but to protect them. Even the people from Shan Shenwen's faction understood that in the academy, they had to abide by the rules. This thing could save their lives at a critical moment. If Qing Yuming dared to kill Suyu today, then when Hong Tan returned tomorrow, he would dare to kill them. This thing must not be broken, or it would be a disaster. At this moment, some people even secretly rejoiced that Principal Zhang had intervened. Zheng Galao. Could it be that there was a problem with his cultivation, that his willpower was in chaos, and that he had gone mad? This kind of situation was not uncommon in the academy. This kind of speculation was also whispered by someone. Zheng Galao. Could it be that there was a problem with his cultivation and he went mad? Whether it was or not, it must be, otherwise, if Galao made a move against a student, the impact would be too great. And if he did not make a move against a student, and Wan Tianxing made a move against Galao, the impact would be too great. This was the best excuse and reason. The next moment, Galao's voice came from the void. Qing Yuming, Galao, encountered an accident while cultivating willpower, and his sea of consciousness is in chaos. Principal Zhang has already punished Zheng Galao by helping him get rid of the chaos in his willpower. This matter ends here. The voice quickly retreated. This was the best solution. Whether it was or not, at this moment, Qing Yuming had gone mad. Hearing this, countless people felt relieved. Whether it was real relief or fake, everyone relaxed. Many students sighed. He went mad, no wonder. The path of cultivation is too dangerous. Even in the Mountains and Seas Academy, it is unavoidable. Yeah, I was wondering. So that's how it is. I hope Zheng Galao recovers soon. Everyone wished Zheng Galao well, hoping that he would recover soon. At this moment, Suyu also slowly stood up. Glancing at the unconscious Huang Qifeng, Suyu did not say anything else. He turned to look at Zhao Ming and said, "Teacher, it's better to treat him, lest he really dies." Zhao Ming glanced at him. "You still have the cheek to say that? You scared me to death just now. What the hell is going on today? Even I can't take it anymore." Without saying anything more, a white light appeared in Zhao Ming's hand. The white light fell on Huang Qifeng's body. His broken limbs stopped bleeding, and his bones seemed to be healing. However, his willpower had been damaged. Even if his limbs recovered, Huang Qifeng would have to lie in bed for a few months. His condition was even worse than Wu Jia's. Zhao Ming glanced at Suyu. An eye for an eye. He really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for the Duo Shenwen faction to have such a guy. At the very least, from today onwards, the Shan Shenwen faction would have to pay close attention to this kid. The big show was just about to begin. On the top 100 list, Huang Qifeng was only a student from the Shan Shenwen faction who was ranked at the bottom. There were still a few people in front of him, even in the top 10. Suyu walked down the stage. Huang Qifeng was also taken away by the Shan Shenwen faction. Ling Yin flew over and took Huang Qifeng away. This time, he didn't release any aura, nor did he look at Suyu. The previous scene had just ended. Who knew if he would be misunderstood if he released his aura again? The Dan and Duo Shenwen factions had been fighting for many years. This time, they had suffered a huge loss. A genius student had been seriously injured. Galao had been seriously injured. The manor head had personally made a move. No one knew if this was a warning or a rule. Moreover, the manor head was terrifyingly powerful. They were both at the Mountain Sea realm. Although one was at the peak while the other was at the early stage, the gap between them was too great. Qing Yuming didn't even have time to say anything before he was crushed. Suyu. At this moment, some people were still thinking about what had just happened, while others were trying to play it down. Wan Mingze took a step forward, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. His shout attracted the attention of many people. "You're very strong." Wan Mingze looked at Suyu and said in a domineering tone, "But we don't fear your strength. We only hope that you'll be even stronger. Only when you're strong will we be filled with fighting spirit." This time, Wan Mingze didn't keep a low profile. He leaped up and landed on the stage. "Senior ranked 93rd, come up the stage and fight." The 91st was Xianxia, and the 92nd was Wang Peng, whom he had just defeated. Since Wang Peng had been defeated once, Wan Mingze didn't challenge him. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the next person. Wan Mingze said in a clear voice, "Since the 350-year-olds have already made their moves, then I, Wan Mingze, would also like to experience the skills of my seniors." Below the stage, Suyu looked at him, not saying a word. Wan Mingze was about to make his move. On one hand, it was because he had seen how strong Suyu was, so his fighting spirit had been ignited. On the other hand, he wanted to play down what had just happened. As a member of the Wan clan, he had the responsibility to stand up at this moment and play down some of the impact. The 93rd ranked student was also present at this moment. He no longer dared to be careless or underestimate his opponent. "Weak freshman, what a joke." Suyu had defeated the 71st ranked student, Huang Qifeng, as if he was playing around. His true battle prowess was probably close to the top 50 students. How could he be called weak? "Junior Wan, let's spar then." The next moment, a male student went up the stage. He didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he went up the stage, when Bing appeared, his willpower erupted, and his acupoints opened. At this moment, Zhao Ming was also feeling emotional. This year was really going to be a storm. Originally, in the past 2 months, there was no movement in this year's batch. Although there were many monsters this year, many people didn't pay much attention to them. Now, who dared to be careless? Begin. As the sound of his voice faded, Wan Mingze's willpower erupted. Shenwen erupted, 3 second-grade Shenwen erupted at the same time. Others couldn't see Shenwen, so they didn't know how powerful Shenwen was. Suyu had suffered losses from it before. The 93rd and 93rd ranked students were just about to make their moves, but suddenly, their spirits shook. Their willpower was sealed. Under great shock, their blood and qi boiled, and their acupoints erupted, wanting to break free from the seal of Shenwen. However, Wan Mingze, who was truly going all out, wasn't really powerless. 84 acupoints lit up, 15,000 caddies. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party's willpower was sealed, a small knife appeared in Wan Mingze's hand. With extreme speed, he instantly closed in on that person. The small knife slashed across his body. Pu pu pu, a light sound rang out. Origin energy seeped out from the acupoints one after another. With his acupoints injured, Wan Mingze discovered his weakness and broke a few weaker acupoints. In an instant, the person's origin energy dissipated by more than half. Under the influence of his willpower, he was completely sealed by Wan Mingze. His body went limp on the ground, and his willpower was sealed. At this moment, he could only blink his eyes. Even speaking was difficult. "Thank you for letting me win." Wan Mingze helped the other party up and undid the seal of Shenwen with an apologetic look on his face. At this moment, the person's face was pale. With his acupoints broken, he would need to recuperate for a period of time. Of course, it was better than his willpower being heavily injured. He would recover very quickly. However, his defeat was too tragic. "Junior Wan. Amazing." When this student spoke, his voice was filled with bitterness. "I haven't even made a move yet. What the hell was going on with this batch of students?" Xianxia, who was the first to make a move, was actually the weakest. First, it was Suyu who shocked everyone. Next, it was Wan Mingze who showed off his skills and defeated a student in the top 100 list. What was going on? The students couldn't be bothered to discuss the matter of the mountain sea anymore. It was too far away from them. The top 100 list was what mattered the most. Another student in the top 100 was defeated. Wan Mingze replaced the 93rd rank. Just now, this person had fallen to the 94th rank. In such a battle between students without a ranking, the loser wouldn't fall out of the ranking. Lin Qing's ranking fell from 95th to 97th. Lu He was now ranked 100th, so you didn't occupy a position. He replaced Huang Qifeng's ranking, and Huang Qifeng replaced Lu He's ranking. Instead, it was Lu He who was about to fall out of the top 100. However, Huang Qifeng was seriously injured. As long as someone challenged Huang Qifeng now, Huang Qifeng's ranking would be removed. However, no one would do that today. Since Huang Qifeng couldn't recover, the people behind him wouldn't give him too much time. No matter how strong Shan Shenwen's faction was, it was useless. They didn't challenge him now because they wanted to save some face. After 2 days, the people behind him would go up one by one. Huang Qifeng's ranking would soon fall out of the top 100. Another win. At this moment, Lin Qing's expression was complicated. Another win, another freshman defeated another student in the top 100. She had climbed to the 95th rank with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, she fell to the 97th rank. Tomorrow, Lu He would definitely challenge her. In other words, she would lose 1 rank tomorrow. After struggling for 2 months, she felt that she would have to be a goalkeeper again soon. Just as she was thinking about this, the two of them suddenly went up the stage at the same time. Hu Qiusheng glanced at Xiaochan, smiled and jumped off the stage. You first. Xiaochan didn't say anything. After he got off the stage, she said in a hoarse voice, Senior, 95th rank, please enlighten me. The 94th rank was the one who had just lost. The audience was in an uproar. Were the freshmen going to overturn the top 100 list today? The 95th rank student had an ugly expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, his ranking had dropped a few ranks. He didn't believe that this year's freshmen were all so strong. The two of them went up the stage. They fought in an instant, the word break. This was what Suyu knew. Xiaochan had mastered the word break from Shen, one of the Shen clan. She might have advanced to the 2nd level. And Xiaochan's physical strength was also at the 7th level of 15 kilograms, which was comparable to the last 10 students in the top 100 list. This time, it wasn't so easy. Xiaochan fought with her opponent for 7 or 8 minutes. Finally, she used the first blade of Xiaojia's unique skill, Sky Opening Blade, to gain some advantage. She sent her opponent flying with 1 blade. She was also on the verge of falling. She won. Although it wasn't an easy win, it was a monstrous performance for a newcomer to enter the top 100 list. Lin Qing fell to 98th rank. Lu He was officially out of the top 100 list. One after another, Hu Qiusheng waited for Xiaochan's battle to end and went up the stage directly. Xiaochan and the others who had defeated the top 100 list had 3 days of immunity. They could choose not to accept challenges, so they didn't have the intention to fight again at this moment. Hu Qiusheng went up the stage to challenge the 97th rank student. Although the other defeated students had dropped 1 place in the rankings, no one dared to challenge them at this moment. Wan Mingzi was strong, Xiaochan was brave, and Hu Qiusheng was mysterious. He was a true civilizational master. From the beginning to the end, he had been controlling his Wenbing from afar. He was very calm. A thin sword pierced through the void, covering the entire stage. The 97th ranked student had fought with him for 5 minutes, and his shoulder blade was pierced through. Seeing that Hu Qiusheng's willpower could still fight, his opponent had no choice but to admit defeat. He almost didn't get close to Hu Qiusheng. Hu Qiusheng was ranked 97th, and Lin Qing had fallen to 99th. Lin Qing's expression changed. According to the order, if there were other new students to challenge, she would be next. Because the 98th ranked student was the one who had just been defeated by Hu Qiusheng. Not to mention being the gatekeeper, she might lose her position in the top 100 list. Zheng Hong, Zhang Hao, Su Meng, and Zhao Shiqi hadn't challenged anyone yet. The top 100 list is going to change. Many old students sighed. In the blink of an eye, 5 students had reached the top 100 list. The top 100 list was going to change. Before, Qing Yunfei had shouted to kick out the bottom 10, and now, he was about to do it. Qing Yunfei had also recovered, and was no longer shocked. He roared, "Go! Zhao Shiqi, what are you guys waiting for? There is still a spot. If you defeat 99, you can get another spot." As for the remaining few who were at the bottom of the rankings, they had all been challenged before. With the arrogance of the geniuses, after they were defeated once, no one would challenge them again. So, there was only one spot left, that was to defeat Lin Qing, who was ranked 99th, and let her continue to be the gatekeeper. On the stage, Lin Qing was sad and angry. What the hell? Beside her, Wu Lan seemed to be regretful, and mumbled, Sister Lin, what a pity. If not, I would also want to go on stage. Her strength was a bit weak, if not, she would also want to go on stage. Coincidentally, her opponent was Lin Qing. Not bad. Lin Qing cursed in her heart. If you really go on stage, I would be happy for a while. You smelly girl, you said that the people in your class are all ordinary, all trash. Are these the trash students you were talking about? If they are trash, then what are we? As she was thinking, the other four geniuses looked at each other. Today should be the last battle of the top 100 list. Who would go on stage? The previous ones had all won. If they lost, it would be too embarrassing. Sometimes, face was very important. If they did not have the confidence to go on stage now, it would be embarrassing. Let me go. At this time, Zhang Hao laughed, our Holy Talisman department has not sent anyone on stage yet. We cannot let the Faculty of Theology win alone. Senior ranked 99th, come on stage. Lin Qing cursed in her heart, don't we have a name? Although she felt wronged, seeing that it was not someone from the Shenwen department, she relaxed a lot. Holy Talisman department should not be that strong, right? Soon, Lin Qing experienced the meaning of Holy Talisman explosion. Zhang Hao did not use any ordinary Holy Talisman. It was the explosive Holy Talisman that he had split from the Shenwen department. Suyu had suffered a big loss that day. This kind of Holy Talisman that he had split from the Shenwen department did not consume much energy. Zhang Hao wanted to fight a long battle, explode, from the beginning to the end. There was only one move. There was no physical approach, no martial technique, just explosion. Lin Qing's ability was not weak. After all, her teacher was the genius assistant Wu Qi. However, facing such an unreasonable opponent, Lin Qing had a strong martial technique, but she could not get close to him. After being bombed over 100 times, Lin Qing dizzily fell off the stage. She did not even know when she was bombed off the stage, and Zhang Hao, panting, wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he did not lose face for the new students, almost used up all his willpower. If he used up all his willpower, Lin Qing would get close to him, and he would be finished. His physical strength was not strong at all, Lin Qing was much stronger than him. One stab from her sword, and he would be finished. Lucky. Zhang Hao politely said a few words, then happily left the stage. At this point, Lin Qing once again returned to the top 100, and became the keeper of the top 100 list. Qingyun Fai, Wan Mingzi, Xia Chan, Hu Qiuxing, and Zhang Hao entered the bottom 10 of the top 100 list. Suyu was ranked 71st. October 3rd, the 350th freshman staged a shocking show. The top 100 list, the wind and clouds changed. The show on the 3rd had completely ended. No one challenged again. Today's harvest was too big. Many people needed to go back and think about the future. Suyu was preparing to go to the library. Others could forget what had just happened, but he couldn't. And next, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. Huang Qifeng was crippled by him, and Shan Shenwen's Galao was also heavily injured. If he could still hold it, then Shan Shenwen's people would be saints. He probably wouldn't dare to break the rules, but within the rules, Suyu would definitely be in big trouble. As he walked, Xia Huyo sneakily caught up to him from behind. He looked around cautiously. Suyu glanced at him. Xia Huyo said in a low voice, Suyu, I suspect that someone is targeting me. Just now, someone from the guard team told me that the school is preparing to kill me again. Suyu was stunned. You even bribed the guard team? Don't look at me, I didn't bribe them. Xia Huyu explained, my elders bribed them. Suyu was speechless. Was there a difference? Xia Huyu couldn't be bothered to explain. Of course there was a difference. In fact, it wasn't a bribe. Although the guard team was the school's strength, in fact, it was Xia Jia's strength. The guard team not only listened to the school's orders, but also received orders from Xia Jia. Too lazy to talk about this, Xia Huyu said sullenly, as expected, there really is a shameless old man targeting me. It must be a Galao, or at least a Galao. Fortunately, I'm smart and use the IOU to speak. Not far away, Jia Mingzhen accidentally passed by. Very good, I'm that shameless old man, I can't be bothered to find trouble with you today. I still have to find Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing suddenly attacked Qing Yuming. I have to ask about the specific situation. Once I'm done with this, little fatty, just wait for your death. Jia Mingzhen left quickly. Xia Huyu and Suyu didn't care. So you couldn't be bothered about this? He asked, how much did you earn? Suyu, you're too cruel. Xia Huyu said helplessly, you should have said that you could finish the battle in 1 minute. Then you could have earned more. Didn't you say 3 minutes? Be more conservative. One can't be too arrogant. Suyu smiled. One had to be low-key. Of course, he couldn't be too full of himself. If he said 3 minutes, it was normal to finish the battle in 30 seconds. Xia Huyu was speechless. He whispered, are you selling your heaven-class martial arts technique? Suyu glanced at him and didn't say anything. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Xianxia has a hobby of collecting all kinds of martial arts techniques. If you hand it over to Xianxia will seal it and only let a few people read it. As long as it's not leaked, even if the expert who inherited the martial arts technique is still alive, he won't mind. So you couldn't be bothered with him. What a load of nonsense. Cut the crap. How much did you earn? Not much. The odds of you winning are too high. In the end, I earned about 25,000 points. Xia Huyu's bare one's teeth grinned. But I still have to take out some of these 25,000 points to bribe. There are still many people who haven't paid up. They gave me IOUs. As he spoke, he said happily, but I won't shortchange you. We'll split it 3 to 7. How about 7,000 points? 7,000 merit points, that's quite a lot, or rather, it's a lot. A business without capital, even if Xia Huyu reneged on his debt, so you couldn't say anything. At this moment, he could only say that this fatty wasn't an unscrupulous businessman. Suyu smiled. All right. I don't want these points. Buy me some essence blood of the 5 elements races. And the mountain-breaking ox essence blood. You still want more? Xia Huyu looked at him in surprise. You bought so much, and you still want more? Mainly the essence blood of the 5 elements races. Suyu said, it's not me who wants it. It's my teacher who needs it. Suyu said seriously, teacher is researching a big project recently and urgently needs these things. I heard that the essence blood of the 5 elements races is helpful to the cultivation of runes. Teacher is researching whether it can unlock some special characteristics so that experts can directly use the essence blood to increase their willpower. This is very important. Xia Huyu said in surprise, assistant teacher Bai is researching willpower. Wasn't he only researching essence blood talents before? It can be considered a related project. Suyu smiled. So, other than the mountain-breaking ox essence blood that I'm using, the rest are all used by my teacher. Xia Huyu looked at him sympathetically, you're so pitiful. You still have to support your teacher. This fellow Bai Feng is really shameless. He has the nerve to keep squeezing his own student dry. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could Suyu use up so much essence blood? However, Bai Feng was considered not bad. The results of his research were probably used on Suyu. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't be so strong. Wentan Research Center, Xia Huyu muttered in his heart. When this place was open to the public, there would probably be some shocking research results. However, he still felt that it wasn't very reliable. The unreliable one wasn't Suyu, but Bai Feng. Could he research it, living off his disciple shamelessly? If he couldn't research it, it would be a waste of resources. Wentan Research Center. 3rd floor underground. Bai Feng was overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly shivered. I haven't slept for too long. My body is weak? I'm sore. Why do I feel a little weak? Also, there seemed to be an explosion outside just now. It disappeared in a flash. Was there a fight? Scratching his hair that looked like a chicken nest, Bai Feng couldn't be bothered. Forget it. Who cares, my own research is more important. Talent Shenwen. Talent Shenwen, Bai Feng muttered to himself. He was a little crazy. The joy in his eyes became more and more intense. The innate divine rune might not be a single divine rune, but rather, a combination of many divine runes that ultimately formed the innate divine rune. Which Shenwen does it need? No, it might need different Shenwen. The talent Shenwen formed is different. Does it need human Shenwen? Shenwen combat technique? Shenwen combat technique from Shenwen. Could it be that it was prepared for talent Shenwen? Bai Feng was a little crazy, really. If it was true, then not only must the Shenwen lineage not be destroyed, but it must also become the mainstream. Only then could the human race's talent be developed. Not necessarily. Shan Shenwen lineage might also be able to form talent Shenwen. However, it might require a greater price. Bai Feng was getting more and more excited. Teacher, when you weren't around, I was about to research results that would shock the heavens. In the library. When Suyu entered the library again, the guard at the door was just like Jiang Mu, the top 100 student, whom the leader of the guards in the Yangxing garden had seen. Respectful, yes, respectful. The door was quickly opened, and the guards retreated to the side, allowing Suyu to enter smoothly. This was the Civilization Academy. No, this was the heavenly world. With strength, talent, and ability, one would be welcomed everywhere. Suyu did not mind being stopped the first time he came. He nodded at the guards with a gentle smile. In the academy, the guards just followed orders. As a civilization master, he sometimes needed the help of the guards. For example, when he went out to do some small tasks or other things, he could enlist some of the guards. On the 10th floor. As soon as Suyu went upstairs, he heard a somewhat greasy voice in his ears, "Junior brother." Suyu shuddered. It was so awkward. Wu Jiao walked out and looked at Suyu. Her eyes were still red. She suddenly went forward and hugged Suyu, rubbed his head hard, and choked. "Junior brother, you're so nice." Helpless, Suyu broke free from his senior sister's clutches and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, is Uncle Master here?" "Yes." Wu Jiao was a little unhappy. He broke free and said perfunctorily. Then, she asked curiously, "Junior brother, how did you become so powerful?" "Ahem, Master taught me well." Wu Jiao was dumbfounded. Uncle Master taught me well, liar. Uncle Master was clearly unreliable. "Jie, Suyu, come in." Chen Yong shouted from inside. As for Suyu's words, he did not need to take them seriously. "Your master might not even know what level you're at, and you said you taught me well? Not only did you fool outsiders, but you also fooled your senior sister, in the living room." Chen Yong looked at Suyu with a slightly complicated expression. After a long time, he said, "Jie, go make a pot of tea. Your junior brother is thirsty." "All right." Wu Jiao chuckled as she ran out. After she left, Chen Yong returned to normal and sighed, "We're in big trouble." Suyu nodded. Chen Yong said, "Looking at your expression, you seem to have understood something. Tell me about it." "Wanfu Prefect is too heavy-handed." Suyu said calmly, "Even if Xing Galao really wanted to make a move against me, he hadn't done so yet. Galao, a mountain sea realm cultivator, had the motive to seriously injure him and even nearly kill him. If the Wanfu Prefect was like that, the Civilization Academy would have been crippled decades ago." "That's right." Chen Yong nodded. "Anything else?" "I think there might be some reasons that we're not aware of." Suyu speculated, maybe it's to intimidate Shan Shenwen, or to make an example out of them. Or maybe they've somehow angered the Wanfu Prefect, or maybe they've crossed some line that he can't tolerate. Chen Yong nodded again and said with a smile, "Maybe. Actually, there's another possibility, which is to support the Shenwen faction." "Why?" Suyu was puzzled. "It's been decades, and he hasn't supported us. Why is he supporting us now?" "The reason," Chen Yong pondered for a moment, then said, "there might be some reasons. The principal came to me once before, and it has something to do with you. Of course, I can't be bothered with him. We'll talk about it when he comes to you himself." Chen Yong was not too willing to participate in this. This was up to Suyu, and he would not give any subjective opinions. After saying this, Chen Yong said, "It's not just related to you. The principal also wants us to partially open up the Shenwen combat skill wall, and use it as an arcane realm." So you couldn't help but curse. What are you thinking? Then why don't you let the other factions share some of their treasures? We don't have any treasures left, and you want to share them with others? Qin Yong pressed his hands together and said with a smile, I didn't agree. Let him talk to your grandmaster about this. I can't make the decision. Qin Yong did not mention this. He reminded, in any case, be careful. You injured Huang Qifeng, but that's not a big deal. Qing Yuming, on the other hand, was injured. He'll be sent to the All Heavens battlefield to kill a mountain sea before returning. He might not be able to return for the rest of his life. A mountain sea not being able to return for the rest of his life was a very serious matter. But Suyu didn't care, and even asked in confusion, so what if he can't return from the All Heavens battlefield? Are we cultivating so hard just to stay in seclusion in the academy? Shouldn't most of the strong go out to fight, and the weak stay in the academy to preach? There were so many mountain seas in the academy, but they didn't leave. This was what puzzled Suyu. What was the point of keeping so many experts in the human realm? On the All Heavens battlefield, Xianjun and Wanshi were fighting, but the human experts didn't participate. This puzzled Suyu. Qin Yong said, there are many reasons. First, if all the experts go to the All Heavens battlefield, the war will escalate. The original Soar will be the leader, and Ling Yun and the Mountain Sea will be the leader. Second, the All Heavens battlefield is only the first line of defense. We have to be careful not to be wiped out, and the inheritance will be completely cut off. Third, the human realm is not too peaceful. We have to leave some experts to guard, just in case. Then he added, in fact, there is another reason. The Civilization Academy has fewer people on the battlefield than the War Academy, because we all have some important research that needs to be done. Qin Yong explained, some projects are more critical, and need experts to analyze and preside over them. Projects? Suyu thought of Bai Feng, and then asked doubtfully, what projects does Shan Shenwen have? There are so many experts, and I haven't heard of any great projects in progress. There are. Qin Yong said, don't underestimate Shan Shenwen. Since they can be so strong, they must have something extraordinary. Didn't you fight with Xinghong? What did you feel? Suyu thought for a moment, and then said hesitantly, Wind-Fire Forest system? Yes. Qin Yong nodded and said, Shan Shenwen is actually very different from before. Back then, they mainly cultivated Shenwen, and it was not a system. Some people cultivated Shenwen alone, but there are some changes now. For example, Shenwen, which has a system, is the evolution of Shan Shenwen. Qin Yong continued, the truth is that within the single divine runic department, there are some disagreements. Whether to study a single divine rune, or to study several different divine runes, or to study an entire system of divine runes, these are all controversial. Suyu nodded. So that's how it is. Qin Yong said again, not only that, but they are also researching many things. For example, Principal Zhou Mingren has been researching the text of Will's immortality, which is quite important. You know the text of Will of the human race. Sometimes, even if you don't use it, it will automatically dissipate after a long time. Suyu nodded hurriedly, and said regretfully, that's right. When I was in southern Yuan, Teacher Lu gave me a copy of Lei Yuan Dao, but only the first 4 moves have some willpower, and the rest have all dissipated. Qin Yong was stunned. The front ones are there, but the back ones have dissipated, are you kidding me? The later the will, the stronger it is, and the more willpower it contains. Even if it dissipates, the front ones should dissipate first. How can the back ones dissipate first? After thinking about it, he had a general idea. Qin Yong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't want to expose his uncle master, so he said awkwardly, yes, it's easy to dissipate, so the text of Will of the human race can't be preserved for a long time in Shenwen, and it often causes some wastage. Principal Zhou Mingren is researching this, and I heard that he is about to produce results. Once he succeeds, the text of Will of the human race can be preserved for many years, just like Wan's. Then, some of the human race's powerhouses can preserve more text of Will for their descendants. Suyu nodded. This was quite useful. Xinghong's teacher, Sun Galao, is also researching a more important project. Qin Yong opened his mouth and said, the development of basic character formulas, which are basic character formulas that can be cultivated with 15,000 caddies of stones, requires a lot of effort and resources. Suyu's heart stirred, and he said, Uncle Master, the seeking state hasn't developed the fundamental text of will after so many years? This? Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm not sure. There are some things that I'm not too sure about. Logically speaking, after so many years, with a lot of effort and resources invested, there might be some results, but it might not be perfected, or it might not be spread out. Who knows? As he said this, he explained, you also know that there are so many humans, and there are always some who are not good people. Some good things are more tightly passed down, as they are afraid that one will find out about it. Stop eating for fear of choking. However, Suyu disagreed. We can charge a certain price to disseminate it, just like the Aries art. If we completely seal it off, how can we improve? This is not something we can meddle in. Xianxia said, let's not talk about others. Just take our Wentan Research Center for example. If we really have some big results, we must weigh the pros and cons before spreading it. Thinking of this, Suyu nodded. That's true, double standards cannot be allowed. Others spent countless years and countless resources on something. If you ask for it, it is normal for others not to do it. It also depends on the benefits. Seeing that he understood, Xianxia said with a smile, these things have nothing to do with us at the moment. As he said this, he paused and looked at Suyu. Your current main task is to cultivate and enter the Soul realm as soon as possible. Also. He hesitated for a moment and said, if it is not convenient to say some things, it is okay. Civilization masters or cultivators all have their own secrets. But try to give your teacher some trust. He looked at Suyu. Uncle doesn't want to take away your results, but don't leave any trouble for yourself in the future. Especially the innate ability blood essence from last time. I know that it is impossible for Baifeng to have such results. Otherwise, he would have told me long ago. The talent blood essence only involves some changes in the physical body, so most civilization masters don't pay much attention to it. But once it involves changes in willpower, it is completely different. In the past, it was very difficult for a fighter to injure a civilization master's willpower unless the opponent was too strong. Otherwise, when a civilization master and a fighter fight, at the Soul realm and above, the civilization master is almost always stronger. But if there really is a talent blood essence that can injure willpower, then the result is very serious. Xianxia said cautiously, you should know that on the battlefield of the heavens, civilization masters are used as experts to hold the line. The value of a mountain sea civilizer is definitely greater than that of a mountain sea warrior. Mysterious, unpredictable, and full of tricks. This is a civilization master. But the foundation of all this is built on willpower. Suyu, imagine this. If there is a talent blood essence that can injure willpower, how valuable would it be? He took a deep breath and said solemnly, right now, the news is still circulating within a small circle. I have already suggested to Mansion Master to seal the news. But this news will leak sooner or later. Right now, Mansion Master means that we can give it to the Academy for a fee, and the Academy will give it to Xia Province and the Seeker Land. Let them conduct in-depth research. This way, we can share the risk, lest we are the only ones targeted. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Master, you mean, the problem with the soul-devouring insect blood essence is very serious? He had known before that it would be much more troublesome than before. But now, it seemed to be even more troublesome. Yes. Xianxia nodded. In the past, only the talent skills of the warrior path were extracted. These were some basic martial skills, so the effect was not too big. But now, even the talent skills of willpower can be extracted. The seriousness of the problem is huge. Then, he said, of course, in the Academy, your safety can be guaranteed, but outside the Academy, it will be troublesome. So the best way is to hand over the technology for a fee, and let them research it together. Suyu frowned and said, then, will all high-value research results be troublesome to produce? That depends on the strength, the power, and the degree of protection. Xianxia looked at Suyu with a headache. Although you have done a lot of good things, you have also caused quite a bit of trouble. The soul-devouring insect blood essence was quite a big trouble. He was not afraid of anything. Baifeng was actually very safe, but Suyu, unless Suyu stayed in the Academy and did not go out, there would be risks if he went out. I am just a student, I don't know the technology, Chen Yong said faintly. You said you could do it before, but since you sold the information, everyone thought that you knew. Suyu was extremely embarrassed. He was caught in his own trap. Yes, you said you didn't know in the past, that was not a problem. But you could even get the information to create the blood essence and sell it. If you said you didn't know, would anyone believe you? Strictly speaking, it was Suyu who created a bigger crisis for himself. If he did not direct the previous incident, even if he took out the soul-devouring insect blood essence, everyone would think that a small student like him knew something. The key was that there were no ifs. Suyu was silent for a while, then opened his mouth and said, Martial uncle, what you mean is that we must come up with this technology now, and then it is best to hand it over. But that way, we will still know about this technology, and no one will target us? Just reduce the risk. Chen Yong said, when there are many people who know, we will no longer be unique. In addition, once it is proven that this thing is difficult to produce, the cost is too high, and even if there is only the production method of Thousand June realm, the value will not be as high as imagined. Suyu raised his eyebrows and said, so, as long as we come up with the extraction method of Thousand June realm, the follow-up method will be very very difficult, or there is no method at all, this way the risk will be reduced to the extreme? Yes. Suyu understood, he said again, Martial uncle, then does our research center have the confidence to come up with this technology? Chen Yong looked at him with a chuckle. This kid. If the two of them still did not know what he meant by now, then they would really be stupid. There is still hope. I am not good in this area, but your teacher is very good in this area. The key extraction technique of blood essence talent skill was developed by your teacher. Since it can extract other blood essence talent skills, then we have the confidence to extract the soul-devouring insect's talent skill. The prerequisite is to understand the release method of the soul-devouring insect's talent skill. Suyu understood, he nodded. The soul-devouring insect's talent skill, soul-devouring, was actually almost the same as the soul-devouring art. It could be considered a martial skill that overlapped. This was actually still a martial skill, but it might involve the aspect of willpower. The soul-devouring art opened the physical acupoints, not the spiritual acupoints. Therefore, this thing was not as serious as the outside world thought, unlike the 5-element spell. Actually, as long as we can provide the soul-devouring art to adapt to the cultivation method of the human race, and let some people cultivate it, then the problem will not be a problem. Suyu thought in his heart, it was not that serious. Of course, it was best not to provide cultivation methods, but the best talent skill, the kind that could only be released by devouring blood essence. This way, it would be even less conspicuous. After chatting with Chen Yong for a while, Wu Jia came back with tea. He kept staring at Suyu, making Suyu feel very helpless, and also making Chen Yong feel very helpless. However, after thinking about it, he could not help but laugh. If these two really became a couple, it would be a good story. He was also too lazy to care about this matter. Wu Jia and Suyu might not have such thoughts. At this moment, Wu Jia was just touched and curious. If they were to really talk about love, Chen Yong felt that the possibility was not high. That disciple of his was also careless, he knew nothing. After chatting for a while more, he reminded Suyu that it was best to keep a low profile for the time being. After that, Chen Yong did not say anything else. As for Qing Yuming's matter, it had nothing to do with Suyu now. Before leaving, Suyu thought for a while and said, Uncle Master, then for your year-end assessment, does senior sister have to enter the top 100 list? Don't worry too much about this, how could Suyu not care about it? He quickly said, Uncle Master, we can't lose the library. Our Shinwan combat skill wall is still here. That thing can be moved away, Uncle Master. This time, Suyu could not agree to it. He righteously said, our many divine runic arts lineages have been drawing up divine runic battle skills in the library pavilion for generations. But now that it has come to our generation, we have lost this place. How will we have the face to see our seniors in the future? Also, without the library, it will be troublesome for us to study the Shinwan combat skill outline in the future. So, we can't lose it. Chen Yong looked at him and could not help but laugh. Why does this kid feel even more nervous than me? Uncle Master, senior sister can definitely enter the top 100 list. If she can't, I'll beat those from Shan Shinwan faction out, don't be ridiculous. Chen Yong quickly said, it's too dangerous. There are still top 10 students there who can fight against Soar. As for Xianxia, Chen Yong thought for a while and said, if you really can't do it, at the end of December at the end of the year, when the top 100 list is about to end, let Xianxia challenge you and replace your ranking. That way, you can keep your position in the top 100 list and avoid the inspection. But I'm ranked 71, so you looked at Wu Jia. Wu Jia could not challenge him. Unless, his ranking dropped. As for Wu Jia, he was somewhat depressed. He was not too happy and mumbled, Master, I still want junior brother to give up his position to me. How awkward. Moreover, I have to let junior brother's ranking drop below 90. Isn't this a waste of junior brother's time? Chen Yong was helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, that's why I said, if you really lose it, then so be it. There's no need to waste your future just for a curator's position. Other than this method, unless you could really beat all the experts from Shan Shenwen faction into submission, beat them until they no longer dared to get on the list, beat those who had dropped out of the list until they no longer dared to challenge Wu Jia. However, this was too difficult. Su Yu's eyes moved. Senior Master, Senior Apprentice Sister's willpower has been injured and her divine runes have been damaged. If she can practice the foundation runes on her own initiative, wouldn't she be able to quickly recover? Chen Yong nodded and smiled bitterly. That's true, but she hasn't reached Soar. There's nothing I can do. The scripture of 10,000 characters is only suitable for Soar level cultivation. If she reaches Soar level, she can recover from this kind of injury very quickly. The divine apertures opened by the scripture of 10,000 characters can only be located and opened at Soar level. There's no way to open them at Qianjun Wanshi. Your senior sister doesn't need to talk about recovery. Even if she were to practice, once her willpower confronts, the sea of will immediately become turbulent. Therefore, she has no choice but to stop practicing her willpower. She's now focusing on training her physique. Nurturing one's nature could only passively practice willpower confrontations. However, Wu Jia's willpower was injured. Once she practiced, it would aggravate her injuries. Now, she could only silently recover and wait for the time to recover. 5 elements formula, Su Yu muttered in his heart. This thing could be practiced for nurturing one's nature. It wasn't a confrontational type, but one that actively absorbed willpower. If Wu Jia practiced it, there was a chance for her to recover quickly. However, Su Yu hesitated in his heart. If it was leaked, this was not a physique cultivation method, it was a willpower cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a cultivation method for nurturing willpower that even the academy didn't have. If it was leaked, it would be 100 times more serious than the soul-devouring worm's blood essence. It would be very troublesome. Su Yu was actually afraid of trouble. To put it bluntly, he wasn't that familiar with Wu Jia. To take the risk for Wu Jia, to defeat Huang Qifeng, that was because he had the confidence to do so. However, it was too easy to get into trouble with cultivation methods. Let's wait and see. Su Yu made up his mind. He would wait and see. He would practice it first. This thing might not be suitable for everyone. Moreover, there was no systematic cultivation method yet. He only knew how to open the divine aperture. He might be able to practice it, but Wu Jia might not be able to. Su Yu left the library. Along the way, he met some students. Many of them took the initiative to make way for him. This was the top 100 students. As for Su Yu, he was still gentle and without arrogance. He smiled back at those who made way for him. He didn't reject them. This was the benefit of the top 100 students. Once he rejected this benefit, he would be going against the established hierarchy of the top 100 students. He could be more humble, but there was no need to go against the existing hierarchy. There was also no need to be too low-key and humble. If he was too fake, he would have the posture of a hypocrite. Even though, some fellows thought so, but Su Yu wouldn't admit it. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm an honest man. When he returned to the research center again, Su Yu's worried heart was at ease. Some peace of mind, and some sighs. Many things had happened today, some of which were beyond his expectations. As he was calculating the gains and losses of the day, Su Yu's vision suddenly blurred. The next moment, it was as if he had entered another world. A pavilion, a figure. Suyu, if you have time, come to Xianxia and have a chat. How about it? Suyu was stunned. I'm in the research center. This is the territory of an 8th-tier mountain and sea cultivator. Has someone invaded without a sound? Principal? It's me. Wan Tianqing's voice was ethereal. He said with a smile, actually, we can talk here, but your willpower won't last long. Come and have a chat when you have time. Principal, before Suyu could finish his sentence, his vision blurred again. He woke up, he was still lying on the sofa, but his willpower was completely exhausted. Suyu only felt exhausted. In his eyes, however, there was boundless shock. Wan Tianqing had easily broken through Hong Tan's defenses and pulled his willpower to where Hong Tan was to talk to him. What was this? Too powerful. Was this the difference between the 8th-tier mountain and the pinnacle mountain and sea? In his shock, Suyu had other thoughts. I have to be careful, this is too scary. I feel like everything that happens in the institute is under the control of Principal. That means, does he know that I've schemed against Shan Shenwen's faction? Does he know that I've secretly established a circle with Hu Zongqi? Does he know that I purchased a lot of resources from Xia Huyu? Does he know that I bought a lot of resources from Xia Huyu? At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt like he had nowhere to hide, everything was under someone else's nose. He gulped. I'm in the research center, but he can pull me there. Can the arcane realm block his willpower and vision? Not necessarily. Zhou Mingren was clearly cultivating in the arcane realm, but he appeared very quickly when Qing Yuming was injured. This means that even in the arcane realm, he might not be able to block their willpower detection. Talk to me? Talk about what? Suyu had a headache. What the hell? For some reason, Zhang Xian felt that Wan Tianqing was a bad person. It couldn't be that this fellow had been staying in the academy all day just to keep an eye on everyone, right? I have to become stronger. Suyu cursed in his heart. He was still too weak now. He was so weak that others could easily kill him even if he stayed in his own nest. How scary. Meanwhile. Shou. Wan Tianqing smiled and drank his tea, mumbling, Shan Shenwen's faction. No, will the human Shenwen's faction rise in your hands? He saw it, he saw a corner of the future, maybe it wasn't real, maybe it was just one of the thousands of possibilities, but he wanted to try. In his eyes, the sun and moon rotated. His hair alternated between white and black. Strands of silver hair fell from his head. Wan Tianqing waved his hand and the hair disappeared. He said softly, 100 years of lifespan, is it worth it? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Sun and moon, eternity, Suyu was just a corner of the big picture, not the main one. He thought more. In the next moment, his eyes moved and he said lightly, I only crippled his god-fiend Shenwen. Maybe this is a chance. Old Zhou, you don't have to plead for him anymore. We still have to follow the rules. Outside the pavilion. Zhou Mingren said in a low voice, Yuming majored in god-fiend Shenwen. Crippling his god-fiend Shenwen and letting him go to the heavenly battlefield will only lead to death. Wan Tianqing said calmly, there can be no construction without destruction. He has just entered the mountain sea realm, there is still a chance. If he really reaches the peak of the mountain sea realm, crippling him will have to pay a huge price. Alright, then I won't say anything. I want to ask for a Shenwen for Yuming. Wan Tianqing frowned, that's not mine, and it's not yours. I know, but those people are already dead. Is it worth it for Shenwen to be buried with them forever? Wan Tianqing said calmly, I don't know, that was their own choice. There is a cause and there is an effect. If we didn't expel them back then, maybe Shenwen would have remained. Since we have expelled them, then there is no other way. Zhou Mingren, if you dig graves for your disciple today, the next day, many people from Shenwen will rise again and seek revenge from you. Don't blame me for not doing anything. I will bear the consequences. Zhou Mingren said in a low voice, I am not willing to dig graves. But Yuming has been crippled, I can't sit by and watch him die. You are the headmaster, you said to let him kill a mountain sea realm, I will abide by your rules. But as a teacher, I have to ask for a way out for him. Wan Tianqing didn't say anything. Zhou Mingren also didn't say anything and turned to leave. After he left, Wan Tianqing sighed softly and shook his head slightly. There is a cause and there is an effect. Today, you dig graves. The next day, when those people return, they will naturally find you to settle the score. Lu Wenyan, Xianxia, Wan Tianxing muttered. Was there still hope to return? The graves have been dug, can you guys still hold on? Wan Tianxing murmured, closed his eyes to cultivate, and no longer spoke. Research Center. So you silently recovered his willpower. After a long time, his willpower recovered. It was already the night of the 3rd. According to the time, he should be feeding the demons today. However, Suyu wasn't in the mood. It had only been 3 days and he wouldn't starve to death. What was the rush? He got up and pressed a button on the wall. After a while, footsteps could be heard from the basement. Bai Feng walked out with a stubble, dark circles under his eyes, and hair that looked like a bird's nest. He looked at Suyu in a daze. What's the matter? Suyu's head hurt. How did his teacher turn into such a ghastly state? He wasn't suave at all. It didn't match the refined image he had in mind. Teacher, I want to do research. What? Bai Feng looked at him in a daze. Do research? That's right. But. Bai Feng scratched his head and said, before you reach Soar, your top priority is to cultivate. As for research, wait until you reach Soar. Doing research was a waste of time. Before reaching Soar, it wasn't good to waste too much time. Even if it was him, he would only focus on this when he was in the air. So you thought about it and said, it's like this. Teacher, didn't our research center research a drop of soul-devouring bug's talent blood essence? Someone seems to be eyeing us now, so it's best if we can get the technology out. Bai Feng was muddle-headed. What the hell, what are you talking about? Although I understand the words, why can't I understand the meaning? What do you mean our research center research a drop of soul-devouring bug's talent blood essence? He looked at Suyu in a daze. Suyu said helplessly, Teacher, didn't you say that you would back me up? If you say that I used the talent skill, say that you researched it. Didn't I use the soul-devouring talent skill of the soul-devouring bug recently? Then. You have to back me up. Bai Feng continued to be in a daze. Mother **Ker, I haven't come out for a few days, and the moment I come out, you throw such a big pot at me. Are you still human? Bai Feng finally sobered up a little. He rubbed his head and said with a slight headache, the bloody Shinwen incident? You swallowed the essence blood of the soul-devouring insects, so you used the soul-devouring technique and were discovered by someone. They felt that it involved a martial technique related to willpower, so they came to find trouble with you? More or less. Suyu nodded. Teacher is still very smart. Look, you can even understand my messy words. You are really smart, teacher, you have to solve the problem. Bai Feng was rendered speechless as he snapped, soul-devouring isn't a willpower talent skill. It's just that beyond willpower, there's an additional layer of burning and corrosive primordial energy. It's considered a primordial energy skill. F***K, can't these people differentiate between primordial energy skills and willpower skills? Suyu was a little surprised. He looked at Bai Feng in surprise. He had used soul-devouring before, so he knew that soul-devouring was indeed not a willpower martial technique, but a primordial energy martial technique. Bai Feng actually knew about it too. One had to know that even Xinyong felt that this was a willpower talent skill. Teacher, how did you know? Duh. Bai Feng lampooned, I've experimented with so much essence blood over the years. The soul-devouring insects are so special, so how can I not experiment? Your grandmaster even caught soul-devouring insects before. I personally tried being sprayed with soul-devouring fluid, and my willpower was corroded. However, it's really a primordial energy mutation. Bai Feng explained, if a talent skill like soul-devouring can be developed and used by warriors, it will be a huge problem for civilization masters. It can make one's primordial energy mutate, greatly reducing the difficulty of killing a civilization master. Suyu nodded. That's right, he was really surprised. Teacher knew quite a lot. Bai Feng sat down and glanced at him. He pointed to the teapot in front of him. You don't have good eyesight, Suyu laughed and hurriedly went to boil the water. Bai Feng didn't mind. He yawned and continued, I once studied soul-devouring for a few months. At that time, my thoughts were whether this talent skill could be converted into human martial techniques, which apertures needed to be opened, whether it could make the primordial energy mutate, and whether it had a specific target. Then, Baifeng shook his head. Later, I discovered that it was too difficult. The soul-devouring bug was just a bug. The difference between their structure and the human body is too great. I cut open dozens of insects and found nothing. As Suyu fetched the water, he said faintly, "Teacher, I'm thinking about a problem. You might have overlooked it." "What?" "I'm a human." "Nonsense." Baifeng rolled his eyes. "Do you think I don't know you're a human? What's so great about being a human?" At the next moment, Baifeng suddenly jumped up, his gaze changed, and his mind became completely clear. He pointed at Suyu in a daze. He opened his mouth, but there was no sound. He opened his mouth again, and after a while, he roared and shouted, "You're a human." "That's right, Suyu is a human. Did I miss out on something extremely important? F***ck. I'd been thinking of waiting for him to reach Soar before studying his Shenwen. Why didn't I think that he's a human? F***ck. He's a human." Looking at Baifeng going crazy, Suyu felt very helpless. "I knew it would be like this, teacher's brain. Sometimes, it's not that I look down on him as a student, but it's really a little like that. I'm a human, don't you know? It's been so long, and you only know now." "Soon," Baifeng said in surprise. "You're a human, so when you use your talent skill, will you open some apertures and directly use it?" As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and said, "That's not right. Didn't you open the apertures in Shenwen? Don't tell me you don't rely on the power of blood essence and directly use the talent skill in Shenwen?" This time, it was Suyu's turn to be speechless. "That's right. I've always told teacher that I'll use the talent skill in Shenwen." Thinking of this, Suyu coughed softly and said, "Teacher, Shenwen is a transit system. It transforms the power of blood essence and transforms it into a special power to open temporary apertures and unleash the talent skill. So, it will still open those apertures." Baifeng was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Are all talent skills like this?" "Should be." "It's over." Suyu was confused. Baifeng turned pale with fright and said, "F***ck. If this matter spreads out, you'll definitely die. One won't kill you. As long as you can use their talent skill, all the techniques will be leaked, and all the secrets will be gone. You're dead. Your grandmaster won't be able to handle it either." "Kid, are you serious? Aren't you only able to use Shenwen to convert? How did you suddenly become able to open temporary apertures?" Baifeng was really shocked. Previously, he really thought that it could only be opened in Shenwen, using the remaining talent skill energy in the blood essence. Because the blood essence in the research center was like this. It wasn't opening the apertures and unleashing the skill. Instead, it was using the power of the blood essence and the remaining talent skill imprint to replicate the skill. It wasn't unleashed by oneself. Suyu's was completely different from the research centers. The research center duplicated the skill and unleashed it at once, which was equivalent to a one-time divine talisman. As for Suyu's, it was equivalent to getting the manufacturing blueprint. He could directly open the apertures, cultivate it, and then solidify it into his own skill. The two were completely different. Baifeng looked at Suyu in shock. He originally thought that he wouldn't be shocked by his student anymore, but it turned out that he was thinking too much. Swallowing his saliva, Baifeng's gaze changed. "Does anyone know that you can open apertures?" Suyu shook his head. "Probably not. Because I have opened a lot of apertures, so they might not know which apertures I have opened." "Nonsense. You have only opened a few apertures. Once someone has good eyesight, it will be easy to see that you have opened temporary apertures." Suyu scratched his head and said dryly, "It should be very difficult, right?" "Teacher, I have opened 153 apertures. They might not know how many apertures I have opened, right?" Baifeng blinked. What did he mean? Weren't you only at 15 kilograms, what 153 apertures? Suyu continued, "So even if I open some temporary apertures in front of them, unless they investigate whether each of my apertures is really opened, they shouldn't know that I have opened them temporarily, right?" "Don't be anxious." Baifeng interrupted him and glared at him. "What 153 apertures? Explain it to me." Suyu felt a little guilty, but his face was calm. "Teacher, don't you know? I remember I told you last time. You asked me how my progress was, and I said that it was very big. Did I? Baifeng thought about it. Did I ask? So. He looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. So I have opened 153 apertures. I am at 15 kilograms, and I have also opened some other apertures for practicing martial arts. 153, Baifeng murmured and looked at Suyu. This time, he really couldn't pretend anymore. He swallowed and said, what day? No, what year and month is it today? Year 350 of the Omping calendar, the night of October 3rd. You have been enrolled for 2 months? Yes. When you enrolled, Caillou on 9 kilograms? Yes. Baifeng nodded and calmed down. Instead, he was no longer surprised. 2 months, no, a little more than 2 months, 63 days. A total of 153 apertures were opened. Suyu had opened some apertures before, so he had opened 140 in 2 months. You haven't opened 3 apertures in a day? Baifeng murmured and looked at Suyu. He took a deep breath and recovered his smile. Fortunately, you haven't opened 3 apertures in a day. Suyu was a little scared. Was teacher crazy? What did he mean by not opening 3 apertures in a day? Not opening 3, was it normal? Baifeng scratched his head as if he had gotten used to it. He waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. It's just over 100 apertures. Let's talk about talent skills. When you erupted, no one saw anything, right? I don't think so, teacher. Isn't the blood essence in our research center like this? No. As he spoke, Baifeng thought for a while and took out a bottle. He threw it to Suyu and said, this is the blood essence of a fire pufferfish. It contains the talent skill, Clash. Try it. Suyu didn't hesitate. He poured out a drop of blood essence and swallowed it. The next moment, Suyu roared in pain, a powerful force erupted in his body expanded, and his clothes were torn. Suyu's mind suddenly had some enlightenment, and he headbutted Baifeng, rumble, with a loud sound. Baifeng sent Suyu flying with a slap. He smiled and said, how does it feel? Suyu leaned against the wall and waited for the blood essence's energy to be exhausted. He said in exhaustion, so that's how it is. The blood essence provides me with energy. There are some vague impressions in my mind that tell me what I should do. Then, according to these memories, I can erupt with the talent skill, Clash. That's it. Suyu smiled bitterly. So, it's different from mine. I thought that the talent blood essence of the research center is also the result of opening temporary apertures. So that's how it is, no wonder. I was thinking that if he could open temporary apertures, logically speaking, Baifeng should know Mini Wan's ultimate skills. So that's not the case. Baifeng looked at him helplessly. Now you know how troublesome it is for you to open temporary apertures, right? Kid, don't use your blood essence. I'm afraid of death. If the Wan masters find out about this, believe it or not, dozens of invincible masters will come to kill you. I'm done for. You can actually imitate my talent skill. Who else would I kill if I don't kill you? He remembered that the first time Suyu used his talent skill in front of him, it wasn't like this. Thinking of this, Baifeng felt a headache coming on. I remember that when you used Ironwing's talent skill, you didn't open temporary apertures, right? Suyu shook his head. Yes, I did. I also opened some apertures on my arm. But at that time, teacher, you were only concerned about Xinwen and didn't pay attention to it. Baifeng thought about it and felt that it was true. At that time, he only remembered being surprised and shocked by what happened in Xinwen. He didn't even think that Suyu's method of opening apertures was actually different from the one in the research center. He only remembered to wait until he reached Soar before cutting him. Baifeng said helplessly, that seems to be true. At that time, I was waiting for you to cut you into pieces in Soar. Cough, cough. Suyu coughed dryly, that's too much, just think about it normally. Teacher, is it appropriate to say it directly? Baifeng couldn't be bothered with him. The moment he came out, he felt as if his head was as big as a cow's. At this moment, his brain was a mess. He had to solve the problem of the soul-devouring bugs. Not only did Suyu reach 15 kilograms, he also opened many apertures outside. The explosion of his talent skill was completely different from what he had imagined. If word got out, from now on, Wan Wudi might come after them, and, what else? Bai Feng rubbed his head. His brain was really a mess from lack of sleep. He said drowsily, is there any other trouble? Come on, say it in one breath. I can hold on. Suyu looked at him carefully for a while and said tentatively, I defeated Xianxia. Who? Lu Hong's eldest disciple. Oh. He didn't think much of it. I defeated Lu He, Lu Hong's younger brother. Oh, no, you're in the top 100 list? Bai Feng came to a realization, his gaze became even more strange. You're in the top 100 list, no, you're at 15 kilograms, it's normal for you to be in the top 100 list. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Anything else? Yes, then. I took the chance to compete with Huang Qifeng, the guy who severely injured senior sister, and I beat him to a pulp. Oh, so be it, as long as it doesn't violate the rules. Then his teacher, Zhenggelao, seemed to want to attack me. Wanfu Prefect crushed him and punished him to the heavenly battlefield. He can't come back until he kills Shanhai. Bai Feng felt like he was going to explode, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Looking at Suyu, Bear One's teeth grinned. After a while, he said dejectedly. Amazing. So good. No, I have to go to the heavenly battlefield to find your grandmaster. Otherwise, you're finished, and I'm finished too. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Thinking of this, he looked at Suyu again and said desolately, am I the last to know? This morning, I seem to have felt a shocking burst of energy. Was it at that time? Probably, yes. So the whole institute probably knows, and only I know? Probably, yes. I think, you can finish your apprenticeship. Bai Feng was really going to explode. Kid, your teacher is only sore. Are you trying to kill me? Suyu said dryly, teacher, I'm not finished yet. Bai Feng was completely powerless. He collapsed on the sofa and said weakly, continue. Just now, Wanfu Prefect's willpower invaded me. I was in the research center, and he suddenly pulled my willpower to where he was and asked me to go see him. F***CK. Bai Feng suddenly cursed. Private research center, don't you know the rules? That one guy is too much. Believe it or not, I'll go to the Education and Welfare Administration and sue him. The Education and Welfare Administration was still in charge of the Great Xia Academy in name. All the institutions were under their management. Then his eyes narrowed, and he was completely awakened. No, how did he get in? The protection set by your grandmaster, even if it can't stop someone at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, can't get in silently. His expression changed, and he looked at Suyu. Are you sure you were pulled away by him? Yes. F***CK. Bai Feng couldn't stop cursing tonight. He couldn't help but curse again, this old bastard, cough, cough, this old chief, don't tell me he's a Sun Moon? Sun Moon? Suyu was shocked. Wan Tianxing was at the Sun Moon tier? Very likely. Bai Feng frowned. Otherwise, there's no reason he could avoid your grandmaster's protection so easily, unless he's at the Sun Moon tier. Ignore him. Bai Feng couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Anything else? Yes. Suyu said in a small voice, teacher, I also accidentally obtained a martial arts technique. Oh. This time, Bai Feng was relieved. It was a small matter. Heaven tier. Not bad. Mid-level heaven tier, the kind with 132 opened apertures. Bai Feng glanced at him, and said calmly, it's just a martial arts technique. So what if it's mid-level heaven tier? What's there to show off? Seeker tier, the War God Temple doesn't lack these things. Which of those old geezers doesn't have this? Your teacher's Dragon Slayer sword is not inferior to a heaven tier martial arts technique if we really compare. They'd already gone through great storms, so why care about this, although it was awesome, but, compared to the previous news, what was it? Suyu looked at him carefully, and said in a barely audible voice, I found it in the mountain and sea seclusion seeking invitation that you sold. Bang, Bai Feng kicked over the coffee table and hurriedly picked up the things. He swallowed his saliva and said, nonsense. I didn't sell it, it was stolen by someone. Then, he broke down and said, "Really? You found it in the mountain and sea seclusion seeking invitation?" "Yes," Dendrolamus said that he accidentally obtained it. "Your Grandmaster. When your Grandmaster comes back, he will hack Dendrolamus to death." "Brat, don't say it. If you say it, Dendrolamus is dead for sure." Baifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Had Dendrolamus ever thought that he would be hacked to death? No, he would be skinned and pulled out by Hong Tan bit by bit. With a devilish smile, he would die in extreme pain. "You've teased him for decades, so you might as well not say it. Now that you're telling his grand disciple, it's too much of a slap in the face. When teacher comes back, he will kill you." Suyu also smiled bitterly. That seemed to be the case. Dendrolamus, that idiot. How pitiful. I should sympathize with him. Baifeng couldn't be bothered to ask any more. He said weakly, "Let's put everything else aside for now. Soul-devouring talent skill. I'll think of a way. I've tried the soul-devouring insect talent blood essence before, but it was too difficult back then, so I gave up. I've made some new discoveries recently. I'll see if I can produce the soul-devouring talent skill blood essence." Baifeng wasn't stupid. He knew where the trouble lay the moment he heard that. He said, "Get the skill out. If it doesn't work, hand it over to the Academy or the Seeker Realm to handle. Just pay. If it really doesn't work, sell the blood essence. Let them know that this thing is actually not a willpower talent skill." Baifeng cursed. A bunch of idiots. They can't differentiate between primordial energy skills and willpower martial skills. If they sell a few drops of blood essence, they'll probably give up when they see that it's not a willpower talent skill. After all, this thing is only a special species, and its strength is average. Unless it has a corrosive ability in the thousands, it won't affect Soar. Suyu was relieved. Sometimes, teacher was still quite reliable. Look, a big problem was solved. Sure enough, getting teacher to take the blame was the right choice. Baifeng ignored him and continued, "About Qing Yuming. Don't worry about him. He won't be able to do anything in the heavenly battlefield. Crippling Huang Qifeng is a little troublesome. You deal with it yourself. As for heaven-class martial skills, their owners are usually alive. If they're alive, it's not easy to pass it down. You practice it yourself. Most of the martial skills passed down by humans that contain the text of will are still alive. Because it hasn't been passed down for long, those that are too old will dissipate. Yours is of the nature of the text of will, right?" "Yes." Suyu nodded. Baifeng also said in relief, "That's right. That's how you can hide it from your Grandmaster. It's probably passed down from the Sun-Moon realm or even the Invincible realm. But we don't care. You can learn it yourself. You don't owe him a favor. If you meet him in the future, you can just call him teacher. It's no big deal. He passed it down himself and didn't take it by force. If you can get along, you can interact with him. If you can't, just ignore him." Baifeng didn't care too much about this. Although heaven-class martial skills were rare, Shenwen civilization masters, especially Shenwen civilization masters, usually didn't care about these things. Their Shenwen civilization combat skills were, strictly speaking, the heaven-class combat skills of Shenwen civilization. Suyu kept nodding. Baifeng finally said, "You're not allowed to use blood essence again in the future, unless you're in a life-or-death crisis. You can push the blame to me. It's okay. Not many people know. Even if they see something, they can't be sure." Suyu nodded again. Baifeng thought for a while and said, "Since you can use talent skills," his eyes suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you tried using the blood essence of the 5 elements race?" "No, you can only use talent skills. You can't use cultivation methods. Forget it, there's no point." Suyu's heart was about to explode. This teacher was really scary when he thought about it. He knew what Baifeng meant. He wanted to ask if he could restore the incantation and convert it into one that humans could cultivate. How scary. At least, Suyu hadn't thought about this problem for a long time after he got the atlas. As expected, teacher still had a brain. He was just too homebody. Baifeng didn't know that his disciple was ridiculing him. He thought for a while and said, also, don't draw other races' Shinwen civilization. Just draw the human race's Shinwen civilization. Don't be in a hurry to decide on the main Shinwen civilization. Looking at Suyu, Baifeng said in a deep voice, maybe, what you said before was right. Why can't the human race's Shinwen civilization become stronger? Since you want to do research, and your current strength is still passable. From tomorrow onwards, you can enter the research lab in the underground level 3. First, get the soul-devouring bug's talent blood essence. Then, you can come and participate in my project. Baifeng took a deep breath and said, that's good too. Since you have grasped so many talent skills, you can be my test subject. When you are free, give me a few talent skills and let me compare them with them. It's a pity that your grandmaster isn't here. If not, I can get more god and devil's blood essence for you to try. You might have an unexpected gain. No, I have to arrange for someone to look for him. Go to the mission office and put up a mission to find your grandmaster. Baifeng was a little regretful. Hurry up and come back. Teacher, don't get lost. If you don't come back, with senior brothers and my strength, we might not be able to hold on. Moreover, once the results of his talent in Shinwen civilization were out, he was worried that even if it was out, he wouldn't be able to promote it. It was too important. Without his teacher's support, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Even if his teacher came back, he might not be able to hold on. He had to find more experts from Shinwen civilization to support him, and this kid in front of him, he was a freak. Shinwen civilization, scram, if you F asterisk king say that I'm the one who sketched out the Shinwen civilization for you again, I'll strangle you to death. If the word blood in Shinwen had so many uses, I'll knock myself to death in this research center. Baifeng cursed furiously in his heart, bastard, you lied to me, too lazy. To bother with Suyu, Baifeng seemed to have thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he said, when you return, give my martial uncle a call. Ask him if he doesn't mind being my lab rat for a while. Ah? Suyu was in a daze. Teacher, what do you mean? It's exactly what I said. Baifeng said impatiently, don't you understand? No. Teacher, you can do it yourself, of course, am I not afraid of death? Baifeng said gloomily, my martial uncle is so petty. He doesn't like me and always feels that I'm trying to snatch his treasures. If I dare to say it, he will dare to get his old lover to beat me to death. Suyu was dumbfounded. You really dare to say it, are you giving up on yourself? Are you going to give up? Feeling a little curious, he asked in a low voice, Teacher Lu's old lover, who is it? It's that. Baifeng immediately shut up. Get lost. You shouldn't be asking. Why are you asking? Baifeng rolled his eyes and said impatiently, you can ask him yourself later. Don't ask me. Don't forget, give him a call. I really want to try it out. My martial uncle is the best lab rat. I'm starting to wonder if the thing left behind by the fifth principle is what I imagined it to be. Talent of Shinwen, was the Shinwen left behind by the fifth principle the same? Very doubtful. I really want to cut martial uncle open and take a look. At the same time, he would also cut Suyu into pieces, and Suyu also thought of something and said in a low voice, Teacher Huang Lao said that human civilizationists can't advance to the eternal realm because they lack something. It's related to the Sea of Will. Teacher, Baifeng was stunned, obviously, he didn't know, he didn't ask about it, and no one specifically mentioned it to him. Did he take the initiative to tell him that human civilizationists actually had no way to go after reaching the Sun-Moon Peak? Too bored. If you don't ask, who will tell you? You're not at the Sun-Moon Peak. What's the use of telling you? Isn't it the same when you walk the path of the invincible body? Baifeng swallowed his saliva frantically, like Suyu. At this moment, he thought of the talent of Shinwen. Looking at his disciple, Baifeng said in a trembling voice, really? Who said that? Teacher Huang Lao, who guards the mystic realm. Baifeng took a deep breath. The next moment, he stood up and said in a low voice, don't reveal that we're researching the talent of Shinwen. We're researching the talent blood essence. Do you understand? It's the blood essence. It has nothing to do with Shinwen or the Sea of Will. Suyu nodded hurriedly, I understand. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Baifeng was amazing. So high and mighty. You're actually researching a project that can break through the invincible realm. Amazing, Bifeng glanced at his eyes. For a moment, he felt a little smug. Your teacher, I am amazing, am I amazing? The next moment, Suyu said in a low voice, Teacher, your strength is only soar. If you research it, will you be able to use it for yourself? Speechless, dead silence, heart-piercing. What do you mean only soar? Kid, don't tell me you're Ling Yun. Bifeng was mentally exhausted. He didn't want to speak. He felt a little melancholic. Yes, I'm only soar. F*CK, I have to hurry up and become Ling Yun. End of chapter 156. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.